Chapter 1. Dreaming of Ghosts. At the funeral of her boyfriend of 3 years, Tang Ruan discovered she had been betrayed. That very day, she folded 99 gold ingots, placing a purgative in each. After incinerating them, she still felt it insufficient. Clad in a little red dress, she appeared at the entrance of a nightclub. For years, she had embodied the person her boyfriend deemed most suitable for marriage, never once stepping out of line, not even donning a short skirt. Tonight, she resolved to indulge in the pleasures of life with a handsome stranger. Under the streetlights, Tang Ruan's porcelain skin glowed, the fitted dress accentuating her curvaceous figure, instantly attracting the lustful gazes of numerous men. Summoning her courage, she glanced back, only to be overcome with revulsion. In that moment, a revelation struck her. There were myriad ways to exact revenge on a scoundrel, but the foremost was to ensure her own comfort. Wrapping herself in a trench coat, she returned home, changed into cozy loungewear, ordered a feast of hot pot, and opened a bottle of red wine. She drank alone until the early hours of the morning, drifting into a drowsy slumber. Perhaps her daytime thoughts manifested in her dreams, for she dreamt of a strikingly handsome man. With silver-gray hair and a sun-kissed complexion, his muscular physique radiated an intoxicating aura of vitality. Tang Ruan found herself lying face-to-face with him, unable to resist the urge to touch his prominent nose. As he opened his eyes, she was entranced by the icy blue depths that surpassed the beauty of any Western star she had ever encountered. Upon noticing her, a flicker of surprise crossed his face. Mere seconds later, he grasped the back of her head and kissed her fervently, their connection charged with primal energy that resonated throughout the night, leaving her breathless and yearning. The following morning, Tang Ruan awoke with rosy cheeks, a realization dawning upon her. Her ex-boyfriend was merely a superficial figure. Yet, how could she dream of such vivid intimacy when she had never been with anyone else? Embarrassed, she cupped her face in her hands, her mind swirling with colorful thoughts throughout the day. As she left work that evening, she passed by the bar from the night before, where a blond man suddenly obstructed her path. "Excuse me, beautiful lady, I didn't get a chance to ask for your number last night. May I have your contact information?" He wore a snug low-cut top that accentuated his broad shoulders and slender waist. Had it been before, Tang Ruan might have found him appealing, but after last night, she frowned in confusion. How could he lack chest muscles? No obvious? Did he even qualify as a man? Disdainfully, she pursed her lips and cast a judgmental glance at his physique before hastily escaping before his temper flared. That night, she closed her eyes with anticipation, yearning to dream of the previous evening's allure. Sure enough, the man reappeared, but this time he had raven black hair. Kneeling before her, he fervently declared, "Thank the beast god for granting me the goddess as my wife," aiding the serpent clan through adversity. As he raised his gaze, she beheld a pair of emerald eyes that sparkled like the most exquisite jewels. In contrast to the man from the previous night, this one possessed more Eastern features, strikingly handsome, with fair skin that seemed to have stepped out of a manga. Upon seeing her, he paused momentarily, then swiftly rose to his feet, towering over her with an imposing presence that stood nearly 190 centimeters tall. Yet his embrace was gentle as he pulled her close. "Wife," he murmured, tenderly rubbing his cheek against hers. Tang Ruan instinctively recoiled, her face flushing crimson. Noticing her reaction, he chuckled softly, assuring her, "Do not worry, my wife. I shall be gentle." Tang Ruan found herself believing his sweet words, having experienced a night filled with new sensations. The next day, she turned to Baidu for clarity. Despite her knowledge of zoology, she sought confirmation about serpents. Indeed, there were two. After 2 nights of indulgence, she suspected she had been bewitched, perhaps ensnared by a succubus. Enjoying temporary bliss could very well lead to peril. With the National Day holiday approaching, she sought out a reputed fortune-teller known for their accuracy. The fortune-teller informed her that her romantic prospects were blooming and not limited to one. But how many blossoms? The fortune-teller mused, stroking his goatee. He held up 5 fingers. 5? Tang Ruan gasped. V500 for further discussion. 500 was too steep, she hesitated to spend. Instead, she resolved to inquire directly during her next dream. That night, the man with black hair and emerald eyes returned, his gaze ablaze with excitement. Before he could leap towards her, she quickly asked, "Who are you? What did you need my help with?" He revealed that he was the Serpent King, named Yin Qing, hailing from a realm known as the Beast World. Due to the harsh environment, female serpents struggled to survive, leading to a scarcity of females. To ensure their lineage, a female could have multiple male partners, referred to as wives and beast husbands. Tang Ruan was the wife he had beseeched the beast god for. As he tightened his embrace, he leaned closer, almost enveloping her entirely. Yet, Tang Ruan found comfort in this protective hold, having always been a person lacking in security. Yin Qing continued, "Other species may choose mates based on reproductive capabilities, but for my serpent clan, we must mate within our kind to propagate. However, in recent years, we have struggled to hatch female offspring." Tang Ruan nodded, comprehending the gravity of the situation. Having studied veterinary medicine, she recalled the hatching conditions of serpents. When incubated at temperatures between 23 to 29 degrees Celsius, primarily male serpents hatched at 30 to 33 degrees, predominantly females emerged. She shared this knowledge with Yin Qing and guided him in subsequent dreams on how to achieve the optimal conditions without a thermometer, as it was challenging to regulate in the beast world. During her waking hours, she remained preoccupied with this matter. Tang Ruan aspired to become a pet doctor, but her mother had altered her college major, causing her to miss her desired university. Though she graduated from a vocational school and pursued veterinary studies, adult education lacked the hands-on experience of full-time programs. The dreams offered her a glimmer of hope for practical application. However, that night, as she entered the dream realm, she was met with an overwhelming force. The man pinned her hands above her head with one hand, his body pressing down upon her. His crimson eyes glowed with a frenzied intensity, cloaked in a swirling black mist. For the first time, Tang Ruan felt fear within a dream. Previously, the knowledge that it was merely a dream had allowed her to surrender to the experience. He showed no mercy, his actions almost driven by rage, leaving her shouting in terror, "Let go! Release me!" Yet no matter how she cried out, he continued, and as he finished, a pair of black wings sprouted from his back, as if to demonstrate his true Naturia demon. Tang Ruan curled up in a corner, trembling. He loomed over her, a wicked smile curling at his lips. "You better understand who your primary beast husband is. If you dare run away again, I shall devour you." He looked down at his hands, where 5 fingers morphed into claws. Tang Ruan jolted awake, realizing it was surely the work of a succubus. She scrambled up, hastily sending 500 to the fortune teller. Her message, sent in the early hours, received a reply by 10 in the morning. Chapter 2. Caught in a Trap. 5. Tang Ruan. "What does that mean?" Fortune teller. "You asked me how many peach blossoms you had, didn't you? Anything else?" "Nothing more." Tang Ruan. "I keep dreaming of different men." Fortune teller. Daytime thoughts manifest in dreams. If you frequently have sea dreams, it may indicate health issues. Consider seeing a TCM practitioner. Tang Ruan. "I want to hear something mystical." The fortune teller fell silent for 5 seconds. Dream peach blossoms are known as Een peach blossoms. An overabundance of Een peach blossoms signifies a Een peach blossom calamity, akin to a peach blossom calamity that brings sorrow, heartbreak, and harm. He advised her to trust science and consult a TCM doctor for a health boost. Tang Zuan sleep dui. Could she reclaim that 500? Nevertheless, she obediently visited the TCM doctor. Nowadays, young people with such good health are rare, the doctor remarked, lifting a hand. Tang Ruan quickly raised her hand to block the numbering device. "Doctor, am I completely fine?" The middle-aged female doctor frowned. "No." Tang Ruan lowered her voice. "What about excessive indulgence, kidney deficiency, or the like?" As she spoke, she nervously licked her lips, the door ajar, uncertain whether those outside could overhear. With a profound sense of dedication, the physician once again placed her hand upon the patient's pulse. Half a minute later, she remarked, "There is nothing amiss. Your vital energy flows freely, and your kidney energy remains stable. But I have been dreaming of different men frequently of late," the patient replied, her head nearly buried beneath the table. The female doctor removed her glasses and scrutinized Tang Ruan's face intently. "I shall prescribe you some calming medication. Do not indulge in fanciful thoughts. Should you continue to harbor such concerns, a comprehensive examination might be advisable, or perhaps a consultation with a psychiatrist. Upon leaving the hospital, Tang Ruan felt an unsettling conviction that she might indeed be suffering from a mental affliction. Upon returning home, she brewed her medicine, yet she lacked the courage to heed the doctor's advice to retire early. The demon from last night haunted her thoughts, a figure too terrifying to contemplate. Just the memory sent shivers down her spine, and she surmised he must possess a handsome visage, for all the others had been remarkably attractive. The demon lord could hardly be an exception. Tang Ruan could only recall his imposing and formidable stature. Ultimately, his act of throttling her would be akin to squeezing the life out of a mere chick. Resolute, she decided to forego sleep that night. Yet, the necessity of slumber is inescapable. At 7 in the morning, Tang Ruan prepared herself, determined to arrive at the office early. As she sat down to change her shoes, a sudden wave of dizziness washed over her. "Wife master, save me!" Upon opening her eyes, she found herself standing within a vast cavern. A youth with orange hair stumbled towards her from the entrance, his youthful face etched with terror. Did he just call her wife master? Tang Ruan instinctively stepped to the right. Ouch! The youth fell to the ground, looking back at her with a pitiful expression. With a smug smile, Tang Ruan raised one corner of her lips. How naive! Did he think to ensnare her? The demon lord realized she was so frightened that she dared not sleep, so he sent forth a seemingly harmless young man to siphon her vitality. Such tricks, all mere tricks. Though the traditional Chinese medicine had assured her of her robust health, what concern was it of hers what he sought to absorb? After all, it could hardly be anything beneficial. Tang Ruan glared fiercely at the youth, only to suddenly notice a vivid line of blood trailing along his alabaster ankle. Looking further up, she saw a 3-inch gash marred his calf. Ugh! Tang Ruan gasped, wincing at the sight. He had run so swiftly just moments ago. Noticing her gaze, the youth bit his lip, lowering his eyes, his dense lashes casting shadows over his emotions, and he fell silent, bearing an expression of profound grievance. Tang Ruan was about to speak when a sudden rumble erupted from the cave entrance, followed by a stampede of animals: wolves, bears, elephants, lions, and leopards. Tang Ruan lost her balance and fell to the ground. Had she stumbled into a zoo? Where were the beast men she had been promised? In the blink of an eye, the youth transformed into a small, orange-eared fox, leaping into Tang Ruan's embrace. What kind of ruse is this? A hero saving a fox? Divine maiden, please surrender him to us, spoke the bear. Tang Ruan instinctively tightened her hold on the fox, who clung to her arm with his tiny white front paws, creating a picture of mutual reliance. Suddenly, Tang Ruan glanced down at the fox and stammered, "What will happen if I give him to you?" "Of course, we will skin him, extract his tendons, and offer him as a tribute to the fallen warriors." What she had intended to inquire was actually what will happen to her. But upon hearing their words, her heart softened slightly. In her childhood, she had once cared for a small dog. One day, her mischievous younger brother had kicked the dog. Rather than chastise him, their mother praised his strength and encouraged him to kick again. Tang Ruan had thrown herself protectively over the dog, and ultimately, both she and the dog were scolded. Back then, that little dog had clung to her just like this fox, trembling in her arms. Summoning her courage, Tang Ruan asked, "Did he cause his death?" "Well," the bear, who had spoken earlier, hesitated. "Although it was not he, they are all of the Red Fox clan." Tang Ruan understood. When one bullies the weak and cannot hold their own, they seek out a soft target. Just as she was about to inquire further, the little fox suddenly burrowed into her embrace, its rear end sticking up as it desperately sought refuge, as if it were the safest place in the world. Tang Ruan's heart softened. Grievances have their origins, debts have their masters. Do you not find it shameful, you ferocious beasts, to bully a mere little fox? The beasts exchanged glances, whispering among themselves. Regardless of his status, he is one of the divine maiden's beastly husbands. It was he who took advantage of the situation back then. Let us not forget the divine maiden's other husbands. Tang Ruan perked up her ears, faintly sensing their apprehension regarding her other beastly husbands. "Shall we have my husband speak with you personally?" Tang Ruan raised her chin, deliberately elevating her voice. She was learning to wield power through her beasts. No need. No need. To her astonishment, they actually lowered their heads and retreated. All is well, you are safe now. Upon hearing this, the little fox lifted its head from Tang Ruan's embrace. First, it opened one golden eye, ensuring its safety, before finally revealing the other. With a flick of its tail, it suddenly leaned back and licked her chin. Tang Ruan. In shock, she tossed him aside. She had just been licked by a fox spirit. The little fox landed and transformed back into the youth, gazing at her with a pitiful expression in his large golden eyes. Do you dislike me as well, wife master? He raised his right hand in a vow. I swear to the beast god that I had no part in that incident. If I did, let me be flayed and bled out to make clothes for you. Wait. Tang Ruan shuddered at the thought of that gruesome image. You need not swear to me, simply do not harm me. The demon's schemes were endless. I will never harm you, the youth declared resolutely. I shall remain eternally loyal to you. Loyalty? How ironic, given that she had just discovered she had been deceived by her first love for 3 years. The youth's gaze was imbued with deep affection as he looked at Tang Ruan, causing her to feel somewhat awkward. I must admit, I prefer you in your fox form. When he transformed into a fox, at least she was spared from his piercing gaze. No sooner had she spoken than the youth had already morphed into a strikingly vibrant little fox, limping toward her. Blood dripped in a trail behind him, forming a string of crimson beads. He struggled to reach her, swaying precariously as he approached. Tang Ruan instinctively reached out her hand to catch him. She sighed, feeling a pang of guilt for not aiding him in his time of need. Tang Ruan was clad in a simply styled white dress, its fabric glimmering with a faint shell-like sheen. She tore a strip from the hem of her dress to tend to the little fox's wounds. Lie still and do not move. The little fox obediently lay beside her, gazing up at her with adoration. It was at this moment that Tang Ruan realized this dream was not occurring at night. Sunlight streamed into the cavern from above, illuminating the space brilliantly. No wonder it was so bright inside. Suddenly, a thought struck her. If all of this were but an illusion conjured by the demon, might it be that simply stepping outside would awaken her? Chapter 3. Another world. Where are you going, my dear wife? Tang Ruan's body stiffened, and without turning her head, she replied, I'm just stepping out for a moment, but be good and don't follow me. I'll be back shortly. Did she merely putting on an act? She was curious to see whether the NPC would awaken its self-awareness. The little fox fell silent for a couple of seconds before obediently replying. All right, I will wait for your return. Excellent. The NPC's character remains remarkably stable. Tang Ruan approached the cave entrance and dashed outwards that a blinding light struck her, rendering her unable to open her eyes. Once she adapted to the brightness, she did not find herself back in the real world. Instead, an endless expanse of grassland lay before her. To her left, a tall man adorned with antlers tended to a flock of sheep. The moving sheep resembling clouds drifting in the sky. To her right, a shimmering lake sparkled under the sun, where several robust men worked together to reel in their fishing nets, plump fish leaping from the water, their scales glimmering like stars in the sunlight. What a harmonious and beautiful scene. Tang Ruan smiled at a pastoral idyll, the dream of countless laborers. Did she playing this game with me? She took a step back, aiming for an unoccupied direction. Charge! As long as she ran in one direction, there must be places the game's graphics could not render. Time passed, and the sky darkened. Tang Ruan was utterly exhausted. Her legs gave way, and she collapsed. Help me, my dear wife! In the darkness, the little fox's cries for help echoed. Tang Ruan opened her eyes, helplessly gazing at the cave's ceiling. If the scheme fails, does the game simply restart? She slowly turned her gaze toward the cave entrance, only to suddenly catch sight of a pair of long, powerful legs. The man, clad in black athletic gear, bore patterns on his boots resembling scales. Exuding an exotic flair. As she looked higher, she noticed he wore only half armor, his 8-pack abs resembling neatly stacked bricks. His chest muscles were firm and full, radiating an overwhelming scent of male vitality that struck her face directly. She couldn't help but inhale deeply, feeling something welling up within her. Once again, she had stumbled upon something extraordinary. My dear wife, my dear wife, the little fox's cries pulled Tang Ruan back to reality. The little fox, bloodied, was being held aloft by the man, his grip resembling that of a claw, with prominent knuckles. She recognized that hand. Tang Ruan abruptly lifted her head to meet the man's enigmatic smile. His blood-red eyes squinting slightly, that my dear wife. Why not let me kill him today and fashion you a collar? No, absolutely not, Tang Ruan exclaimed instinctively. The man regarded her with incredulity, and for some inexplicable reason. She sensed a flicker of hurt in his gaze. Do you know what he did? Before the man could finish, his brow furrowed suddenly as the little fox bit down on his thumb. In pain, he loosened his grip, and the little fox swiftly broke free, positioning itself defensively in front of Tang Ruan, its back to her, assuming an aggressive stance, its fur bristling. That my dear wife, run. I will protect you. Tang Ruan was jolted awake. Woof, 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 woof. Hearing the barking of a dog, she recognized her boss was calling. Tang Ruan fumbled on the floor for her phone and answered. Hello. Tang Ruan. Where have you run off to? Abandoning work without notice? I have to dock your pay for 3 days, boss. I fainted. Silence ensued on the other end. Then take care of yourself at home and make sure nothing happens. Don't come to the office until you're completely well. Her boss sounded more anxious than she did. Yet she understood his concern was not genuine. Tang Ruan worked as a customer service representative at a pet supplies company, which had a total of 5 employees. Her boss, a shrewd man in his 40s who was constantly trying to start new ventures, was primarily concerned about potential work injuries resulting from her fainting at the office. After hanging up, Tang Ruan rose from the floor and walked to the water cooler to fill a cup. The cold water slid down her throat, but her mind was filled with images of blood flowing down. The injured little fox, and that terrifying man smiled. So, did the little fox perish? Did she, too, meet the same fate? However, that frightful man had referred to her as his dear wife. He had previously mentioned that he was her first beast husband. What does first beast husband even mean? A primary consort. Why would she seek out such a terrifying primary consort? Tang Ruan's thoughts spiraled wildly. She recalled that Yanqing had once said that beast husbands could not harm their wives. But he never explained why they couldn't. What if he defied that rule? A chill ran down her spine, and she quickly logged onto the game again. This time, she underwent a comprehensive examination and even visited a psychiatrist. Everything checked out. She was perfectly healthy. Don't stress too much. Dreaming is entirely normal. Tang Ruan held a hefty stack of test reports, finding a quiet restaurant to sit down that if both her body and mind were sound. Then perhaps the issue lay elsewhere? Never mind, perhaps she should consult a fortune teller first. Tang Ruan sent a smiley face. Fortune teller. A smiley face. Tang Ruan. Last time you mentioned I was facing a peach blossom tribulation. Does that mean once I pass it, everything will be fine? Since it is a tribulation, it can't last a lifetime. Can it? Exactly. The fortune teller offered no further insight, but his words were precious. Tang Ruan proactively sent a 100 yuan red envelope. A minute later, the fortune teller replied, the peach blossom tribulation, like the peach blossom tribulation, involves unfulfilled romantic experiences. Due to certain reasons, these relationships ultimately do not come to fruition, leading to heartbreak. However, rest assured, although it will be painful, it will eventually pass. The 100 yuan truly worked wonders, providing comfort. Tang Ruan smiled wryly. She knew well that her romantic luck was not promising, even in her dreams. Yet, she suddenly thought, if she no longer dreamed of those people from that world, wouldn't that also mean they never truly came together? She composed a short essay, recounting her recent experiences, and sent it to the master. Master, do you believe in another world? Of course. Parallel universes, folded spaces, time travel. These are all subjects humanity is still exploring that we cannot prove their existence, but we also cannot prove they do not exist. How could there be only one world among 3,000? Tang Ruan found his words incredibly persuasive, but so, is it possible that she had not encountered monsters or been ill? Perhaps she had merely traversed to another realm. Suddenly, she sprang to her feet, her eyes sparkling with hope. The restaurant owner jumped in surprise. Excuse me, is there something wrong? Tang Ruan awkwardly cleared her throat. Could I have the fish-flavored shredded pork rice, please? Quickly, thank you. Certainly. She was not mentally ill. How wonderful. However, the fortune teller suddenly hesitated. This time, Tang Ruan was proactive, sending another 100 yuan. The fortune teller continued. Once you pass your tribulation, your connection with the peach blossom over there will be completely severed. Tang Ruan was unafraid of the severance. She eagerly wished for it to happen immediately. To be honest, in the course of these past few days, she had developed genuine feelings for Yin Qing. Sometimes at work, she would find herself wondering what he was doing. In short, she was on the verge of falling in love. If in the end, she were to suffer heartbreak due to the man from her dreams, it would be far too regrettable. What if I changed my environment? Would that sever the connection? Tang Ruan speculated that perhaps the place she resided was merely the entryway to that world. You could give it a try. That evening, she booked a hotel on the top floor of the building where her company was located. The hotel was of average quality, but the rooftop provided a stunning view of the entire cityscape. As the autumn breeze gently caressed her face, memories flooded back in that moment. She felt an unparalleled sense of relief. After her father's death, her mother remarried, treating her like a burden, while her stepfather never showed her any kindness. She grew up feeling unloved. Yet after graduating, her mother, under the guise of love, demanded she send back support money, claiming how difficult it had been to raise her. Occasional displays of maternal concern ensnared the deeply starved Tang Ruan. Initially, it was 300, 500, gradually escalating to 3,000, 5,000, until they asked her to take out online loans to finance her younger brother's tutoring classes. Only then did Tang Ruan awaken to the reality and sever contact. But they were resourceful, finding her through various channels to the extent that she was forced to change jobs repeatedly. Eventually, she encountered her current shrewd boss, who adeptly dealt with such difficult individuals. Moreover, his company was small enough that reputation mattered little. Thus, she finally found a semblance of stability. Bang! Suddenly, an explosion echoed. Chapter 4. The groundhogs roared, the building's alarm blared, and a pungent, overwhelming odor wafted up from below. Tang Ruan glanced down but saw nothing, yet she was certain something had exploded within the building, just as she was about to flee downwards. Her phone rang. Guest, this is the hotel front desk. There has been an explosion in the kitchen on the 6th floor. Please do not exit your room. The fire department has already been notified. Under no circumstances should you use the elevator. Tang Ruan's company occupied the 8th floor, that on one occasion, unable to access the elevator, she descended the stairs and noticed the old cardboard boxes piled in the fire escape of the nearby restaurant. After hanging up the phone, she still felt a twinge of anxiety. Although the fire brigade was on its way, the flames spread rapidly. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Her boss was still on the 8th floor. Following his divorce, her boss had partitioned a room in the office for himself and his son, Dodo, who was just 4 years old. The little boy often played in the office, and his endearing nature shone through his willingness to share treats with the staff. Over the past year, Tang Ruan had watched Dodo grow. However, with such chaos unfolding, surely her boss would have heard the commotion. After a moment's reflection, she decided to call him, still uneasy, though he did not offer her triple overtime pay. It would be a tragedy if something happened to him. The call connected swiftly. Xiao Tang. What is it? Where are you, boss? Tang Ruan discerned the sounds of pets in the background. He was likely out negotiating with a pet shop again. Is there something urgent? What about Dodo? My son, her boss queried, puzzled. The restaurant downstairs exploded. There was a brief silence on the line, as if her words had just registered. Did I see? He swore, and the noise of overturned furniture echoed through the phone. How did you find out? I'm staying at the hotel above our company. Xiao Tang, the key to the company's main entrance is on top of the fire hydrant. Could you possibly? Her boss stammered, clearly flustered, perhaps believing his request was a bit excessive. That I'm heading over now. Dodo is innocent, and I actually quite like that child. Tang Ruan raced down the fire escape from the top floor to the 8th. The heat from the 6th floor had turned the 8th into a veritable furnace. She successfully retrieved the key from the fire hydrant and opened the door. Dodo was sprawled against the entrance, sobbing uncontrollably. Tang Ruan scooped him up, preparing to retrace her steps when bang! A deafening roar erupted, and the path she had just traversed was instantly engulfed in flames. With no choice left, she sprinted toward the opposite end of the corridor. Woof, 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 woof. At that moment, her phone rang, but Tang Ruan had no time to check it. She dashed to the end of the corridor, where a window stood ajar. If the fire brigade had already arrived, they could be saved. But the fire brigade had yet to make an appearance. In her frenzy, her phone slipped from her grasp, and her boss's desperate voice echoed through the line. Tang Ruan, you must save Dodo. I'll give you triple pay. No. I'll give you the company. I'll give you $1 million. You have to save him. I found Dodo, but we're trapped, Tang Ruan shouted, looking down. She saw her boss had appeared downstairs, attempting to rush up, just as the fire brigade arrived and restrained him. The firefighter spotted Tang Ruan and swiftly began inflating a rescue cushion, with one leg dangling out of the window. She waited for the cushion to fill with air before jumping. Suddenly, another deafening explosion rocked the building, and a massive wave of heat propelled her and Dodo outward. Instinctively, Tang Ruan shielded Dodo in her arms, thinking, surely, her luck couldn't be this dire. She couldn't possibly fall before the cushion was properly inflated, could she? Ah, Tang Ruan, are you all right? Tang Ruan was flipped over on the ground. She raised her hand to wipe the soot from her face and met the gaze of a pair of round, glimmering eyes. Tudo, yes, it's me. The chubby little girl with dark, glistening eyes placed her hands on her hips. The beasts over by the stream are dangerous. Why did you come to such a perilous place again? Tang Ruan sat up. My chickens are missing. They seem to have wandered into the forest. Forget those reckless chickens. Do you remember what today is? Coming-of-age ceremony. Tang Ruan asked knowingly. Yes, today is the coming-of-age ceremony. You look like this. Are you afraid someone will mistake you for a wife? Tang Ruan slowly rose, flashing a broad smile that revealed her pearly white teeth. Truth be told, she had considered that very notion. 3 years ago, after falling from a building, Tang Ruan had completely entered the beast realm. Upon awakening, she was pursued by a one-eyed wolf. In her flight, she fell into the stream within the cave valley and was rescued by a beast man who was the mother of Tudo. The cave valley, with its concealed entrance, had distanced itself from the conflicts of the beast realm, becoming a sanctuary for the groundhog beastmen, a veritable paradise amidst the turmoil of the beast world. Quickly wash up. Just as Tudo finished speaking, the sounds of the coming-of-age ceremony began to resonate in the distance. In no time, Hong Shu is coming too. I'll head over first. You wash up quickly and join me. Hong Shu was a male beast man whom Tudo admired, sturdy and dark, fitting the aesthetic of the groundhog beast men perfectly. In contrast, Tang Ruan's pale and slender appearance was deemed unhealthy by their standards. Regardless, she was merely there to make up the numbers. Tang Ruan, covered in volcanic mud, stood beside Tudo, perfectly accentuating her friend's beauty. Tudo was so vexed that her little eyes seemed ready to roll back in her head. In reality, the coming-of-age ceremony was not a marriage selection ritual. However, beastmen who held mutual affection often seized this opportunity to be together. When Tang Ruan fell, she had lied about her age for her own safety, claiming to be 15 and couldn't recall much else. After all, beastmen live for about 300 years, and their appearances did not change significantly for quite some time. Furthermore, since her arrival, she had indeed appeared somewhat younger than before. Tudo's mother was the chieftain of the groundhog tribe. She placed a red fruit, symbolizing maturity, atop Tudo's head. When it was Tang Ruan's turn, she smiled gently at her. The motherly beast, who had taken great care of Tang Ruan over the years, evoked a long-lost sense of maternal love within her. Mother. Mother. Tudo stealthily tugged at her mother's skirt, only to receive an eye roll in response. Impatiently, she asked, Why haven't I seen Hong Shu? Hong Shu is on watch duty and will be here shortly. When on watch duty, groundhog beastmen transformed into their beast forms, standing atop large stones to survey the surroundings. Just like that particularly popular meme from before, it was exactly the same. Even though Tang Ruan knew that the sounds they made were not a groundhog explosion, each time she thought about it, she couldn't help but imagine the sound in her mind. Just as Tang Ruan was lost in her thoughts, a colossal figure flew overhead, followed by a damp groundhog that was unceremoniously dropped to the ground. Chapter 5. She's trying to seduce you, Hong Shu. With Tudo's scream, a heavy thud resonated from nearby as a 2-meter-tall giant wolf turned back, revealing its gleaming white teeth. It growled lowly, slowly making its way toward the beastmen. All the groundhog beastmen stood frozen in shock. They had never witnessed such a scene. Many of the beastmen had never left the cave valley since birth. And the beasts from the Forest of Shadows were merely tales passed down through generations, with few having ever seen one. Moments later, the beastmen erupted into a groundhog explosion and fled in panic. Tang Ruan was knocked down by someone behind her as more giant shadows swept overhead and more giant wolves charged into the valley. Just as she was about to rise, a massive wolf paw landed on her abdomen. "Don't move, little female." The enormous wolf head loomed closer, its icy blue eyes gleaming with cold amusement. "Though you're filthy, a hungry wolf will eat anything." Outside the gathering place of the groundhog tribe, a stream flowed, then on the other side of the stream lay an unfathomable forest. The water in the stream was pleasantly warm, reaching around 50 degrees Celsius at noon. Tang Ruan had boiled hot spring eggs in it several times. The high temperature was unappealing to both beast men and wild animals, thus establishing a protective barrier that shielded the groundhog tribe from attacks by forest creatures at that moment. All the groundhog beast men were tossed into the stream. Tang Ruan was the last to be thrown in. The crystal-clear water instantly turned murky as she struggled to emerge. She found herself considerably cleaner. The wolf with icy blue eyes furrowed its brow at the sight. "Tang Ruan, are you hurt?" Tu Do cautiously edged closer, cradling Hong Shu in his beast form. "That I'm fine." "How is Hong Shu?" Hearing that Tang Ruan was unharmed, Tu Do sighed in relief. "Great, everyone is safe." She had been terrified when she saw Tang Ruan beneath the wolf's paw. Hong Shu just fainted from shock. "What about your second father?" Tang Ruan inquired. There were fewer than 40 members in the groundhog tribe, so it was easy to notice who was missing. Moreover, the second father was the one who had rescued Tang Ruan. "They took him away. They wanted him to lead them to the granary," Tu Do whispered. "Their target is the food." Tang Ruan's eyes darted around, and she realized why they hadn't simply bitten them to death. At least her life was temporarily spared. "If you dare to deceive me, I will end you." A roar echoed from a distant cave that a jolt of fear struck Tang Ruan's heart. Moments later, an irate brown wolf came rushing back. Clutching a limp groundhog in its jaws, with a fierce toss, it flung the groundhog into the air. However, the trajectory of its throw was not towards the stream. A second dad. Both Tu Do and Tang Ruan exclaimed in unison. In the next instant, a figure leaped dramatically from the water, catching the groundhog just before it hit the ground. Thud! Tu Do's mother, a corpulent figure, landed heavily on the earth. The nearby stream was already dotted with mud puddles. Splattering mud onto the brown wolf, the muscles around the wolf's jaws twitched as it growled, "I will kill you." Just as it spoke, it lunged to bite Tu Do's mother's neck. Suddenly, a low growl reverberated through the air. The teeth that had already latched onto Tu Do's mother's neck slowly retracted. The brown wolf cautiously glanced at the alpha wolf, lowering its posture and murmuring a few words into its ear. Tang Ruan suddenly recalled the rules of the beast world. Beastmen do not consume their own kind. It was said that infighting would invoke the curse of the beast god, and they must still hold some reverence for this. As Tang Ruan pondered, she raised her eyes to find 5 colossal wolves had transformed into human forms before her. She gazed at the man with silver-gray hair, ice-blue eyes, and a muscular physique. Instinctively taking a step forward, the man shot her a cold glance, completely different from her memories of him. Tang Ruan quickly stepped back, convincing herself that it could not be him. He had been so tender in her dreams. And there must be many wolves of this hue. Besides, she had been rather preoccupied that day and hadn't seen clearly. The man's icy gaze swept over the crowd as he spoke calmly. "I am Langley, the chief of the wolf tribe. Our hunting grounds have been ravaged by heavenly fire, and countless beasts have perished. That we have come here solely to acquire food and hope for your cooperation." Otherwise, his gaze inadvertently fell upon Tang Ruan's face, where he noticed her keen interest. "Dead beasts do not receive the beast god's protection," he declared loudly. This proclamation echoed a proverb, contrasting with the belief that infighting among beastmen would incur a curse. It implied that the deceased beastmen were of no concern to the beast god. When starvation reaches a certain point, who cares about such matters? Tang Ruan locked eyes with Langley, contemplating whether he might remember her. If the beast world existed, then all that had transpired in her dreams must indeed be real. Yet he seemed to not recognize her at all. "Brave warriors," Tu Do's mother said as she settled her beast husband and stepped forward. "My mate has already taken you to gather food. Is there anything you are dissatisfied with? Is this what you call food?" The brown wolf-turned youth retorted, pulling a sweet potato from his waist and taking a bite. "I want meat. Meat." Tang Ruan noticed a deep scar across his chest. Tu Do's mother replied unhurriedly, "Our tribe primarily consumes fruits and tubers, rarely indulging in meat. Hence," the brown wolf youth interrupted her, "don't lie to me. I can hardly hold back my urge to eat a person. With that, he transformed back into his wolf form. Langshi, Langley called softly, and Langshi quieted down. Admitting fault swiftly was his forte, yet he felt compelled to mention that others had indeed eaten meat here. Following Langley's command, Langshi and another black wolf sprinted deeper into the tribe. Tang Ruan suddenly recalled her missing chickens. Surely, they were responsible. She had 7 chickens, all bold creatures that loved to flit across the stream and frolic in the woods during the day. Returning to roost at night, Tang Ruan hoped her chickens had not decided to take an unexpected afternoon nap, for they would not suffice to sate these ravenous wolves. She turned her gaze back to Langley. He appeared not entirely unreasonable for a beastman, SA leader. He must possess a strong sense of belief, which might explain his repeated attempts to prevent his kin from feasting on beastmen. If they could not find meat, perhaps they would leave. Just as she contemplated this, a commotion erupted that an elder from the Groundhog tribe collapsed, followed closely by a 3-year-old beastman. Tang Ruan clenched her fists. Struggling to remain upright, as noon approached, the water temperature was on the rise. Her fair skin flushed a delicate pink amidst the wheat-colored skin of the beastmen, making her stand out conspicuously. Her hair, dampened by the mist, hung limply as she gazed at Langley, appearing tragically vulnerable. "Boss, that little female is trying to seduce you," a shorter wolfman suddenly remarked. Tang Ruan, on the verge of fainting, instantly regained her composure. She instinctively tugged at the animal skin draped over her. Langley remained silent, and almost simultaneously, both of them turned their gazes aside. "That I know where to find meat." Chapter 6. Taking them to feed the wild beasts, Tang Ruan stepped forward. "It's almost noon. The water temperature will rise to 50 degrees. Burns, heat stroke, dehydration, internal injuries. None of you will survive." Tang Ruan was uncertain whether Langley was aware of the situation, that if he did, then he was indeed boiling frogs in warm water. How cruel. "Are you going to take us there?" the shorter male beastman inquired, skepticism etched on his face. "Yes, I will take you there, but you must let them out first," Tang Ruan insisted, addressing Langley. Coincidentally, at that moment, Langshi and the Black Wolf returned. Langley instructed Langshi, "Go with her and check it out at no." Tang Ruan exclaimed, "It's too dangerous that if 2 people go, they definitely won't return." "Dangerous?" Langley's steely gaze fell upon her once more. Tang Ruan felt an invisible pressure compelling her to lower her head. The Valley of Shadows forest was home to many wild beasts. "Taking me along would only hinder you, at the very least. 3 people should accompany me." There were 5 of them. If she took 3, the remaining 2 would still have enough strength to resist whatever they planned against the Groundhog beastmen. Langley frowned slightly. Where there were wild beasts, there would also be prey. This was common knowledge among beastmen. That he nodded. "Langmo, Long Yu, you 2 bring the others out and keep watch." He turned to the shorter male beastman, Lang Feng Yu and Lang Chi. "Come with me." "Understood, boss." The 3 transformed into their beast forms, while Tang Ruan walked ahead of the 3 colossal wolves. "Tang Ruan." As they neared Tudo, she called out softly, filled with concern. Tang Ruan offered her a reassuring glance. "Don't worry, I will either satiate them or use them to feed the wild beasts in the Valley of Shadows." When Tang Ruan first arrived in the beast world, she had thought daily about how to return. During one of her explorations in the Valley of Shadows forest, she had once stumbled upon a 10-meter-long python entangled with a boar over 2 meters tall. Ultimately, the boar was gruesomely strangled to death. Tang Ruan, covered in volcanic mud, had barely escaped, as the well-fed python had deemed her a disgusting little jester unworthy of its attention. However, since that incident, she had never dared to return. Not long after the 4 entered the forest, they discovered that it was one of Tang Ruan's chickens. Before she could react, Langshi had already bitten it dead and swallowed it whole. The poor hen didn't even have a chance to squawk before meeting its end. Tang Ruan felt her legs weaken with fright. She thought to herself how brave Little Red Riding Hood truly was. "Indeed, there is food," Langshi exclaimed excitedly, then suddenly realized and looked towards Langley. Shouldn't the prey go to the tribe leader first? "He's so hungry, I forgot." Fortunately, Langley had grown up alongside them and was not one to hold grudges. His gaze shifted to the petite female beside him. "Can you make it?" Langley asked. Tang Ruan thought he was expressing concern upon seeing her trembling legs. She replied casually, "I'm fine, I can manage." "Then hurry up." Tang Ruan dashed forward, with several wolves trotting leisurely behind her. As they ventured deeper into the forest, the trees grew taller, and the light dimmed. When they reached a nearly pitch-black area, Tang Ruan halted, pointing toward the darkness ahead. This is the entrance to the Valley of Shadows forest, where you will find the prey you seek. 3 pairs of gleaming eyes shone in the darkness. Aren't you coming in with us? Longfeng's voice rang out, as a pair of yellow glowing eyes drew closer, hot breath wafting against Tang Ruan's neck. She instinctively shifted to the side, bumping against a furry wall. Tang Ruan, Langley said, "It's very dark inside. I can't see, and I would surely be eaten if I went in." Tang Ruan replied nervously, "Aren't the groundhog tribe excellent at seeing in the dark?" Langfeng pressed. Inching closer, Tang Ruan felt cornered and could only press herself against the furry wall. She glanced at the 2 points of ice blue light on the wall. This beast seemed oblivious to the need to shift aside. "I am not a groundhog beast man, that I accidentally fell in here and lost my memory. They rescued me and no wonder." Langshi suddenly spoke up, his tone laced with a hint of amusement. "You are quite beautiful. You cannot stay here," the wolf hunter coldly stated, "but I cannot see." Tang Ruan, still hoping to negotiate. "Sending them in is akin to delivering a meal to the colossal beasts. What does her entrance signify? A dessert after the main course? Absolutely not." The wolf hunter once again declined. Though it was merely 2 words, the overwhelming pressure of the powerful beast man silenced everyone, rendering them incapable of uttering another sound. After a brief pause, Tang Ruan proposed, "All right, then I shall take something inside, if that is permissible." She retrieved 2 stones from her waist, crouched down, and after some exploration, struck them together. With a crackle, sparks ignited a handful of dry straw, casting a flickering light around. From beneath the wolf hunter, Tang Ruan glimpsed the other side, where the thorns twisted together like a blade. She couldn't help but feel a jolt of fear, and no wonder she collided with him. Had he moved, she would likely have met her demise. Suddenly, she felt a surge of gratitude towards the wolf hunter. Sending him to his death seemed excessively cruel. However, in the next moment, a massive wolf paw extinguished the flames. "Heavenly fire! Heavenly fire!" It seemed Wolf Wind and Wolf Red were just as startled and had only now remembered to shout. "What are you trying to do?" the wolf hunter growled, baring his serrated white teeth. Tang Ruan fell to the ground in fright. "You wish to burn us alive?" The wolf hunter advanced a step, his claws resting upon her chest, sharp nails pressing against her neck. "No, if I wanted to burn you, I wouldn't survive either." Perhaps finding some logic in Tang Ruan's words, the wolf hunter retracted his claws. Gasping for breath, Tang Ruan recalled the wolf hunter mentioning that heavenly fire had caused casualties among their kin. She merely sought to scare them off, to dissuade them from bringing her inside. Such a thing. Never let it appear before me again. "All right." Tang Ruan obediently discarded the fire stones. "Then I shall wait for you here." "Come back." Before she could finish her sentence, the wolf hunter suddenly crouched beside her. "What do you mean?" Tang Ruan inquired, while Wolf Red and Wolf Wind were equally taken aback. Only the wives and the frail could mount the backs of the mighty beasts. Tang Ruan clearly did not fall into either category. Thus, the implication from the leader was that her weakness necessitated that, since she feared death, following them would be the safest course. So it's about weakness. A misunderstanding. Tang Ruan could find no other justification, and thus complied, climbing onto his back. Upon entering the vast cavern, she truly felt as if she had stepped into the depths of the Shadow Valley forest. The air was warm and humid, perfectly suited for reptiles and burrowing creatures that in certain areas. Beams of light streamed down, even brighter than outside. "Leader, this place resembles the cave we once inhabited," Wolf Red exclaimed with excitement. "Stay vigilant," the wolf hunter cautioned. Upon reaching a fork in the path, 2 caverns appeared before them. "Little female, which way shall we go?" the wolf hunter inquired. "The left," Tang Ruan replied without hesitation, for it was there she had encountered the giant python and wild boars. The wolf hunter suddenly let out a cold laugh. "Did you not just claim you could see nothing?" Chapter 7. Sensing her scheme, Tang Ruan asserted, "The light here is somewhat better." The wolf hunter could not be bothered to expose her lie. "Wolf Red, Wolf Wind, you shall take the right, and I will go left." "Yes, yes." Wolf Red and Wolf Wind trusted their leader implicitly, harboring no concerns about his solo venture. The only one uneasy was Tang Ruan. "As the leader of your clan, do you not take anyone along?" Perhaps we should all proceed together. The creatures here are formidable. I do not wish to perish here. Tang Ruan swore these were heartfelt words. Initially, she had intended to take advantage of his distraction to end his life, but later reconsidered, hoping instead to escape. Was her life truly in jeopardy here? Woe is me. Tang Ruan buried her head in the nape of the wolf hunter's neck, striving to minimize her presence. The beasts cannot see me, cannot see me, cannot see me. That if they must bite, let it be him, not me. That if they must bite, let it be him, not me. You spoke aloud, the wolf hunter remarked. Do you seem to lack confidence in me? Tang Ruan retorted. Before she could finish her sentence, she felt something fall from above. Wolf hunter. Tang Ruan's warning fell short, as the wolf hunter had already leapt aside, springing into action to seize the falling object with a fierce bite. Tang Ruan could hardly discern what it was, only that it resembled a particularly thick snake, to be by the time she realized. The creature had already been tossed into a well-lit area, writhing a few times before going still. It truly is a python. It bore a resemblance to the one she had encountered 3 years prior. Could it be the offspring of that very python? This would imply that this cave had transformed into a python's den. To seemingly validate her thoughts, more snakes began to fall from above, all thick and lengthy. The only action Tang Ruan could take was to grip the wolf hunter's fur tightly, clinging to his waist to avoid falling. Minutes passed before the wolf hunter remarked, "If you do not loosen your grip, I shall be left bald." Hearing the wolf hunter's slightly fatigued breaths amidst the silence, Tang Ruan sheepishly released her hold and climbed down from him. The moment she touched the ground, she felt a sticky sensation beneath her feet. Without needing to think, she already knew what it was. There was no water in this cave. As she took another step, she inadvertently stepped onto something round and slippery. She bit her lip, suppressing a scream. Tang Ruan was both in awe of and terrified by the wolf hunter. Having traversed the beast realm for 3 years, she had never encountered such a formidable beastman, and this powerful individual currently stood in opposition to her. "Help me carry the prey over," the wolf hunter commanded, already having transformed back into human form, tossing several pythons onto his shoulder. Tang Ruan could only brace herself to assist. However, the pythons were far heavier than she had anticipated. She had barely dragged one over when the others were already piled by the wolf hunter. He extended a hand toward the prey, and in an instant, it all vanished. Spatial manipulation. He possesses the ability. Tang Ruan recalled hearing from Mama Potato that only a select few beastmen had such powers. When she had crossed over, she had also acquired a unique ability to determine which herbs to use based on ailments and to discern their effects upon sight. She had utilized this ability to create an insect-repelling belt and a balm for insect bites, as she had nearly perished from mosquito bites upon her arrival. Beyond that, since most herbs grew in perilous forests and the cave valley enjoyed a temperate climate with minimal illness, she had not employed her ability since. Keep up. Seeing the wolf hunter advance several steps ahead, Tang Ruan hurriedly followed like a little tail. Upon exiting the cave, Wolf Red and Wolf Wind awaited them outside, seated atop a gigantic python nearly a meter in diameter. Lounging casually, it turned out that the mother snake resided in another cave, and this chamber was likely her nursery. With this realization, they deemed themselves quite fortunate, and Tang Ruan inexplicably felt a sense of relief. "Leader, why are you so slow? Did you lag behind to protect the little female?" Wolf Red asked playfully. Just as Tang Ruan was about to deny it, the wolf hunter interjected. "She was on my back. I didn't dare leap too quickly, ditto." The two beastmen simultaneously emitted a knowing sound that if you were slower than others, do not use her as an excuse. She firmly believed that with so many snakes around, his speed could not be significantly hindered by her presence. "The sun is setting. We must hasten our return." As the wolf hunter spoke, he stored the large snake in his spatial realm, transforming back into a giant wolf, lowering himself to signal Tang Ruan to mount once more. This time, Tang Ruan quickly found a comfortable position. Remembering his earlier comment that her grip was nearly making him bald, she hesitated, ultimately resting her hand on his furry ears. "What is the matter, leader? Why have we not departed?" Wolf Wind called from ahead. "Coming." The 3 colossal wolves raced swiftly through the forest. Several times, Tang Ruan felt they would crash into a tree, yet in the blink of an eye, the scenery shifted. He was indeed moving far quicker than before. However, the ears she clutched grew increasingly warm, almost hot to the touch. She wondered if she was inadvertently causing him discomfort. But surely, if she were, he would speak up. Upon their return, the wolf clan released the groundhog beastmen and tossed a piece of snake meat to Tang Ruan. "This is your reward," the wolf hunter stated impassively. Tang Ruan held the bloody piece of snake meat delicately, placing it on the ground with a twitch of her lips. "You really need not be so courteous. I intend for my clan to settle here, so please inform them to allocate half of the cave for us. Tomorrow morning, other beastmen will arrive." Without needing Tang Ruan to relay the message, the wolf hunter's voice reached all the groundhog beastmen. Though the wolf clan did not restrict their freedom, the groundhog tribe instinctively clustered together, feeling it offered greater security. "Half. Then where shall we reside? To think that there are still wolf orcs among us. How are we to survive?" Esteemed chieftain, Mama Potato stepped forward. "For generations, we have thrived in this small area. Although the fruit trees flourish here, there is a lack of prey. The forest beyond the creek is far more suitable for your kind to inhabit. Henceforth, my tribe shall not cross the creek even a single step. We will maintain our respective territories. What do you think of this arrangement?" This was the best solution that Mama Potato could conceive, for they were no match for the wolf tribe. "Umph," Wolf Hunter suddenly sneered. "The great beasts of the valley forest are ferocious, and the forest beyond is rife with venomous insects and thorns. Dwelling there is indeed perilous. Two of my kin have already been bitten by the venomous insects." As he spoke, his gaze fell upon Tang Ruan. The smooth, fair skin of the young female showed no signs of harm. Could it be that these insects have a preference for the thick-skinned males? Moreover, he himself had not been bitten, which made it all the more curious. Tang Ruan, feeling guilty, licked her lips. She had indeed forgotten about the insects, that it was truly her fault for wearing a pest-repelling belt during her first visit. As the bugs had never bothered her, alas, she had spent too long in the forest. "What are you thinking about?" Wolf Hunter suddenly inquired. Tang Ruan, I wasn't thinking of anything." Wolf Hunter twitched his nose, as if he had caught a whiff of her scheme. Tang Ruan froze for half a second, then took a step back. Wolf Hunter abruptly advanced a step, reaching out to pull her into his embrace. Chapter 8, Were Your Eyes Wandering? Wolf Hunter's strong arm encircled her waist as he bent down, his nose brushing against her shoulder as he gently inhaled her scent. Tang Ruan. Instantly, her entire face flushed crimson. Reflexively, she pushed against him, but he remained unmoved. "Don't move." Wolf Hunter's magnetic voice resonated beside her ear. "Unless you feel guilty." Tang Ruan. Tang Ruan did not heed his words. She initially exerted force, then switched to using both hands to push against him continuously. Yet, it was evident that no matter how she struggled, he did not budge. The disparity in strength between males and females was simply too great. Strangely, she found herself recalling that dream, where the man had exhibited similar dominance. How could she still be thinking of such things at a time like this? Wolf Hunter's nose slid down her shoulder, lightly sniffing along her body. However, apart from the brief contact with her shoulder, he maintained a distance of over 10 centimeters from her. Yet, the more he kept his distance, the more intimate it felt. Even more alarming was the fact that Wolf Hunter stood with his back to the groundhog orcs, his imposing stature completely shielding Tang Ruan from view, and no one could see what he was truly doing. Consequently, the expressions of the groundhog orcs were a mixture of shock and disbelief. Mama Potato. Tang Ruan is sacrificing her modesty to protect our tribe. How touching. Potato. Aw. Tang Ruan is going to be eaten. The wolf surely prefers those without fur. No, I must save her. If not for Sweet Potato and Potato's 5 brothers holding her back, Potato would have already rushed to snatch Tang Ruan from the wolf's jaws. Thankfully, events did not unfold as she had feared. Just then, Wolf Hunter gently tugged at a grass rope tied around Tang Ruan's waist, pulling it free. From the moment this young female had approached him, he had detected a peculiar scent of fresh grass emanating from her. Initially, he had assumed it was a unique trait of her kin. However, after spending the day in her presence, he found her scent to be the most delightful. She smells good even without it. The wolf tribe possesses an acute sense of smell, and he unconsciously inhaled deeply. This is the secret to why the insects do not bite you. His large palm cradled the delicate pest-repelling belt, as if he were cradling her very life. Tang Ruan candidly admitted, I simply did not realize that your wolf tribe, despite its prowess, would also fear such insignificant insects. That hardly sounded like the truth. Wolf Hunter's lips curled into a slight smirk. He did not believe her fibs, If she claimed she merely forgot, he would be even less inclined to accept it. Tang Ruan lowered her gaze, choosing not to elaborate further. "Make 4 more of these for me." Wolf Hunter clasped his hands together and turned to leave. Once he had departed, the groundhog orcs crowded around. "Tang Ruan, are you all right?" Potato immediately rushed forward, enveloping Tang Ruan in a warm embrace. The plump potato stood at a mere 1.50 meters. Tang Ruan couldn't help but reach out to pat her head. "Tang Ruan, don't make them. They are invading our territory, and they should be left to the insects," one orc declared. "Yes, we cannot give them anything." However, if they did not comply, the wolf tribe would surely trouble Tang Ruan. Potato suggested, "How about we make a few fakes?" "Nonsense." Mama Potato's furious roar silenced all the orcs. Mama Potato grasped Tang Ruan's hand, her eyes brimming with hopeful light. "Tang Ruan, you must make them, and you must do it with utmost sincerity." The groundhog tribe, having been weak for so many years, had lived in hiding. Whether they could rely on the powerful wolf tribe to revitalize their own clan depended entirely on Tang Ruan. The following morning, more than a dozen wolf orcs entered the Burrow Valley. Sweet Potato stood atop a large stone, broadcasting live. 2 females, 6 cubs, and 2 elders were brought in, along with one more who appeared frail and weak. Potato's second father, while massaging Mama Potato's shoulders, remarked, "I had suspected as much." Mama Potato squinted her eyes in delight. If the wolf tribe were still as formidable as before, they would not have set their sights on a place like ours. The Burrow Valley was a paradise of abundance for the groundhog orcs. Yet for the wild wolves that roamed the wilderness, it was merely a larger cage. The greatest advantage of the Burrow Valley lay in its concealment, making it difficult for outsiders to discover, thus providing a sanctuary for recuperation. So, do we still have a chance to reclaim our land? Potato's second father inquired. Last night, all the groundhog orcs had relocated to the granary, further distancing themselves from the valley forest. However, the caves here were limited, and the makeshift dwellings were quite uncomfortable. During the day, they congregated outside. Rather than reclaiming their land, it would be more prudent to devise a way for them to expand their territory. Mama Potato said, glancing at Tang Ruan. Tang Ruan understood. With the wolf tribe equipped with pest-repelling belts, they might soon discover that the forest was more suitable for their habitation. At that point, they would vacate the groundhog's territory. She quickened her pace. "The deal, you want to measure the waist of their chieftain?" Mama Potato suddenly asked. Tang Ruan, "No need. I will make it longer." She felt it best to avoid provoking him. Yet, the image of the man's well-defined abs surfaced in her mind. His waist must be long enough. "Never mind. I will make it longer, just in case." The result was that Tang Ruan used up all her materials and could only produce 3 belts. Wolf Hunter held the 3 belts, which were nearly the same height as him. Lost in contemplation, "Am I merely a ball in your eyes? Your beast form is tall and powerful. Naturally, your waist would be a bit thicker." He chuckled awkwardly. Hearing her compliment, Wolf Hunter's expression softened somewhat. "Cut them open and first give them to the females and cubs," but he tossed the 3 belts to Wolf Chi. "All right." Wolf Chi accepted them and leaned closer. "Young female, do you want to measure my waist first?" He pointed to his abs. Tang Ruan noticed that one of his abdominal muscles was swollen and bruised from an insect bite. Suddenly, a remedy recipe flashed through her mind. "What are you looking at?" Wolf Hunter's serious voice startled her, and nothing. She would never divulge the method of detoxification. He deserved to suffer for a few more days. "That I lack materials and need to gather some from the nearby forest," Tang Ruan said. The wolf tribe had occupied the only path to the forest, and she deemed it necessary to greet them. "That I will accompany you," Wolf Hunter declared. "I need more. I want to make one for each wolf orc." Yesterday, he had not considered this thoroughly. Today, he realized that apart from the venomous insects, there were no particularly dangerous animals in the nearby forest, making it quite suitable for the cubs to play and train. For the wolf tribe to thrive, they could not rely solely on the few males to sustain the tribe. They needed to quickly raise a formidable next generation. "All right, but," she had just begun to say, "but we do not have pest-repelling belts and cannot venture deep into the forest. We may not be able to gather enough materials." Suddenly, she noticed that the belt Wolf Hunter had taken yesterday was now wrapped around his wrist. Coiled thrice and knotted tightly, her belt, worn on his wrist, fit him surprisingly well. Fine. With Wolf Hunter accompanying her, Tang Ruan boldly ventured deeper into the forest. As they walked, she discovered, "This is useful. This is useful. This is also useful." Tang Ruan felt as if she were surrounded by piles of gold, continuously plucking herbs. This treats rheumatism and colds. This one is excellent for bruises. She proclaimed, this is the sacred ground for gathering. The wolf hunter observed her, realizing she could barely hold onto the herbs, that he proactively assisted her by stowing the herbs into her space. Crouching beside her, he plucked a small herb that mirrored the one in Tang Ruan's hand, lowered his head to inhale its fragrance, concluding that it likely wasn't a material needed for the belt. Chapter 9. Truly well-protected Tang Ruan. I've been discovered, yet I can die without admitting it. Once the herbs were mixed together, their aroma would undoubtedly alter. She was neither justified nor emboldened, yet her hands did not cease their movement. Did I ask that so? The wolf hunter chuckled, eyeing her profile. This little female seemed quite knowledgeable about herbs. If his memory served him correctly, the herb in his grasp possessed hemostatic properties that he had witnessed a shaman utilize this herb for healing ailments. Yet sadly, the shaman of the wolf tribe had already passed away. Feeling his scrutinizing gaze upon her, Tang Ruan abruptly turned her head, meeting his gaze with unwavering determination. Yes, their noses nearly collided. The wolf hunter turned his face away, cleared his throat, and said, it's still early. I'll accompany you. Take your time to gather more. Tang Ruan, taken aback by their proximity, thought he might devour her. Was that all he wanted to say? Is this person unwell? She rubbed her slightly flushed cheeks and resumed her task. In the end, having gathered an abundance of herbs, the wolf hunter escorted Tang Ruan back. Along the way, she encountered many unfamiliar faces, mostly women and children. Elderly individuals lounged at the cave entrance, sunbathing, their skeletal frames occasionally coughing death. So, had all the other males in their tribe perished, were only these 5 left? Tang Ruan unconsciously glanced at the wolf hunter's profile, recalling a documentary she had watched that stated wolves prioritized sharing food with the female wolves, their cubs, and the elderly. Was it the same for the wolf tribe's beastmen? In a world where the strong prey upon the weak, the latter would be swiftly eliminated. Yet within the wolf tribe, the ones who survived the most were, surprisingly, the weak. The wolf hunter and his companions truly provided excellent protection. Suddenly, she felt that he was indeed a person of great responsibility. Mama! Is that the groundhog beast man? A scruffy-haired little boy suddenly leaped out from the cave where she once resided, pointing at Tang Ruan. Startled, Tang Ruan immediately noticed a tall, gaunt female beastman following him. That don't shout so loudly. The female beastman scrutinized Tang Ruan from head to toe, a slight smile curling her lips. After Tang Ruan returned the smile, she belatedly realized why she was smiling at the person who had tried to take her home. The wolf hunter placed the herbs at the entrance of Tang Ruan's new cave. I need these urgently. If I finish weaving the belt before tonight, I can find someone to assist you. That he spoke in a mildly commanding tone, that he had meticulously studied the belt. The weaving method was quite simple. Yet discerning which herbs were used was challenging. She had spent an entire night weaving the previous 3 belts, partly due to the length and somewhat influenced by her emotions. Just as Tang Ruan was about to refuse, Potato Mama emerged from the cave. Rest assured, we will assist Tang Ruan. Then thank you in advance. I will bring compensation. Should you require anything, feel free to seek me out. Potato Mama nodded slightly. After the wolf hunter departed, Potato Mama gathered everyone to help. Beastmen, who typically depended on plants and fruits for sustenance, were quite adept at identifying flora. They quickly sorted the herbs they had brought back and began weaving alongside Tang Ruan. Tang Ruan, how did I not know you possess shamanic skills? Potato inquired. Did I in the beast world, medical practices were often regarded as a form of shamanism. Tang Ruan chuckled awkwardly. I do not know. Perhaps my previous tribe had a shaman. Suddenly, it all came flooding back to her. Potato nodded in trust. Indeed, you still do not know what your beast form is. It seems we must wait until you become the matriarch. Why would I learn my beast form upon becoming the matriarch? Tang Ruan asked, puzzled. The females weaving with her erupted into laughter, while the males drying herbs at a distance cleared their throats in embarrassment. Potato leaned closer to Tang Ruan's ear. I heard it's quite thrilling. Potato! Potato Mama shot her a reproachful glare, yet soon smiled. During dinner, everyone sat together, gnawing on sweet potatoes. Red Sweet Potato looked despondently at the sweet potato in hand. Do I have to keep eating this until the fruits ripen? The reason the groundhog tribe had established their granary here was due to the caves being shaded, making it convenient for food storage. However, the fruit trees here, naturally, did not fare well. You can eat mine. Little Potato blinked innocently, offering his potato in exchange. Red Sweet Potato took a bite of the potato and planted a kiss on Little Potato's cheek. This is far tastier than sweet potatoes. Love-struck Red Sweet Potato could find delight in potatoes, unlike Tang Ruan, who longed for her chickens. Previously, she had at least 2 eggs daily to supplement her protein intake. Suddenly, she spotted a piece of snake meat hanging from a tree branch. After the blood had dried, it looked quite appetizing. It was not out of the question. Tang Ruan started a fire and set up a pot. The pot was a large, concave stone she had found by the creek last year. In the midst of last night's chaos, she had even enlisted Red Sweet Potato's help to carry it over, highlighting its significance to her. Next, she boiled water, cut the meat, and removed the blood foam. Several groundhog beast men, lured by the aroma, rushed over. I asked that you. Are you making that? Last year, Tang Ruan's chicken had been killed by a weasel, prompting her to tearfully prepare a pot of potato chicken stew. That evening, the entire tribe had come to her home for a meal. The groundhog tribe did not abstain from meat. Rather, fruits were easier for them to obtain, and meat was found in the fearsome forest. Tang Ruan nodded. Yes, please bring some more potatoes. All right. Immediately, a beast man went to the granary and returned with a pile of potatoes, helping her cut them into small pieces with a stone knife, which they tossed into the pot. Once it was nearly done, Tang Ruan extinguished the fire and retrieved her secret ingredient, a small pouch of salt. The stream water was salty, while the water they typically drank came from spring wells in the mountains. Tang Ruan sprinkled the salt made from stream water into the pot. Under the chemical reaction of the salt, the fragrance spread throughout the entire tribe like it possessed legs. The beast men formed a line, holding large leaves folded into bowls, ready to serve themselves. Naturally, they did not take without giving. Some exchanged other foods, while others, having eaten their fill, helped out as Tang Ruan was about to fetch another bowl. She suddenly noticed that all the beast men had vanished. Tang Ruan. Instinctively, she glanced to her right, only to see all the groundhog beast men lined up against the wall, resembling chastised schoolchildren. Little female, the chief sent me to fetch the belt. Hearing the voice, Tang Ruan turned left to see Wolf Chi holding a chicken in his left hand and resting his right hand on his hip, grinning at her. Chicken. That's the chicken I raised. I thought it had already been eaten. Seeing her staring intently at the chicken he held, Wolf Chi brought it closer to her. Do you want this? Tang Ruan boldly nodded that if you want it. Then take it, he declared with a generous smile. Really? I didn't expect him to be so accommodating. Of course. But what's in that pot? Let me have a taste. He gulped, the fragrance wafting all the way to the wolf tribe. Certainly. Tang Ruan immediately dashed into the depths of the cave, retrieving her treasured large wooden bowl, filling it generously with soup and meat. Wolf Chi received it, saying, thanks. He stuffed the chicken into Tang Ruan's arms. Since you took my chicken, I'll keep the sheep the chief promised you. My sister has cubs waiting for their meal. Tang Ruan. Wait. What sheep? Henty Wolfhunter mentioned he would bring compensation. Before Tang Ruan could react, Wolf Chi had already slung the little lamb he had tossed aside over his shoulder and turned to leave. Tang Ruan. Is it too late to regret now? The well-fed groundhog beastmen returned to their caves to rest. With little in the way of entertainment, the beastmen retired early. Only Potato and Red Sweet Potato remained outside the cave, counting stars and chatting about the moon. As Tang Ruan watched their retreating figures, drowsiness enveloped her, and she was on the verge of sleep when a sudden shriek pierced the night. In an instant, she was lifted from the ground. How dare you poison me? I will kill you. Chapter 10. Only the beast husband may touch. Tang Ruan raised her hand, gripping the one that constricted her throat, struggling to utter a syllable. Let go. The hand seemed to be pricked by something, suddenly loosening its grip. Before she could catch her breath, she was seized by the shoulder and slammed against the wall. Her back collided heavily with the stone surface, pain radiating through her spine to her throat. Tears blurred her vision, and in the darkness, she could only see a pair of brown-yellow eyes. Wolf Chi, do you think my wolf tribe would hesitate to kill you? His voice was urgent. Hesitate. Tang Ruan was so enraged that she found it amusing. They had driven all the groundhog orcs into water that reached a scorching 50 degrees, resulting in numerous orcs suffering from heat stroke and severe burns. The blisters on their skin had yet to subside. They had attempted to kill them several times, even threatening to devour them. How could she doubt their resolve? It was the groundhog people who were too naive. believing that relinquishing their territory would spare them from the Wolf clan's wrath. Little did they expect such a treacherous ambush. What utter depravity! Upon witnessing the mockery in Tang Ruan's eyes, Wolf Chi's gaze flickered momentarily, as if deep in thought. Then, he glared at her with eyes full of rage that it was indeed she who had poisoned them. That evening, he had taken the food she provided back to his sister's cub. Xingxing. Xingxing had even shared some with Wolf Yu's father next door to by midnight. Both Xingxing and Wolf Yu's father had succumbed to the fire toxin. The cubs and the elder beasts alike were not spared. How malicious! Wolf Chi unsheathed his claws and lunged for Tang Ruan's throat. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from outside the cave. "Let go of my mother! Sweet potato! Let go of sweet potato!" Tang Ruan, fueled by an unknown courage, shouted at Wolf Chi. "What are you doing? What are we doing?" Wolf Chi replied with a sinister grin as he yanked her from the cave and threw her onto the ground. "Nothing could be more vile than your poisoning." Poisoning? Tang Ruan raised her head from the ground. "Are you all right, Tang Ruan? We've given you the cave. What more do you want? How can you be so certain we are the ones who poisoned you?" The voice of a groundhog orc reached her ears. Tang Ruan suddenly realized. What poison? Who poisoned whom? She anxiously glanced at Wolf Chi. "Tang Ruan, this pack of wolves is intent on exterminating us, insisting that you poison them. We ate the snake meat too. If it were poisoned, wouldn't we all be dead?" A groundhog orc remarked. Tang Ruan understood. She looked back at Wolf Chi. "So, someone from the Wolf clan ate the food I provided and fell ill?" "Ah!" Wolf Chi crouched down, gripping Tang Ruan's chin and forcing her to meet his gaze. "The boss was right. You are indeed the descendant of a shaman. Shamans are not only skillful in healing, but also adept at poisoning." They witnessed her manipulating heavenly fire in the forest that day. For a shaman capable of controlling heavenly fire, poisoning must be a trivial matter. They were simply too careless. Tang Ruan surveyed her surroundings. Wolf Mo and Wolf Feng had encircled the groundhog orcs, while Wolf Yu stood beneath a tree, where all the capable male members of the groundhog clan were suspended. This was clearly a calculated and premeditated act, seemingly sanctioned by Wolf Hunter. How foolish she had been to once think of him as a reasonable chieftain. Release them, and I can save him. Tang Ruan knew that proving her innocence was futile. Saving the lives of those orcs was her priority. "Now you admit it?" Wolf Chi growled fiercely that I will not grant you another opportunity to approach my family. Wolf Yu glanced over. "Wolf Chi, my father." In an instant, Wolf Chi transformed into his beast form and let out a low growl, silencing Wolf Yu. He then reverted to human form and crouched before Tang Ruan. Suddenly, Tang Ruan noticed that the wound from the poisonous insect on Wolf Chi's body appeared to be festering. A spark of realization struck her. Was the fire toxin he mentioned actually a fever? An allergic reaction from insect bites could indeed lead to a fever. Just as she was about to share this thought with Wolf Chi, he stood up and swiftly approached the groundhog orcs, seizing a younger male beast and tossing it at Tang Ruan's feet. "That I will make a cut on this cub, that if you cannot save my family before its blood runs dry, I will bury you all alongside them," he declared, revealing his sharp claws. The young male beast, terrified, immediately transformed into beast form. Tang Ruan instinctively lunged forward, and at the same moment, Wolf Chi swiped with his claws. The sharp edge severed a lock of Tang Ruan's long hair. Wolf Chi's eyes widened in disbelief. That in an instant, a gust of wind surged, knocking Wolf Chi to the ground. That the earth trembled. Tang Ruan's severed hair floated gently to the floor. That a massive silver-gray wolf stood protectively in front of her, the moonlight illuminating its silky fur. Its ice-blue eyes resembled ancient glaciers. "What are you doing?" Its voice was deeper than when in human form. Tang Ruan recognized him as Wolf Hunter. He was unaware of Wolf Chi's actions. How splendid! There was still room for negotiation. "Boss," Wolf Yu stepped forward. "This female poisoned Xingxing and my father with fire toxin." Wolf Hunter turned his gaze toward Tang Ruan. She lay on the ground, cradling a groundhog, her large, glistening eyes filled with fear. "That I did not. You must believe me." Her voice trembled as she pointed at Wolf Chi, her fingers shaking uncontrollably. That he bore the marks of insect bites. He might have brought the poisonous insects back. Some individuals experience allergic reactions after being bitten, leading to persistent fevers. Fever, heat, coma. She was uncertain whether Wolf Hunter could comprehend her words, but she had to seize the opportunity to clarify. everything at once. He was the only one who could save them now. But you gave us the insect-repelling belts? Wolf Hunter countered. Tang Ruan paused, perplexed as to why the belts had suddenly failed. Wolf Chi suddenly had a realization and stepped back to Tang Ruan. Wolf Hunter's gaze followed him, wary of him attacking the young female again. That's so? You intentionally gave us fake belts to bring about our demise. Tang Ruan shook her head vigorously. That I truly do not know. But I can assure you that the poisonous insects can indeed cause fevers, and I have a way to treat it that I will not allow her to attempt it. Wolf Hunter interrupted, cutting off Wolf Chi. Boss, we cannot let her go. She is too dangerous. Have you forgotten? She can manipulate heavenly fire. Our territory was burned down by heavenly fire. Tang Ruan was oblivious to what Wolf Hunter had conveyed to them. But it was evident that in the eyes of the Wolf clan, she was perceived as a wicked witch, unless Wolf Chi's gaze fell again upon the trembling little groundhog in her arms. Tang Ruan watched him nervously. Suddenly, two faint buzzing sounds interrupted her thoughts. She looked down to find a wasp at her feet. She squinted slightly and swiftly grabbed the wasp, pressing it against her arm. Hiss! The wasp's stinger pierced her skin, causing Tang Ruan to nearly jump in pain. Moments later, her skin swelled as if filled with water. The poisonous insect thrived on blood, and the insect-repelling belt would diminish its appetite. However, if provoked, it would still attack. Tang Ruan moved her hand away, revealing her tender white arm, now swollen and red. The wasp was crushed beyond recognition, leaving no trace of whether it was the insect that had stung her. Noticing the shock in Wolf Hunter's eyes, Tang Ruan took his paw and placed it on her delicate arm. The scalding heat radiated from her skin into his palm. The inner side of her arm was the softest part of a female's body. Only a beast husband could touch. How could she allow this? Chapter 11. With me here, no one dares to harm you. Tang Ruan felt his sharp fingertips retract slightly, that a triumphant smile graced her lips. He believed her. She turned back to grasp Wolf Chi's paw. The poisonous insects must have been startled, leading them to attack the beasts. Why had the insect-repelling belts failed? Was the illness among the Wolf clan caused by the poisonous insects? None of this mattered. What was crucial was convincing the Wolf clan that this incident had nothing to do with the Groundhog clan. Follow me. Wolf Hunter interrupted Tang Ruan's actions, positioning himself between her and Wolf Chi, his towering figure blocking Wolf Chi completely. Boss. Are my words of no consequence? Wolf Hunter bellowed, and the four wolf beasts lowered their heads, too afraid to meet his gaze. His leniency toward them in the past had emboldened them to act without his consent. He surveyed the surroundings. Until the situation is clarified, no harm shall come to any groundhog orc. Release the beasts from the trees and let them return to their caves to rest, Wolf Hunter ordered. He gestured for Tang Ruan to climb onto his back. Wolf Chi suddenly lifted his head, defiantly exclaiming, Boss, are you not simply seeking to take this little female as your mate? For her sake. You disregard your own kin. He had discerned that the boss had an interest in this little female and was deliberately hiding it from him. Upon hearing this, Tang Ruan realized that only a mate could ride upon a male beast's back. Thus, as she climbed halfway, she found herself awkwardly suspended, grasping Wolf Hunter's fur, hanging around his neck. Wolf Hunter, get up there! Wolf Hunter ignored Wolf Chi once Tang Ruan was on his back. He leaped onto a larger rock. Surveying the crowd from above, the Wolf clan was in dire straits, and he had stepped up to become the new chieftain, yet many among them were discontent. However, they had forged an unbreakable bond of trust through shared trials. Thus, he had never used his authority as chieftain to suppress his kin. Little did he expect them to dare to act against his orders and ambush the groundhog orcs. His leniency had been their downfall. Those who defy the Wolf King's decree shall be exiled from the clan. The howls of the wolves reverberated through the valley, causing the creatures within to tremble in fear. The decree of the Wolf King was the highest command issued by the leader of the Wolf clan. Those who dared to defy it would find no opportunity for reprieve. Having spoken, he turned and sprinted toward the territory of the wolves. Wolf Hunt, accompanied by Tang Ruan, arrived at the cave where she had once dwelled. A tall, slender she-wolf was slapping the face of her unconscious cub as Tang Ruan approached. The she-wolf turned, alert, and instantly transformed into a light brown giant wolf, lunging towards Tang Ruan. Wolf Moon, with the swiftness of lightning. Wolf Hunt grasped Tang Ruan's shoulder and pulled her aside. Upon hearing his voice, Wolf Moon reverted back to her human form, her gaze fixed on the hand Wolf Hunt had placed on Tang Ruan's shoulder. scrutinizing it with a discerning eye. She is here to assist us. Wolf Moon seemed to place considerable trust in Wolf Hunt. Acknowledging his words, she stepped aside. Tang Ruan hurried to examine the cub. The cave she had once inhabited had a skylight, and with the moonlight streaming in, she discovered several marks of venomous insect bites on the cub's neck. She touched its forehead, and a method of treatment flashed through her mind. I need to return for some supplies, she said to Wolf Hunt. Very well, I shall accompany you. As they made their way back, the groundhog beast man had already been returned to the cave, yet 4 wolf beasts remained stationed at the entrance. Leader, how is Xing Xing? Wolf Feather approached with concern. Wolf Hunt glanced at Tang Ruan. It is a high fever caused by insect bites. I will gather medicine for him, and he will soon recover. Noticing Wolf Feather's intense gaze, which suggested he had something to say, she assumed he doubted her. Grabbing his hand, she placed it on her own arm. Wolf Hunt. Wolf Feather. I too have a fever now. If I cannot save Xing Xing, I shall not survive either. Trust me. As his fingers brushed against her warm, soft skin, Wolf Feather hesitated for a moment, pulling his hand back as if struck by an electric shock. His ears tinged with a faint blush. All right, upon their return, several wolf beasts trailed behind Wolf Hunt. Tang Wan applied the crushed herbs to the areas where Xing Xing had been bitten. He visibly seemed to feel much better, no longer gasping for breath as he had earlier. Hearing that Tang Ruan was going to start a fire to brew medicine, Wolf Red grew reluctant. Have you all forgotten how the Wolf clan lost its territory? It was due to the heavenly fire. She intends to summon the heavenly fire. Wolf Moon instantly transformed into a brown wolf and stepped on her younger brother. You useless thing. If it weren't for you bringing back those venomous insects, Xing Xing would not be in this predicament. Wolf Red looked aggrieved. It was not as though he had invited the insects. Moreover, he had endured several days of bites without issue. As he pondered, he glanced down. Why is the wound oozing? The wolf beasts, accustomed to roughness, were unafraid of blood, much less a few insect bites. Though the pain and itchiness were bothersome, it was nothing to be overly concerned about. Yet now it had festered to such an extent. Little female, I too require treatment, he exclaimed in a panic towards Tang Ruan. Tang Ruan pretended not to hear him, quickly striking 2 stones together to ignite a small pile of straw. Then gathering some branches and stones to construct a simple fire pit. She placed a small stone pot atop it and began to brew the medicine. Suddenly, a shadow fell over her. Tang Ruan assumed it was Wolf Red approaching and instinctively shrank her shoulders. A firm grip clasped her wrist. Turning, she found herself meeting a pair of icy blue eyes. How is your wound? Wolf Hunt turned her arm to reveal the spot where she had been bitten by the venomous insect. Tang Ruan had applied medicine to herself while treating Xing Xing, and now the swelling had subsided, though it remained quite red. Wolf Hunt scrutinized her arm, his brow furrowing slightly, a heavy weight pressing upon his heart. Seeing her ignore him, he assumed she was frightened. After several attempts to speak, he managed to say, "Do not be afraid. With me here, no one dares to harm you again." Tang Ruan suddenly withdrew her hand, lowering her gaze to stoke the fire, rolling her eyes in the process. Spare me your pretenses that if it weren't for you telling the wolf beasts that I am a witch, they wouldn't suspect me. Wolf Hunt inched closer, softening his tone. After this, I will lead the entire clan to apologize to the Groundhog clan. Tang Ruan shifted away slightly, that in no need. About an hour later, Xing Xing awoke, the fever having receded. A collective sigh of relief swept through everyone as they gathered around Xing Xing, celebrating his recovery. Wolf Feather squeezed to the forefront. Witch doctor, please check on my father. He is experiencing the same condition as Xing Xing. He implored. When did I become a witch doctor? Tang Ruan blinked in confusion, but this was not the time for such clarifications. She followed Wolf Feather next door. There was still plenty of medicine left from her previous brewing, and she replicated the process. The elder's condition quickly improved. Meanwhile, outside the cave, numerous wolf beasts had gathered, and Tang Ruan realized that there were others besides Xing Xing and Wolf Feather's father suffering from similar ailments. It seemed they had all been bitten while together and had not yet obtained the insect-repelling belts. That's right. I discovered the bites when I returned, but who would take such minor injuries to heart? They had not anticipated the insects in the valley to be so venomous. In the future, they would need to keep their distance from the forest. It turned out that the Groundhog clan's witch doctor was not responsible for this. Through their conversations, Tang Ruan learned that when the Wolf clan first entered the cave valley, they had been rallied by Wolf Red, who had held a motivational meeting. His gist was to have them heed Wolf Hunt's leadership and work together to strengthen the wolf clan. However, the venomous insects he had brought back had taken the opportunity to feast upon them that moment. Wolf Red, now the target of everyone's ire, sat innocently in a corner, but I didn't mean to. I've always attracted insects since I was young. You all know that I am just like my father. Tang Ruan chuckled that if he weren't so annoying, she could have used him as a mosquito-repelling friend to attract insects. For those with mild symptoms, she provided herbal remedies, while for the more severe cases, she personally attended to them. After several hours of continuous work, Tang Ruan, feeling fatigued, noticed a swirl of purple mist surrounding a feverish little female beastman. Instinctively, she waved her hand, causing the mist to scatter, though it quickly reformed, its color significantly lighter than before. "What are you doing?" Wolf Hunt inquired she. "Seeing ghosts." Tang Ruan stood up to chase away the purple mist once more. Suddenly, she felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Chapter 12. The leader no longer wanted Tang Ruan. Wolf Hunt reacted swiftly, catching her as she stumbled. Tang Ruan shook her head, forcing herself to remain alert. This sudden depletion of energy felt akin to low blood sugar. Leaning against Wolf Hunt's embrace, she groggily made her will known that if I do not wake up, you must feed me honey water. After that, she lost consciousness, in a half-dream state. Tang Ruan felt something soft brush against her lips. Instinctively, she wanted to resist, but suddenly realized that the person was clumsily prying her lips apart to send a sweet liquid into her mouth. The sugary sensation enveloped her, leaving her feeling euphoric, and she drifted back in a slumber. When she opened her eyes again, she was greeted by the enlarged round face of Potato. "Tang Ruan, you are finally awake," Potato exclaimed, pulling her from the ground and enveloping her in a tight embrace. "Tang Ruan, you are finally awake." Tang Ruan nearly gasped for breath ease up. You're choking me. After managing to escape Potato's grasp, Tang Ruan suddenly remembered something. "Did you feed me honey water while I was unconscious?" Potato's face turned crimson, her small eyes blinking rapidly, appearing hesitant to speak. "Wouldn't it be better if we pretend that you fed yourself?" Tang Ruan immediately understood. Though they were close friends, the intimacy of mouth-to-mouth was still rather awkward. To avoid further embarrassment, she refrained from asking more. Suddenly, little Potato flung herself into Tang Ruan's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. "Tang Ruan, no matter what happens, we are the best of friends." Tang Ruan replied, "It's just a kiss. It doesn't have to be this dramatic." During Tang Ruan's unconsciousness, the groundhog beastmen had managed to procure numerous animal skins from somewhere, creating a thick bed for her. Since her arrival in this realm, she had not slept on such a soft bed. After a light meal, Tang Ruan lay back down, sleeping until the evening when she finally felt rejuvenated. With renewed vigor, Tang Ruan stepped out of the cave, only to halt abruptly, retracting the foot she had just lifted. Outside the cave stood a throng of Wolf Clan beastmen, each wearing a furrowed brow and an air of fatigue. Upon spotting her, they quickly approached. "Witch Doctor, you are awake." The first to speak was Wolf Feather's father, an elderly beastman leaning on a cane. "The Witch Doctor is awake." Hooray! They were significantly taller than the groundhog beastmen. Having grown accustomed to those of similar height, Tang Ruan stumbled back in surprise. "Do not be afraid." Wolf Hunt had somehow appeared behind her, steadying her with a firm hand. The Wolf Clan beastmen hurriedly expressed their gratitude. "Indeed, Witch Doctor, we have come to thank you." One beastman placed a prey he had been carrying on the ground. "From this day forth, we are one family. Anyone who bullies you will be bullying us." Another orc placed a chicken down, which Tang Ruan recognized as her own. "Tang Ruan." Wolf Hunter approached her solemnly, stating, "On behalf of my entire clan, I extend our sincerest apologies to the Groundhog clan for the actions of last night." As he spoke, he bowed towards each cave in every direction. Tang Ruan understood that the Groundhog orcs were surely hiding inside, eavesdropping. This was our gesture of remorse. The crowd dispersed, revealing a clearing piled high with wild fruits, many of which were rare specimens found only in the forest. Nearby trees were laden with prey, which at first glance appeared rather intimidating. "You need not apologize to me," Tang Ruan thought, recalling how Wolf Chi had intended to harm the groundhog cubs. She held no authority to forgive on behalf of others. "That I understand," Wolf Hunter replied, his icy gaze flickering slightly. "Therefore, we plan to relocate." Upon hearing this, the groundhog orcs, who had been listening from their burrows, poked their heads out. Where to? Tang Ruan instinctively asked, regretting her inquiry immediately. What was it to her? Although she had discovered last night that most of the wolf clan was comprised of the old, weak, and ailing, evoking a sense of pity. Only the most foolish would sympathize with their enemies. Wolf Hunter smiled bitterly, but there will always be a place for us to reside. The excitement of the groundhog orcs at the news of the wolf clan's departure was palpable. They could hardly contain their joy. Wonderful. We can move back now. They're finally leaving. May the beast god bless us. Why not stay? Suddenly, a loud voice interrupted their jubilation. Chieftain, what are you saying? Mama Tuber emerged from the burrow and approached Wolf Hunter directly, a faint smile gracing her lips. You may stay, but only on the other side of the stream. The other side of the stream was a forest rife with venomous creatures. Upon hearing this, the groundhog orcs erupted in applause. What brilliant leadership, chieftain! Let us eliminate them, but they possess anti-parasitic belts. These prey they brought were hunted from the forest, and it should be noted that Tang Ruan has an anti-parasitic belt as well. I wish to venture into the forest myself, but oh please, with those short arms and legs of yours, do not forget the chieftain's beast husband. Sure. Mama Tuber provocatively gazed at Wolf Hunter. Well, if you can stay, then stay, but if not, kindly leave my burrow valley. She lifted her head defiantly, locking eyes with the wolf. The Groundhog clan was certainly no match for the Wolf clan, yet they were also not inferior to other races. If the Wolf clan had found their way here, it was only a matter of time before other races would follow. The Wolf clan's leader was a reasonable one. Had they encountered an unreasonable one, they would have been exterminated long ago. Why not utilize them, turning them into guardians of the Burrow Valley? Moreover, there was also Tang Ruan. Very well, Wolf Hunter agreed readily, but I kindly asked for a few days' time. No problem. Wolf Hunter cast a profound glance at Tang Ruan, hesitating momentarily before turning to lead his clan away. As soon as they departed, the groundhog orcs surged out, overwhelmed with excitement. Even before the arrival of the Wolf clan, they had never witnessed such an abundance of treasures. The fur of this prey is exquisite. We can make clothing out of it. Mama, I want potato stew for dinner, when your sister Tang Ruan has recovered. Mama will not cook. Observing the joyful expressions of the groundhog orcs, Tang Ruan exhaled deeply. How wonderful. Tang Ruan, is this your chicken? Sweet Potato picked up the chicken from the ground and handed it to her, flashing a wide grin. However, it seems to be dead. Tang Ruan felt as though she had been struck in the chest with an arrow, a heart-wrenching blow. That was my beloved hen that I had raised for 3 years. Tang Ruan shot a fierce glare at Sweet Potato. Is it just because you kissed your wife? Why are you being so insufferable, Sweet Potato? Suddenly, Tang Ruan stumbled as someone embraced her from behind. She turned to find a half-sized star, clinging to her like a piece of chewy candy. Isn't the shaman returning with the chieftain? Tang Ruan. She pried his little hands apart. Because I am neither a shaman nor one of your kin. The star's face wore a confused expression as he scratched his messy hair. But you've already star. Wolf Moon's voice called from a distance. The star released Tang Ruan and dashed toward his mother. Mama, if the shaman doesn't want the chieftain, does that mean no one wants the chieftain? Chapter 13. Forming a Covenant. Tang Ruan. Children truly have a vivid imagination. In the following days, the Wolf clan busied themselves in search of suitable caves in the forest, while the Groundhog orcs focused on packing their belongings. The bounty provided by the Wolf clan was simply overwhelming. Fruits could be dried into preserves, while meat, if not preserved, would easily spoil. The air was already tinged with a faint odor of decay. Tang Ruan decided to venture to the creek to gather some salt and spices to make 5-spice jerky. Previously, she had only 5 chickens and could not bear to eat them. Now, she was finally free to enjoy meat, and as she walked, the steps for making the jerky formed in her mind. Could her special ability also allow her to cook? How delightful! Upon reaching the creek, she spotted a large brown wolf straddling the narrowest part of the stream, its front paws on one side and its hind paws on the other, struggling to maintain balance like a bridge. Occasionally, wolf cubs would leap onto its back. Ugh! The brown wolf groaned as the cubs frolicked around. Wolfchi noticed Tang Ruan and awkwardly managed to smile. Hey there, little female. You see how our leader punishes me. Saying this, he raised a front paw in greeting. Just then, with a splash, Wolfchi fell into the water, suddenly resembling an ant dropped into a hot pot, popping back up. It's scalding hot. Umph. Tang Ruan's lips curved slightly. Serves you right. Her voice was barely audible as she turned and walked away. Unbeknownst to her, wolves had exceptional hearing. Wolf Chi had truly offended her. Tang Ruan searched along the creek for a while, gathering most of the necessary spices, though she found one type was in short supply. Just as she was about to give up, she pondered whether to check on the other side of the stream. She lifted her head and locked eyes with Wolf Hunter's icy blue ones. For some reason, she recalled a dream from before her transmigration, causing her ears to flush. No need. This is sufficient. If you gather more at once, you'll have fewer trips to make. That he understood she despised them, yet he couldn't help wanting to draw closer. Tang Ruan conceded he had a point. But before she could voice her refusal, Wolf Hunter transformed into a massive silver-gray wolf, his front half crouching low to the ground. His head rested on the earth, forming a suitable angle for climbing. In an instant, all the wolf clan members by the creek turned to look at her, and Wolf Chi gaped in shock. What is he doing? Tang Ruan thought he didn't need to do this. She could manage on her OWBY lowering his posture so much. If she didn't ascend, it would reflect poorly on her toward the wolf clan. What if someone held a grudge against her? Tang Ruan had no choice but to climb up. You can hold on to my ears. All right. What a peculiar request. With a gentle leap, Wolf Hunter crossed to the other side. Wolf Chi stared at their retreating figures. His mouth agape for a long moment before he finally closed it. Has our leader lost his mind? The way he just treated the little female was clearly a gesture for a mate. Is he serious? Just like last time, as Tang Ruan gathered herbs, Wolf Hunter mirrored her actions that in no time, various herbs and spices piled up to half her height. What are these herbs you didn't collect last time used for? Wolf Hunter asked, holding a small, fiery red fruit and sniffing it. Achoo! Tang Ruan couldn't help but laugh. That's wild chili. I'm collecting these to make jerky. Jerky? Upon hearing the cold gleam in Wolf Hunter's eyes suddenly turned clear as a youthful scholar's. Tang Ruan explained, it's something delicious. Recalling the delectable dish she had made recently, the aroma had wafted over to the wolf clan. Wolf Hunter instinctively swallowed hard. Once I succeed, I'll share some with you. It would serve as a token of gratitude for his assistance in bringing her here. Upon hearing she would share with him, Wolf Hunter immediately lost control of his expression, beaming with unrestrained sunshine. Really? You want to give me some? Yes, to you. But don't you dislike me? He crouched beside her, cautiously asking. His obedient demeanor stirred an impulse within Tang Ruan to reach out and pat his head. How could such a ferocious giant wolf display eyes akin to those of a puppy? Not really. Tang Ruan rationally assessed, if I were you, I would also strive to secure survival for my clan. Moreover, the recent incidents were all instigated by Wolf Chi, whether it was to kill them or ambush them. It was that scoundrel's doing. Overall, you're quite a reasonable orc, just unable to rein in your subordinates. Wolf Hunter nodded, resembling a chastised schoolboy as he explained, the old chieftain is Wolf Chi's father. When Wolf Chi was young, he sustained injuries and lacked strength. The old chieftain then entrusted the chieftain position to me. However, he still holds some influence within the clan. But you're right. I will manage them strictly moving forward. Tang Ruan halted her actions of pulling out the wild ginger, staring at him in a daze. What could such a docile expression mean? Had he taken the wrong medicine? Seeing that she was unable to extract it, Lang Lai grasped her hand, and with a firm tug, the wild ginger was uprooted. Tang Ruan, caught off guard, fell back, and his other hand conveniently appeared behind her, steadying her. Tang Ruan. Thank you, Lang Lai. There's no need for you to thank me. He was too close, still holding her hand. And he exuded a scent of sunlight that made Tang Ruan feel a bit warm. Why did it all feel so ambiguous? This wolf, could it be that he had taken a liking to her? No, she resolved to lock her heart away. The fortune teller had warned her that this world was fraught with romantic tribulations, none of which ended well. She withdrew her hand, stood up, and ran a little further away. Lang Lai. He watched her retreating figure, letting out a self-deprecating smile that as expected. She had forgotten everything that on the night she had fainted, he had fed her honey water with his mouth. Suddenly, a flash of light emanated from her wrist, revealing a faint red wolf tooth mark on the inner side. Thus, she became his wife, and he, her beastly husband. Under normal circumstances, a contract could only be formed by drinking the blood of a male during a ceremony. However, Legend spoke of loving beast men who, under the blessing of the beast god, could bypass this step and successfully bond, that it was a 1 in a million chance that had somehow brought them together. Yet it seemed the beast god had made a mistake. She did not love him. In fact, she even detested him. Lang Lai escorted Tang Ruan back, only to bump into Tu Do and Hong Shu, who were holding hands. That Tu Do suddenly appeared very busy, glancing up at the sky one moment and searching for something on the ground the next. Had it not been for Hong Shu standing there in a daze, she would have fled long ago. That Tu Do, oh dear, why doesn't Mother let Tang Ruan know she is already the wife of the Wolf Clan leader? No wonder Mother dared to let the Wolf Clan stay. The question is, did Lang Lai not mention it? Does he intend to keep it a secret from Tang Ruan for a lifetime? And Tang Ruan, how foolish. Not only does she not know what beast she is, but she also doesn't even feel the bond of the contract she formed with a human. I want to say something. I want to say it right away. It's truly suffocating. Seeing Tu Do so anxious she seemed ready to dig a hole, Tang Ruan assumed she was still embarrassed about their kiss and turned to enter the cave. Tang Ruan, you can just leave the things at the door. Lang Lai understood. Tu Do, gather everyone to help. We'll prepare something to eat. Lang Lai, all right. After Tu Do left, only Hong Shu and Lang Lai remained, exchanging glances. Suddenly, Hong Shu felt a twinge of sympathy for Lang Lai. It was evident that Tang Ruan bore no affection for the leader of the Wolf Clan. Yet it was not entirely her fault. The leader of the Wolf Clan was tall, pale, with large eyes and a high nose, and not particularly attractive. He probably feared humiliation, hence his reluctance to tell Tang Ruan the truth. Hong Shu approached and patted Lang Lai's arm. Don't worry, the ugly husband will eventually meet his wife. Lang Lai, Tang Ruan, and everyone worked diligently throughout the day. The meat had marinated well, and she too had absorbed the flavors. That evening, she went to the spring to bathe. Under the moonlight, she suddenly noticed a small red, triangular mark on the inside of her wrist, stubbornly refusing to wash away. Chapter 14. You are destined to be mine? The next morning, Tang Ruan set out early. She wanted to gather something from the forest before the stream warmed up to wash away that inexplicable mark on her body. Little did she know, someone was already ahead of her. Yes, a bit higher. That branch. Who would have thought the Wolf Clan was so capable? In the future, they would have to enlist your help. Being tall is indeed advantageous. My beastly husbands, despite their robust appearances, couldn't even jump that high. What a pity, we have no opportunities left. Outside the cave, the female groundhogs were teasing one another. Tang Ruan looked up and saw Lang Lai in beast form leap effortlessly, hanging a chunk of meat on the highest branch. Yesterday, they had attempted to hang the marinated meat to dry, but unfortunately, the groundhog beastmen had limited jumping ability, and the branches were too high and soft to climb, in the end, they had all huddled together. Tang Ruan had been worried about the meat spoiling, but now, seeing it neatly hung with even some on the treetops, she felt relieved. Sensing Tang Ruan's presence, Lang Lai turned gracefully in midair and landed before her, transforming back into his human form. Lang Lai, Tang Ruan, his voice brimmed with joy, even a hint of anticipation. Lang Lai, I came early to help. You mentioned yesterday, what if it spoils hanging like this? So I came to assist right away. Ditto, such a diligent beast. Don't you have anything else to do? Tu Do clenched her fists at her sides, her face flushed. The two female beasts speaking suddenly seemed to recall something and smacked their foreheads. We have something to do. Tang Ruan thought to herself, he truly is quite remarkable. Tang Ruan. Lang Lai continued to gaze at her expectantly, standing like a mountain before her. Tang Ruan. Thank you. This gratitude felt necessary. She wouldn't be able to escape today without expressing it. Lang Lai. Are you going out? Tang Ruan instinctively hid her bag behind her. Lang Lai. Are you heading to the other side of the stream? He pressed further. Lang Lai. I'll escort you. Lang Lai was already familiar with the route, transforming into his wolf form while simultaneously choosing the angle for her to step. Tang Ruan. Tang Ruan quickly glanced at little Tu Do, seeking help. Hey, where is Tu Do? Lang Lai. I came to inform you that we have found a cave to live in. Tomorrow, you can move back to Do, who told him they needed help hanging meat. Is there a traitor among the groundhogs? With the forest now filled with wolf beasts, do I really not need to accompany you? Hearing this, Tang Ruan felt she did indeed require the protection. She was uncertain of how the other wolf beasts felt, but this one, Lang Lai, had inexplicably begun to show interest in her lately, and having him around would make her feel safer. That all right that I in the forest. Tang Ruan was not searching for herbs this time, but for a fruit tree known as the bubble tree. Last night, she had been unable to rid herself of that small triangle, and her skin had turned red from rubbing it. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck her, bringing the image of the bubble tree to mind. The leaves of the bubble tree, when rubbed, would produce foam, akin to the effects of soap pods. Haven Tea found it yet? Lang Lai inquired. Tang Ruan nodded. It's a tree that bears purple fruits. She glanced at Lang Lai. If you have matters to attend to, feel free to go. Indeed, many wolf beasts were busy around them. Lang Lai explained that they were clearing an area in front of the cave, but it was quite a distance from her. Not busy. Lang Lai scratched his head. What I meant was, I could take you to a higher place for a better view. Tang Ruan felt he had a point. Lang Lai carried her up to a hillside, allowing her to survey the valley below. It turned out that some areas above the forest received ample sunlight, but were obscured by trees. Suddenly, a white light shot up from the forest, piercing the sky. Tang Ruan instinctively clutched Lang Lai's ear. It's all right. It's just Wolf Yu. Tang Ruan looked up to see Wolf Yu standing beside the recently fallen tree, tall and graceful. Sunlight glinted off his silver hair, dazzlingly bright. With a simple gesture, he severed the fallen tree into several segments with a gust of wind. So impressive. Tang Ruan couldn't help but exclaim. She had thought only Lang Lai possessed such abilities. What's so impressive about it? Just chopping wood? Tang Ruan's voice dropped, sensing inexplicably that this wolf seemed angry. Lang Lai fell silent. Tang Ruan bit her lip, realizing this was the perfect opportunity to clarify things with him. In this world, she had no intention of seeking a partner, that if one day she suddenly returned to her original world, only she would bear the sorrow and pain as a person prone to romantic thoughts. She sometimes found it difficult to think clearly because of love. Lang Lai leaped with her from the hillside, and at the same time, several flashes of cold light flickered. Trees in different locations fell simultaneously. Lang Lai landed next to one of the fallen trees. Here is the bubble tree you wanted. Tang Ruan stared at the neatly severed trunk, feeling exasperated. The tree was innocent. She moved a bit farther away. Let us hurry and gather what we need and return home. This wolf seems a little dangerous right now. Lang Lai, did I frighten the little female? Lang Lai approached her again, attempting to strike up a conversation. What do you need these leaves for? Tang Ruan hurriedly stuffed the leaves into her bag. Nothing much, just something unsightly appeared on my wrist. These leaves can serve as a cleanser to wash it away. Unsightly. Tang Ruan quickly raised her hand, showing him the triangular mark on her wrist that I've gathered what I need. Let us head back. Unexpectedly, Lang Lai seized her hand, his gaze icy and piercing. You wish to wash this away? Tang Ruan was taken aback. Even when the Wolf clan first arrived at Cave Valley, he had never displayed such a cold and despairing gaze. Noticing that Tang Ruan remained silent, the wolf hunter instinctively tightened his grip. As if believing that the harder he held on, the less likely she would be to escape. That you're hurting me. Upon hearing her voice, his rationality abruptly converged, and he loosened his grip, seizing the opportunity. Tang Ruan withdrew her hand and turned to flee deeper into the forest. The wolf hunter lingered for a moment. Surely it was the bond of the contract that compelled him to draw near, to protect her, even to possess her. Yet she showed no inclination to accept him as her beast husband. Once a contract was formed, it would remain binding unless the wife perished. Tang Ruan found herself lost in the woods. She hadn't seen the wolf hunter following her, yet an unsettling feeling lingered, as if something was trailing her. Rustling sounds akin to some reptilian creature. It must be a figment of her imagination. Tang Ruan reassured herself, yet she still felt a chill. Cave Valley, with its perennial spring-like climate, had never been this cold. Suddenly, a white figure darted past. Duh. Tang Ruan gasped, taking a step back. Bah! It was a little lamb. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Among the prey delivered by the Wolf clan days prior, there had been sheep, but they were already slaughtered. She had always wanted to raise a pair of sheep. Once they matured, not only could she enjoy fresh sheep's milk, but perhaps she could gradually develop a flock, allowing the Groundhog clan to have meat when necessary. Although the Groundhog clan primarily thrived on a plant-based diet, Female beasts in need of nourishment during pregnancy would still require their husbands to venture into the forest for hunting. Point 2 of Potato Mama's husbands had gone missing in such endeavors. Tang Ruan stealthily approached the little lamb and lunged forward. Unsurprisingly, it darted away. She pursued relentlessly, and by the time she regained her senses, she had arrived near a stream. The sun was setting, and staying in the forest any longer would be perilous. She pointed at the lamb that had fled into the woods, declaring, "Just wait. You will be mine sooner or later." With that, she headed back home. Shortly after Tang Ruan's departure, a wretched bleating echoed through the forest. Chapter 15. How about waiting until I grow up to be your beast husband? Ba. Xing Xing led a snow-white lamb to the entrance of Tang Ruan's cave, while Potato Big Brother's cub, Mao Mao, squatted in front. "What is this?" Mao Mao asked curiously. "A sheep. Haven't you seen one before?" Xing Xing replied proudly. "That I've eaten it before," Mao Mao responded. "Indeed, there were sheep among the prey they delivered," Xing Xing admitted. Licking his lips, "I love lamb the most. The clan leader asked me to deliver it to the shaman." "Where is she, shaman?" Mao Mao blinked his big eyes, being a few years younger than Xing Xing. His speech was not as fluent. He was unfamiliar with such a term. Just then, Tang Ruan arrived at the cave entrance. She approached Xing Xing, asking, "Where did the sheep come from?" Upon seeing Tang Ruan, Xing Xing's eyes lit up, and he eagerly embraced her waist. "Shaman, this was picked up by the clan leader at your old cave. He said it belongs to you." That reasoning is rather flimsy. However, thinking that the one trailing behind her was the wolf hunter and not some wild beast, Tang Ruan felt a sense of relief. Yet, she could not accept the sheep. She needed to find an opportunity to clarify this with him. "Xing Xing, this sheep isn't mine. You should take it back." Xing Xing pouted, looking aggrieved. "You don't like the clan leader, do you? You don't want him as your beast husband?" As he spoke, he released Tang Ruan and began to step back. "If you dislike the clan leader so much, how about waiting until I grow up to be your beast husband?" Tang Ruan was taken aback. "Such a little brat, and yet you understand so much." Before she could respond, Xing Xing suddenly transformed into a brown wolf that stood half a person tall and bolted towards the wolf clan's territory. "That I've delivered the sheep. If you want it back, go find the clan leader yourself." Tang Ruan pondered. Has she fallen into a trap? Turning around, she noticed Mao Mao still crouched on the ground, watching the little lamb. She picked up Mao Mao and brought him to Potato, instructing her to hand him over to her elder brother, Cassava. Potato Mama was discussing matters with several older beastmen when she spotted Tang Ruan and waved her over. "Tang Ruan, I need to discuss something with you," Potato Mama said. "Please go ahead, that I in your cave. There are many pelts sent by the wolf hunter. I know those are yours. However, Cave Valley might soon experience a once-in-decades cold wave. For everyone's safety, I hope you can part with some of them. We can exchange food, or I can return them to you once the newly stripped pelts have dried." Tang Ruan stood frozen for 3 seconds before realizing that those pelts were indeed a token of gratitude from the wolf clan. She had mistakenly thought they were a gift from the Groundhog clan. Potato Mama remained silent for a moment, rubbing her temples. This child truly lacks awareness. She hasn't even realized that the wolf hunter has already become her beast husband. Potato Mama had instructed the clan not to inform Tang Ruan of this matter, primarily because she felt the wolf hunter was too powerful. Only a willingly acknowledged wife could ensure safety in the presence of such a formidable beastman. Otherwise, even if the beast husband could not harm his wife, he could still allow others to do so. However, through her observations over the past few days, Potato Mama had discerned that the wolf hunter genuinely cared for Tang Ruan. Whether this affection stemmed from the contract or instinct, but had Tang Ruan truly been unaffected by the contract, it was delivered by the wolf hunter himself, fearing that you would not sleep comfortably. Potato Mama emphasized once more that it was the wolf hunter, not the wolf clan. Tang Ruan nodded in agreement. "I will heed your arrangements." "Good. Your kindness will be remembered by the Groundhog Beastmen." That evening, the Groundhog Beastmen busied themselves sewing fur coats and stockpiling food. They had always been united, and within a single night, they were well prepared to face the impending cold wave that NO1 specifically notified the wolf clan. But that night, the forest echoed with the anguished cries of animals. Tang Ruan once again suspected that there were traitors among the Groundhog clan. Those who could be called traitors, perhaps even wolf minions. The following morning, Tang Ruan awoke frozen. She wrapped herself in furs and stepped out of her cave. Outside, A blanket of snow covered the ground, and the feather-like snowflakes continued to drift down gently. The groundhog beastmen had already begun the process of relocating. She heard that the wolf clan had moved to the other side of the stream the previous night. Tang Ruan also returned to her original cave, which had a skylight above, and on her way, she worried about potential drafts, only to find that the opening had been blocked by a large stone. After several trips in and out, she confirmed she had not entered the wrong cave. How fortunate! Tang Ruan kindled a fire in the cave, placed stone slabs over it, and roasted potatoes and jerky while sprinkling her homemade seasoning. Before long, the aroma of the potatoes and sweet potatoes wafted through the air. Sweet Potato, follow Tang Ruan closely. When you become my beast husband, you must learn to cook for me. Potato instructed, as you command, my wife. Sweet Potato saluted Potato, but his eyes suddenly caught sight of the lamb tied up in the cave. Tang Ruan, can you trade the lamb with me? Potato had mentioned wanting to eat lamb a few days ago. No, I need to keep this lamb. Instantly, Potato recalled that Tang Ruan had shared her plans for raising sheep. You intend to use this lamb to breed many little lambs, so we can enjoy sheep's milk and lamb daily. Indeed, Tang Ruan affectionately patted Potato's head, grateful that her best friend understood her so well. But how could one lamb breed? Tang Ruan sighed, realizing she would have to wait for another male lamb to fall from the sky. The next day, a male lamb appeared in the cave. Tang Ruan gazed at the male lamb, still damp with snow, lost in thought if she had not suddenly gained the ability of word spirits. Then, Tang Ruan visited Potato's home. Before long, Sweet Potato appeared in Tang Ruan's cave. Having been stepped on by Potato, speak. When did you start associating with the wolf clan? I am not associated with them. They are friends. Potato, you must believe me. I would never betray the Groundhog clan. Friends? Have you forgotten that you almost became someone else's snack? Sweet Potato replied. So Potato was concerned about him, and he got up and embraced Potato's leg.my future wife, informing the wolf hunter about the cold wave is the clan leader's instruction. And what about the lamb? Potato crossed her arms. Sweet Potato suddenly began to blink furiously at her. Potato was taken aback. Oh right, she should support the wolf hunter and Tang Ruan being together. Although the wolf hunter was not worthy of her friend, he was at least a clan leader. Never mind, I'll help her find a handsome groundhog beast man to make up for it. Potato cleared her throat and helped Sweet Potato to his feet. Tang Ruan, since they gave you 2 lambs, shouldn't you personally send something over to express your gratitude? Were they discussing this matter just now? Mama also said not to owe the wolf clan any favors. All right. Outside, the snow continued to flutter, and the biting cold wind pierced through her furs. Even though she wore a fur coat, the beastman's sewing skills were limited, and the cold air kept seeping through the seams. By the time Tang Ruan reached the stream, she was almost frozen solid. Is anyone there? Is there anyone from the wolf clan nearby? She called out twice by the creek, but the only response was the howling wind. Suddenly, it dawned on her. Who would venture out in such weather? In a desperate attempt to clarify matters with the wolf hunter, Tang Ruan was determined. She found the shallowest spot in the water. First tossing the jerky to the opposite bank before shedding her outer garments and leather boots, cradling them in her arms as she waded into the water, she felt an exhilarating comfort that made her reluctant to return to shore. Just as Tang Ruan finished her thought, her foot slipped, and with a startled gasp, she fell back into the water. Watching her clothes and shoes float away with the current, a children's song echoed in her mind. Goodbye. Mama, tonight I sail away. Tang Ruan thought, sobbing. Oh no, could she truly be awakening her words of power? Chapter 16. How many do you plan to collect? Help. Is anyone there? Can someone rescue the little girl whose clothes have been swept away? In the middle of the stream, Tang Ruan's head was the only part visible above the surface. She had been submerged for several hours, yet not a single beastman had passed by if she stayed any longer. Night would fall. Regardless of whether she returned or ventured towards the wolf tribe's territory, the distance was enough to turn her into an ice pop. She could only hope that someone would discover her soon. Having soaked for too long, she felt drowsy and closed her eyes. Snowflakes landed on her eyelashes, and suddenly, a rustling sound emanated from the forest. She jolted to attention. It was identical to the sound she had heard that day in the woods. The wolf hunter, she exclaimed with delight. The sounds from the forest did not cease with her shout, but only grew louder. Tang Ruan's heart sank. The noise did not resemble the footsteps of wolves at all. Suddenly, a shadow darted from the trees, twisting its body as it lunged toward her. Tang Ruan barely registered what it was, only that it resembled a centipede, but was 3 or 4 meters long. Instinctively, she recoiled, her legs weak and half submerged in the water. "Help me!" At that moment, several glimmers of cold light sliced through the blue sky. The massive centipede was instantaneously cleaved into 6 pieces, its flesh plummeting into the water with a resounding splash. Ah! The chunks of meat landed right in front of Tang Ruan, their appendages still writhing. Terrified, she flailed about, swallowing mouthfuls of water. Yet the horrifying pieces of flesh continued to drift closer to her with the current. In that instant, Tang Ruan wished she could simply die. Suddenly, a pair of strong hands reached into the water and pulled her out that a warm cloak enveloped her. That moment, Tang Ruan found herself mere inches away from the man before her. He was radiating warmth, his body almost feverishly hot. Tang Ruan's gaze fell just below his collarbone, and when she realized she was so intimately close to a man, she instinctively tried to retreat, only to be immediately pulled back by him. "Did you not ask me to save you?" The man's voice dripped with mockery. "What? Do you find me so distasteful that you'd rather freeze to death?" Tang Ruan looked up and beheld the sharply defined jawline of the wolf hunter. A faint smile played at the corners of his lips, his gaze icy, and his silver-gray hair dusted with snow. In that instant, she felt even colder. She curled her toes, pressing her feet against the back of his. The wolf hunter frowned. "You swear that was purely instinctive. The ground is just too cold. Could you possibly take me back?" She asked that I only have one garment. "How do you plan to return?" The wolf hunter inquired with a chuckle. Suddenly, Tang Ruan felt that his tone had turned somewhat malicious. Not long ago, he had behaved like a well-trained puppy before her. What had changed? Had he quickly transformed from love to hate? "Then I shall wait for you in the water. Please kindly inform Potato on my behalf." The wolf hunter noted her preference for danger over commanding him like a wife. Abruptly, he slid his hand from her back to her waist, pulling her even closer, thus amplifying their warmth. With his other hand, he cupped her chin and leaned down to meet her gaze. "Little female, by what authority do you command the leader of the wolf tribe to do your bidding?" He looked at her expectantly. Tang Ruan thought to herself, had she not considered that he had always been quite agreeable? Yet he was right. She certainly wouldn't dare to command Potato Mama. "Then, I suppose it won't be a bother." She pushed his hand away and stepped out of the cloak. The wolf hunter, unwilling to relent, suddenly yanked her back, shedding his cloak and wrapping her securely within it. Then he hoisted her onto his shoulder. "What are you doing?" Was he kidnapping her? "I'm taking you back to the wolf tribe to find you some clothing." Tang Ruan realized she had been overthinking. As darkness fell, and the snow continued to fall heavily. The wolf hunter seemed in no rush to return. Carrying her, he walked leisurely, leaving a solitary trail of footprints in the snow. Tang Ruan watched snowflakes settle on his top back, only to melt away instantly. "Are you not cold? Why not transform into a wolf to hasten the journey?" The wolf hunter chuckled lightly. "Are you concerned for me? Or merely issuing a command?" Tang Ruan wished she could slap herself. She ought to keep her mouth shut. This wolf had already turned to hate from love. How could she possibly express herself without inciting his wrath? Time passed, and eventually, the wolf hunter set her down to "We've arrived, and I'll go borrow a garment from Wolf Moon." "All right." She followed him into the cave, feeling safer in his presence as this place was unfamiliar. However, just a few steps in, the wolf hunter suddenly halted, nearly causing Tang Ruan to collide with him. Peeking over his shoulder, she asked, "What's wrong?" "Don't look." She had already seen that in the darkness, 2 intertwined figures were silhouetted, their breathy whispers igniting a flush of embarrassment in her. Tang Ruan was relieved that her night vision was lacking, but the wolf hunter must have seen everything. Pulling her back, he took several steps away from the cave entrance. Standing at the threshold, he pressed his lips tightly together, his expression darkening. Tang Ruan cautiously studied his profile, that he had mentioned that this was Wolf Moon's cave, upon witnessing Wolf Moon with a male beast. He was visibly enraged, so the wolf hunter truly harbored feelings for Wolf Moon. Tang Ruan's mind raced. The wolf hunter had said that Wolf Chi was the son of the former chieftain, making him a prince. Wolf Moon was the princess, a knight in love with the princess, unable to attain her, ultimately watching her wed another. Years later, when the princess's husband passed away, he ascended as the new chieftain. Although he had encountered her, a serendipitous meeting, he suddenly realized that he still loved his white moonlight. Tang Ruan's eyes sparkled. She had read many different versions of this tale. She reached out and patted the wolf hunter's shoulder. "It's all right. Can't beast men have multiple husbands? If you put in the effort, you can surely achieve it." The wolf hunter replied, "How many do you plan to collect?" Tang Ruan hesitated. I hadn't considered it." "Oomph. Do females not need to contemplate their males? Before forming a bond, mating would incur the beast god's curse on the male." Wolf Moon had always looked down on Wolf Mo, considering him a low-bred black wolf. Why would she suddenly change her mind? If later she refused to accept Wolf Mo as a husband, what would he do? Noticing the gravity of his expression, Tang Ruan was unsure how to comfort him. She decided to change the topic. "Could you help me find a garment and send me back?" "Huh." The wolf hunter laughed in exasperation. "And you, clearly bound by contract with me, still think of erasing it." Suddenly, he seized Tang Ruan's hand. On her delicate wrist, the triangular mark remained. He exhaled in relief, bent down, and bit her wrist. "How would you like me to strive?" Chapter 17. "You brought this upon yourself." Tang Ruan gazed at the 2 rows of shallow bite marks on her wrist. Why was he still biting her? It must have been the overwhelming stimulus from earlier. "You still haven't told me how to strive," the wolf hunter pressed. Faced with his intense gaze, Tang Ruan momentarily lost her train of thought. "You could ask him," she suggested, pointing toward the cave. How would she know? She had never pursued anyone. Her ill-fated ex-boyfriend had helped her during tough times, and their relationship had naturally developed from there. While she was still in school, he had already begun working, leading to their infrequent meetings. Although they had shared intimate moments, the relationship lacked genuine romantic feelings. Ultimately, it became clear that he had never truly dated her, merely treating her as a diversion from his primary girlfriend. Regrettably, she had been naive enough to choose a property in a desirable school district. The past was too painful to recall. Seeing her furrowed brow, the wolf hunter wondered if it was truly his lack of effort. "Come back with me. The snow has intensified." Prompted by the wolf hunter, Tang Ruan realized the heavy snowfall had begun. Hiding beneath the cloak, she felt no chill, but the wolf hunter stood bare-shouldered in the snow. Before she could react, he hoisted her up again. Returning to his den, the wolf hunter set Tang Ruan down on a fur mat and turned to leave. Moments later, he tossed her 2 pieces of fur. "Change out of those. They're wet." Feeling him turn his back, Tang Ruan swiftly changed within the cloak. "Could you please find me a thicker outer garment? It's dark, and I want to return early." "Are you certain?" Suddenly, a chilling wind howled from outside the cave, accompanied by the relentless patter of hail striking the stone walls. Tang Ruan mused, "It seems we truly cannot return." The temperature within the cave plummeted. Just moments ago, she had felt quite warm in her thick cloak, but now she shivered slightly, remembering that her flint and jerky had been discarded by the lakeside. Tang Ruan felt a profound regret gnawing at her insides. Lang Lai gathered some furs and wrapped them around Tang Ruan, cocooning her like a silkworm, which finally allowed him to rest at a distance. Covering himself with only a thin layer, it suddenly dawned upon Tang Ruan that he would be spending the night here as well. Yet, this was his cave, his bedding. Would it be appropriate to ask him to leave? Moreover, who would wrap a potential adversary so securely? Turning her back, she soon drifted off to sleep. The next day, the snow had ceased. As Tang Ruan opened her eyes, the sounds of commotion from outside the cave reached her ears. "So, you 2 were together last night. Didn't you claim there would be no wife?" A woman's sharp voice pierced through. Stepping outside, Tang Ruan encountered Lang Yu, whose eyes were red-rimmed as she shot a furious glare at her before storming off. From a distance, Xing Xing hesitated, only daring to follow once their mother had moved away. Tang Ruan patted Lang Lai's arm. "It seems she misunderstood us. Why don't you explain?" Lang Lai turned to her. His gaze cold. "There is no misunderstanding." Tang Ruan was about to say more when Lang Lai suddenly thrust something in her arms. Found this by the lake, her eyes brightened as she recognized the flint. She retrieved the frozen, hard jerky and returned it to Lang Lai, cheerfully declaring, "This is for you." "For me?" Lang Lai's expression visibly brightened. "You were trapped in the water just to bring me jerky?" "Actually, there is something else I wanted to tell you." Achoo. Lang Lai suddenly sneezed. Tang Ruan's face fell. "Are you coming down with something?" He had walked in the snow bare-chested for so long last night and had given her his furs. It would be shocking if he didn't catch a cold. She hastily reached out to feel his forehead, that as her hand made contact. A treatment plan began to form in her mind. Thankfully, he did not have a fever. She let out a sigh of relief, but cold spread easily in the tribe. So early treatment was essential. Lang Lai scrutinized her expression. Besides sneezing, is there anywhere else that feels unwell? Tang Ruan asked anxiously. After a brief silence, he admitted, I feel quite unwell. Where do you feel unwell? Is it a sore throat? Dizziness? Yes, both that. Oh no. It must be the flu. Find someone to accompany me back for medicine. Just then, she spotted Lang Yu approaching. Wanting to greet him, she was suddenly seized by Lang Lai. Who do you intend to have carry you back? Only a beast husband may carry his wife. Tang Ruan was at a loss for words. Was this truly significant? Hadn't he carried her numerous times before? Cough, cough, cough. Lang Lai suddenly erupted into a fit of coughs, nearly losing his balance. Tang Ruan had no choice but to support him. Did I need to go back for medicine to help you recover? The cough remedy we gathered together last time? Yes, that I have it here. Really, you assist me inside. I lack the strength. Tang Ruan helped Lang Lai into the cave, where he opened a space revealing an array of herbs that appeared as fresh as if just plucked. How did you acquire so many? I saved them while chopping wood, seeing that you liked them. Tang Ruan, thrilled, selected what she needed and quickly set up a fire pit with the flint. However, they still needed a pot to brew the medicine. She noticed a suitably sized stone in the corner of the cave and moved it over, that if only we could carve a hole in it. But alas, you lack the strength that I will handle it. Lang Yu entered, taking the stone from Tang Ruan's hands. That a white vortex enveloped the stone, and moments later, it was transformed into a stone bowl. Lang Yu, you are incredible, Tang Ruan exclaimed in admiration. Lang Yu smiled slightly. I observed you brewing medicine last time. Cough, 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 cough. Chief, are you all right? Hearing Lang Lai's cough, Lang Yu asked, visibly anxious. That I'm fine. Lang Lai cast a sharp glance at him. Lang Yu took an instinctive step back. Did you summon me for something? My father is ill. I heard the shaman is here. What ailment does he suffer from? The same affliction as you, Lang Lai. But he is feigning illness. Many beasts shared similar symptoms as Lang Lai. All due to the sudden drop in temperature last night. After Tang Ruan prepared the medicine for Lang Lai, she went to check on the others. Before leaving, she instructed, if you feel weak, make sure to rest. She had also asked Lang Yu to visit the groundhog tribe. The groundhogs had already learned to make fire, and none were ill. Busy until evening, Tang Ruan returned to Lang Lai's cave, only to find that he had not yet consumed the medicine she had prepared. Why haven't you taken it? I am already well. My body is robust. Tang Ruan observed him for a moment, noting he appeared perfectly fine, and voiced her thoughts. I wish to teach the wolf tribe how to make fire. Tang Ruan sent Lang Yu back to retrieve some flint from the groundhog tribe. Lang Yu had also informed Lang Lai about the situation among the groundhogs. Lang Lai agreed that while fire could be terrifying, it indeed could ward off the cold. Therefore, he summoned the wolf tribe's beastmen. Tang Ruan patiently instructed them on how to strike flint to create fire, construct fire pits, and even how to extinguish flames using snow. She taught with great care, treating both males and females equally as they approached her with questions. Watching her diligently work, Lang Lai felt a swell of pride. His wife was truly remarkable. She was not simply a female, relying on her ability to bear offspring. Ignorant and reckless. Previously, Lang Lai had been reluctant to have a wife because his father, a beast man with advanced abilities, had suffered prolonged mistreatment at the hands of his wife, ultimately leading to his tragic demise after he retaliated. This had resulted in Lang Lai being cast out from the Snow Wolf tribe. Had it not been for Lang Chi's father rescuing him, he would have long been dead. That Tob accepted. He had never shared this history with anyone. Tang Ruan finally finished her tasks late into the night. Upon returning, she found Lang Lai already asleep, the firelight illuminating his sun-kissed skin, his chest rising and falling with steady breath, revealing perfectly defined abs. Tang Ruan found herself standing there, captivated for a moment longer than she intended. She took a deep breath and found a pelt to drape over him. Lying down behind him, she turned away. As night fell, a blizzard returned, forcing them to endure another night together. In a state between sleep and wakefulness, Tang Ruan sensed a chill and instinctively moved closer to the warmth until she collided with a comforting wall. Pressing her face and hands against it, she let out a soft, contented sigh. This time, it was you who sought the warmth. Chapter 18. For beast husbands. When Tang Ruan awoke the next day, she found herself nestled in Lang Lai's embrace, resting her head on his arm and wrapping her arms around his neck, one leg draped over his waist. Tang Ruan cautiously lifted her head, meeting a pair of deeply affectionate ice blue eyes. Hi, she murmured, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. That I was a bit dazed last night. Dazed? Lang Lai's expression darkened noticeably, but he pressed his lips together, remaining silent, as if suppressing something. Tang Ruan attempted to retract her leg, but he seized it firmly. Maintain the current position at that moment. Tang Ruan suddenly became aware of a hard object pressing against her other leg. Realizing what it was, her face turned as red as a ripe tomato. Seeing her reaction, Lang Lai chuckled softly. Wife, are you feeling shy? He had never heard of a female beast being bashful in such matters. Females, unbound by the constraints set by the beast god, often took the initiative, with some even displaying indiscriminate affections, showing little regard for the feelings of males. Furthermore, they had the freedom to choose whether to bear offspring. Tang Ruan's reaction might seem peculiar to other beastmen, but Lang Lai found it adorably charming that he couldn't help but lean down, planting a kiss on her forehead. Tang Ruan. Her heart raced as she desperately attempted to escape, pushing against his chest, but finding it futile. Please move back a little and let me go. That is not possible. Lang Lai not only did not retreat, but also tightened his embrace with a smile. Tang Ruan had no choice but to exert force with her legs. Lang Lai? His voice strained. He warned, wife, if you move again, I might truly respond in kind. Tang Ruan. Tang Ruan fell silent. Time passed, and perhaps his warmth lulled her back to sleep. When she awoke again, it was hunger that roused her. Lang Lai was no longer beside her, and the wind and snow had ceased. The bright sunlight streaming into the cave gave her the illusion that everything that had transpired was merely a dream. She had come to clarify matters with him. How had it turned into this? Even she herself seemed to feel a flicker of affection. Shaman, shaman. The stars wept as they dashed in, collapsing before her with a thud. What are you doing? Tang Ruan hurried to assist. The star remained kneeling, youthful yet strong. Which, can you give the clan leader to my mother? Give him to your mother. Tang Ruan's emotions were complex. The star wiped away tears, saying, ever since you moved into the clan leader's cave, my mother has become terrifying. She says the clan leader is hers, and you should die. I don't want the witch to die, nor do I want my mother to be like this. Tang Ruan stared in shock, realizing the depth of Wolf Moon's hatred towards her, perceiving her as the interloper that disrupted her relationship with Wolf Hunt. Yet, she seemed indeed to occupy that role. Get up, Tang Ruan urged. The witch must promise to give the clan leader to your mother. After all, you don't like him, did I? Tang Ruan, she hesitated. Dislike him? It's not that I completely dislike him. I just feel that there's no future with him. I can't agree. The star's eyes widened in disbelief. But my mother said you don't want a clan leader. However, I cannot make decisions for him. Wolf Hunt is a beast man, not an object to be owned. Whom he loves is his own freedom, that he can be with your mother, but it cannot be at my behest. The star blinked, her large, glistening eyes reflecting a semblance of understanding. Isn't a beast man merely an object owned by the wife? If the wife dislikes a certain beast man, she can give him to someone else. The sound of footsteps crunching on the snow drifted in. Tang Ruan looked up to see Wolf Hunt standing there. Having arrived unnoticed, sunlight streamed in behind him, obscuring his expression, though she sensed he might have smiled slightly. Everyone has cooked the meat using your method. Let's eat together? All right. Tang Ruan, with a sigh, glanced down at the star. In a few strides, Wolf Hunt approached and hoisted the little one onto his shoulder, gripping his thigh with one hand as they headed outside. Matters concerning adult beasts do not require your little concern. Suddenly, Tang Ruan recalled how he had carried her in the same manner a couple of days ago. How embarrassing! Yet, her heart raced inexplicably to, oh no, she was about to develop a romantic fixation. The meat roasted by the wolf tribe, devoid of salt and spices, was naturally less delicious than hers. However, Tang Ruan was hungry and relished it. Which will you stay with us this time and not leave? An elderly female beast asked, grasping Tang Ruan's hand. Tang Ruan smiled gently. I must return. My friends are over there, ditto. The female beast appeared somewhat disappointed, glancing toward Wolf Hunt, who sat diagonally across from them. Tang Ruan followed her gaze and noticed the disappointment in Wolf Hunt's eyes. Yet, she could not alleviate his sorrow. She never intended to be with a beast man. Firstly, the fortune-teller's words had indeed come true. She had entered a dreamlike world. Thus, Any romantic entanglement here would ultimately bring her pain. Secondly, with the matter concerning the star's mother now involved, did that make her an interloper again? Tang Ruan felt uneasy about this, although she believed Wolf Hunt's intentions were not as sordid as her ex-boyfriend's. She despised being ensnared in complicated emotions. She needed to find an opportunity to clarify things with him soon. Avoiding Wolf Hunt's gaze, she tactically took a sip of water. How about we let our clan leader accompany you back? Tang Ruan spat out her drink. Did this group of wolf beasts intend to forcefully sell their clan leader to her, simply because of her medical skills? The speaker was Wolf Feather's father, who chuckled at Tang Ruan, genuinely awaiting her response. Tang Ruan wiped her mouth, replying, "No, thank you, that I believe the wolf tribe needs a clan leader more than I do." Wolf Feather's father pondered for a moment, then slapped his forehead that if the witch doesn't mind, why not take my son as well? That way, the clan leader can remain in the wolf tribe as the first beast man, while my son accompanies you to the groundhog tribe to look after you. Tang Ruan twitched her lips. Was he serious or joking? You cunning old beast. How could the witch's second beast man be your son? Wolf Feather. Our Wolf Chi is the legitimate descendant of the former clan leader. With pure bloodline, Wolf Chi, called out, suddenly found his chicken leg unappetizing that he instinctively exchanged glances with Tang Ruan, feeling an inexplicable quickening of his heartbeat. Though the little female was somewhat weaker, her delicate beauty was truly captivating. If only he could hold her every night. Tang Ruan awkwardly chuckled. "Everyone, please stop joking about me." Wolf Feather's father replied, all right, then we'll be third in line. How could you forget about Wolf Mo? That child is the most honest. If he follows the witch, at least he won't be deceived by bad females. Unfortunately, Wolf Wind already had a wife. Tang Ruan quietly stood up, suddenly feeling a piercing gaze directed at her from across the way. She glanced up to meet Wolf Moon's malevolent stare. Wolf Mo sat beside Wolf Moon, nervously wringing his hands while gazing at her. The beastmen grew increasingly animated, already starting to assign tasks to Tang Ruan's 4 beastmen. Just as several elders were discussing who should name Tang Ruan's first child, the surrounding temperature plummeted. The beastmen involuntarily shivered, looking up at the sky. Would it snow again? The brilliant midday sun illuminated the land, and they suddenly recalled that their clan leader possessed ice-related abilities. "Mom, why has my roasted meat turned to stone?" a female beast exclaimed, covering her young one's mouth. All the beastmen bowed their heads together, bracing against the pressure emanating from Wolf Hunt. Slowly, Wolf Hunt rose, walked to Tang Ruan's side, took her hand, and led her deeper into the woods. They continued until they reached a stone wall, where he finally paused. Taking a deep breath to compose himself, did Dio not heed their words. "Your future beast man." He inhaled deeply again. "Must pass my test." Only a beast man stronger than him was worthy of being her partner. Tang Ruan blinked. "You need not worry about this matter." Chapter 19. "Do you wish to kill her?" Wolf Hunt's breath hitched as he turned to her. What did she mean? Who had caught her eye? Wolf Mo, Wolf Feather, or Wolf Chi? Tang Ruan decided to be straightforward with him. She stepped back a few paces. "Wolf Hunt, I know you have feelings for me, but I have no intention of having any partner in this lifetime. I understand you wish to become my beast man because I can bring benefits to the wolf tribe, but rest assured, even if I am not your wife, as long as the wolf tribe does not oppose the groundhog tribe, we will always remain friends. That I will still extend my hand when you need it. That I in recent days." Tang Ruan had grown increasingly aware of the intentions of Potato Mama. The arrival of the wolf tribe had transformed the once perilous forest into a safe haven. Should any ill-intentioned beastmen enter, the wolf tribe would protect their home alongside them, for this place was also their home. Wolf Hunt furrowed his brow as he regarded her, his eyes flickering, seemingly struggling to comprehend. His hands tightened at his sides, and for a fleeting moment, his expression bore a look of hurt. He reminded Tang Ruan of the little dog her mother had cast out into the snow. "You do not intend to keep me?" His voice was filled with disbelief that he had thought that over the past few days, they had grown increasingly close. Tang Ruan was merely different from the other female beasts. She cared for him, even for the entire wolf tribe. That so, was this all merely an act of kindness? Wolf Hunt suddenly approached Tang Ruan, grasping her hands and pinning her against the stone wall. His warm breath brushed against her brow, and the world fell silent, leaving only the sound of his heavy breathing. Tang Ruan was nearly frightened to tears by his sudden actions, yet she held back her tears and bravely looked up. Mocking, "What? The esteemed clan leader of the wolf tribe intends to force himself upon a mere little female. Wolf Hunt's grip suddenly loosened as he gazed into her tear-filled eyes, his heart feeling as though it had been pierced by a stone spike, causing him to gasp for breath. Had he hurt her? Did she truly despise him? You know, it is said that beast men, influenced by their contracts, will love their wives unconditionally, even willing to die for a single word from them. Tang Ruan was perplexed as to why he suddenly shared this with her, her eyes widening as she struggled to appear unafraid. But I like you. I believe it has nothing to do with the contract. Tang Ruan gritted her teeth. Yet I do not like you. That he abruptly released her, stepping aside to grant her passage. That go ahead. I will find a female beast to escort you. Thank you, but that won't be necessary. Tang Ruan sidestepped him and ventured into the forest, quickening her pace until she found herself running unintentionally, as if fleeing. But she didn't even know what she was escaping from. Tang Ruan suddenly tripped over something, getting back up while clutching her sprained ankle in pain. The growl of a beast echoed from not far away. Following the sound, she turned to see a disheveled giant wolf slowly rising from the grass. Its single eye emitted a ghostly yellow glow in the dim light. Tang Ruan felt a sense of familiarity. Was it a beast man from the wolf tribe? Why was it here, suddenly from the distant forest? There arose a cacophony reminiscent of the earth splitting apart. The one-eyed wolf, upon hearing the tumult, turned and fled. Ultimately, it was a female beast that returned Tang Ruan to the cave. She remained indoors for several weeks, hindered by a slow recovery from her sprain and the increasingly heavy snowfall. The bonding ceremony, originally scheduled for the full moon, intended to unite Potato and Sweet Potato, had to be postponed, as the moon was nowhere to be seen. According to legend, the abode of the beast god offers the sight of the largest moon in the world. The beast god, who holds a fondness for the moon, bestows blessings upon those who conduct their bonding ceremonies on this day. Potato sketched a large full moon upon the ground. Do you think the beast god would appreciate my drawing? She inquired, her round, glistening eyes filled with anticipation as she gazed at Tang Ruan. Tang Ruan was aware that Potato had been quite infatuated lately. According to Potato's mother, based on celestial phenomena, the ceremony between her and Sweet Potato would need to be delayed by several months. Tang Ruan approached her friend and gently patted her shoulder. Of course. The beast god will surely adore it. In truth, Tang Ruan harbored doubts about the existence of the beast yadi to her. The bonding ceremony among beast men was akin to the wedding rituals of humans. Just as humans could opt for a civil union without a ceremony, she believed beast men, if genuinely in love, ought to have the same privilege. That if you can't wait, why not just move in together? Upon hearing this, Potato fell silent for 2 seconds before suddenly leaping up and pointing an accusatory finger at Tang Ruan. Tang Ruan, don't tempt me. Are you trying to bring ruin upon Sweet Potato? Tang Ruan sighed inwardly. Indeed, one should never discuss a friend's romantic affairs, regardless of whether they are human or beast man. I was merely trying to cheer you up. How did it turn into me wishing him harm? Potato pouted, explaining that should a female mate with a male without the bonding ceremony, the male would incur the wrath of the beast god and suffer a tragic demise. Is it really that serious? Tang Ruan pondered, suddenly recalling the numerous opportunities Wolf Hunt had to approach her, yet refrained from doing so, perhaps out of fear for his life. She had thought him noble and steadfast. A true gentleman, with a self-deprecating smile, she wondered why she was even thinking of him again. Lately, he had invaded her dreams, his sorrowful ice-blue eyes haunting her thoughts. Oh dear. Potato suddenly sighed that if only we could be like you and Wolf Hunt, receiving the blessings of the beast god without needing a bonding ceremony, simply as companions. Pardon? Tang Ruan replied, taken aback. Potato quickly covered her mouth. What did you just say? Tang Ruan pressed. Potato, despite her efforts to remain silent, finally succumbed to her urge to speak. Tang Ruan, you're such a fool. Haven't you noticed the beast husband mark on your arm? Beast husband mark. She had seen the mark that appeared on the female groundhog beast men after their bonding contracts. Typically small and black, akin to a birthmark. She turned her wrist and I asked this little triangle what you mean. Potato rolled her eyes. Sister, this is a wolf fong. A wolf fong. How majestic and powerful a beast husband mark it is. And it's crimson red. The more esteemed the beast man, the more vibrant and exquisite the mark left upon the female. But I haven't bonded with him, Tang Ruan protested. Potato recounted how, after Tang Ruan had fainted that day. Wolf Hunt had eagerly fed her honey water, and during that moment, they had inexplicably formed a bond. There is only one among all beasts. How can you be so fortunate? Tang Ruan mused. So does that mean she and Wolf Hunt are chosen by the beast god? But she had rejected him multiple times, even showing distaste for him. She had told him she would not take a beast husband. It's akin to forcibly marrying a beautiful woman off the street, only to later reveal that she is an anti-marriage advocate. What difference does it make? From Wolf Hunt's perspective, as a clan leader, he had been played for a fool. Tang Ruan wished she could slap herself. So, she and he were already bound as husband and wife. It wasn't an affair at all. Tang Ruan suddenly chuckled. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Mother forbade me, Potato replied. She said, without knowing if Wolf Hunt was willing. If you were to cling to him, she feared he might take revenge and harm you, that we must wait until it is certain that you both love one another before discussing it. A beast husband can only be freed from the bond by killing his wife. Wolf Hunt must surely despise her now, didn't he? Did he want to kill her? Chapter 20. The blossoming of romantic thoughts, a howl echoed from afar. Resounding with the voices of wolves. Tang Ruan shivered. What was that sound? Potato dashed outside for a moment before returning. The skies have cleared. It must be the wolf clan hunting. Hunting? Why have I never heard them before? Potato continued to embellish her moon drawing. Sweet Potato mentioned that since the cold wave began, prey in the forest has dwindled. Food shortages have forced many creatures from the dark woods to seek sustenance. The wolf clan must hunt in groups for safety, and if they manage to capture a creature, it could sustain them for several days. Tang Ruan recalled the giant centipede she had seen by the lakeside and felt a wave of nausea. Are they reduced to eating monsters now? Potato blinked. What else can they do? If you feel sorry for them, why not bring your beast husband over? Our situation is rather special. Potato shook her head. If you truly don't like him, just be honest with him. Once he finds a suitable wife, he can be sent away, sparing you from being silenced. Tang Ruan fell silent as she approached the cave entrance. Stepping outside, the snow piled up to her thighs. That it was indeed necessary to clarify things, though it was somewhat daunting. Initially believing it to be a brief respite of sunshine, she was astonished when the weather turned fair for 3 consecutive days. With even the snow beginning to melt, was the cold wave finally coming to an end? Potato's elder brother, Cassava, cradled a small creature while standing beside Potato's mother, inquiring, "Is it really so brief?" Potato's mother replied, "It's unlikely." Potato's second father emerged from the cave, draping a fur coat over Potato's mother's shoulders. The clan members asked if they could gather the nearby fruits while the weather was good. They longed to venture to the riverbank, as the young ones were nearly going stir-crazy. The cold wave had arrived so suddenly that many fruits had not been harvested in time. Once the snow receded, only the greenery by the streams remained, tantalizingly out of reach. However, for the safety of the clan, Potato's mother forbade them from straying too far from the cave. But go ahead. Just remind them to return at the first sign of snow. Or else she seemed to recall something, suddenly grasping her second father's hand. You are all I have left. Upon hearing that they could go outside, the young groundhog scampered out. Tang Ruan wrapped herself in furs, loaded her supplies of dried meat, and prepared to set out. As she stepped outside, she encountered Sweet Potato. Are you going to deliver something to the wolf clan? Sweet Potato asked. Is it that obvious? No need to deliver it, Sweet Potato replied. They'll come by shortly. Also, they don't want meat, they want potatoes. Tang Ruan pondered seriously before asking in confusion, does Potato wish to take another wolf clan husband? Sweet Potato's dark face flushed with anger. No, it's edible potatoes. Potatoes for eating. Tang Ruan understood that the wolf clan was in dire need of food, but the notion of them adopting a vegetarian diet seemed utterly absurd. Hence her misunderstanding. Sweet Potato explained that due to the difficulty of hunting prey, the wolf clan had resorted to trading small amounts of meat for numerous potatoes to fill their bellies. This exchange had quietly commenced a week prior, with Potato's mother turning a blind eye on one hand. Their food reserves were sufficient for 3 years, as each groundhog beastman received a share that was hardly consumable. On the other hand, the groundhog beastmen's fertility had significantly declined due to a prolonged absence of meat in their diet. Consuming meat would also provide warmth. However, the wolf clan required 3 to 4 times the amount of food that the groundhog beastmen consumed, making private trading merely a drop in the bucket for them. Thus, Wolf Hunt decided to negotiate directly with Potato's mother. Tang Ruan had never anticipated that upon seeing Wolf Hunt again, he would appear in such a state that a sizable burn scar marred his left shoulder, exposing raw, red flesh beneath that a claw mark, a foot long, ran down his back, seeping blood. His face bore a shallow wound that stretched from his temple to his cheek, narrowly missing his eye. She hid within the cave, observing from a distance as he conversed with the clan leader, her heart aching painfully. How could someone so formidable sustain such grievous injuries? A round little groundhog rolled to Tang Ruan's feet, transforming with a thud into a short, plump, adorable girl. Potato tugged at Tang Ruan, pulling her back into the cave. Mother disapproved, she stated. She said that while cold waves usually last about half a year, what if this one doesn't end? Moreover, the wolf clan has a large appetite, requiring half of our food reserves to survive for a few months. Noticing Tang Ruan's troubled expression, Potato gestured toward the dried meat. Why not just bring Wolf Hunt over? A beast husband accompanying his wife counts as half a groundhog clan member. Mother wouldn't treat him poorly. Tang Ruan, however, found herself lost in thought. Was the clan leader concerned that the wolf clan would fail to uphold their agreement and provide meat? No. They had discovered a ravine behind the dark forest that it was said that in that ravine, even fierce beasts like tigers were reduced to mere prey for other monsters. How terrifying that place must be. A realm only the wolf clan would dare to venture into. Fortunately, all the monsters had been trapped within the ravine. Was that the reason for his grievous injuries? Tang Ruan pressed her hand against her chest, feeling a sharp pain in her heart. Was she falling for him? What could she possibly do for him? Tang Ruan, please take a look at the wolf clan leader, came the sudden voice of Mama Potato from outside the cave. Before Tang Ruan could rise, Wolf Hunter had already bent down and entered through the low opening. Observing this, Potato discreetly slipped away. Wolf Hunter lowered his gaze as he approached Tang Ruan, a look of trouble etched on his face. He seemed unwilling to meet her eyes. Tang Ruan extended a trembling finger, lightly poking his shoulder. Wolf Hunter let out a muffled groan. Fragments of hair concealed his furrowed brow, yet the pain was unmistakable. Hastily, Tang Ruan recalled the remedy she had memorized and set about preparing it. Soon, she returned with the medicine in hand. Wolf Hunter remained statue-like, standing still. This medicine may be somewhat irritating, Tang Ruan cautioned. It might hurt, as she applied the medicine to his wound. Wolf Hunter inhaled deeply, pressing his lips tightly together. If it hurts, you can express it, she said. That it's nothing, he replied, but Tang Ruan did not catch his words clearly. This little pain is nothing, he insisted. Tang Ruan chuckled lightly, feeling an inexplicable surge of anger. It was painful to watch him endure in silence. If he was unaware of the consequences of his injuries, would he not suffer daily? She no longer exercised caution and swiftly applied the medicine. Remarkably, Wolf Hunter did not utter a single sound, earning her admiration. So, you are not afraid of pain, she remarked. In comparison to you. He began, hesitating. This pain is nothing at all. Tang Ruan pondered. Did he mean that the pain he felt was trivial compared to what she had caused? An urge to slap herself arose within her. Just as she was about to speak, she suddenly noticed a swirling purple mist enveloping Wolf Hunter, reminiscent of the vision she had before she fainted weeks prior. Instinctively, she waved her hand, causing the mist to dissipate slightly. The wound on his shoulder visibly shrank. Tang Ruan was taken aback. Could this mist signify his injuries? Did she possess the ability not only to heal, but also to dispel afflictions? Excited by this possibility, she began to fan the air around him. What is happening? Wolf Hunter exclaimed, watching as his wound continued to diminish. Don't worry about it. I will cure you soon. Chapter 21. I will help you kill him, Tang Ruan. Wolf Hunter grasped her hand tightly, concern etched on his features. Tang Ruan gazed at his face, her excitement blossoming into a radiant smile as she reached out to caress his cheek. The scar on his face instantly appeared shorter. Wolf Hunter tensed at her unexpected touch. What are you doing? He asked, his voice hoarse. Suddenly, Tang Ruan wrapped her arms around his neck, drawing him closer. She wanted to see how the wound healed. Her fingertips grazed the scar on his face. Realizing that direct contact yielded better results, Wolf Hunter leaned down. His gaze locked onto Tang Ruan's onyx eyes. The longing he had felt over the past days surged forth like a flood he could no longer contain. He leaned down and captured her lips, his hands encircling her waist, leaving her no room for retreat. They tumbled into a passionate embrace. Tang Ruan felt dizzy, her peripheral vision catching sight of a shoulder wound, which had shrunk to the size of a fist. Wonderful, she responded with heightened fervor. Lost in the kiss, she felt as though she were reliving the moment from her dreams, a realization dawning upon her. He was indeed Wolf Hunter, her dream lover. Perhaps he had forgotten, or perhaps what she dreamt was a glimpse of the future. Just then, a wave of dizziness washed over her. Had Wolf Hunter not held her tightly, she would have collapsed to the ground. "My lady, what is happening to you?" he asked, noticing her distress, but he lifted her gently and laid her on the fur blanket. Suddenly, he realized that the wound on his shoulder had nearly healed, while Tang Ruan appeared extremely frail. Reminiscent of that fateful day, advanced beastmen could transfer their energy to others. That on that day when Tang Ruan had fainted, he had not only given her honey water, but had also shared a portion of his energy with her. Perhaps it was this act that led the beast god to believe he loved her enough to sacrifice himself, thus binding them together. Had she just shared her energy with him as well? But how could someone so seemingly fragile possess the abilities of an advanced beastman? Moreover, why would she willingly sacrifice herself for him? He was merely one of her beast husbands. It should have been him making sacrifices. Wolf Hunter's heart ached at the thought, but he leaned down and kissed her again, determined to return the energy to her. As Tang Ruan groggily opened her eyes, she noticed that his shoulder wound had returned. The warm energy spread throughout her body with each kiss. What was happening? The wound only continued to expand. Although she could not comprehend the situation fully, she suspected it was somehow connected to the kiss. She attempted to push Wolf Hunter away, but she had forgotten the vast disparity in their strengths. Wolf Hunter suddenly lifted his head, confusion etched on his face that a trace of crimson blood adorned his lips, blood that Tang Ruan had drawn. "Do not kiss me again," she shouted, flustered, seizing the opportunity to scramble away from him. In an instant, the expression on Wolf Hunter's face shifted to one of hurt. Did she merely respond to him to heal his wounds? Did she use the same method to heal other beastmen? Tang Ruan, recognizing his misunderstanding from his expression, quickly clarified, "I do not dislike you. It is just that healing is more important right now. We can discuss everything else later, all right?" If she did not help him heal today, he would venture out again the next day, wounds and all. Wolf Hunter suddenly let out a cold, self-deprecating laugh. What else is there to discuss? He pulled her back into his embrace, nuzzling against her shoulder with a sense of longing, as long as he could be with her. Even for a moment longer, it was worthwhile. Tang Ruan took a deep breath and confessed. "Wolf Hunter, the reason I was hesitant to accept you was that I feared becoming a wife." Wolf Hunter froze momentarily. "When I was very young, my father passed away. Why Mother's subsequent beast husbands treated both her and me poorly." She continued, her voice growing softer as memories of joyful times with her father mingled with the pain of her stepfather's abuse surfaced, along with the recollection of her mother being restrained and beaten, only to dismiss it the next day as masculine charm. Tang Ruan fell silent, but Wolf Hunter sensed her fear from her instinctively tense body, that in a world where some males dared to mistreat their wives and children. He asked, "Where is he? I will help you kill him." His voice was low yet icy. Tang Ruan shook her head. "They are already dead. Let them rest in peace." She had never intended to return to her original world. However, what would happen to Wolf Hunter if she did? "Are you afraid I will be like your mother's beast husband?" he asked cautiously. Yes. Tang Ruan's response was half true, half false. She did not want Wolf Hunter to know that the groundhog beast man had deliberately concealed the truth from her. Fearing he would hold a grudge, Wolf Hunter fell silent for a moment. Finally, his voice, tinged with anger, broke the stillness. "What do you take me for?" Tang Ruan, feeling anxious, replied, "That is not what I meant. I absolutely trust and respect you. You deserve the best. If one day you no longer like me, I can let you go to someone you do like. To be honest." Tang Ruan felt a bit fearful of him. The disparity in their strengths felt like that of a chick against a big bad wolf. Past experiences had made her pessimistic about love. Thus, she wanted to clarify things beforehand. If he were to change his heart one day, at least she could preserve her life. Wolf Hunter's grip around her tightened, as if he had made a resolute decision. That day will never come. Tang Ruan smiled, thinking that whatever he said was fine. Since love had arrived, she would savor the present moment. The future could wait. "Will you come back to the Wolf Clan with me?" No sooner had Wolf Hunter's words left his lips than a commotion erupted at the cave entrance. Still no sign of them? No, it's dark now. What should we do? Have you seen Mao Mao? No. I heard he was with a cub from the Wolf clan. Tang Ruan and Lang Lai emerged from the cave, while Mao Mao's father, Mu Shu, paced anxiously. Mao Mao claimed he was waiting for a friend and stubbornly refused to return, ultimately needing to be carried back by me to my dismay. A mere glance away resulted in his disappearance. Mu Shu's wife kicked him sharply on the calf, causing him to collapse to the ground. You can't even keep an eye on a child. What use are you to me? Potato Mama observed her son kneeling on the ground, furrowing her brow to let's split up and search. The Wolf clan also offered their assistance, Lang Lai remarked, and Potato Mama shot him a glance. She had just declined the Wolf clan's help, unwilling to owe them a favor. Lang Lai quickly added, the Wolf clan possesses excellent night vision. Since the cold snap, many creatures residing in caves have emerged to forage. Finding our children is of utmost importance. Mama, Mu Shu tugged at Potato Mama's leather coat, exclaiming, Mao Mao might be eaten by a monster. Very well, Potato Mama nodded slightly to Lang Lai. Today, he brought along Lang Chi and Lang Feng. Lang Feng would return to the clan to inform everyone to assist in the search. All right, upon receiving Lang Lai's command, Lang Feng dashed away like the wind, his gray-brown figure swiftly blending into the night. Several groundhog orcs gasped in astonishment. Wow, that was incredibly fast. Mu Shu's wife fixed her gaze in the direction where Lang Feng had vanished, wishing her own beastly husband possessed such capability. Tang Ruan's impression of Lang Feng was still rooted in their first meeting. He was on the smaller side among the Wolf clan. She had not anticipated his speed, which explained how he could survive in such a harsh environment. Lang Lai transformed into his beast form, allowing Tang Ruan to climb onto his back. That'd be by the time they arrived at the stream. Lang Feng had just returned. Chief, I've already notified everyone to search. Good. There is one more thing. Lang Feng's expression revealed concern. The star has vanished. Chapter 22. He is not a coward. Someone overheard him mention wanting to catch a mouse. Suddenly, Lang Feng had a realization, his gaze sweeping over the groundhog orcs. It must be that the star and Mao Mao made plans to play together. They have met before. Tang Ruan quickly interjected, fearing the groundhog orcs might misconstrue the situation. Lang Feng glanced at Lang Lai, yet he did not finish his sentence. In truth, the star's original words were that he intended to catch a mouse to eat. Why would he want to catch our groundhogs? A groundhog orc cried out, that I've seen that kid called Star. In beast form, he's half a person tall. How could he play with Mao Mao? They hadn't eaten well in ages. Could it be that they intended to devour Mao Mao? Don't talk nonsense, Potato Mama scolded. Yet, while she could silence her kin's words, she could not control their thoughts. Mu Shu's wife glared fiercely at Lang Chi, recalling how he had threatened them multiple times, suspecting he might be the one who devoured her child. Lang Chi shot her a sidelong glance, retorting, that little bit of meat wouldn't even suffice to fill a wolf cub's teeth. Lang Chi, Lang Lai reprimanded. However, the thoughts of others were stirred by Lang Chi's words. Indeed, Mao Mao was hardly enough to satisfy a wolf cub. His beast form was even smaller than a wolf's paw. Yet one could not dismiss the possibility of a wolf cub. Out of curiosity, consuming Mao Mao Y clan has never feasted upon orcs, Lang Lai assured. However, when they first arrived in Cave Valley, they had indeed exhibited behavior that suggested they would eat orcs to intimidate them. Thus, Lang Lai's statement lacked persuasiveness that we should prioritize finding the children. If they encounter a monster, it could cost them their lives. Tang Ruan's words reminded everyone that now was not the time for mutual disdain. Deep in the forest, after discussing with Potato Mama, Lang Lai leaped onto a rock. All male orcs of the Wolf clan will search deep within the shadowy forest. Females, take care of your offspring and search the outer forest with the groundhog orcs, he warned, casting a stern glance at Wolf Moon and the nearby Wolf Mo. Recently, the two had monopolized the cave, with the star running outside daily, even sleeping in the dens of other orcs at night. The Wolf clan was not oblivious to their affairs. In an instant, whispers filled the air. They don't even care for their own offspring, spending every day with the male orcs. Wolf Mo was equally reckless. Should the time come when she refused to bond with him, he would be left to his fate, but that was uncertain. Wolf Moon was the daughter of the old chief and quite responsible. Hadn't she previously frolicked with several male orcs, only to be discovered by the old chief and subsequently taken as wives? At that moment, An invisible pressure descended, silencing the two female beasts. They were terrified to find the chief's icy gaze fixed upon them. While Tang Ruan perked up her ears yet failed to catch the remaining words. What was going on with Lang Lai? It turned out he had a history with Wolf Moon. No wonder she despised her so much. Tang Ruan shook her head, casting aside romantic thoughts. Now was not the time for such distractions. Finding Mao Mao and the star was paramount. As everyone dispersed to search, Mu Shu remained stationary, seeing the wolf clan prepare to leave. He hurriedly followed. What are you doing? Lang Lai suddenly turned around. I'm going to find my son. Don't create chaos. Lang Chi stepped forward, his hot breath brushing against Mu Shu, an immense sense of pressure causing him to sit down abruptly. The monsters there are tenfold, even 100-fold stronger than you. Do you wish to be a mere snack? Lang Chi's words elicited laughter from some of the wolf clan. Feeling humiliated, Mu Shu trembled and stood up. How can I know the truth if I don't follow? What if one of your cubs harmed Mao Mao and framed it as a monster's doing? What did you say? Lang Chi leaped forward. Mu Shu, silence. Potato Mama's voice rang out simultaneously. Lang Lai stepped in front of Lang Chi, who was breathing heavily in anger. Why should we aid these ungrateful creatures? Potato Mama approached Lang Lai, stating, Chief, you should take him along. Both Lang Lai and Mu Shu were taken aback. Potato Mama continued, regardless of whether he lives or dies, it is not the concern of the wolf clan that if he dies, I will consider him an incompetent son I never had. After all, I have 4 other sons just like him. Mu Shu realized that Potato Mama was provoking her own child. Lang Lai's gaze drifted to the distance, landing on a small female orc crouched on the ground, diligently crafting a makeshift torch. Does the chief not trust us at all? I have even placed my wife under your care. Upon hearing Lang Lai's words, Tang Ruan rubbed her face, realizing how warm it felt in the cold night. In the end, Mu Shu decided to follow, perhaps to prove to his mother that he was not a coward. Hong Shu, Potato, and Tang Ruan formed a group, due to the limited number of makeshift torches. The tallest among them, standing approximately 169 cm, held the torch. Tang Ruan walked ahead, perpetually fearing that her hair might catch fire. Ouch! Potato suddenly stepped on something. Potato! Are you all right? Hong Shu quickly crouched down to inspect, leaving Tang Ruan no chance to intervene. After a brief examination, Hong Shu informed Tang Ruan, Potato's foot is injured. I will take her back and return to find you. Okay. Tang Ruan nodded that yes, the two departed. Darkness enveloped the surroundings. Fortunately, the forest still bore remnants of undissolved snow, faintly illuminating the path ahead. The calls of orcs echoed around them. Star! Mao Mao! Star! Thus, Tang Ruan felt no fear after walking for a while. She suddenly sensed something following her from behind. The footsteps mirrored her own, perfectly matching her pace. In a burst of instinct, Tang Ruan quickened her steps, then abruptly halted. The footsteps paused in tandem, albeit a fraction slower. Tang Ruan whirled around. A figure rushed past her side. By its shape, it was a wolf. Tang Ruan sighed in relief. It must be a member of the wolf clan, conveniently trailing behind her. She raised her foot to continue calling. Mao Mao, Star! Mao Mao! Yet unbeknownst to her, at that very moment, a massive creature behind her raised its paw in response. Reaching a dead end, Tang Ruan returned to the stone wall. There was a fist-sized pit, radiating outward like a spider's web, filled with blue ice that shimmered under the moonlight, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Tang Ruan gazed at this magnificent sight, recalling that it was a result of Lang Lai's punch. She swallowed hard, resolutely deciding to treat him better. Turning around, she prepared to retrace her steps. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the darkness. Wolf Moon approached her, expressionless. Have you found the star? Tang Ruan hurriedly inquired. Wolf Moon proudly lifted her chin, her eyes flashing with a cold glint. Chapter 23. Let's coordinate a fragile groundhog orc. Tang Ruan reached for her waist and retrieved a sharp stone, a tool she commonly used as a knife. Wolf Yu observed her actions with a scornful smile. Tang Ruan resolved to stabilize the situation first. I am aware of your fondness for Wolf Hunter. We shall discuss this matter upon our return. For now, what is of utmost importance is to locate the star. Otherwise, he may be devoured by monsters. Upon hearing Tang Ruan's words, Wolf Yu's expression shifted slightly, but in an instant, her gaze turned more ferocious. This groundhog orc was indeed clever. How could such a diminutive creature possess a formidable mate like Wolf Hunter and willingly send him away? She exuded the essence of Wolf Hunter. It was evident what had transpired between them. Jealousy churned within Wolfew. This is how you deceived Wolf Hunter. Wolfew transformed into her beast form, preparing to pounce on her. Suddenly, she halted, her gaze shifting warily towards the nearby woods. There were others who shared my disdain for you. Tang Ruan was perplexed. At that moment, a call from Wolf Hunter echoed in the distance. Though Tang Ruan could not comprehend the words, she discerned the tone of victory. Wolfew hesitated, then turned and raced towards the source of the sound. Upon Tang Ruan's return, she found the wife of Cassava and Wolf Chi embroiled in a fierce argument. What have you done to Mao Mao? Why is he carrying him? Mao Mao is covered in blood. Look closely. That is the blood of my wolf cub. To protect this little one, the wolf cub was also injured. Transformed into her beast form, Mao Mao lowered his head, revealing a gash that pierced through half of his foreleg. Then why is Mao Mao still unconscious? My mate was perfectly fine when he left. How could he have fainted? Is he dead? You owe me a mate, the wife of Cassava shouted, directing a furious glance at Wolf Foam. Wolf Chi growled and leaped in front of the wife of Cassava. We saved you. Do not be so ungrateful. What are you so proud of? If we had not taken you in, your wolf clan would have starved long ago. Wolf Chi deliberately licked his lips. That may not be the case. If you did not take us in, I would find other means to fill my belly. Enough! Enough! Both Mother Potato and Wolf Hunter interjected simultaneously. Tang Ruan realized that the conflict could not be resolved in haste. Only by allowing the parties involved to address the matter could misunderstandings be dispelled. She squeezed her way to the front of the wife of Cassava and extended her hand. The wife of Cassava, trusting Tang Ruan, hurriedly handed Mao Mao over to her. Transformed into his beast form, Mao Mao was no larger than a palm. Tang Ruan pressed her hands together, concentrating her energy, striving to recall the sensation she had experienced while dispelling the purple mist. Before long, the purple mist dissipated from Mao Mao, and he awoke. Everyone stood in astonishment at this spectacle. What medicine did she just use? She did not use any. How did she manage to awaken Mao Mao? Could it be that Tang Ruan truly is a descendant of a shaman, perhaps the most powerful kind? Tang Ruan had become accustomed to the dizziness that followed her healing efforts. Swaying slightly as she struggled to maintain her balance, that I am here. Wolf Hunter, having appeared behind Tang Ruan unbeknownst to her, placed a hand on her shoulder, allowing her to lean back with ease. Mama! Mao Mao reached out to the wife of Cassava. Tang Ruan returned him to her. Mao Mao transformed into the likeness of a child, pointing at the ground, that he wants to catch mice to eat. Upon hearing this, everyone turned in shock towards the star. You truly intend to consume him? The wife of Cassava exclaimed sharply. The star gazed up with innocent, wide eyes. That I did not. I merely took him to catch mice. But when the monsters returned to their den, we had no choice but to hide. That if you claim to have hidden, then how do you explain your injuries? Clearly, you are lying. The star cast a timid glance at Wolfew, then quickly turned away. These injuries were sustained prior. Wolfew replied coldly, Indeed, these are injuries incurred earlier. Several Wolf Clan orcs turned their gazes towards Wolfew. Their own cub had been injured, and yet she had not summoned the clan leader to seek the shaman's aid. It was clear that her reluctance stemmed from her affection for the clan leader, who had previously expressed his disinterest in taking a mate, yet was now with the shaman. The nature of the wounds was unmistakable. The Wolf Clan lived by hunting, and they could identify the source of any injury at a glance. Star, how did you sustain those injuries? Wolf Hunter inquired. The star lowered his head, stammering, It wasn't me. Wolfew interjected hastily, fearful that the star might inadvertently reveal too much. Her initial intent had been to inflict a minor injury on the star to draw Tang Ruan closer, then to eliminate her without anyone noticing. However, this little cub, whether out of mischief or intent, had gone off to catch mice with the groundhog orc. Tang Ruan regarded Wolfew with confusion, while she could understand the hatred directed towards her. Why inflict such cruelty upon her own offspring? Wolfew, aware that all eyes were upon her, puffed out her chest. That my cub is disobedient. I shall discipline him. What of it? Wolf Hunter replied icily. The star is not merely your offspring. He is the future of the entire Wolf Clan. Given your heavy-handedness, henceforth, the star will be raised by Wolf Foam. Wolf Foam, upon hearing this, looked up in astonishment that he had been separated from his mate and cub during a chaotic battle. and their bond had since been severed. Yet Wolf Feng had always believed they were still alive. Each time he saw a female with her cub, memories of his mate and child flooded back. Now, with Wolf Hunter entrusting the star to him, it was undoubtedly the greatest comfort. Tang Ruan assumed that Wolf Yu would refuse, yet to her surprise, she acquiesced. The star, perhaps fearful of Wolf Yu, slowly approached Wolf Feng. Do not change the subject. Your cub intends to consume Mao Mao. I have lost a mate. How will you account for this? The wife of Cassava shrieked in a frenzy. Mao Mao is fine. If the Wolf clan could return Wolf Feng to me, it would be even better. Such a strong male who adored cubs captivated her gaze, while Wolf Feng's attention remained solely on the star. Oblivious to her fixation, I did not know you were so ungrateful when I previously gave you cassava. Mother Potato finally could no longer restrain herself. Once a male had a mate, he belonged to her. She should not have interfered. Yet it was evident that this reckless female was attempting to sow discord between the two clans for her own selfish desires. Clan leader, you may fear them. But I do not fear the wife of Cassava, she muttered. Wolf Feng suddenly noticed her gaze and emitted a low growl in her direction. The wife of Cassava stepped back in fright. Do not fear, he mocked, as the tension escalated. Tang Ruan extricated herself from Wolf Hunter's embrace, that I shall awaken Cassava and get to the bottom of this. Surely, someone must believe the elder's words. Wolf Hunter seized her. You cannot expend your energy on others again. I will handle it. Energy? What energy? Realizing he had misunderstood, Tang Ruan blinked that I have not given anyone energy. I merely banished the sickness from them. Indeed, that purple substance must be what the elders refer to as sickness. Upon hearing this, the admiration of all the orcs for her grew even stronger. The shaman could perceive what they could not see. Her ancestors must have been servants of the beast deity. The beast deity sent Tang Ruan here to save us. Tang Ruan smiled awkwardly as she approached the unconscious cassava, that I do not care what methods you employ. Do not harm yourself any further. Wolf Hunter grasped her hand, but Tang Ruan pushed him away, raising her voice deliberately. Dispelling the sickness will deplete a great deal of my energy. Generally, in cases like his, I would not intervene. He only needs to sleep for half a day to awaken. However, to uncover the truth and eliminate misunderstandings between our clans, I must resort to self-harm in order to save him. Dada. I hope you understand my predicament. Having said this, she exchanged a knowing wink with Wolf Hunter, conveying the need for cooperation. Wolf Hunter. Tang Ruan placed her hand on Cassava's waist and gave him a sharp twist. Duh. Cassava cried out in pain, sitting up abruptly. Tang Ruan rolled her eyes and fainted. Wife, wife! Wolf Hunter cradled Tang Ruan in his arms, lifting her face to channel his energy into her. Suddenly, his movements froze as he felt someone tracing circles on his chest with their nails. Chapter 24. Her dream was still too conservative. Wolf Hunter. Tang Ruan. What has happened to you? Tang Ruan's sister. What have you done to her? Several groundhog orcs surged forward. Wolf Hunter turned, casting a single glance that halted them all in their tracks. My wife, in her effort to rescue the groundhog orc and prove our wolf clan's innocence, did not hesitate to harm herself. The deal you not yet understand. Mother Potato stood still, exchanging a brief glance with Wolf Hunter. What should we understand? The wife of Cassava interjected. You sought to consume my cub first, and then knocked out my mate. Tang Ruan is one of the groundhog tribe. We do not owe you anything. The cassava, timidly opening its mouth, is accompanied by the star, adorned with fur, to catch mice for sustenance. That I, having fainted from the fright of encountering a monster, the prairie dog tribe members, at this moment, see Tang Ruan gradually awakening. Wolf Hunt, let us leave, he says, cradling Tang Ruan in his arms. Hey, Tang Ruan is one of us. She is my wife. The voice of Wolf Hunt, though not loud, resonates with authority that if you need to find my wife for any matters, come to my wolf tribe to see her. The second father of the potato draws closer to the potato mother. Tang Ruan is a rare shaman. How can we allow the wolf tribe to take her away? Shouldn't we keep her to negotiate with the wolf tribe? The potato mother chuckles softly. Do you trust Tang Ruan? Without hesitation, the second father replies, Of course I trust her. That child is one I saved. In the wolf tribe, at least she can mitigate unnecessary troubles between our two tribes, the potato mother asserts, glancing at Cassava's wife. As long as we do not provoke them, we can coexist peacefully. Wolf Hunt carries Tang Ruan back to the cave and lays her on the fur blanket, leaning in closer. Tang Ruan hastily reaches out to support his face, but we cannot indulge in daylight. What? Wolf Hunt fails to comprehend. That I mean we cannot. Tang Ruan's face flushes crimson as she refers to mating. Wolf Hunt's expression momentarily falters. Then he smiles that I will transfer energy to you. He means that. She realizes, as he takes one of her hands and kisses her palm. Moreover, it is already night. Tang Ruan awkwardly withdraws her hand and sits up that I did not transfer any energy to him. She explains the situation, mentioning her ability to see the injuries and ailments of beast men and to dispel them. Wolf Hunt has never heard of such a power. Indeed, his wife is extraordinary. His pride swells even further. But dispelling the illness from Mao Mao also consumes energy, that I must still provide you with energy. Wolf Hunt leans in for another kiss, but Tang Ruan covers his mouth with her hand. Does she not wish to kiss him? With such a handsome man who cares for her right in front of her, how could she not want to? She fears his injuries may worsen. Tang Ruan's gaze falls upon his shoulder. To replenish energy. You should roast meat for me. I also need to prepare medicine for the star. Wolf Hunt gently ruffles her hair. All right, with that he departs. As Tang Ruan finishes preparing the medicine, Wolf Hunt returns, carrying a piece of meat. He raises his hand, and with a few swift motions, slices off several thin pieces. He places the meat on a stone slab, roasting it according to the method Tang Ruan taught him last time. Soon, the meat is ready. At that moment, Wolf Wind appears at the cave entrance. Tang Ruan hands him the prepared medicine to apply to the wound. Although the star's injury looks severe, it is merely superficial. I will check on him first thing in the morning. All right, Wolf Wind replies, taking the medicine. Thank you for your trouble. Wolf Wind quickly assumes the role of a caretaker. When Tang Ruan returns, the meat is already roasted. Wolf Hunt blows on it and brings it to her mouth. She eagerly takes a bite. She is genuinely hungry, having not eaten dinner and having worked for so long. However, as soon as the meat enters her mouth, she nearly spits it out. It is tough and dry, with a hint of bitterness. Did he burn it? She chews a few times with effort and swallows, glancing at the meat in Wolf Hunt's hands, which does not appear burnt. Seeing Tang Ruan's troubled expression, Wolf Hunt lowers his gaze in self-reproach that I will find a way to catch a sheep for you tomorrow. What kind of meat is this? Tang Ruan inquires curiously. Tiger meat. Tang Ruan covers her mouth. She has certainly gained some knowledge. Yet, she did not expect the meat of the king of beasts to taste this terrible. Her hand brushes against the uncut raw meat, and a recipe begins to form in her mind that it's all right. I can process it to make it more palatable another day. She understands the importance of not wasting the remaining meat, knowing how difficult it is for him to hunt a tiger. It barely fills her stomach. Wolf Hunt carries Tang Ruan to the fur blanket. Outside, snow begins to fall again, and it gets a bit chilly away from the fire. Snuggling under the blanket, Tang Ruan suddenly realizes that the place she is sitting on has become much softer than before. Upon closer inspection, she finds that it is no longer just several layers of furs spread on the ground, but rather a meticulously piled soft couch. Wolf Hunt brings over a tiger skin, measuring nearly 3 meters wide, and drapes it over Tang Ruan. She instantly feels much warmer. However, such a large tiger skin. How enormous must the tiger have been? Wolf Hunt joins her under the blanket, propping himself up on his hands to gaze at her, his lips curling into an uncontrollable smile. Did I ask my wife pleased with her nest? Tang Ruan nods. When did you become so particular? Previously, he did not even cover himself while sleeping. A male must arrange his nest well for a female to want to reside with him. Tang Ruan is taken aback that in the days gone by, they had no contact, and she assumed he had given up. Little did she know, he had been secretly preparing his nest. It turns out he never intended to abandon her. He just feared he was not good enough. Tang Ruan suddenly recalls the enormous claw marks on his back. Could they have been inflicted while slaying this tiger? Her heart aches. Observing Wolf Hunt's eager expression, like that of a child awaiting praise, she adds, I am very satisfied. I like it very much. Wolf Hunt reaches out to pull her into his embrace, nuzzling her nose. Then, dear wife, would you care to see how satisfied you are with your beast husband? As night deepens and the snow falls, producing a soft crunch underfoot, Tang Ruan murmurs, I am satisfied. Quite satisfied. Soft sounds emanate from the cave as several times Tang Ruan drifts into unconsciousness, only to awaken groggily, repeatedly mumbling, Wolf Hunt, I am very satisfied. Let us continue tomorrow, shall we? My wife, I am not yet satisfied. Tang Ruan finally understands the origin of the term lecher, for he truly embodies that aspect. Her dreams had been far too conservative, had it not been for the necessity to attend to the star's injuries the next day. She would have preferred to remain in bed all day. Last night had left her feeling utterly exhausted. The star's wound is already scabbed over. Tang Ruan wishes to help dispel the illness, but fears she may faint due to her own weakness. So she decides to change the star's dressing first, that if you feel unwell, you must tell me to not move around for the next few days. The star lowers his head, gripping the blanket tightly with both hands, seemingly avoiding her gaze. She recalls the day when the star pleaded with her to let Wolf Hunt go. Tang Ruan takes the initiative to ask, "Are you angry with me? Angry that I took Wolf Hunt away?" Upon hearing this, the star quickly shakes his head. "The clan leader likes you. You like the clan leader. You two should be together." It is a relief that he can understand. Tang Ruan reaches out to ruffle the star's tousled hair. The star suddenly looks up, his anxious gaze fixed on her. "In the future, do not come to change my dressings." "Why not?" "Because..." At that moment, a crunching sound of footsteps on the snow reaches the cave entrance. Tang Ruan assumes it is Wolf Wind returning and turns her head. To her surprise, a tall figure stands at the entrance, backlit by the glow. "Mom. Uncle Wolf Wind is almost back," the star exclaims nervously. Chapter 25. He really eats people I know. They have gone hunting. Wolf Moon steps into the cave. "I brought you something." She places a piece of fur beside the star, sniffing. "Damn that female. How dare she have already mated with Wolf Hunt? Wolf Hunt is hers. How could she touch what belongs to her?" Years ago, she had sought to claim him as her beast husband, but he had declared that he would never have a wife and would dedicate his life to protecting the wolf tribe. In her attempt to capture his attention, she had transformed all his friends into his beast husbands. Yet in the end, she still could not win him over. Now, with only a few of them left in the wolf tribe, she thought that even if he did not belong to her, he wouldn't belong to anyone else. But now, Tang Ruan actually possesses him. How dare she? Tang Ruan instinctively clutches her collar, feeling the weight of Wolf Moon's gaze, which makes her feel utterly uncomfortable, as though she might be swallowed whole at any moment. "I will take my leave." Tang Ruan stands and swiftly exits the cave. Along the way, she ponders, "Should I tell Wolf Hunt about this?" However, she has not inflicted any tangible harm upon her. If Wolf Hunt were to learn of this, what would he do? In her moment of distraction, she collides with a beast man. "I am sorry." The beast man slowly turns to face her, lame, hunchbacked, one-eyed, and an aged face marred with ghastly scars. Tang Ruan is taken aback by his appearance. She has never seen anyone so hideous in her life. The old beast man fixes his murky yellow eyes upon her. This eye seems strangely familiar to Tang Ruan. Suddenly, someone grabs her. "Little female," your tribesman said, "thanks to your help yesterday, we found the person and brought something." Wolf Chi drags her away. "Wolf Chi, who is that person?" "I have never seen him in the wolf tribe before. Stay away from him. He is not one of us," Wolf Chi warns tersely. "Not? Then how did he end up here?" Wolf Chi halts, a look of disgust crossing his face. "He insisted on following. What can I do? There are few beast men as it is. I cannot just kill him. Just know he is a cursed beast man." "Cursed?" Tang Ruan does not comprehend. "Why is he cursed?" The wolf, Chihua, raised his waist and impatiently curled his lip. "I told you, don't regret asking." Tang Ruan inquired, "Is this a terrifying story?" She nodded, and he replied, "I have consumed orcs." Suddenly, Tang Ruan's eyes widened in shock. He eats people." Seeing her frightened expression, Chihua found her to resemble a startled little white rabbit, which he found exceedingly amusing. He took a step closer, deliberately licking his lips. "Indeed. I've devoured many, many orcs." Fragments of memories flashed through Tang Ruan's mind. A one-eyed wolf with singed fur lunging at her, prompting her to grab a handful of sand and throw it towards him. She ran desperately, with the wolf hot on her heels. Eventually, she stumbled and fell into the stream of the Pitfall Valley. At that moment, she sustained a severe injury, leaving her with a foggy recollection of events. In hindsight, the one-eyed wolf she had encountered in the woods that day must have been him, the very beast that had pursued her. Tang Ruan trembled uncontrollably. Chihua, taken aback by her apparent cowardice, hastily clarified, "Little female, I was merely teasing you. Yes, I did consume orcs, but only their corpses. I was so famished that I could not discern the difference. Upon death, orcs transform into beastly forms. Some smaller orcs indeed resemble animals, But those were mere fabrications. Only she knew he truly ate people. What about Wolf Hunt? Tang Ruan asked. Chiwa gestured in a particular direction. He just returned, likely over by the sweet potatoes. Tang Ruan turned and quickly dashed toward that location. Hey, little female, don't report me, I was just joking. Chihua exclaimed, hurriedly following her. Upon seeing Wolf Hunt, Tang Ruan threw herself into his arms. Holding on to him tightly in that moment, she felt a sense of security. The surrounding orc wolves observed the scene, silently giving a thumbs up to their leader. Indeed, the chief was impressive. In just one night, he had made his mate reluctant to part from him. There were whispers that Wolfyu had taken in all others because the chief was lacking, yet he had not claimed him as a mate. Sweet Potato was utterly astonished, her jaw agape. It turned out that after mating, females would become so reliant on their males that he too would need to establish a contract with Potato soon. Wolf Hunt reached out, affectionately ruffling Tang Ruan's hair. Be good, we'll cuddle later. I have something to ask of you. Wolf Wind and Wolf Mo supported Wolf Feather as they approached, blood dripping profusely along the way. Inside the cave, Tang Ruan focused her energy, placing her hands over Wolf Feather's wounds. Wolf Hunt held her shoulders, continuously channeling energy into her. Cold sweat trickled down the side of his face. That I'm fine, don't waste your energy. Wolf Feather struggled to sit up, only to be firmly pushed back down by Wolf Hunt. Stay still. Tang Ruan's gaze fell upon the large area of fur soaked with blood beneath Wolf Feather. She shut her eyes. The daily tasks they undertook were fraught with peril. After a lengthy period, Wolf Feather's bleeding finally ceased, and his wounds healed by about 60 to 70%. Wolf Hunt stood, his complexion pale. Chihua hurriedly approached. Boss, how are you? Can you still use your abilities? Wolf Hunt surveyed the surrounding clanspeople and nodded slightly. Chihua breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, the boss's abilities are intact. During Chihua's childhood, he had once suffered a grievous injury, a wound that pierced through his chest. And it seemed he would not survive. That it was Wolf Hunt who used his own energy to keep him alive until the wound slowly healed. However, after that, Wolf Hunt could not use his abilities for a long time. Now, the Wolf clan needed Wolf Hunt's powers to hunt in that terrifying gorge to survive, but he absolutely could not afford to lose his abilities. The food provided by the groundhog orcs will last us for a while. For now, let us refrain from hunting in the gorge, Wolf Hunt stated as he circled around Chihua, avoiding giving Wolf Feather's father a chance to speak. Tang Ruan trotted behind them. After they left, Chihua stood still, pondering for a long time that if his abilities were truly fine, why suddenly prevent everyone from hunting? As Wolf Hunt stepped into the cave, he stumbled, nearly falling. Wolf Hunt! Tang Ruan rushed to support him, having sensed something was off earlier. However, since he was expending energy, she had not been able to detect any illness. Are you all right? She asked anxiously. That I'm just a bit tired. Can you stay with me for a while? Of course, I'll stay with you. I want to go anywhere down on the soft couch. Wolf Hunt curled up, cradling Tang Ruan like an infant. Soon, his rhythmic breathing filled the air, yet his brow remained furrowed. Tang Ruan, came Sweet Potato's voice from the cave entrance. As Tang Ruan emerged from Wolf Hunt's embrace, he grasped her tightly. She turned back, seeing him still with his eyes closed, and comforted him. Be good. I'll be right back. Did I just need to speak with Sweet Potato? Only then did he release her. Outside the cave, Sweet Potato rubbed her hands together. I shouldn't disturb you at this moment. She peered into the cave, but Potato's injury seems quite severe, and no wonder they had not returned after leaving that day. That I'll go back with you to check. Tang Ruan quickly offered. No need. Sweet Potato waved her hand. Just give me the medicine, that I can look after Potato, and Wolf Hunt needs you to. I believe Potato will understand. After some struggle, Tang Ruan returned to the cave, retrieved the medicine, and emerged again. When you get back, crush this and apply it to her wounds. That if she isn't better in 2 days, come find me immediately. All right, Sweet Potato accepted the medicine. Tang Ruan hesitated for a moment before saying, Could you ask the chief if we can borrow some food from the Wolf clan? She wished for Wolf Hunt to rest a little longer. Sweet Potato nodded. Sure, I'll find an opportunity to ask. As she spoke, she pulled out a small, dark ball from her pocket and handed it to Tang Ruan. This was what injured Potato that day. Be careful of it in the forest. Tang Ruan took it, noticing it resembled a fruit, hard and covered with hundreds of spiky teeth, much like a small sea urchin. Suddenly, a few lines of text appeared in her mind. Toothball fruit, seeds are edible. Chapter 26. even if she truly wished to poison him. He would willingly accept it. Raw consumption is mildly toxic. When heated, it becomes edible, soft, sweet, and replenishes energy. That wasn't this just chestnut. The following morning, as the snow ceased to fall, Tang Ruan set out with a bag on her back. The spot where she had found the toothball fruit was still blanketed in snow. After digging for a while, her hands turned red from the cold. During the process, she accidentally pricked herself on a toothball fruit, and blood began to flow from her fingertip. Thankfully, due to the cold, after holding it in her mouth for a while, the bleeding stopped. With a large bag of toothball fruits, Tang Ruan exited the forest, eagerly picking up a stick to begin pounding. She needed to crush the toothball fruits so that the seeds could be extracted. However, these fruits were frozen solid, making it quite a laborious task. After a prolonged effort, she managed to crack open a few. The noise attracted the wolf cubs nearby, who approached her curiously. "Medic, what are you doing?" "Cooking something delicious. Come help." The cubs mimicked her actions and began to pound the seeds from the toothball fruits. Tang Ruan lit a fire and tossed the seeds into the flames. Soon, the crackling sounds filled the air, startling several young cubs, who transformed into their beast forms and dashed several meters away. But suddenly, they caught a whiff of the enticing aroma wafting from the fire and returned. "Can we eat it, medic?" Tang Ruan found a stick and began to fish out the cooked toothball seeds from the fire. After allowing them to cool slightly in the snow, she cracked open the shells and tasted one that was sweet and soft, surpassing even the sugary chestnuts, with an additional hint of fruity fragrance. She couldn't help but stomp her feet in joy. This was the most delicious thing she had eaten in her 3 years in the beast world. A group of wolf cubs gazed at Tang Ruan. Drooling profusely, she shared a few with them, and they eagerly stuffed them into their mouths, shells and all. Delicious. "Medic, I want more." It must be said, the wolf beast had remarkably strong teeth. After Tang Ruan demonstrated the proper way to eat, she passed the remaining seeds to them and immediately roasted the rest for herself. Everyone was delighted. When Tang Ruan finally came to her senses, she realized, "Oh no, I was supposed to save some for Wolf Hunt to try. How did it all disappear?" The voice came from Star, who had been watching from a distance for quite some time. Tang Ruan thought he would soon join them, but surprisingly, the little one showed remarkable restraint. Star approached, the eldest among the wolf cubs, assuming a leader's posture. "Why aren't you off to help the medic find more?" At the command of their little king, the cubs transformed into their beast forms, each taking one of Tang Ruan's large bags in their mouths, darting into the forest like the wind. Tang Ruan hurriedly called after them, "Be careful not to get hurt. Over there." The stars remained stationary, unperturbed. After a considerable pause, he suddenly fixed his gaze upon her with the demeanor of a little adult and said, "You must take good care of yourself and refrain from venturing into the forest alone. Otherwise, before I have grown up, you might meet your demise." Tang Ruan responded, "Thank you." Shortly thereafter, the little ones returned. Just as Tang Ruan prepared the second batch, the previously boisterous children suddenly fell silent, curiously lifting her head. She beheld Wolf Hunter standing before her, having appeared unbeknownst to her. Upon seeing him, Tang Ruan raised her dark hand, revealing a freshly roasted fruit, a toothball. She proudly proclaimed, "Wolf Hunter, do taste this. It is utterly delicious." Wolf Hunter's eyes fixated on her fingers, his pupils gradually losing warmth in one swift motion. He scooped her off the ground and carried her back to the cave. He unceremoniously tossed Tang Ruan onto the soft couch and bent down to envelop her injured finger with his mouth. He did not afford her the opportunity to speak, wrapping his arm around her waist and capturing her lips with his own. Energy flowed ceaselessly into Tang Ruan's body. How could this man so readily dispense energy without cause? Tang Ruan found herself unable to push him away and was thus compelled to endure it. Yet perhaps due to the extensive energy he had expended the previous day, a silver-gray tail suddenly emerged. Seizing the opportunity while he adjusted his position, Tang Ruan grasped his tail. For Wolf Hunter, who had never experienced having his tail seized before, Tang Ruan held his tail with one hand while covering his mouth with the other. Wolf Hunter, unable to indulge in such activities in daylight, looked at her with concern. "My wife, I am attempting to save you." Tang Ruan recalled the small words that had flashed through her mind the day before. "Raw food is mildly toxic," and realized he had misunderstood. She quickly clarified, "The roasted ones are not toxic and are quite delicious. Do you not believe me? Here, try one." Without waiting for his reply, she thrust a toothball, which she had held in her palm. Into his mouth, Wolf Hunter stared at her in shock. This fruit, consumed only in the direst hunger by the Wolf clan, had caused those who dared eat it to suffer violent vomiting and diarrhea, ultimately leading to their demise that he had witnessed his kin perish before his very eyes. Now, she was assuring him it was not poisonous, even forcing him to eat it. Yet, inexplicably, Wolf Hunter was inclined to heed her words. Or perhaps it was her hopeful gaze that compelled him. Even if she truly intended to poison him, he would willingly comply. After chewing a few times, his eyes suddenly lit up. That so sweet. It was sweeter than any fruit he had ever tasted. No wonder those beast men could not resist consuming so many. Tang Ruan beamed with pride. Isn't it delightful? My wife, what is it that you most wish to do right now? If he were to perish soon. Tang Ruan pondered, yet found no particular desire arising within her. However, through her observations over the past few days, she discerned that Wolf Hunter possessed an attachment personality, relishing her company. Shall I accompany you? Tang Ruan suggested. Yes, I too wish to be with you, Wolf Hunter replied, pulling her into his embrace, blissfully closing his eyes. Tang Ruan, unaware of how long she had slept, awoke with a slight headache at last. Wolf Hunter released her and excitedly exited the cave, rallying the Wolf Clan beastmen to gather toothballs. They were abundant throughout the forest. Indeed, when clearing the square, many toothball trees had been felled and stacked together. These fruits, combined, would sustain them for another 2 months. Initially, the beastmen were puzzled, but upon learning it was Tang Ruan's suggestion, they sprang into action. Before long, the pile of toothballs had grown as tall as a tree. One female beast expressed concern, shouldn't the adults eat first? The little ones should not partake. Wolf Hunter understood her sentiment, suggesting that the little ones could feast on potatoes, as there was still some meat remaining. No, I want to eat toothballs, a young beast protested, jumping forth to do not cause a ruckus. I want toothballs, I want toothballs. The young one tugged at the female's hand, pouting. More younglings chimed in. I too desire toothballs. They are so delicious. Mother, I want some too. Hearing the children's pleas, many wolf beasts changed their expressions. When did you eat this? It was the shaman who fed us this morning. It was so sweet. How could she give such things to the young ones? Did she not consume it herself? Since the shaman said it was safe, it should be fine, right? But my father died after eating toothballs. The discussion among the beastmen abruptly ceased as a tremendous pressure descended. Wolf Hunter's gaze swept over the crowd, declaring, I too have consumed them. Leader, Wolf Hunter's expression turned grave as he addressed the assembly. If I am well tomorrow, toothballs shall become our primary sustenance to endure the coming cold snap. But remember, they must not be eaten raw. After Wolf Hunter departed, Wolf Moon inquired of Xing Xing. Did you eat as well? Yes, I did. Xing Xing nervously inched closer to Wolf Wind. That I did not eat. Wolf Moon expressed disappointment, meeting Wolf Wind's vigilant gaze. Tang Ruan had overheard the beastman's conversation from a distance. This matter had indeed been a miscalculation on her part. She had not realized that while toothballs were akin to candied chestnuts in her eyes, they were viewed as lethal poison by the wolf beasts. However, the fruit primarily induced vomiting and diarrhea. The true cause of the beastmen's fatalities stemmed from malnutrition, that their extreme weakness. The subsequent vomiting and diarrhea robbed them of their last vestiges of strength. Ultimately, as long as one could eat well and be nourished, they would not succumb to death from minor ailments. Although toothballs could satiate hunger, their protein content was low. If only they could find a food rich in protein. That would be ideal. Her gaze fell upon the wound on Wolf Hunter's shoulder. If only he did not have to hunt daily. The next day, everyone emerged from the cave, alive and well. They gathered at Wolf Hunter's entrance. Shaman, please teach me how to roast. One exclaimed that my young one kept me awake all night, that I ate one that my young one brought back. It was indeed delicious, completely unlike the raw ones. The raw ones are so crunchy. They leave your mouth numb. The words of this female beast once again confirmed Tang Ruan's hypothesis. They were indeed malnourished, that a robust beastman, even if he ate, would not lose his life. Wonderful. Seeing everyone so enthusiastic. Tang Ruan was filled with joy. However, roasting takes time. Today, I will teach you a simpler and more delectable method. Her gaze swept across the crowd. Wolf Feather was injured. Wolf Hunter was in recuperation. Wolf Ink was unfamiliar with the process. And Wolf Wind had to tend to Xing Xing Wolf Chi. Could you accompany me to the Groundhog Clan? Me? Wolf Chi pointed to himself, incredulous. Are you certain? Tang Ruan nodded. The pot is too large. I cannot carry it. Wolf Chi bit his lip, his gaze flickering between Wolf Hunter behind her and her. Are you truly sure? Just the two of us alone. The Groundhog clan does not seem to favor me. It is precisely because they do not favor you that I wish to go with you, to improve their impression of you. Hurry, carry me. We can return before lunch. Why is she so difficult to persuade? If she could carry it herself, she would. I will accompany you. Wolf Hunter's voice resonated from behind. Tang Ruan immediately rejected. No, you need rest. Your tail has only just been retracted. Seeing his displeased countenance, Tang Ruan waved her hand and whispered in his ear. I would prefer not to cuddle with a large gray wolf while I sleep tonight. Wolf Hunter frowned. Did she truly find his beast form so repulsive? Then let the elder carry you. And I shall carry the pot, Wolf Chi proposed. All right, that shall be the plan. Before Tang Ruan could respond, Wolf Hunter advanced, his cold gaze landing on Wolf Chi. Wolf Chi shivered. Just as Tang Ruan was about to say something, a chorus of coughs erupted around them. The leader speaks wisely. The leader is sagacious. May the leader depart early and return swiftly. Tang Ruan acquiesced. Very well then. Wolf Chi took a deep breath. Let us return with a small life. Arriving at the Groundhog clan, Tang Ruan first attended to the injury of Potato. Almost fully healed, they chatted for a while before Potato reluctantly escorted Tang Ruan out of the cave. You have only just returned. Why not stay with me for the night? I shall return to keep you company in a few days. That in truth, she had only been away for a few days. Her dear friend truly cherished her. Potato pouted. In a few days, there will be no place for you here. Tang Ruan was startled, thinking Potato was upset, and was about to console her when she noticed Potato's cheeks flushed with excitement. Mother said that according to the celestial signs, there will soon be clear skies. Just in time for the full moon. Ah, Tang Ruan exclaimed, grasping Potato's hand, sharing in her joy. Congratulations. You will finally wed Sweet Potato. Wed? Potato blinked in confusion. That it means to take a beast husband. The Potato squinted its small eyes into a narrow slit as Tang Ruan spoke in an oddly peculiar manner. The servant of the beast god was indeed different. Hand in hand, the two approached the entrance of Tang Ruan's den. Suddenly, the Potato halted in its tracks, eyes widening in terror. What are you doing? It shouted, startling the nearby groundhog orcs into view. Why are you stealing Tang Ruan's pot? Wolf Chi flashed an evil grin. I just took it. What are you going to do about it? The Potato hesitated, touching its small front teeth. Tang Ruan firmly grasped her hand. That I need the pot to cook. The Potato's eyes sparkled. All the groundhog orcs who heard this exclaimed in delight. Tang Ruan is going to cook. Sister Tang Ruan is going to cook. However, it was for the Wolf clan. Upon seeing the disappointed expressions of the groundhog orcs, Tang Ruan suddenly felt a sense of having forgotten her roots after marriage. She glanced at Wolf Hunter, who smiled and nodded, that if everyone wants to eat, you can come with me back to the wolves. Hurry back and grab your bowls. I'm going. Thus three set out but returned with a string of groundhogs perched on Wolf Chi's tail. Hey, be gentle. You're pulling out my fur? I can't help it. I have 3 beast husbands now, so I can't ride on your back. Wolf Chi retorted. Who said anything about that? Seated atop Wolf Hunter, Tang Ruan interjected. Weren't you just saying you wanted Wolf Chi to carry you? She felt as if trouble was brewing. The pot was set up and the fire ignited. Tiger meat was diced and placed into the pot to remove the blood foam, followed by an assortment of spices and salt, along with potato and ball fruit stewed together. Finally, a sprinkle of wild chili pepper was added. Wolf Chi held a bowl, eating with great enthusiasm. Tang Ruan, what is this red stuff? My mouth feels like it's been scorched by heavenly fire. Just tell me, is it delicious or not? Delicious. Though a bit hot, the ball fruit melts in your mouth, sweet with a meaty flavor. And this tiger meat, surprisingly, isn't bitter. Wolf Chi praised Tang Ruan. Whoever becomes your beast husband is truly fortunate. Other female beasts merely waited for the males to cut the meat and feed it to them, while Tang Ruan could do everything and was so gentle, treating the eldest so well. If only he, suddenly, Wolf Chi shivered inexplicably. What was wrong with him today? He was warm from the meal, but felt a chill that he looked up to meet a pair of icy blue eyes and understood. Wolf Chi turned away, continuing to eat heartily. Wolf Hunter approached Tang Ruan, intending to take the spoon from her hand. But I'll do it. You sit down and eat. Tang Ruan dodged. No, I just ate. The privilege of a chef is to taste the first bowl. Moreover, she genuinely adored the sight of everyone gathered together for a meal that I in her childhood. Living in a village with her parents, they would gather to eat during festivals that at the time. She felt nothing of it. But now, recalling each moment was filled with the taste of happiness. Afterward, her father passed away, and her mother remarried in the city, where she never experienced that feeling again. Suddenly, a pair of twig-like hands appeared before Tang Ruan, and a one-eyed orc with murky yellow eyes looked at her pitifully. Can the chieftain's wife spare me a bit of food? Chapter 28. I can take care of you. Tang Ruan stared into the one-eyed orc's eyes, her entire being frozen in place. How could he be here? Did he completely forget her? If he remembered, how could he dare to show himself here? Did he not fear revealing the past to Wolf Hunter? The one-eyed wolf orc pressed his parched lips together, looking very hungry. You can use my bowl. A groundhog orc shoved its bowl into his hands, assuming Tang Ruan didn't know what to do since the old beast hadn't brought one. Wolf Hunter moved in front of Tang Ruan, blocking her view. You can ignore him. He is not one of our kin. This old beast frightened his wife. It's nothing. We don't need him. Tang Ruan stepped out from behind Wolf Hunter. Intrigued. Did he truly not remember her? As she served the food, she asked, I heard you are not from this tribe. How did you end up here? The old beast's eyes lit up, fixated on the food in the bowl. Drool nearly escaping his lips, that I don't know where my kin went. When I woke up, I remembered nothing. They gave me a bite to eat, and that's how I survived. Afterward, I just followed them. Thank you. Thank you. The old beast bowed repeatedly to Tang Ruan before slowly retreating. His pitiful appearance evoked a sense of compassion within her. If he truly remembered nothing, would he still bear the consequences of past mistakes? Tang Ruan turned to see Wolf Hunter, watching the old beast's retreating figure with displeasure. Noticing Tang Ruan's gaze, he immediately donned a gentle smile that I will have someone drive him out of the tribe. You won't see him again. Such a terrifying beast who has feasted on his own kind must not be near my wife. Wolf Hunter, Tang Ruan suddenly asked seriously, if one day someone wanted to harm me, what would you do? Wolf Hunter's expression darkened instantly. Who? Tang Ruan grasped his hand. But I'm not hurt. Kill him, he declared without a moment's hesitation. With that proclamation, an aura of power emanated from him, causing several orcs at the table to look up. Understood. Tang Ruan smiled. Then let's send him somewhere he can't reach me. After all, he remembers nothing, and judging by his state, he wants to live for many more years. She found it hard to command others to kill. Such things were still beyond her. Tang Ruan decided to explore the woods anew. Since she could find ball fruit, perhaps there were other delicacies as well. On a sunny day, she took Wolf Hunter into the forest, followed by a few playful young ones. They mimicked Tang Ruan's actions, observing everything she looked at and picking up anything she collected, treating it like treasure and stuffing it into Wolf Hunter's embrace. Wolf Hunter squatted down, ruffling the little one's heads. That you're amazing. The little one bounced away joyfully. You really like children, Tang Ruan blurted out. Wolf Hunter turned. Sunlight filtering through the gaps in the leaves, illuminating his eyelashes. Not particularly. I just wish someone would praise me like that when I was young. Tang Ruan gazed at Wolf Hunter, contemplating his background. Which wasn't he any better than hers? At least she had a mother who favored sons over daughters, occasionally sharing some excess maternal love with her. Wolf Hunter, on the other hand, was taken in by Wolf Chi's father. His parents were likely gone, that he must have lacked familial affection far more than she did. Then from now on, I will praise you, Tang Ruan said. Wolf Hunter blinked in surprise. Tang Ruan realized something was amiss. What I mean is, we are family. Family should encourage one another. Family. Wolf Hunter savored the words, feeling his heart soften as if melting that he had a wife now. He had a family. What a wonderful feeling. Wolf Hunter approached, lifting Tang Ruan's chin and gently kissing her. Sunlight bathed them, warming their hearts as their lashes nearly brushed against one another. Over here, come quick. Yes, biting me. In the distance, a young one's shrill scream pierced the air. Wolf Hunter's eyes flew open, and he transformed into a massive wolf, darting towards the source of the sound. With Tang Ruan following closely behind, one young one cried loudly, raising its hand, clutching a plump rat that had bitten its lip. The beast and the rat were locked in a fierce standoff, both unwilling to yield. The young one wailed heart-wrenchingly as it was bitten. Wolf Hunter shifted back into human form, taking the rat from the young one's hand. With a crunch, the rat's neck was broken. Tang Ruan instinctively touched her own neck. Sometimes his gentleness made her forget that he was, in fact, a fierce beast. "Are you all right?" Tang Ruan approached to check the young one's injury. 2 small bite marks had drawn blood, but the wound was not deep. Beasts likely didn't need vaccinations, right? She glanced at the round, fluffy rat that Wolf Hunter held, that wasn't the kind of rat commonly found in the city. Where had she seen it before? She couldn't quite recall. "What do you catch these for?" she asked curiously. "The shaman says they are quite tasty. Roasting them makes them even better," one young one exclaimed proudly. Another young one, noticing Tang Ruan's interest, eagerly chimed in. "We'll roast it and invite you to eat." Tang Ruan grasped Wolf Hunter's hand, extending a finger, her fingertips trembling that a human's innate aversion to rats held her back for 3 seconds. But she finally mustered the courage to poke it gently. "Bamboo rat. Rich in nutritional value. Bamboo rat." Tang Ruan exclaimed, a sudden realization dawning upon her. This creature bore an uncanny resemblance to the bamboo rats from her original world. The thoughts swirling in her mind continued, herbivorous, with a singular diet, boasting a remarkable reproductive capacity, maturing in merely 2 months, with a maximum weight of up to 2 kilograms, a gestation period of 45 days, yielding 8 to 12 offspring per litter. Tang Ruan's eyes widened with excitement. Just recently, she had been fretting over a protein deficiency, and here it was. With such formidable breeding capabilities, if nurtured properly, they could multiply 10-fold, 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Were there more in the vicinity? Tang Ruan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Lang Lai tilted his head in curiosity, his gaze revealing confusion. Did his wife enjoy consuming rodents? What was her beast form? Anyway, a fox? Or perhaps a cat? There were so many possibilities. They simply preferred to hide in their burrows. "Shaman, let me take you there." Several cubs tugged at Tang Ruan, leading her into the woods. Lang Lai followed closely behind. And soon he had caught 7 or 8 of them. However, Tang Ruan had stipulations. They must not be harmed, and certainly not killed. Lang Lai's powers had yet to return. In his beast form, a mere swipe of his paw would turn the bamboo rat into a mere pancake. Ultimately, only 2 survived, both traumatized and exhibiting signs of PTSD. This simply wouldn't do. One of the bamboo rats had fallen ill and had to be discarded. Tang Ruan placed the foaming rat alongside the deceased one, showing no trace of her earlier fear or disgust. Lang Lai sought assistance from his kin, and upon learning that it was Tang Ruan who had requested the capture, the beast men were filled with enthusiasm. They had come to understand a vital truth. Following Tang Ruan would surely lead to delicious food. Ever since her arrival, the wolf clan had turned vegetarian yesterday and had now switched to consuming rodents. The beast god would surely be amused. Lang Yu kicked aside a pile of snow, bored, and wandered off to one side. Lang Mo stowed a bamboo rat into his bag. During these extraordinary times, it was paramount to fill their bellies. Moreover, they had eaten bamboo rats in their childhood, and he recalled that she rather enjoyed them. Who enjoys eating rat meat? Lang Yu suddenly snapped, startling Lang Mo into silence. Only the inept males would dare to bring back rodents. Males who brought back rodents were unworthy of even returning to the den. As she spoke, her gaze fell upon Lang Lai in the distance. Lang Mo followed her line of sight. It had indeed been the case in the past. But now, wasn't the clan leader also catching rodents for his wife? He was temporarily deprived of his powers. A male beast without abilities was unworthy of having a wife. Lang Mo lowered his head. Ceasing to speak, he knew Lang Yu held no affection for him. He was merely a tool for her, serving her needs. But that was all right. As long as he could remain by her side, it was enough. Lang Yu gazed greedily at Lang Lai's figure. Her beast husband had always been the most exceptional in the clan, once and forevermore. Standing at a distance, Lang Lai, with his keen hearing, caught the words that he cautiously glanced at Tang Ruan beside him. "If I lost my powers, would you find me useless?" Tang Ruan, preoccupied with counting the bamboo rats in her bag, replied without looking up, "No, I can take care of you." Chapter 29. Then take it off you. You want to take care of me? Lang Lai thought he had misheard. His wife is female, intended to provide for him? A female without a beast husband could scarcely survive on her own. How could she care for him? However, upon reflection, some females possessed multiple beast husbands, and these husbands were not all particularly capable. Some were merely favored for their looks or other attributes that satisfied the female, who would then use the food brought by other husbands to support him. Was that what she meant? Was she planning to find several more beast husbands to support him? Noticing Lang Lai's sudden silence, Tang Ruan turned to look at him. She saw his melancholic blue eyes shimmering, his face akin to a Greek sculpture, bathed in golden sunlight. Unable to resist, she reached out, playfully ruffling his face. With looks like yours, even if you were rendered useless, I'd still take care of you. She smiled like a cat that had gotten into the cream. Lang Lai felt his spirits plummet, so in her eyes, he was so utterly useless that it was proving difficult to find more bamboo rats. Tang Ruan led a few beastmen to the stream, where they harvested a bountiful amount of grass. Near their dwelling cave, they discovered a smaller cave, tossing the bamboo rats and grass inside. Eventually, Lang Chi and Lang Mo brought several half-human-sized stones to block the entrance. Lang Chi, hands on his hips, inquired Tang Ruan, "When will we eat?" Tang Ruan handed him several deceased bamboo rats. "That we'll roast these for dinner." "Just these?" Lang Chi grimaced. "This isn't even enough to fill the gaps between our teeth." Lang Mo glanced at Tang Ruan, obediently nodding along that you're being too stingy. "We worked hard all afternoon, expecting a grand feast." Lang Chi greedily eyed the cave. "These can't be eaten now." "Then when can we eat?" Tang Ruan raised an eyebrow mysteriously. "When they multiply from 20 to 200.200. Lang Mo exclaimed in astonishment. Lang Chi furrowed his brows, suddenly reaching out to place his hand on Tang Ruan's forehead. "You didn't eat something strange while catching the bamboo rats, did you? Have you been poisoned?" "Talking nonsense." Tang Ruan swatted his hand away and shared her plan to breed bamboo rats with Lang Mo and Lang Chi. After hearing the plan, Lang Chi and Lang Mo were left speechless. "Oh, it can be done this way?" Lang Chi stammered with excitement. They had never considered raising their prey before. With enough meat, they wouldn't need to venture into dangerous territories for hunting. Hope flickered in Lang Mo's eyes. Tang Ruan nodded proudly. "That I still have 2 sheep in the groundhog clan, which I will bring back in a few days. Once they give birth to lambs, they can continue to reproduce. It just takes sheep longer to mature. But in a few years, we will have plenty of sheep. By then, I can eat lamb every day." Lang Chi licked his lips, reminiscing about the taste of lamb, having nearly forgotten it after eating all kinds of odd things lately. Tang Ruan is simply amazing. So clever. The more Lang Chi looked at her, the more he found her adorable, unable to resist reaching out to ruffle her hair. "Don't mess with my hair." Tang Ruan protested, struggling for a while before escaping his grasp. Meanwhile, Lang Lai, standing not far away, watched everything unfold, his gaze lowering, casting a shadow over his expression. Dinner consisted of potatoes, tiger meat stewed with yarrow fruit. They had been eating this for several days now, yet thankfully no one had grown weary of it. Moreover, today there were Tang's specially prepared rat meat skewers. Lang Chi imitated Tang Ruan, using a stone knife to cut the meat into small pieces. "Why go through the trouble? Can't we just roast it directly?" "You don't understand. This way, it absorbs the flavor." She had just unlocked the secret recipe for barbecue seasoning. Lang Lai squeezed between the two, swiftly slicing the meat into neat pieces with a few swift motions of his claws. Just a slight adjustment, and it was ready to use. "Lang Lai, you're incredible." Tang Ruan clapped in approval. Lang Chi looked as if a light bulb had gone off in his head. "Why didn't I think of that?" With a few swift claw strokes, the meat was diced into small cubes. Tang Ruan nodded in satisfaction. Lang Chi beamed with pride, only to suddenly meet Lang Lai's intense glare. He quietly stepped back. "Lang Chi, stand next to Tang Ruan and learn properly." Lang Yu's voice suddenly rang out from not far away. She sat on the ground, a sly smile playing at the corners of her mouth. "Once you've learned, make it for your wife to eat, so she doesn't have to work so hard." Her words were vague, as if hinting that Lang Chi would become Tang Ruan's beast husband in the future. Many of the Wolf Clan beastmen had long desired to pair the old clan leader's son with Tang Ruan, and soon they joined in the teasing. "Lang Chi, learn well. The clan leader is busy. You still need to take care of the shaman." "Exactly, among several males, there must be those responsible for hunting and those for serving the females. You and Lang Lai have been close since childhood. Like family. Who would have thought you would truly become family in the end? Haha." Lang Chi, standing in the corner, said nothing, seeming to tacitly agree with the group's sentiments. Tang Ruan waved her hands frantically. "Everyone stop joking. I have no intention of taking a beast husband. Lang Lai is enough for me. Shaman, don't speak too soon. What female only has one beast husband? Someone chimed in that it's embarrassing to say that. Exactly. When a female steps forward, we can't help it. The clan's outstanding males are all eyeing you. You have no idea. When I had 5 beast husbands, life was quite enjoyable. Each one had their day. And when they were in good spirits, we could even sleep together. The female beast sighed dreamily, and the beast men burst into laughter. Tang Ruan's cheeks flushed crimson, like a monkey's backside. How could she bear to hear such things? Were they not to be charged for these comments? Everyone, please stop joking. The clan leader will get angry. Tang Ruan cautiously glanced at the side profile of Lang Lai. His hand, already clenched at his side, made a concerted effort to suppress his imposing aura. Everyone was right. It was selfish for Lang Ruan to belong solely to him. She needed more beastly companions to care for her. Moreover, what if one day he were to perish? What would she do then? Ultimately, a smile graced his face as he turned away in silence. Just as Lang Ruan intended to pursue him, she was restrained by a female beast. Shaman, you haven't finished your teaching yet. Lang Lai. Lang Ruan called out to his retreating figure that a throng of orcs swiftly encircled her. Don't indulge him too much. Not even the chieftain. Are you planning to never take another beast husband for the rest of your life? All males face this day. It's better for him to understand early on, to think of you sooner. That is for his own good. At least have 2 beast husbands. How can one male properly serve a female? Lang Ruan found herself ensnared, and it wasn't until everyone had eaten that she seized the opportunity to escape. Lang Lai did not return to the cave, after searching for a while. She finally located him at a hot spring within the forest. The valley was dotted with numerous hot springs, and when Lang Ruan had traversed here, she had lain in the caldera of a dormant volcano, where a vast expanse of springs lay. The water, having been filtered through the earth's layers, entered the valley with an extremely low salt content, making it drinkable. Lang Ruan approached the spring, where the mist floated ethereally. The moonlight cascaded over his smooth upper body, revealing that the wound on his shoulder had yet to fully heal. Hurry up and come out once you're clean. Your wound shouldn't be submerged. What for? Lang Lai lowered his gaze and took a few steps back, seemingly opposing her, almost entirely submerging himself in the water. Come up. I have something to discuss with you. She needed to clarify things with him today. She truly had no intention of acquiring another beast husband. Having him alone was sufficient. In every aspect, he was utterly perfect in her eyes. Let us talk here. It's inconvenient here. We might be overheard. Then you come down. Lang Ruan protested. If I go down, my clothes will get wet. Lang Lai lifted his gaze, his ice-blue eyes betraying the arrogance of a superior. Then take them off. Chapter 30. Lang Lai. Is living not good enough? Lang Ruan stared into his captivating eyes. After a few seconds, she removed her clothing and stepped into the water. Lang Lai gazed at her in disbelief, his heartbeat nearly drowning out his reason. Had he just issued a command to his wife? And she complied. Did she truly care for him that much? Lang Lai had come here hoping to clear his head, forcing himself to abandon unrealistic thoughts. Lang Ruan could not belong to him alone. Yet now he found himself wavering that if he persisted, could she indeed be his alone? But that would be terribly unfair to Lang Ruan, that a female protected by only one beast husband could hardly survive in the face of disaster. Lang Lai took a deep breath, and just then, Lang Ruan slipped, plunging into the water. Wife! Bubbles erupted from the surface as Lang Ruan surfaced, her eyes peering above the water. The water here, isn't deep. But sitting on the ground means it's only this high. Lang Ruan surfaced and glided towards him. All right, don't be angry anymore. I want to take another beast husband, no matter what they say. It felt sweet to see him jealous. That sensation of being cared for warmed her heart. Lang Lai watched her waddle through the water, concerned she might choke, and swiftly pulled her close. Their bodies pressed together. And Lang Ruan instinctively struggled against his hold, only to lose her footing. Moments later, Lang Lai fished her out of the water. Cough. Why is the water so deep on your side? She realized he was standing, not sitting, as her head barely reached his shoulder. The water was just deep enough to drown her, a non-swimmer. She relinquished her modesty, clinging to him like an octopus. You can hold me tightly. I can't swim. Lang Lai's lips curled into a triumphant smile as he supported her in the water, lowering his head to kiss her. After a long moment, he reluctantly pulled away, and Lang Ruan gasped for breath. Her cheeks flushed. The steam made her head spin. She had not pushed him away, and he had kissed her for so long. Yet she dared not loosen her grip, fearing she might slip again. While he had the leisure to tenderly caress her slightly swollen lips, that if you hold me with both hands, I might fall. Does my wife not have faith in me? Lang Ruan's hesitation stemmed not from a lack of faith in him, but rather in herself. She had previously gone swimming with her ex-boyfriend, only to fall into deep water. He had struggled for a long time to pull her out, which resulted in her contracting pneumonia after choking. He had claimed it was because she was too heavy to lift. Since then, she had harbored a fear of any water that could submerge her head. Lang Lai's expression gradually shifted from confident to somewhat disheartened as he observed her. Lang Ruan quickly reassured him. Of course I believe in you. His smile returned, and he leaned down to nuzzle her neck. Wife, Sensing the shift in his demeanor, she exclaimed, this is appropriate. We should go back. Lang Ruan cried out. While Lang Lai gazed at her with a pitiful expression that it would be bad if someone saw us, he pondered briefly before raising his hand, conjuring a circular band of blue light that appeared in the distance and vanished just as swiftly. What was that? Lang Ruan asked, astonished at a barrier created using my abilities. Now, no one can disturb us. Lang Lai beamed like a child awaiting praise. Your powers have returned. Lang Ruan asked, somewhat surprised. Yes, they've returned a bit. But I just used them. Lang Ruan thought to herself, only to find herself at his mercy again. That Lang Lai prepared for a second attempt. Lang Ruan had lost all fear of the water, realizing he would not let her choke. Yet she was genuinely fatigued. Wife, Lang Lai's hoarse voice carried a lingering tenderness. Lang Ruan's demeanor stiffened. It seemed he had discovered that his affection had an effect on her. No way, she insisted, adopting a stern expression. Lang Lai regarded her without any hint of displeasure despite her sudden change in demeanor. An idea struck Lang Ruan. Those who are loved tend to feel invincible. Did Lang Lai sense her love for him? I have a request. If you agree, we'll return, learning to negotiate. Are we? The orcs were right. She shouldn't spoil him too much. Yet she was willing, just as he spoiled her. Yes. Lang Ruan nodded. I want to be your first beast husband. Lang Lai replied solemnly. From now on, regardless of how many beast husbands you take, I must always come first. You must always believe that I am the one most worthy of your reliance. No matter what happens, I will never part from you. But what if we get separated? What if I return to my world? Lang Lai's gaze was resolute. Then I will find you, no matter where you are. I will certainly locate you. Lang Ruan looked at him earnestly, knowing these were not mere flowery words. He truly would act on them. All right, but aren't you already my first beast husband? Lang Lai blinked, realizing Lang Ruan had misunderstood, and proceeded to explain. The title of first beast husband did not refer to the first husband a female possessed, but rather one bound by a special contract. If one day the wife were to pass away, it would be the first beast husband's dereliction of duty. The first beast husband would either take their own life or await the wrath of the beast god. Nowadays, many female orcs chose not to enter into a first beast husband contract to ensure their offspring would have multiple males to raise them after their demise. You wish to die alongside me? Lang Ruan exclaimed. Lang Lai, is living not good enough? She could not comprehend. The notion of shared death was merely a fairy tale to know, he replied, holding her tightly. Without you, I cannot survive a single day. Lang Ruan lowered her gaze, realizing she thought she loved him deeply, only to find that her love was not even a fraction of his. She had never considered that if Lang Lai were no longer around, she would follow him into death. Even now, the thought only brought her despair, not a desire for shared demise. Furthermore, she remained uncertain of her own identity, whether she was human or beast. Orcs live for around 300 years, while humans considered a century a miracle. Should she agree to him, she would effectively deprive him of half his life. That was profoundly unfair. Let me think about it. Lang Lai's expression soured with hurt. If I am gone, and you are gone, who will care for our offspring? Lang Ruan attempted to reason with him. Lang Lai lowered his gaze. You will surely find other beast husbands, but the child would be pitiful without its biological parents. The wolf hunter abruptly lifted his head, seemingly pondering his origins. Tang Ruan remarked, even for my sake, you must strive to survive. Thus, I shall never consent to you becoming my first beast husband. Subsequently, Tang Ruan could not recall how long the two of them remained in a stalemate. The atmosphere plummeted to an icy stillness. Fortunately, fatigue overtook her, and she nearly tumbled into the water. The MY lady. The wolf hunter swiftly caught her, and she seized the opportunity to feign sleep. Her last memory was of him lifting her from the water with one hand. His thick cloak enveloping them, both point one of his hands shielded her head, fearing she might be scratched by the low-hanging branches. Tang Ruan suddenly realized that, in the presence of the wolf hunter, she felt no self-consciousness about her weight. She thought that she had successfully deceived him about this matter. Yet unexpectedly, for several consecutive days, the wolf hunter left early and returned late, hardly paying her any mind. On the first day, he ventured to the groundhog tribe and brought back her sheep. On the second day, he returned to the groundhog tribe, exchanging meat for potatoes and some fruits. On the third day, he brought back the potatoes. Chapter 31, He can only curse me, but he cannot take my life, declared Tang Ruan. Potato, clasping Tang Ruan's hand with one and covering her mouth with the other in a playful manner, exclaimed, "Did he truly say that? He doesn't wish to live a single day without you." Oh, how touching. This wolf clan leader may not be exceptionally handsome, yet his words are indeed sweet. No wonder he could win your heart. Tang Ruan retorted, "Do you have a misunderstanding about what constitutes average looks? Forget it, the aesthetic of the groundhogs is indeed unique within the beast realm. That's so. What do you intend to do?" Potato inquired. "Of course, I resolutely oppose it." Potato pondered for a moment and said, "Actually, I quite wish for Sweet Potato to be my first beast husband. The first beast husband holds the highest status among all your beast husbands. Akin to the head of the household, that MY father is the first beast husband. The Potato's mother has 3 beast husbands, and the second one still by her side is not Potato's biological father. It is said that Potato's mother's first beast husband and Potato's father perished in the Valley of Shadows. However, Potato quickly shifted her tone, musing, "But I want to demand that he become my first beast husband. I cannot bear to part with him." Tang Ruan wore an expression of knowing. "I knew it." Standing at the cave entrance, the wolf hunter inhaled deeply before turning to leave. Moments later, the sound of trees crashing echoed through the forest. "Tang Zuan, potato." The cold wave ushered in a brief warm spell. Tang Ruan gathered several wolf clan beastmen to search for new food in the forest while assisting Potato in collecting fruit seeds. According to the traditions of the groundhog tribe, during the bonding ceremony, the necklace worn by the female must be strung with various fruit seeds. The greater the diversity of seeds, the more bountiful the future food supply will be. Tang Ruan discovered a tree bearing yellow fruits. She placed her hand on the trunk and closed her eyes. Moments later, she opened her eyes and sighed. It was a fruit of little nutritional value and not particularly palatable. However, the seeds could be used to create a necklace for Potato. She tiptoed and tried several times, but could not reach the fruits that moment. She began to miss the wolf hunter slightly. Just as she was about to call another beast man for assistance, a hand, resembling a withered branch, appeared above her head and plucked the fruit from the tree. Instantly, Tang Ruan's muscles tensed up in alarm. She slowly turned around to find a one-eyed old beast grinning behind her. His face was marred with scars, and his yellowed tiger teeth protruded, reminiscent of the terrifying wolf visage from her memories. Tang Ruan took a few steps back. "Did I ask the tribe leader's wife afraid of me?" The old beast chuckled. Tang Ruan instinctively nodded, then quickly shook her head. "Did I ask it because I look frightening?" "No," Tang Ruan blurted out. "Then what is it?" He kindly extended the fruit to her. "Adia, you truly remember nothing at all." "Remember what?" The old beast blinked his murky yellow eye. "With age comes forgetfulness. There are many things I can no longer recall." "That's fine." Tang Ruan swiftly took the fruit and turned to run towards the area where more beast men were gathered. "Tribe leader's wife?" "I remember." Tang Ruan's body stiffened, halting her movements. "That I wanted to ask if you could speak to the tribe leader on my behalf, so I might join you and have a meal. Otherwise, I may perish in the forest." That he hunched his back and coughed a couple of times, appearing quite feeble. Tang Ruan did not look back as she quickly ran to the other beastmen. In the distance, the old beast gradually straightened his back, a glint of cold light flashing in his yellow eyes. She indeed remembered. Thus, she must be made to disappear before the wolf hunter discovered her. Otherwise, he would surely be the one to perish. As lunchtime approached, Tang Ruan prepared to return with the beastmen. Sister Shaman, someone said there's a tree with small red fruits over there. A brown-haired little female beast suddenly dashed in front of Tang Ruan. Who said that? The little female beast appeared to be no larger than a 4-year-old human child. She blinked her big eyes and pondered seriously. I don't know who said it. It's just someone said it. Red little fruits made Tang Ruan naturally think of cherries, that if she could locate a cherry tree, her morning's efforts would not be in vain. Where is it? I just saw it. It's right there. I'll take you. Following the little female beast, Tang Ruan arrived at a slope. At the end of the slope stood a cliff, and in front of the cliff was a fruit tree. The slope and cliff shielded the fruit tree from the wind and snow. The tree's branches were adorned with bright red fruits, resembling grapes in size. Tang Ruan's heart raced with excitement. Quick, call everyone to help. She eagerly slid down the slope, placing her hand on the tree trunk. The cherry tree, sweet and juicy, matures in 2 years, bearing fruit in autumn, and its fruits can be preserved long-term without falling. Just as she had envisioned. Ecstatic, she opened her pockets and began to pick that I'll gather as many as possible to share with everyone. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted behind her. Tang Ruan turned to see a massive tree trunk rolling rapidly towards her. Thud! The trunk collided with the cherry tree, which snapped in response. Countless fruits rained down upon Tang Ruan. The fallen cherry tree formed an angle with the cliff, providing a small refuge for her. She struggled to rise from the ground, grateful for her quick reflexes. Tang Ruan felt a wave of dread wash over her. Why did a tree trunk roll down? I must return first. She climbed atop a half-human-high tree trunk. Suddenly, an enlarged wolf face appeared before her. The one-eyed wolf's murky yellow eyes fixated on her, its gaping maw dripping with viscous saliva. Little female, your scent still smells as delicious as it did 3 years ago. Tang Ruan's eyes widened in panic, and she hurled her bag at him. The bag contained flint and the fruit she had picked. The one-eyed wolf's face was knocked aside by the impact. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Ruan scrambled up the other side of the trunk. The one-eyed wolf was quicker. With a flick of its head, it sent her flying. Thud! Tang Ruan's back crashed against the cliff. A wave of metallic sweetness surging from her throat. That it hurts so much. It feels as if my insides are bleeding. She collapsed to the ground but forced herself to rise. She could not fall. If she did, she would truly die. Aren't you afraid that the wolf hunter will find out and kill you? She gritted through the pain that if you die, who would know? The one-eyed wolf stepped closer, its foul odor overwhelming. Suddenly, Tang Ruan recalled the words of Wolf Chi. He was a beast man cursed by the beast god. You ate me. Tang Ruan met his gaze defiantly. Aren't you afraid of the beast god's curse? Leading to your sudden demise? Ha, curse. The one-eyed wolf erupted in laughter. Do you see my scarred face? These are all the beast god's curses. Yet he can only curse me. He cannot take my life, my life. The one-eyed wolf's words trailed off, his eyes widening in disbelief as foul blood streamed from his neck. Soon, a small pool collected on the ground. Chapter 32. Did Tang Ruan explicitly tell you that she likes me? The wolf hunter's icy blue eyes glinted with bloodlust, but he clamped down on the one-eyed wolf's neck, his jaw muscles twitching. His pristine white teeth, sharp as blades, pierced its flesh, unleashing a series of furious growls. Time seemed to stretch interminably until the one-eyed wolf's blood pooled beneath him. He still did not relent. Wolf hunter. Tang Ruan approached, gently nudging his paw. The wolf hunter abruptly turned to her, his piercing gaze causing Tang Ruan to flinch. He stared intently at her, stepping closer, demanding, Why didn't you take me with you? Why endure pain alone? Why wish to leave me? With each question, he advanced a step, and Tang Ruan instinctively retreated, uncertain whether the wolf hunter retained any semblance of human rationality. She backed against the cliff, a sharp pain radiating through her. Suddenly, she clutched her chest. Wolf hunter, it hurts. The wolf hunter's pupils dilated, and in the blink of an eye, he transformed back into human form. My lady, he embraced her, utterly at a loss that I want to go home. All right, I will take you home. After the wolf hunt, a stone clattered down from the edge of the cliff, above the precipice. The sharp claws of Wolf Moon were deeply embedded in the trunk of a tree, to her astonishment. She had been fortunate enough not only to escape death, but also to evade the clutches of that old beast. Wolf Moon shivered slightly and turned around with a smile. Wolf Mo, you have returned. Wolf Mo approached her, carrying a deer upon his shoulders. Well, the valley above is somewhat improved, yet there remains a scarcity of prey. I could not find the cattle you desired. I only managed to catch this that he tossed the deer at her feet, startling her as it landed on her instep. What are you doing? She exclaimed sharply. Wolf Mo turned his head aside. Was it you who did this? He pointed to the tree at the base of the cliff. What are you talking about? Wolf Moon stammered. Wolf Mo suddenly fixed his dark eyes upon her, leaving her momentarily perplexed that I may not be particularly clever, nor do I possess the prowess of Wolf Hunt or Wolf Chi, yet I am a seasoned hunter in my own right, that he pulled Wolf Moon to the edge of the cliff. Pointing at the tree trunk below, the bite marks up there, I can discern they are yours. Once Wolf Hunt regains his senses, he will surely recognize it too. Wolf Moon's eyes widened in terror. She had merely happened to see Tang Ruan descend, and, in a moment of madness, had not considered the consequences. What shall we do? She grasped Wolf Mo anxiously, that he angrily shook her off that if you do not wish to take me as your beast husband. I accept that. If you desire beef, I shall venture out of the valley to procure it for you. But why must you harm Tang Ruan? Wolf Moon had never witnessed him display such fortitude. After a moment of silence, she suddenly scoffed. Wolf Mo, because all the finest things are rightfully mine, that I am the daughter of the tribe's chief. Had my father not perished to save everyone, and had my brother been more capable, I would inherently possess the best of everything in this tribe, including the most exceptional males. I am the one who is truly pitiable. Upon hearing Wolf Moon's words, Wolf Mo's heart softened once more. In any case, do not engage in any further harm towards Tang Ruan. Otherwise, even if it is you, the chief will not hesitate to kill, that I will find a way to handle this matter. Chief, the forest is on fire. Just as Tang Ruan had finished her medication and lay down, Wolf Chi rushed in like the wind, that a mere glance from Wolf Hunt made him halt abruptly, nearly losing his balance. Chief, the forest is ablaze, and your abilities are needed to extinguish it. Send Wolf Yu instead. Aside from some surface wounds, he is almost fully recovered. He must stay with Tang Ruan tonight and cannot go anywhere. Wolf Chi's voice was weak, yet Wolf Yu's power over the wind would only exacerbate the flames. Wolf Hunt recalled the devastating fire that had swept through the wolf tribe, ignited by a strong wind. Ultimately, even with all his energy expended, he had been unable to control it. He clenched his fists. However, he now felt that leaving would mean losing his wife, just as he had lost everyone he cared about before. If Wolf Hunt does not extinguish the fire, it will reach us as well, Tang Ruan said weakly. Moreover, I have already taken my medicine. What I need now is rest. Wolf Hunt pressed his lips together, as if resolving to make a decision, and abruptly stood up. He strode towards Wolf Chi. You will stay here to guard her. You are not to leave. Dare to take a single step away, and I will ensure your demise. Wolf Chi nervously rubbed his neck. Understood, Chief. Wolf Hunt approached the cave entrance, casting one last glance at Tang Ruan. It was clear that he alone, as her beast husband, could not adequately protect her. Tang Ruan had treated others' ailments countless times and finally attended to her own. She truly feared pain. Thus, whenever she felt a surge of energy, she would dispel the illness within her. Eventually, her strength waned, and she fell into a deep slumber. Each time she awoke, she would find Wolf Hunt by her side, his complexion pale. She reached out to stroke his head. You are so wonderful. How could I bear to let you perish alongside me? Wolf Hunt slowly opened his eyes, gazing at her with a mix of emotions swirling within him. If not for the fear of her getting hurt, who would willingly share their most beloved with another? Chief, I have brought food for Tang Ruan. Wolf Chi's voice rang from the entrance that he placed the offerings on the stone table. Thank you, Tang Ruan replied. Wolf Chi smiled broadly at her, seemingly without intention of leaving. Is something the matter? Tang Ruan inquired. Wolf Chi's gaze first fell upon Wolf Hunt's face. Upon seeing his acquiescence, he addressed Tang Ruan. Everyone is seeking the chief regarding certain matters. I will stay here with you for a while. Wolf Hunt's hand tightened slowly, the veins on his arms becoming prominent. Tang Ruan sensed that something was amiss. There is no need. Her tone was flat. Yet Wolf Hunt had already risen and was heading outside. Wolf Chi resumed his previous position. There is no need, Tang Ruan reiterated, her voice firmer. Wolf Chi gazed at her intently. Tang Ruan, I can protect you alongside the chief from now on. Anger and grievance surged within Tang Ruan's chest. She grabbed the stone bowl from the table and hurled it to the floor. Are you deaf? I said there is no need. Wolf Chi froze momentarily. Tang Ruan's eyes were fixed on Wolf Hunt's rigid back. After a brief pause, he stepped out of their shared cave. He could not allow his selfishness to inflict even the slightest harm upon his wife. Tang Ruan glared at Wolf Chi before she could speak. He abruptly stood up. "That I shall take my leave, grand lady. I shall depart immediately. Do not let your anger harm your health." Wolf Chi stormed over to Wolf Moon's cave, pacing back and forth while frantically raking his hair. "What is going on? Why is Tang Ruan's attitude so different from what my elder sister described?" Upon seeing Wolf Moon stroll in with a serene smile, he rushed over to ask, "Sister, did Tang Ruan explicitly tell you that she likes me?" Wolf Moon replied casually, "Of course. Do you not like her as well? But she is the chief's wife. Moreover, you do not have feelings for Tang Ruan. Why would she say such things to you?" "She did not tell me. She spoke to someone else." "Who?" Wolf Moon rolled her eyes in annoyance, exasperated by her incompetent brother. "You are simply trying to use me to undermine the chief and Tang Ruan." Chapter 33. Life and death bound. When the chief was gravely injured, he had muttered in his sleep, and we all overheard. His mother had perpetually mistreated his father. Thus, the chief did not desire a wife or believe that his wife should only have him as her beast husband. As Wolf Chi spoke, he approached Wolf Moon. "Had you known this sooner, you would not have transformed the chief's closest friend into your beast husband. You initially sought to provoke him, only to discover that he was utterly indifferent." Wolf Moon furiously pointed at Wolf Chi. Wolf Chi had been bullied by Wolf Moon since childhood. Witnessing her anger now felt gratifying. He continued, "Your beast husbands all died protecting you, yet you have never shed a tear for them. Now you wish to exploit me to make the chief believe that Tang Ruan, like his mother, is a female who loves one after another." Wolf Chi glared back at her defiantly. "What nonsense are you spouting? Whose brother are you, anyway?" Wolf Moon shouted sharply. Wolf Chi raised an eyebrow in triumph. "Everyone in the tribe knows about your affair with Wolf Mo. Do you think the chief is unaware? Someone like you does not deserve the chief." Wolf Moon gritted her teeth. "Incompetent fool." The following day, Tang Ruan felt much better. She stepped out of the cave, breathing in the fresh air. The members of the Wolf tribe were outdoors cleaning. Potato Mama and Wolf Hunt were discussing the union ceremony with the Groundhog tribe alongside the Moonwatch festival of the Wolf tribe. From a distance, Tang Ruan spotted a familiar figure, and her mood soured instantly. Just as she was about to turn away, that person approached her with a greeting. "Little female." Wolf Chi dashed over. Tang Ruan immediately took 3 steps back, adopting a defensive stance. "Do not come any closer. Let me clarify. I do not like you at all." Since she had stepped outside, 3 female beasts had already inquired about when she would take Wolf Chi as her beast husband, even suggesting that she clearly liked him and should grant him a formal acknowledgement. She had no idea where these rumors originated. It seemed that gossiping was a universal trait. Wolf Chi looked crestfallen. "But we are friends. How can you not like me?" Had he always thought this way? Did he care for her merely as a good friend? Tang Ruan sighed, staring at the claw marks on his face and his eyes resembling those of a panda. "What happened to you? These are the spoils of friendship." Just then, Wolf Hunt and Potato Mama approached from afar. Potato Mama reached Tang Ruan and said, "Tomorrow, Potato and Sweet Potato will hold their union ceremony. You and Wolf Hunt should join as well. Is it necessary for us?" Tang Ruan asked Potato. The union ceremony was merely to obtain the beast husband mark and was not as complicated as human marriage. Indeed, Potato Mama glanced at Wolf Hunt. "With more participants, the beast god will be pleased, so consider it a favor for Potato." The Potato Mother has spoken, and naturally, Tang Ruan has no reason to decline. On the day of the moon viewing festival, a bright full moon hangs high in the sky. The Potato Mother assists the orcs in performing the bond contracting ceremony as the ancient and mysterious chant begins. Hong Shu takes the sharp knife from the Potato Mother's hand and makes a cut across her chest. Blood flows like strung pearls into the bowl held by Potato. She drinks it all at once. A brown-red mark the size of a peanut appearing on her neck. Hong Shu gently caresses the mark, and both their faces radiate with blissful smiles. Tang Ruan furrows her brow. How could she forget that another cut is necessary? "I already possess the beast husband mark. There is no need for this," she instructs Lang Lai. However, once the female drinks the male's heart's blood, the male cannot betray the female, or he will suffer unbearable heartache. "You don't need to," Tang Ruan insists. Lang Lai's gaze falls upon her hair, a smile gracing his lips as the Potato Mother approaches them. Tang Ruan grabs Lang Lai's hand, reiterating, "Do not take the knife when the time comes. We are merely here to make up the numbers." Lang Lai lowers his gaze, smiling silently. When their turn arrives, the members of the Wolf clan and the Groundhog clan cheer together. The Potato Mother offers a bowl of clear water. Just as Tang Ruan is about to refuse, Lang Lai takes it and drinks it down in one gulp. The Potato Mother nods approvingly. "What is this?" Tang Ruan senses something amiss. The Potato Mother looks at her and explains. "It is a divine medicine that ensures the male's eternal loyalty to the female. Should he ever betray you, it will not require the beast goddess intervention, that if you depart first, he will accompany you on your journey to the beast god." Is it death, then? What he just drank? Is it poison or a curse? Is there an antidote? Tang Ruan asks anxiously. The Potato Mother gently shakes her head. "Lang Lai sought me out many days ago." She gazes at them with maternal affection. "As long as you do not abandon your beast husband, he will remain by your side forever. Just fulfill one of his wishes." With that, the Potato Mother departs. Tang Ruan immediately seizes Lang Lai's hand, but feels no trace of illness emanating from him. "Have you lost your mind?" she murmurs, tightening her grip on his fingers. She doesn't need this. She truly does not wish to control anyone as fate. She will not permit him to become her first beast husband. Yet he binds their lives together in this manner. "The do you realize my lifespan may be quite short?" Tang Ruan says weakly. "It matters not. I will strive to protect you. Should misfortune arise, I will not allow you to depart alone." Tang Ruan initially wants to tell him that she may not live to see 100 years. But he seems intent on facing every eventuality, rendering her words meaningless. That it's our turn. A familiar voice calls out, and the Wolf clan cheers once more. Tang Ruan peeks out, discovering that Lang Mo and Lang Yu have appeared at the bond contracting ceremony. Without hesitation, Lang Mo takes the sharp knife and plunges it down. Blood splatters even onto Lang Yu's face. Lang Yu, holding a bowl mixed with Lang Mo's blood, impatiently drinks it down. If it were not for the leverage she holds over Lang Mo regarding Tang Ruan's life, she would never consent to him becoming her beast husband. Why is this bond contracting ceremony not between her and Lang Lai? Months swiftly pass. Under the careful nurturing of the Wolf clan, the first batch of baby bamboo rats has also become mothers. 2 wolf cubs lie at the burrow entrance, watching the bamboo rats nurse. The tiny bamboo rats resemble large peanuts. That I wonder if any of the rats are sick today, or melancholic, or missing their great-grandmother, one cub says with anticipation. Tang Ruan leans closer. "Would you like to eat?" The 2 cubs gulp and nod obediently. She steps into the cave, catches a plump bamboo rat from the corner, and hands it to the cubs. "Let your mother roast this for you." One cub excitedly takes it, exclaiming, "Thank you, shaman." The other cub curiously asks shaman, "What is wrong with this rat?" Tang Ruan ponders for a moment. "It's an eye rat. It wants to be alone for a while." Although the 2 cubs do not understand what an eye rat is, they happily trot away. The bamboo rats are so prone to illness. Afflicted by all sorts of maladies, Lang Lai, who has been following Tang Ruan, pauses. "Potato is pregnant. I must check on her. It truly won't be a problem." Tang Ruan, feeling helpless, turns to gaze at the large tree behind her. The cold wave is nearing its end, and the weather is gradually warming. She intended to stroll over herself, but he insisted on accompanying her. Lang Lai steps out from behind the tree. "That I will escort you. Whenever you wish to leave, we shall depart together." Tang Ruan replies, "I may need to stay with the Groundhog clan for a few days." Lang Lai's gaze sharpens, contemplating for a moment. The Wolf clan has little to attend to lately. "I shall stay with you. You will become bored. The Potato Mother has recently inquired about our breeding practices. I can converse with her for 3 days." Tang Ruan retorts, "How can you discuss with her when you're with the Potato Mother?" This time, aside from visiting Potato, she has something significant to ask. Tang Ruan turns away, gently caressing her abdomen. Chapter 34. Such a fortunate event. In the end, he still followed her. After a brief conversation with Potato, she and Tang Ruan exit the cave. Tang Ruan will stay here tonight. Come to pick her up tomorrow, the Potato Mother instructs. Lang Lai looks at Tang Ruan with concern. She has been quite weak lately, often coughing for half the day at the slightest chill. That he is genuinely uneasy. Hong Shu pats Lang Lai's arm, standing on tiptoe to whisper in his ear. Being too clingy can also lead to the disdain of the wife. Tang Ruan exclaims, "Your voice is too loud." She heard that. "I will return tomorrow." After her repeated assurances, Lang Lai reluctantly departs. The moment he leaves, Tang Ruan eagerly turns to Potato. Elder, can you now tell me why? Generally, after the bond contracting ceremony, beastmen quickly conceive their first offspring. Tang Ruan only learned of this matter after the ceremony, noticing that almost all the female beasts who participated with her had become pregnant. She could see the faint blue mist swirling around their abdomens, yet she had none. The Potato Mother leads Tang Ruan back into the cave, where only the two of them remain. Some races cannot produce offspring together. Tang Ruan's mind momentarily blanks. However, both she and Lang Lai ardently desire a child to complete their family. She persistently asks, "What am I then? Can I breed with the wolf clan?" Although she was human before. Since her arrival, her sensitivity has heightened considerably, and she has gained extraordinary abilities. She should still be human, right? You do not know, the Potato Mother counters. Tang Ruan shakes her head. I still cannot recall my past. The Potato Mother eyes her suspiciously, then walks to the corner to rummage through something. After a while, she returns to Tang Ruan, extending her hand that in the Potato Mother's palm lies a ruby the size of a broad bean. Tang Ruan reaches out, and as their hands clasp, a red light envelopes them like threads. Within this crimson glow, Tang Ruan perceives the silhouette of a groundhog emerging behind the Potato Mother. She stares in disbelief. Her eyes wide. After a moment, the Potato Mother displays a puzzled expression. How could this be? What is this? Tang Ruan inquires, intrigued that it can reveal beast forms. This is a treasure left behind by the beast god when sealing a monster. With it, one can see through any beastman's true form, that an X-ray for the beast world. Then what am I? She asks urgently. Facing the Potato Mother, she is certain she has been seen. The Potato Mother shakes her head. I cannot see. Perhaps, Tang Ruan gazes at her with anticipation. Perhaps the beast god does not wish for you to reproduce. Among the beast goddess servants, some possess terrifying beast forms to prevent them from destroying this world. The beast god seals their forms. Those beastmen who are sealed lose nearly all their energy, thus naturally losing the ability to reproduce. However, the Potato Mother hesitates to share this with Tang Ruan, fearing she might attempt to break the seal by any means necessary, that if she succeeds, it could spell disaster for the entire Burrow Valley and even the world outside. Moreover, these are merely her conjectures. The beast god is but a legend. Tang Ruan refuses to give up, insisting, let us try once more. It is not a legend. The Potato Mother interrupts that my mother once told me that the entire Burrow Valley was created by the beast god to seal monsters. Initially, I did not believe it, until the Wolf Clan truly discovered many giant monsters in the canyon. What the Potato Mother said makes perfect sense. Every detail aligns. But why does the beast god not permit them to reproduce? It is unjust, the Potato Mother sighs. Perhaps one of your ancestors committed an unforgivable act against the beast god. Tang Ruan's family has been simple farmers since her great-grandfather's generation, although her mother treated her poorly. She cannot be deemed as exceedingly wicked, so is it because of Lang Lai's parents? Patriarch, I beseech you for a favor, Tang Ruan implored. If one day Lang Lai inquires about you, kindly attribute it to me. Mother Potato pondered for a moment before agreeing. Lang Lai should not bear the burdens of his parents' mistakes. Yet, Tang Ruan felt compelled to confide in him. Otherwise, it would be unjust. The mighty beasts are deeply concerned for their offspring. And it can be said that over 90% of male beastmen aspire to have a mate primarily for the purpose of procreation, ensuring the continuation of their lineage that if Lang Lai were to have regrets. Tang Ruan clenched her fists in frustration. How infuriating! She realized she had been obstructing him from consuming that wretched concoction. She would much rather he depart than remain beside her, harboring feelings of indifference. The more she contemplated, the angrier she became. My dear, Lang Lai inquired. Noticing her distress, that it was then Tang Ruan realized she had inadvertently twisted his ears out of shape. Lang Lai, I have something to say. She believed that the sooner she revealed the truth, the lesser the hurt would be. Lang Lai lowered his head, signaling her to descend so they could converse face to face. Tang Ruan felt a twinge of guilt. Let us just say it. All right. Lang Lai did not object, yet she sensed the tension in the muscles along his back. Her palms grew clammy. Lang Lai, it is impossible for us to have offspring. I consulted Mother Potato, and it truly cannot happen. This is my fault. If you regret this, we can seek her out again. Perhaps there is an antidote. She spoke fervently, her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest. For a time, only the sound of her heartbeat filled the air. After an indeterminate duration, he asked, "Really?" in his beast form. His voice was inherently imposing, causing Tang Ruan to shudder. He was indeed angry. She feared he would rip her to shreds. Was her life now at his mercy? Yet, unexpectedly, his taut back relaxed. Lang Lai chuckled lightly. "You nearly scared me. I thought something was amiss." Sensing his nonchalance, Tang Ruan hesitantly queried, You're not upset? Offspring are not always adorable. And besides, if you were to bear a child, you would have little time for me. Furthermore, if you were highly fertile, many males would be vying for your attention. Why have you kept such delightful news from me until now?" Delightful news? Lang Lai's perspective was decidedly ahead of its time. Even by a century, truly, he was the man she had chosen. In an instant, Lang Lai transformed into his human form, lifting her into his embrace and playfully bouncing her. He leaned closer, his tone suggestive, "And if you're not with child," he whispered in her ear. Tang Ruan's face flushed crimson, and she playfully punched his chest. He remained unscathed, though her knuckles ached slightly. His muscles were as hard as stone, and she knew he was being intentionally provocative, for he was grinning widely at her. "My dear." Lang Lai's eyes glimmered with unspoken desires. "I wish to take you home soon." Chapter 35. The bait cast aside with the cold front passed, the cave valley regained its former vitality. Tang Ruan reclined on the grassy bank beside the stream, basking in the sunlight. Occasionally, a youngling would scamper over, brandishing a plant. "Healer, is this a new discovery?" the little one inquired, brimming with anticipation. Tang Ruan reached out to pat him. "Indeed, splendid." Upon hearing her response, the youngling leapt with joy, for discovering something new meant he could exchange it for a bamboo rat from her. Unbeknownst to him, the bamboo rats she had raised had become a veritable plague. If she didn't consume them soon, she would be overwhelmed with an unending supply of grass as the weather warmed. Many animals returned to the forest, and the bamboo rats, being small creatures, were no longer in high demand. Only the younglings still adored them, akin to the grilled sausages outside a school gate, regardless of how delectable a dish may be. At times, it cannot compare to the nostalgic taste of ingenuity and hard work. "Healer, what is that?" A young male beast pointed towards the stream. Tang Ruan straightened, casting her gaze in the indicated direction. A small white creature floated on the water's surface. "Could it be a rabbit?" she gasped, standing up. Having lived in Cave Valley for over 3 years, this was her first encounter with a rabbit. While rabbit meat may lack in nutrition, spicy rabbit is truly delicious. Tang Ruan resolved to retrieve the creature, whether it was alive or deceased. Suddenly, a splash echoed as Xing Xing leapt into the water before her. He moved with grace through the stream. Tang Ruan cautiously followed suit. Xing Xing grasped the rabbit by its nape and pulled it from the water. Its limbs hung limply, indicating it had recently perished. No worries, freshly dead is still edible. Thoughts of spicy rabbit's ingredients danced in her mind. "Da!" Suddenly, Xing Xing shouted, tossing the rabbit back into the water. Tang Ruan rushed forward and retrieved it again. "That was close. I nearly lost out on spicy rabbit." Xing Xing's eyes widened, his lips quivering as he gazed at the rabbit in her arms. "What is this?" Tang Ruan glanced down. "Don't look." Yet she was a moment too late. A rabbit's face, skinned and with its eyes gouged out, appeared before her. Its blood-stained incisor seemed poised to snap at her. Tang Ruan's hand trembled, and she flung it away. When she consumed rabbit heads, it had never seemed so dreadful that a shadow darted past as Lang Lai retrieved the rabbit from the water and helped Tang Ruan out. "Are you all right?" he inquired with a furrowed brow. "I am fine. I'm just a bit timid." Then he turned his gaze toward Xing Xing, who stood frozen in the water. Upon meeting Lang Lai's gaze, he had intended to speak but swallowed his words upon receiving a slight nod from Lang Lai. "That is no ordinary rabbit," Lang Lai stated. Wolf Wind had taught him the distinctions between beastmen corpses and regular animals. That was unmistakably. "Xing Xing, gather the younglings and head back," Lang Lai instructed. Tang Ruan initially thought Lang Lai had taken the rabbit for her consumption, but days passed without him mentioning it again. She chose to forget about it, as she likely would never eat rabbit again. That a few days later, several younglings returned from the stream, struggling to carry a deer. Their initial exuberance quickly faded as Tang Ruan soon heard the reprimands of the female beasts. "What did you bring back?" "Do you know what that is?" "You're bringing back whatever you find." If you continue to do so, I will not hesitate to punish you. Tang Ruan, unable to contain her curiosity, asked Lang Lai, is there something wrong with that deer? Has the stream's water been contaminated? Is that why there are dead animals appearing? If that were the case, she needed to inform the groundhog tribe, as they frequently ventured to the stream's edge. Contamination? Lang Lai blinked, clearly perplexed that it means that something harmful has fallen into the stream, resulting in adverse events. Lang Lai contemplated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Truly, we must promptly inform the groundhog tribe. Lang Lai seized her arm. I've already dispatched someone, that do not fret too much. It is still uncertain. It must be something dreadful. Boss, upon hearing Wolf Wind return from the groundhog tribe, Lang Lai promptly stood. Tang Ruan followed him out of the cave. Wolf Wind's expression was grim as he glanced back over his shoulder. Behind him, Lang Chi was escorting a young man with orange hair. The youth was exceptionally handsome, his body marred with fresh and old wounds, yet even caked in mud, his alluring peach blossom eyes remained captivating. He was found by the groundhog tribe and has been here for 2 days, Lang Lai remarked coolly, exuding an aura of authority that forced the young man to lower his gaze. Yet a smile lingered on his lips. You must be the esteemed patriarch, I am who mo of the Red Fox tribe, having inadvertently fallen into this place that my kin have all perished, and I implore the patriarch for refuge. As he spoke, he raised his eyes to meet Tang Ruan's gaze, who was then lost in thought that he bore a striking resemblance to the little fox she had seen in her dreams. Though he was certainly not the same, the little fox's human form was smaller, and the aura was entirely different. Yet they were likely both from the Red Fox tribe. Unable to restrain herself, Tang Ruan inquired, have all your kin perished? Yes, upon hearing her question, Humo's eyes brimmed with tears that my kin were slaughtered by a pack of feral beasts. They not only killed them, but also consumed them. If you do not take me in, I have no choice but to return, and that path leads only to my demise. Unbeknownst to them, a crowd of beastmen had gathered to witness the scene. Humo's gaze swept over the onlookers, exuding an air of vulnerability that softened the hearts of many female beasts. Why not let him stay? We have ample food now. We wouldn't mind one more mouth to feed. Indeed, such a beautiful and delicate male should not be left to starve. Shall I take him in? The gaze of the wolf hunter fell upon the female beast who had uttered those words. Instantly, she silenced herself, along with the other onlookers among the beastmen. These females had indeed been excessively sheltered. Even in such dire circumstances, they exhibited a complete lack of danger awareness. The secretive cave valley saw an increasing number of beastmen corpses plummeting down, indicating that a considerable congregation of beastmen had amassed above. Looking on the bright side, one could regard them as mere accidental falls. However, delving deeper, it was plausible that the beastmen above were deploying bait to ascertain whether there was sustenance in the cave valley, and if it was suitable for habitation. Should it prove habitable, they might well devise ways to seize control of this place, potentially even resorting to slaying them to accomplish this. Not all races, unlike the Wolf clan, understood respect and gratitude. Take the Fox clan, for instance. They were cunning and adept at seduction, winning the favor of most females. The Fox clan had initially flourished through the influence wielded by the Fox King's consort. Among the Fox clan, the Red Fox lineage was the most cunning. When he declared that all were dead, the wolf hunter dismissed it entirely. The wolf wind obscured his vision and confined him within that cavern. Yes, the wolf wind was to retrieve the fox mo from the wolf chi. The wolf chi urged, boss, there is no need for such trouble. I can handle him myself. As he spoke, he prepared to take action. Halt! The wolf hunter commanded sharply, his icy gaze sweeping over the assembly, that he articulated each word clearly. No one is permitted to harm him. Understood. The crowd responded in unison. After the wolf hunter departed, the wolf wind escorted Fox mo away. The wolf chi stood there, feigning innocence, wondering if he had misspoken again. The wolf mo approached, stating, this fox cannot be killed. He might have been cast down from above to probe our vulnerabilities. If he cannot return, they will only send more beastmen down. The wolf continued, thus we must return him, but before doing so, we must ensure he is aware that this place is not conducive to survival. He has injured his leg and has spent 2 days in a female beast's abode, remaining oblivious to the valley's circumstances. Abandoning him, there, is the optimal arrangement. The wolf chi recalled the cave, the sole exit to the valley, resembling a protruding anthill. While they were concealed within, they often glimpsed monsters peering in, their enormous scarlet eyes rolling in an eerie manner that if not for the presence of his brethren, the wolf-chi would never have remained in that location. It resembled the very depths of a beast god's hell. Suddenly, the wolf-chi blinked, realizing something was amiss. Wait a moment, Wolf-mo, when did you become so astute? Chapter 36. Having been foolish for so long, was I truly the dimmest among the entire wolf clan? The surrounding beastmen could not help but burst into laughter at the wolf-chi's words. Only the wolf-mo remained silent, a subtle smile gracing his lips that he had never been foolish. Rather, due to his lower status and desire for camaraderie, he willingly played the role of the most indecisive one. Do you know him? Upon returning to the cave, the wolf hunter inquired. Tang Ruan hurriedly waved her hands, fearing he might misconstrue her words that I merely have a vague recollection of knowing someone from the Red Fox clan. The wolf hunter paced a few steps. Tang Ruan's beast form remained a mystery. Could she perhaps be of the Red Fox clan? If you recall that you were a member of the Red Fox clan, I can have him stay. No. Tang Ruan exclaimed anxiously. I haven't remembered anything to her. The Groundhog clan was her family, while the Wolf clan was her current home. Everything else was irrelevant. She simply wished to live peacefully with the wolf hunter here, unconcerned with any past entanglements. Well, the wolf hunter replied, still unconvinced, but if you recall anything, you must tell me. All right. The wolf hunter retrieved a piece of snake meat from his space. How about we grill this for dinner tonight? Upon seeing the neatly cut piece of snake meat, still bearing its skin, Tang Ruan suddenly leaned against the wall and retched. What is wrong? The wolf hunter asked, worry etched on his face as he supported her. It's nothing. Perhaps I've just been eating too much meat lately to eliminate the groundhog. She had been consuming 3 meals a day, truly giving it her all. Wishing to release them back into the forest, yet unable to do so entirely for fear of disrupting the ecosystem. She decided, I'll go for a stroll and gather some wild fruits. All right, I'll accompany you. The wolf hunter followed Tang Ruan into the forest, where they fortuitously encountered a few female beasts gathering fruits and chatting. Have you heard? Recently, there have been beastmen corpses appearing in the stream. The youngsters thought they were prey and dragged them back. I heard the first to discover them was the shaman. But the groundhog people are so naive. She seems oblivious. The voices of the females suddenly fell silent as they exchanged wide-eyed glances with Tang Ruan. That day, the one she picked up was a corpse devoid of eyes and skin. Leaning against a tree, Tang Ruan retched again. The wolf hunter shot a displeased glance at the 2 female beasts. The 2 female beasts reacted with alarm. Tang Ruan wandered around again, but still found nothing to her liking. Ultimately, she ended up at her breeding center, where she had already raised 4 or 5 types of small animals, all capable of stable reproduction with short breeding cycles. Yet, her 2 sheep were inexplicably different from those in her previous world. They required over 2 years to reproduce. When would she ever get to savor lamb skewers? Her stomach growled at the thought of lamb skewers. Hungry? The wolf hunter inquired. Not hungry. The wolf hunter pointed at her stomach. It says it's hungry. Even if I were hungry, it doesn't matter. Those are my sheep that I raised since childhood. Unless something unfortunate happens, I absolutely want to eat them. She gazed longingly at the 2 sheep. The air seemingly filled with the aroma of cumin. You want to eat lamb? The wolf hunter asked. Is it that obvious? Tang Ruan replied. You are not allowed to kill my sheep, she warned sternly. They are my treasures. From now on, lamb meat and milk will rely on those 2. Aren't I your treasure? The wolf hunter countered. When did you learn to speak like that? Tang Ruan retorted. In any case, if even one goes missing, I'll hold you accountable. The wolf hunter placed his hands on his hips, appearing helpless that it's not me who desires to eat them. Tang Ruan, despite the wolf hunter's words, found herself enjoying lamb meat the very next day. The wolf hunter presented a deceased black goat before Tang Ruan. Where did you hunt this? Aren't there no sheep left in the forest? Realizing he might have ventured out of the valley for her sake, Tang Ruan felt an overwhelming sense of concern. There's bound to be something if we look, the wolf hunter smiled. Wanting to reassure her, that he opened his space and added, I have something else for you. That a beam of blue light illuminated the ground, and a light, dainty hen descended, clucking as it landed, after staring for a while. Tang Ruan finally recognized it. This is my chicken. She dashed forward to embrace it. You're incredible. After being dogged for so long, you're still alive. She affectionately stroked the hen's feathers, beaming as she looked up at the wolf hunter, who regarded her with eager anticipation that, of course, the most formidable in the world is still my beast husband, who found the only black goat in the entirety of the cave valley in just one morning. The wolf hunter smiled indulgently that in truth, it hadn't been just one morning. He had searched throughout the entire night and into the morning. The only reason Tang Ruan Henti noticed his absence was that she had been particularly drowsy lately. The wolf hunter sliced off a large chunk of goat meat for Tang Ruan to savor at her leisure, while the remaining meat and bones he entrusted to the wolf chi. The wolf chi had truly learned from Tang Ruan, preparing a pot of lamb stew with potatoes that it had been ages since everyone gathered to share a meal, especially after having primarily feasted on snake and pig meat lately. The flavor was exquisite. These potatoes taste even better than the meat. After so many days without potatoes, he found himself missing them a bit. Only the wolf kept fiddling with the few pieces of lamb in her bowl. Others' wives indulged in meat, while she was left to consume the remnants of bones. Not bones, but rather the meat that the boss had carved off the bones. The meat closest to the bones was the tastiest. Try it, the wolf Mo suggested as he sipped his soup and transferred the meat from his bowl to the wolf US. But the wolf U inhaled deeply. I can endure this bitter life. But my child within me cannot. I want roasted lamb legs. If you don't bring any back tomorrow, you might as well not return. She set down her bowl and stormed out. The wolf Chi raised a spoon, watching the wolf Mo with sympathy. Why endure it? Haven't you suffered enough at her hands since childhood? The wolf Mo chuckled. You don't understand that I don't understand, the wolf Chi exclaimed animatedly. I've been bullied by her since childhood. Wolf Chi. The wolf hunter called out, if you finished eating, go deliver food to Fox Mo. Oh, the wolf Chi pouted. It's still the wolf Mo who's more foolish. The wolf Chi tossed a piece of putrid snake meat into the small hole. Hurry and eat. If you don't, I'll take it away. We can hardly feed ourselves, let alone you. The wolf Chi mimicked the wolf hunter's instructions. Inside the cave, Fox Mo huddled in a corner, muttering frantically, don't come near me. Don't come near me. Don't eat me. Ah! He lunged fiercely towards the wolf, who swiftly retreated. The cave entrance was barely wide enough for Mo to extend a single arm. Desperately, he waved his arm, pleading, please let me go back. This place is far too terrifying. Those monsters want to devour me. They hover above me, circling day after day. The wolf smirked with satisfaction, saying surviving in the cave valley is not as simple as you think. For a fragile race like yours, even your arrival merely serves as a feast for the monsters. With that, the wolf pushed Mo back into the cave. Mo landed heavily on the ground. Listening to the footsteps outside gradually fade away, he stood up again, brushing off the dirt from his body, and coldly gazed in the direction where the wolf had vanished. Indeed, the monsters were fearsome. But compared to the filthy and dreadful methods of the fox tribe, they were nothing. That he pinched a piece of rotting flesh with 2 fingers and tossed it out through the cave above. A gigantic creature resembling a bat soared by, catching the meat perfectly. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he returned to his original position. Mo, my little darling, I have come to see you. Chapter 37. The wolf tribe owes nothing to the groundhog tribe. A plump groundhog squeezed through a small hole, carrying a bundle nearly the same size as itself. Mo hurried over to catch the groundhog. The two shared a tender gaze. With a loud thud, the groundhog transformed into the form of the yucca's wife. My dear, you have suffered here, she said with heartfelt concern. That it's not suffering at all. As long as I can see you every day, I would willingly stay here for a lifetime, Mo replied. The yucca's wife twirled her pudgy body and playfully said, I feel the same. If they don't allow you to stay, I will leave with you. She twisted so much that Mo almost couldn't hold her. He steadied himself and said, by the way, I brought you some meat from the bamboo rat. Setting her down, the yucca's wife proudly took out the meat from her bundle. Eat quickly. Mo devoured the food ravenously, while the yucca's wife watched him as if admiring a work of art that in the past. She thought groundhog people were beautiful, but that was due to her lack of experience. Only the fox tribe, with their good looks and sweet tongues, were worthy of her. The most adorable wife. What are you looking at? Mo asked with a smile. What did you call me? The yucca's wife exclaimed, her eyes widening in shyness. Mo's face flushed slightly. After all, you will eventually be my wife. Do you not intend to have me? No, of course not. The yucca's wife was extremely excited. How could she reject such a handsome male? However, I haven't informed the tribe leader yet. She only listens to the wolf tribe and probably won't hold a bonding ceremony for us. It doesn't matter, Huemo said, cradling her chubby face, as long as you are willing to be with me. I care not for anything else. Saying this, he leaned in for a kiss. The yucca's wife was enraptured, reaching out to tug at his skirt. Wife, Huemo pressed her hand down. Tell me more about the wonderful life here. Would you? I truly wish to integrate into this place, even if it means providing us with some entertainment. Haha, boss, you wouldn't believe it. That stinky fox was nearly scared to death. I think if he stays any longer, he might lose his mind. The wolf chuckled heartily at the memory of Humo's reaction. The wolf hunter nodded. All right, tomorrow you and Wolf Wind will escort him out. The wolf hunter looked at Wolf Wind. Understood. Boss, that I'll convey your message to him, Wolf Wind replied. The wolf, curious, asked, what message? It doesn't matter if you don't know. Wolf Wind will explain it to you. Just learn from him when the time comes, the wolf hunter responded. The following day, Wolf Red and Wolf Wind moved aside the huge rock at the side of the canyon cave. Humo sat dazed in the middle of the cave, gazing at the hole above. Upon seeing the two enter, he raised his hand to point at the hole. You say, with such a small opening, can monsters truly come through? Of course not. Wolf Red laughed heartily. If such a small hole can allow them to crawl through, then they wouldn't be called monsters. He circled around Humo, laughing uproariously. Humo lowered his head, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Indeed, if it were a bit larger, they could easily come through. Wolf Wind frowned at him. What do you mean by that? Ha! Come eat me. Quickly eat me. You can't, can you? You want to eat me so badly. Humo suddenly stretched out his arm, shouting madly. Wolf Wind's expression darkened. Wolf Red placed a hand on his shoulder. Don't bother with a madman. Just get him out of here. He annoys me. Wolf Wind blindfolded Humo and escorted him out via the only safe route down into the cave valley. On the way, Wolf Wind felt as if there were rustling sounds behind them. However, when he turned to look, there was nothing. Did I feel like something is following us? Wolf Wind said. Wolf Red sniffed the air. No, it's just the scent of the groundhog tribe. Don't worry. After the two left, a plump groundhog emerged from the ground. Tang Ruan, Tang Ruan. In the dead of night, Tang Ruan was awakened by the sound of crying. She opened her eyes to find the potato kneeling beside her, clutching his stomach. What happened? She sprang upright. The potato rubbed his eyes. My elder brother hasn't returned since yesterday, and his wife is also missing. Someone saw them heading towards the wolf tribe. Don't cry. I'll ask Wolf Hunter for help. The people from the wolf tribe and the groundhog tribe have already gone to search for them. Mom told me to stay here with you. Her reminder. Tang Ruan realized the cave was eerily empty. She had been so focused on the potato. Don't worry. The wolf tribe runs fast and jumps high. They will surely bring them back. What if they don't come back? The potato wailed. Tang Ruan understood that she was experiencing prepartum depression, compounded by this incident. She gently held her. They will definitely come back. They will. The next day, the wolf tribe returned with the missing individuals. Tang Ruan hurried over to check on the yucca, but he's just unconscious. He should wake up soon. Upon hearing Tang Ruan's words, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. If we had been a moment later, he would have been eaten by wild dogs, Wolf Red said, wiping the blood from his face. We are truly grateful. This kindness from you we, the groundhog tribe, will forever remember. The potato's mother said, preparing to kneel before Wolf Red. This was the first time Tang Ruan had seen the potato's mother in such a humble state, even when the wolf tribe had captured them all. She remained unyielding. Indeed, children are the soft spot of every mother. Seeing this, Wolf Red hurriedly supported her, while Wolf Hunter also intervened. That I end this matter. The greatest credit belongs to the groundhog tribe, Wolf Hunter stated. We? The potato's mother asked in confusion. Wolf Hunter looked at the dusty and disheveled sweet potato. He discovered the passage leading above and was the first to climb out of the valley to find the yucca. Sweet potato. The potato rushed into Sweet Potato's embrace. I didn't expect you to be so brave. Whoa. Sweet Potato was already trembling. He had never ventured into the outside world and had no idea how terrifying the beasts beyond were, even devouring their own kind. Yet, seeing the potato in tears of joy, he felt that it was all worth it. But why did elder brother venture out of the valley? The potato choked out. Wolf Hunter stepped forward. Sweet Potato was in the cave and caught the scent of the yucca's wife, that he might have gone out to find her. However, based on our tracking, it's feared that his wife has All the groundhog beastmen lowered their heads in understanding. We are truly grateful to you. The potato's mother once again bowed in gratitude to all the wolf tribe. That female beast keeps insisting on going out, claiming that only the males outside are worthy of her. That if she wants to go, let her go. The potato's mother waved her hand. Among the crowd, two groundhog males exchanged glances and approached Tang Ruan. With a thud, they knelt down. We beseech the shaman to awaken the yucca. We ask the wolf tribe to help us rescue our wife. What do you intend to do? Wolf Hunter instantly positioned himself in front of Tang Ruan. The two groundhog beastmen were frightened and huddled together to go back. The potato's mother shouted sternly. The two remained motionless, for the lost male would be deemed the most useless among them, and in the future, no wives would want them. Among the three, only the yucca had offspring. They still had none. Therefore, the wife must not die. Even though they trembled uncontrollably, they stood their ground. Tang Ruan stepped out from behind Wolf Hunter. I can only help you awaken the yucca. You must ask him yourself where your wife is. As for rescuing her, the wolf tribe owes you nothing. Whether you have the courage to save her is entirely up to you. The Groundhog clan owes her a debt of gratitude, yet the Wolf clan bears no such obligation. She lacks the authority to repeatedly embroil the Wolf clan in troubles on her behalf. Moreover, descending from the valley is inherently perilous. Both Wolf Chi and Wolf Feng have been injured, though they chose not to mention it. The two male beasts exchanged glances, intending to speak, but Tang Ruan bypassed them and approached the cassava. She crouched down and placed her hand upon him, noticing a swirl of purple energy enveloping his form. Focusing her mind, she willed the purple energy to gradually dissipate. Suddenly, a force struck her abdomen, causing Tang Ruan to fall backward onto the ground. The purple energy surged back once more. Chapter 38. The Disappearance of the Cub Tang Ruan. A throng rushed forward, Wolf Lai enveloping her in his embrace. While Mother Potato grasped her hand, abruptly, she noticed a faint red circle surrounding Tang Ruan's beast husband mark. She rubbed it, confirming her observation multiple times. Wolf Lai, Mother Potato exclaimed with delight. Your mate is with Cub. I am with Cub. Tang Ruan felt dazed, overwhelmed by a weight pressing down upon her, rendering her unable to rise. That it felt as though a hand were resting on her eyelids, compelling her to close her eyes. Within the cave, Wolf Lai tightly held Tang Ruan's hand, an energy flowing from his grasp into her limbs. The weight upon her became warm, yet seemingly heavier. Wolf Lai ceased providing her with energy. If the cub desires to allow its mother to rest, the more energy you provide, the more it can control Tang Ruan's actions. Wolf Lai's grip suddenly loosened. How can this be? Mother Potato glanced around, confirming only the three of them were present before asking. What kind of beast folk are your parents? Wolf Lai turned to Mother Potato. Does this relate to the matter at hand? Mother Potato refrained from pressing further, continuing, if one of your parents is an exceptionally powerful beast folk, your cub may inherit their beast form and extraordinary abilities. Wolf Lai thought of his father, the most formidable beast folk he had ever encountered, whose powers could only be described as terrifying if your cub is excessively powerful. Tang Ruan may not be able to control it. What would happen then? Wolf Lai inquired anxiously. Mother Potato approached Tang Ruan, gazing at her affectionately. Cubs possess an innate survival instinct. They will strive to absorb maternal energy to ensure a successful birth. Female beasts also possess instincts for self-preservation. When their health is compromised or they do not wish to bear a cub, the cub may be absorbed. However, if the cub is significantly stronger than the mother, she will be unable to control its fate. The cub may drain the last vestiges of energy from the mother to ensure its birth. Of course, Mother Potato refrained from voicing the latter part. But Wolf Lai could likely infer it. He had witnessed this with cassava. He would not allow Tang Ruan to expend energy on others. The cub might endanger Tang Ruan's life for its own emergence. Fear flickered in Wolf Lai's eyes, a rare expression for him. Mother Potato nodded. Such a situation may arise, though I have never witnessed it. Wolf Lai inhaled deeply, his gaze wavering. Just moments ago, he had been elated to learn of Tang Ruan's pregnancy. Yet now he was contemplating how to eliminate the cub. Is there a means to terminate the cub? This Wolf Lai. Tang Ruan felt the energy upon her quiver. Seizing the opportunity, she sat up abruptly. Tang Ruan, how do you feel? Wolf Lai asked excitedly, caressing her face. That I feel invigorated. I had a splendid rest, Wolf Lai. She had heard their conversation. She did not perceive the cub as a threat. On the contrary, she felt it was a considerate little one, not permitting her to overexert herself, wishing only for her to rest well. How thoughtful. I haven't slept so soundly in days. Tang Ruan stretched, exaggerating her words, her gaze drifting to her abdomen where a faint blue light flickered, as if greeting her. Absorb it. We do not require the cub. I will not permit you to be harmed. Wolflike grasped Tang Ruan's shoulders, his tone resolute. The light vanished in an instant. Just as Tang Ruan's worry surged, it reappeared, flickering momentarily before slowly entering her womb, as if assuring her, I am here. I am safe. Tang Ruan paused, realization dawning upon her. She had been oblivious to the reason for her pregnancy all along. It was because the cub feared its father. It could even turn invisible. How remarkable. A surge of pride as a mother filled her heart. Tang Ruan, what is you so elated? Wolfly inquired, perplexed. Tang Lai, do you not think our cub is extraordinary? What does that mean? In the forest, beneath the great tree, Tang Ruan drew a snake, a sheep, and an earthworm on the ground. Little cub, though you are merely 3 months along, from today onward, Mother will provide you with prenatal education, though we shall strive to raise an exceptional beast folk who excels from the very start. A flicker of light appeared on Tang Ruan's belly. All right, for the first question, please identify which of the following 3 patterns represents a snake. The blue light quickly settled on the position of the earthworm on the right. Tang Ruan elongated her tone. The blue light swiftly shifted to the left. Well done, she praised with a thumbs up. Remember, snakes have little teeth, while earthworms do not. After you are born, do not play with snakes. The blue light flickered as if in agreement. Mother Potato observed the scene from a distance, a smile of contentment gracing her face. Look, Tang Ruan truly cherishes this cub. Why not keep him? Wolfly extended his hand, accepting a package from Mother Potato and storing it away that I will take care of it. Mother Potato turned to leave. Tang Ruan suddenly turned her head, spotting Wolfly. She excitedly dashed toward him. But after a few paces, she remembered her pregnant state and switched to a brisk walk. Standing before Wolfly, she exclaimed, Wolfly, our cub is a genius. He understands my words. Initially, I thought it was mere coincidence. But just now I taught him that 1 + 1 = 2. Wolfly remained nonchalant, prompting Tang Ruan to gently pat her belly. Cub, show your father that 1 + 1 = the belly flickered twice. Look. Tang Ruan was elated. What other unborn child at 3 months can engage in 1 + 1 = 2 with their mother? Noticing Wolfly's silence, Tang Ruan suddenly recalled that she was the only one who could perceive the various energies on beast folk. Could it be that Wolfly is feeling envious? She offered generously. If you have anything to convey to the cub, I can relay it for you. All right, to her surprise, he had indeed thought of something. Wolfly's expression grew cold as he fixed his gaze on Tang Ruan's belly, as if scrutinizing prey. The blue light dared to reveal only a hint of its radiance. Tang Ruan, do you wish to enter this world? The blue light flickered once. Tang Ruan smiled brightly that he says yes. For the second question, Wolfly continued. Do you wish for us to become your parents? The blue light flickered again. Tang Ruan, ask something more pertinent. He is our cub. How could he not wish for us to be his parents? All right, for the final question. Wolfly's gaze grew, increasingly frigid, that if one day your existence posed a threat to your mother's health, even her life, would you voluntarily allow yourself to be absorbed for her sake? Chapter 39. Perhaps it is a divine beast, like a qilin or a dragon. Wolfly, what nonsense are you spouting? Tang Ruan suddenly pushed him away. This was her first time laying hands on him. Though her strength posed no harm to him, an indescribable sorrow welled in Wolfly's eyes. She had considered pushing him away for the sake of the cub. Tang Ruan gazed at her hand, bewildered. Why had she done that? It felt as though someone were manipulating her hand, controlling her emotions, compelling her to distance herself from Wolfly. Wolfly, Tang Ruan softened her tone. Do not always think the worst, that you believe in him. No matter how powerful he may be, he is still our cub. What cub would harm its mother? She gently wrapped her arms around Wolfly's waist. He inhaled deeply, returning her embrace. That I apologize. I was too anxious. That no. I am the one who should apologize for pushing you. Did it hurt? Did she truly believe she could inflict pain upon him? Wolfly chuckled. It hurts, Tang Ruan. It pains my heart. He nuzzled her crown with his chin. That my dear wife, there is something I have long kept from you. My mother was killed by my father. He spoke, tightening his embrace, as if afraid she might flee in fright. That my father is an immensely powerful beast man. Yet he has long endured my mother's abuse. One day, he lost control of his beast form. Feeling Tang Ruan pushing against him, Lang Lai held her even more tightly. Tang Ruan, do you fear me? Do you wish to leave me? Are you afraid for the child within you? Lang Lai murmured, enveloped in a profound terror, as if he had plunged into a whirlpool, pain and anxiety dragging him downward. Tang Ruan struggled to break free, suddenly lifting her head and biting his chin. Lang Lai lowered his gaze. What are you worrying about? Tang Ruan said, puffing up her cheeks. Did I ever say I would leave you? No, Lang Lai obediently replied, leaning his neck closer. Lang Lai bent down, resting his chin on her shoulder. Tang Ruan abruptly turned her head, biting him on the neck, leaving a row of tiny teeth marks. Lang Lai remained still. Do you think I fear you? She said, her tone laced with pride. It was then that Lang Lai realized he had just committed an extremely perilous act. He had presented his most vulnerable neck to the beast man, essentially placing his life in the hands of the beast man, and yet he felt no discomfort at all. Moreover, she too had exposed her most fragile nape to him. Her trust in him was profound. Lang Lai smiled, unafraid. And one last thing, Tang Ruan said, her expression serious. If you dare to lay a hand on my child, don't blame me when you grow old and he refuses you. Lang Lai. After she finished speaking, Tang Ruan proudly lifted her head and strode away. After taking just 2 steps, she began to negotiate with the child in her belly. I was joking. Your father has no teeth. So you must help him hunt. The child. Lang Lai, boss. Lang Feng appeared beside them at some point. Lang Lai composed himself. How is it? We have been guarding the exit for 3 days and have yet to see any beastmen come or go. What about outside? In the distance, many beastmen have passed by. Preliminary judgment suggests they might be heading toward the cave valley. They are also probing us. Guard the exit well. If anyone enters, kill them without mercy. The only safe exit from the cave valley is a vast crevice between 2 mountains, several hundred meters long and dozens of meters deep. However, there is only one spot that can accommodate a beastman's passage. This means as long as they do not exit, the enemy can only come in one by one, to be annihilated one by one. What about the stream? It is guarded by us and the groundhog tribe. All we have found so far are corpses. The cliff above the stream can also lead into the cave valley, from where Tang Ruan had fallen. The beastmen outside should have discovered this by now, which is why they keep throwing beastmen down. But clearly, this is a path fraught with peril. So far, only Hu Mo has survived. Hopefully, he can bring back the bad news. Boss, what if they keep throwing beastmen down? Lang Feng said anxiously. Every day we discover corpses, creating panic among everyone, especially among the groundhogs, several of whom have fainted from fear. They won't keep doing this. Lang Lai looked towards the stream. Hu Mo had already delivered the news. However, they likely did not trust this fox and would continue to probe for a while longer. What if we encounter beastmen who haven't died from the fall? Kill them. Lang Lai's icy gaze was sharp. Lies are best told by one person. 2 will inevitably have inconsistencies. Lang Lai had anticipated. Days later, no more corpses fell. For several months, the cave valley returned to its previous tranquility. The last batch of females who participated in the bonding ceremony gradually gave birth. Tuber also had a chubby little one. Tang Ruan couldn't resist poking her face. This texture, chocolate mochi, I thought you would have many, so I prepared this for you. Tang Ruan took out 5 small blankets knitted from yarn. She had spent the past few months spinning yarn, crafting knitting needles, and weaving these herself. The cave valley enjoyed a spring-like climate, and it could be a bit chilly at night without a cover, yet too warm with one. This was just right. Tuber joyfully accepted it, examining it for a while. No worries. We can change it every day. But you were right, she said with a hint of bitterness at the corner of her mouth. At first, there were 5, but because of my brother's situation, Haven T felt well, leading to the pups not growing well, so I could only keep the strongest one. Tang Ruan patted her shoulder. How is your brother? Tuber sighed. He still wants to leave the cave, saying there are wild dogs outside that will eat him. He doesn't even think about looking for his mate anymore. Noticing her low spirits, Tang Ruan changed the subject. Tuber, you're amazing. You can even sense how many pups are in your belly, and you can distinguish their health. Tuber looked shocked. Can't you? Tang Ruan. She should be able to. Right? Tuber stole a glance at her belly, which hadn't changed at all since 3 months ago. Curiously, she asked, Tang Ruan, I really want to know, what is your beast form? Wolf cub shouldn't need to be pregnant for this long. Right? Tang Ruan also wanted to know. Even for a human, after 6 months, one should show signs of pregnancy. Lang Lai said his father was a very powerful beast man, but specifics were unknown. Could he be a Qilin or a dragon? Some kind of divine beast. If the pups took after their grandfather, Wu Ti, she had to be pregnant for hundreds of years. Tang Ruan suddenly felt that living was quite difficult, and she needed to find an opportunity to ask Lang Lai for clarity. Tang Ruan. Lang Lai stepped into the cave with a single stride. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Hong Shu followed closely behind, immediately starting to pack things up. What happened? Tuber asked. Outside, a cacophony arose. Sounding chaotic and tumultuous. They are here, Hong Shu said nervously, slinging his belongings over his shoulder. Finally, he scooped up Tuber, who held her child, and dashed out swiftly. Lang Lai transformed into his beast form. Tang Ruan climbed onto his back. Who exactly is coming? She had a foreboding sense of dread. The beastmen outside. But they can't come in, can they? Tang Ruan was shocked. They can fly. Chapter 40. Waiting for your return. From today onward. The Groundhog tribe will live alongside the Wolf tribe that I hope everyone will comply with Lang Lai's arrangements, Tuber's mother announced, standing atop a large rock, addressing her kin. The Groundhog beastmen gathered, each bearing expressions of fear. They had already lost 2 of their tribe to being devoured. The beastmen from outside were not merely talk. They truly intended to consume them all. The beastmen of the Wolf tribe on the other side wore equally grim expressions. Although they had witnessed scenes of beastmen devouring one another before, they had just begun to enjoy a stable life here. Were they to revert to their former existence? Suddenly, a strong gust of wind swept through, accompanied by an eerie cooing sound that a pair of enormous gray-brown wings appeared above the crowd. That in an instant, the beastmen screamed and scattered. That a giant owl swooped down. That a flash of blue light streaked past. No one saw what happened. The giant owl crashed into the cliff wall, its body deeply embedded in the stone. Almost immediately, a black wolf pounced, biting through its neck. That if not yet satisfied, it yanked hard. The owl's head rolling to the ground, clattering among the wolf tribe's beastmen. Several female beastmen recoiled in fright, while only Lang Yu stood unmoving. Lang Mo, having transformed into human form, his face splattered with blood, approached her, gently caressing her face. That I have dealt with the murderer of our cubs. Lang Yu glanced at the owl's head on the ground, a cold smile curling at her lips. That at least he had some skill. In truth, she had absorbed the child she carried with Lang Mo long ago. She had no desire for offspring with such lowly bloodlines. She simply hadn't found a suitable reason until now. Today, the owl tribe had just happened to devour 2 groundhog beastmen before her eyes, providing her the perfect excuse to claim she had been startled and inadvertently absorbed her child. Before long, Lang Lai and the others returned. Within the cave valley, all the owl tribe had been dealt with. Lang Lai addressed everyone before striding towards Tang Ruan. The group was covered in blood. Lang Qi was supported by Lang Yu. Limping behind, damn, flying high is impressive. I bit off their necks. Tang Ruan looked at Lang Qi's leg injury, though not large, was deep enough to expose bone, posing a high risk of infection. All the beastmen depended on these few for protection. Lang Qi absolutely could not be injured. Tang Ruan turned to Lang Lai, who averted his gaze, conceding tacitly. She approached Lang Qi, placing her hand on his arm. Cubs, Mama is going to save someone now. Dante caused trouble. Uncle Lang Qi, please recover swiftly, so that you may protect us. The blue light on my abdomen flickered momentarily, as if it understood her innermost thoughts. After a brief moment, Lang Qi's wounds had healed. Lang Lai wished to offer Tang Ruan some energy, but she declined. That I shall be fine after a short rest. You can serve your strength. Lang Lai did not insist, for he was uncertain whether the 7 owl beasts he had just slain represented their entire group, or merely the vanguard. All the beastmen gathered together. We shall stand guard day and night to ensure everyone's safety, Lang Lai declared, casting a glance at Lang Mo, Lang Qi, Lang Feng, and Lang Yu. Indeed, they responded in unison. Chieftain, Mother Potato approaches. You have all just endured a battle and are undoubtedly fatigued. Why not take a moment to rest while we stand watch? The groundhog beastmen, small in their beast form and adept at concealment, were indeed well suited for the task. However, having just witnessed the most terrifying scene of their lives, they now shrank back, their heads lowered. Lang Lai surveyed the surroundings, and oh need that I can keep watch. The timid sweet potato stepped forward. Trembling, Lang Lai offered him a faint smile. Be why yourself. You cannot observe the entire stream. Another stout groundhog male raised his hand and stepped forward, adding, I already have 2 offspring. I am not afraid of death. The remaining males exchanged glances, and one by one, more stepped forward. Cave Valley is our home. We must defend our home. If Cave Valley is taken, I know not where we can go that if they invade. They will surely devour us all that if we are to die. Let us fight for it. Witnessing the previously timid groundhog beastmen display such courage, the Wolf Clan's females also stepped forward. It is not only the males who can fight. I can easily kill a male too. Indeed, my former beast husband was no match for me. That my offspring will come of age in 2 years. Chieftain, take him along for training. And I wish to go too. I can kill a fox. The wolf cubs transformed into their formidable beast forms, leaping forth. Observing such unity among them, Lang Lai felt as if he had returned to the most prosperous days of the Wolf Clan. When they faced adversities without fear, Tang Ruan tightly grasped Lang Lai's hand. That I will prepare a meal for everyone and await your return. In the evening, they gathered together for a hearty meal. Late at night, while Sweet Potato was on watch, Lang Lai called him over. That I have a plan, but it is perilous. Are you willing to try? Outside Cave Valley, beneath the starry sky, a jackal clutched a massive bone, which bore numerous bite marks. That I want to eat you, he murmured in his sleep. Suddenly, a small mound of earth began to rise behind him, followed by another before his knees, and finally, a third behind his ears. 3 groundhogs simultaneously poked their heads out, exchanged glances, and then lunged at him. The jackal shrieked in terror. Who? The beastmen, sprawled haphazardly nearby, awoke to find the jackal in its beast form pursuing something smaller than its paw. Conserve your energy. That morsel is hardly enough to fill your teeth. Another beast chimed in. If you tire yourself out, do not blame me for making you breakfast tomorrow. The jackal chased the groundhog far into the woods, declaring, I will eat you for a midnight snack. The sounds of insects ceased abruptly in the forest. Moments later, a streak of icy blue light flashed, and the insects resumed their chorus. Lang Lai cleverly utilized the groundhogs to disturb the enemy, employing a strategy of taking them down one by one, and spent the entire night eliminating 6 beastmen. Their original plan had merely been to scout the enemy's numbers and, if possible, eliminate 1 or 2. However, during their reconnaissance, they discovered that these beastmen hailed from different tribes. They were exceedingly disunited, even willing to consume their own kin, which afforded them numerous opportunities. You have no idea how formidable I was last night. I bit a lion on the nose. I gnawed on a dog's tail. The groundhog males boasted proudly before their mates. When they had ventured out the previous night, they had been prepared to face death, keeping their intentions hidden from their families. Now, having returned victorious, their mates greeted them with kisses and embraces, leaving those who had not participated envious. Chieftain of the Wolf Clan, are you going out again tonight? I wish to join. A beast husband of the cassava made approach Lang Lai. Perhaps if he fought, a female might notice him. Not tonight, Lang Lai replied, disappointment washing over the male's face. That I it because you deem me too weak. Lang Lai looked down at him, explaining earnestly, the enemy will surely be on guard now that we must strike unexpectedly. Await my signal. He patted the male on the shoulder, and the beast instantly felt recognized by the chieftain of the Wolf Clan. A swell of pride igniting within him, that he turned to his companions, declaring, I tell you, the chieftain of the Wolf Clan said he would take me next time. They cannot do without me. Tang Ruan, hearing his words, exchanged a smile with Lang Lai. Suddenly, her expression stiffened. Chapter 41. It may not kill, but it will not allow me to live well. Tang Ruan placed a hand on her stomach, feeling as if someone had punched her abdomen. Looking down, she saw a fist-sized mass shifting beneath her skin, moving from left to right, then back again. Tang Ruan was nearly overwhelmed with fear at the sight. Many beastmen noticed her predicament, falling silent. What is that? Is it the offspring? Why is it moving so distinctly? Lang Lai swiftly scooped Tang Ruan into his arms and carried her into the cave, many beastmen following closely behind. Lang Lai, am I going to die? Is my offspring going to burst through my belly? Tang Ruan clutched Lang Lai's hand in terror. Lang Lai's brow furrowed. Now you know fear? If it is so unruly, you still have time to absorb it. The lively little one rolled about within her, while Lang Lai placed her gently on a soft couch, his expression grave. You would rather be harmed by it than absorb it. Wouldn't you? Tang Ruan arched her back, gazing at her slightly protruding belly, biting her lip. Yes, the little one was innocent, so small and unaware. How could it know that this would endanger her? Lang Lai's gaze hardened. Very well, then I shall no longer concern myself with it. That he suddenly released her hand. Tang Ruan stared at him in shock. Indeed, none of the men were reliable. Fine, I shall leave, she declared, rising to her feet. If he would not care for her, she would return to her family. She would sleep with Potato tonight. Just as she took a step, she suddenly turned back and tackled Lang Lai onto the bed with unexpected force. Exceeding both their expectations, mate, Lang Lai worriedly attempted to push her away. After a few attempts, he realized Tang Ruan was completely unyielding. Mate, please get up, he croaked, pinned beneath her. The beast men who had just arrived beheld the scene with wide eyes. 0-0. Disperse. Tang Ruan is fine. Everyone disperse, Mother Potato urged, shooing everyone away. Tang Ruan too wished to rise, but she felt as though she were glued to Lang Lai. Looking down, she found several blue strands binding them tightly together. Lang Lai noticed as well. You cannot leave. That a smile graced his lips. Tang Ruan, exasperated, clutched her chest in frustration. You no longer care for me, yet you still want tea. Let me go. Lang Lai feigned innocence. What I meant was, I shall no longer concern myself with the little one's matters, and I will not allow you to absorb it. He tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear. You must understand. How have you not realized yet? Tang Ruan suddenly comprehended that the blue strands were not Lang Lai's abilities, but the little one's. Fearing she might misunderstand, Lang Lai explained, only a select few advanced beastmen possess intelligence while still in the womb. Just now, it was moving about in your belly, likely having heard our conversation and wanting to join the fray. When I was young, I too rolled around in my mother's belly at the sound of battle. Is that so? No wonder you seem less worried. Then why did you let me absorb it? Tang Ruan retorted that I feared you would be too burdened. He traced her features gently. Anyone, even if they're my flesh and blood, do not deserve to remain in this world if they cause you too much pain. That I am not burdened. The little one is so well behaved. Tang Ruan could not help but sing praises for the little one, despite having been terrified moments ago. And when you spoke just now, it ceased moving. The little one seemed to have taken a shine to him from a young age. The little one. Lang Lai raised an eyebrow. Are you certain it is not because it felt threatened? However, the fact that it understood to bind its mother to it was a good sign. For that reason alone, he decided to keep it, and he placed his hand upon Tang Ruan's soft abdomen, a pale blue aura converging and gathering beneath his palm. Lang Lai could not perceive the glow, yet he felt a soft, plump little orb vigorously rubbing against his hand. In that instant, his heart seemed to be immersed in warm waters. Have you thought of a name for him yet? Lang Lai inquired, marking his first moment of concern for the cub's future. Tang Ruan excitedly sat up. Not yet. For now, I'll call him Kai Kai. Upon hearing Lang Lai utter his name for the first time, Kai Kai joyously performed a backflip, colliding with Lang Lai's palm. Tang Ruan winced slightly. An inexplicable chill swiftly coursing through Kai Kai. Kai Kai stood upright within the womb, despite still being a ball. Kai Kai, you must protect your mother, Lang Lai solemnly declared. If one day I am no longer here. The unspoken words lingered in his heart, uncertain if the little creature inside truly sensed his emotions. Yet, beneath his palm, Kai Kai nodded. Outside the cave valley, there were still 26 male beasts, all powerful shape-shifting beastmen, some possessing strength 3 to 5 times that of the wolf tribe. Standing before the willing combatants, Lang Lai spoke of the current situation. It's all right. We trust the wolf tribe? Yes, we believe, several groundhog beastmen exclaimed. Lang Lai offered a slight smile. But I do not this. The groundhog beastmen exchanged awkward glances, their earlier confidence evaporating, that if we confront them head-on, we are certainly no match, that we need to devise a strategy to exhaust some of their strength. Exhaust ourselves? They will turn on each other. A newly joined groundhog beastman questioned that we want them to turn on each other. Lang Lai's gaze swept over the crowd that a shy sweet potato beastman raised his hand. A few days ago, I discovered some beastmen taking advantage of other tribes while they slept, killing their weaker beasts to consume. Lang Lai cast him an approving glance. The weaker beasts are all sleeping at the outskirts. We can kill one and toss it among the other tribes, intentionally letting them discover it to incite conflict. But the weaker beasts have already been nearly depleted. They still do not leave, indicating that the situation is even more terrifying elsewhere. Perhaps we should just wear them down until they can no longer tolerate it and fight desperately. Both methods would be employed by Lang Lai. But he could not afford to take too long. He aimed to eliminate them all before the next wave of beastmen arrived, lest the secret of Cave Valley be divulged. Once they were all dealt with, he would completely block the stream above. He had resolved to remain here forever. While wolf beasts might be meant to roam the wilderness, he only wished to dwell in a small cave with her. Lang Lai's plan proved exceedingly successful, as the beastmen outside Cave Valley soon engaged in battle. 5 beastmen perished in the ensuing chaos. However, the same method could not be employed twice, that if they could strike at the center, they might cause further disarray. Lang Lai and Lang Mo crouched down, formulating their battle strategy. Tang Ruan approached, comprehending their intent. You wish to directly attack the person in the center? Yes, Lang Lai rose, wrapping an arm around her shoulder as they discussed. Using their abilities would draw too much attention, and retreating completely was unrealistic. That deal we need to kill. Tang Ruan asked that if possible. That would be best, Lang Lai replied. Tang Ruan pondered, I do have a method. Although it may not kill, but it will leave them in a bad state. Chapter 42. I would be willing to merge with you. Lang Lai summoned several capable female beasts to accompany him into the forest in search of supplies. Following Tang Ruan's instructions, that by evening, Lang Lai secured 2 bags tightly and placed them at a distance. That he crouched beside Tang Ruan, taking the small branch from her hand and carving it into a Y shape as per her specifications. After binding it, the slingshot was complete. Tang Ruan affixed a length of animal sinew and picked up a small stone from the ground, placing it in the slingshot, aiming at a small bird perched in a tree. With a swift motion, she released it. Thwack! A perfect hit. The beastmen erupted in cheers. The shaman is incredible. What is that? I want to learn too, one cub exclaimed. The shaman is truly amazing. Tang Ruan chuckled awkwardly, for only she had witnessed the pale blue light that seemingly struck the bird down beforehand. Indeed, Kai Kai was taking care of his mother's dignity. This slingshot was remarkably accurate. It could be saved for Kai Kai to play with. Lang Lai gazed at her, a smile playing at his lips, perhaps having discovered her little secret. Tang Ruan hurriedly changed the subject. Before we set off, Lang Lai will use his abilities to freeze honey water into balls. Everyone practiced diligently. The honey balls must be shot as far as possible. All right. The group responded in unison. Under the cover of night, outside Cave Valley near the dead volcano, a cluster of beastmen rested on the ground. Suddenly, several shooting stars streaked across the sky, amber-colored balls landing among the beastmen. One of the farthest landed squarely on the Lion King's nose. Who? He bellowed, rousing the beastmen nearby. The beasts tasked with protecting the Lion King immediately pounced. Moments later, one emerged with a sticky, icy ball. What is this? The old Lion King inquired. The beastman scrutinized the small ball, bringing it to his nose to sniff before unexpectedly licking it. It's honey. It must be the bear tribe's doing. The old Lion King's terrifying visage contorted with rage. Just because we devoured 3 of their kind yesterday, they resort to such lowly tactics for revenge. There are many more around, the beastman remarked. Do not concern yourselves with them. Guard outside. If you see anyone throwing things, kill them and provide a feast for everyone. Yes. The beastman replied, transforming into a powerful male lion, ready to depart. The Lion King called him back. By the way, I want fox meat tomorrow. There's only 1 cub left, the Lion King lamented, smacking his lips. The fox tribe had been captured along the way to serve as reserve food, and he hadn't anticipated consuming them so quickly. Had he known, he wouldn't have tossed that one down. It returned, likely having perished. We will kill it tomorrow for fresh meat. With that, the Lion King resumed his slumber. In the distant grass. Lang Lai and Lang Chi simultaneously opened their bags from different directions. The bags rustled ominously as a swarm of dark insects crawled out, upon catching the scent of the pest-repelling herb on them. The insects scurried away in a frenzy. Soon, the voices of beastmen echoed from the volcano's mouth. Damn it! What bit me? Why are there so many insects? Of course, there are insects in hot weather. What a fuss. Why do these insects bite so painfully? As the night wore on, several beastmen began to breathe heavily. I think I've been poisoned by fire. Me too. I feel like I'm dying. The lion beastman charged with guarding the fox cub lay on the ground, gasping for breath. You go fetch me some water. A 15-year-old boy with orange hair immediately scrambled to search through the lion beastman's pack. Suddenly, the pack shifted, startling him so much that he fell back onto the ground. The pack flipped over, revealing the head of a groundhog. Follow me, the groundhog squeaked. The boy glanced back, instantly transforming into beast form and following the groundhog into the burrow. His beast form was not much larger than the groundhog. Likely due to long-term malnourishment, they navigated through the narrow tunnel with ease. After an unknown stretch of time, they finally reached a spacious cave. Brother. The little fox saw Mo and immediately transformed into human form. Leaping into his embrace, I thought I would never see you again. Sister was eaten, Annie was eaten, everyone. Mo squeezed him tightly. I know, so you must live well. That he pointed toward another tunnel connected to theirs. Run straight through here. At the end lies the chaotic beast city. It is dangerous, but it is your only chance to survive. Brother, aren't you coming with me? Understanding his intent, Che clung tightly to him, unwilling to let go. That I still have very important matters to attend to. That he glanced at the wife of the sweet potato beast. That I in the darkness. She shyly lowered her head. That Che gazed longingly at him, his golden-orange eyes resembling two small suns in the dark, illuminating all the shadows and despair Mo had faced in recent days. You live well. I will surely wait for the day we meet again. Upon finishing his words, he forcefully shoved Che aside. Che glanced back at him for a fleeting moment before sprinting ahead with great speed. He placed his faith in his elder brother. Since he had instructed him to wait, he would remain in the chaotic beast city for as long as it took. After Che vanished from sight, the wife of Mushu approached him with a bashful demeanor, her fingers tracing a line across Mo's chest. You promised me that together we would rescue your brother, and then you would return with me to the cave valley to live a good life. You even mentioned tonight. Her fingers hooked onto his belt, pulling him closer with a sudden force. Mo abruptly grasped her hand. You wish to mate with me. You think you are worthy. The expression of Mushu's wife stiffened, while a slight smirk played on Mo's lips, a smile that was neither genuine nor mocking. Once, the princess of the Jiaozu wished to exchange an island for me to be her beast husband. Yet my father refused, deeming her offer insufficient. And what are you in comparison? Stammering, Mushu's wife found herself at a loss for words. She had always lived a life of adoration in the cave valley, and it was only her rejection of the male beast that kept them from speaking to her in such a manner. However, considering the fact that he saved her brother and revealed the route into the valley, she was willing to consider a union with him. As he spoke, he reached out to grasp her neck, his fingertips gliding over her lips. Mushu's wife gasped, her breath quickening. This dangerous thrill was an experience she had never known. The humiliation from Mo's earlier words faded from her mind. All right, then let us not delay. I can hardly wait. She breathed excitedly. In the next moment, Mo suddenly transformed into his beast form and bit through her neck. The sound of chewing echoed in the darkness. He would never allow his disgrace to linger in this world, nor would he let his family perish in vain. Tang Ruan's plan was a resounding success. The orcs outside the cave valley were either killed by unknown venomous insects or fled in terror, leaving only the strongest lion tribe still present. If you ask me, we should take our leave as well. Why should the mighty lion tribe remain in such a trivial place? Are the prey inside more delectable than the orcs? All you think about is food. Another lion beast scoffed. Our lion king is aging. Do you truly believe he has come here to retire? What else could it be? Another lion beast rolled his eyes. Do you remember the beast god wall? The one said to have been left by the beast god? Yes, the very one depicted here. It is said to contain the most formidable monsters of the beast realm. Whoever can tame them will dominate the entire beast world. Such grand ambitions from our lion king. But how can he be sure the monsters will heed his command? We lions are descendants of the beast god. The monsters listen to the beast god, so naturally, they will listen to the lion king. The strongest orcs in the world were the lion tribe, and this legend had long been passed down among the lion beasts, a belief they held steadfastly. What will the snake tribe amount to then? The lion tribe had previously acted with impunity in the beast realm, but this generation's snake king was formidable, having established many rules. Yet, they were not a match for the snake tribe, which left them feeling utterly frustrated. "Do you smell that? Achoo!" The lion beast who had just spoken suddenly sneezed. "Ouch, my eyes hurt so much. My body too." Another lion beast jumped up in pain as a red mist drifted toward them with the gusting wind. Chapter 43. Little one, you must trust your father. The wolf hunting party shielded their faces with animal hides, positioning themselves upwind. The wife said, "Apply chili pepper to the wounds, and it will feel like fire. Let them experience the taste of heavenly flames." The lion beasts, already afflicted with venomous insect bites that left their bodies rotting, writhed in agony. The Lion King stood up in fury, transforming into his beast form and letting out a deafening roar that scattered the birds in the forest. Suddenly, the Lion King's expression froze, followed by a fit of coughing to go. With a command from Wolf Hunt, the wolf beast swiftly vanished into the darkness, returning to the cave valley. Tang Ruan and the other female beasts had already prepared dinner. Recently, with little time for hunting, Tang Ruan's roasted grass bamboo rats had become a sought-after delicacy. After everyone had eaten their fill, Wolf Hunt rose to his feet. "Next, we shall devote ourselves to exterminating all remaining enemies. The safety of the cave valley relies on our collective protection. Rest assured, leader, our wolf tribe's females are quite capable," came a voice from the crowd. "Our pups are also useful," shouted a young star. "We marmots are useful too." Laughter erupted among them. Tang Ruan gazed worriedly at Wolf Hunt's retreating figure. He had been absent during the nights and scarcely present during the day, according to Sweet Potato. After harassing the lion tribe orcs, they had pursued the fleeing orcs and annihilated them one by one. That such actions were swift, efficient, and perilous. They slept only 1 or 2 hours a day, exhausting themselves to the limit. They were determined to restore peace to the cave valley. Hence, he had spoken such words earlier. Perhaps Wolf Hunt also sensed their limitations. "Tang Ruan, how long until your pup arrives? We are all eagerly awaiting his arrival." Potato suddenly spoke, grinning as he stared at her belly. Tang Ruan then realized that the little one had been eavesdropping on Wolf Hunt's conversation, a noticeable bulge in her belly suggesting the shape of a small head. She had grown accustomed to his movements and felt no discomfort. "Our cave valley has never birthed such a powerful beast," Potato Mama said longingly. The other beasts also brimmed with pride. The birth of a powerful beast signified that their tribe would grow stronger and safer. Only Wolf Moon glared enviously at Tang Ruan's belly, wishing she could cut her open, that if Wolf Hunt were her mate, she too would surely bear such a formidable pup that no, surely my pup will be 100 times stronger than Tang Ruan's. "Quit staring. We will have pups in the future," Wolf Mo said beside her. "Who wants to have pups with you?" Wolf Moon's voice was raised, attracting the attention of several orcs. She stood and walked into the forest. Wolf Moon wandered for an indeterminate amount of time until she found herself at the edge of a canyon. The ground trembled, and the roars of monsters echoed from within, as if they were about to burst forth and devour her. Her legs weakened, nearly causing her to fall. Wolf Mo caught her just in time. "Umph." Wolf Moon shook him off. "My previous mates were each more accomplished than the last. How did I end up with you?" Tears streamed down her face in her sense of injustice. Wolf Mo lowered his head. "That I understand that accepting me is a disservice to you. However, my abilities are not lacking at all. That I, too, am an orphan like the leader. We arrived at the wolf tribe together. But due to my inferior bloodline, everyone only focused on him, that I feared that others would not like me. So I pretended to be foolish." "Oh, you mean to say you are clever and powerful, not inferior to Wolf Hunt?" Wolf Moon scoffed. Wolf Mo gazed deeply at her for a moment. "Yes." Wolf Moon burst into laughter, as if she had heard the greatest joke. "Wolf Mo, how about this? Go to the canyon now and bring back a monster without the help of Wolf Hunt's abilities. If you can accomplish this, I will never feel wronged again and will live happily with you." She arrogantly pointed toward the canyon. Wolf Hunt still required the cooperation of all 4 of them to slay a monster. If he went alone, it would be a one-way trip to that point. She would be free of him. Wolf Mo stood there, lost in thought, hope gradually fading from his eyes that he had to believe that people could change. Even that little female beast who once saved him from a beast's jaws could one day transform into a monster intent on devouring him. Wolf Mo managed a bitter smile. "That I once thought you only wished for my pup's demise. Little did I expect you wanted to end my life as well." Wolf Moon's face turned pale in an instant. Wolf Mo quietly turned away. "Rest assured, I will no longer cling to you." The orcs settled deep within the echoing forest. Though it was less comfortable than their previous residence, it was far more secluded. To be cautious, they decided to endure a period of discomfort here. Wolfhunt spoke to Potato Mama, who nodded slightly in agreement. Leader, you are too kind. All of this is for our home. That be why the way. When do you plan to take action? Tonight. They have already begun to turn against one another. I fear that if we delay further, some lion beasts may slip away, if word of our situation here gets out. Leader, Trouble Wolf Wind rushed over. Lion beasts are coming down. When Wolfhunt and the others reached the stream, they spotted a lion beast 4 or 5 times larger than a wolf, limping toward the echoing forest. Damn it. You think you can eat me? We shall see if you have the capability. Huh. As long as the beast god is alive, I shall not perish. He dared to leap down. Wolf-Mo whispered, since death is inevitable, we might as well fight to the end. This way, we can break them down one by one and increase our odds. With a mere glance from Lang Lai, several individuals immediately fell into a silent understanding, each finding their designated position. The ferocious roars of beasts echoed from afar, while the young ones within their bellies emitted a faint blue glow, seemingly more anxious than Tang Ruan herself. Little one, you must trust your father. The unborn offspring gently nudged against Tang Ruan's abdomen. After approximately an hour, they returned, half of Lang Lai's body stained crimson with blood. Lang Lai. Tang Ruan stumbled forward, only to be caught in his embrace. Did you not come too close? I am filthy. Where are you injured? Why can she not see your wounds? Lang Lai smiled indulgently. It is not my blood. Tang Ruan finally exhaled in relief. Lang Lai then firmly addressed everyone. With the first beast down, the second may follow soon. All of you, including the females and the young, prepare for battle. Yes, Lang Lai's prediction proved accurate. On that very day, 2 more lion beasts descended, driven by their status as the weaker members of the pride, that if they did not leap down, they would become the Lion King's evening meal. After a fierce battle, only 5 lion beasts remained. Suddenly, Lang Lai recalled the fox he had released. He had yet to see its figure again. Perhaps it had been devoured immediately after being freed. Or perhaps it had managed to escape. Regardless of the outcome, he hoped never to encounter it again. Outside the hollow valley, for lion beasts trembled as they knelt before the Lion King. Your Majesty, we have followed you for many years. You cannot devour us. I may choose not to eat you, the Lion King replied, his sharp claws resting before them. Then you shall leap down from here and return with a safe method of descent. So many beastmen had already ventured down, none returning alive, indicating that what lay below was either unfathomably deep or exceedingly perilous. Despite his imposing appearance, the Lion King had grown old and frail. He needed to ensure his safety before taking action. As for my kin, I have plenty. Once this lot is gone, I can bring another group next time. But if we all perish, who will safeguard your return? The Lion King appeared conflicted by this point. Your Majesty, perhaps we should return and study the beast god paintings before making further plans. The Lion King had endured much suffering in recent days and was indeed weary of it. Very well. I know how to descend safely. Chapter 44. The messenger of the monster keepers. A clear, melodious voice rang out as a tall, orange-haired youth approached the Lion King. The Lion King squinted, taking a moment to recognize him, that a member of the fox tribe. Indeed. Not long ago, you cast me down from here. Huamo pointed towards the cliff. Below, dense vegetation obscured most of the view, while swirling mist below resembled the throats of beasts. You managed to return alive? The Lion King pressed Huamo to the ground with a paw. Speak quickly. How do we proceed? Please do not kill me. I beg of you, do not harm me. Huamo pleaded. I will guide you there at once. As Huamo led the way, 5 lion beasts followed closely behind. Huamo cautiously inquired, Your Majesty, you promised me that if I returned, you would release my family. Where are they? The Lion King hesitated and casually replied, They are imprisoned by me. Once we return, I will take you to see them. Will you personally escort me? Huamo asked, not understanding the reason for his inquiry. Before the Lion King could respond, Huamo dashed forward and swiftly killed a groundhog. His golden-orange eyes glared menacingly in the dark tunnel. To be cautious, this little creature may very well bring about your demise. They will alert the beastmen. If seen, they must be killed immediately. Are the beastmen formidable? The Lion King asked, somewhat uneasily, that he was old and valued his life. That of course not. Your Majesty, you are the son of the beast god. Once you possess the strength of monsters, no beast man will pose a threat. The lion tribe had long prided itself on being descendants of the beast god, and hearing Humo's claim bolstered the Lion King's confidence. He did not even question how Humo knew their true purpose for being there. Your Majesty, I feel we should not fully trust this fox. One lion beast cautioned that you have an alternative route. The lion beast asked, Boss, 5 of them. Lang Chi rushed to Lang Lai, panic evident in his demeanor. How did they find the entrance? That fox is there. The groundhog beast men have all been killed upon hearing this. The groundhog beast men gasped in shock, while Taro fainted outright. Sweet Potato was also guarding the entrance. Lang Lai furrowed his brow. He should not have left the groundhog beast men to guard alone. Lang Lai. They are coming this way. Suddenly, a groundhog burst forth from the earth. Sweet Potato. The groundhog beast men cried out excitedly. Hearing the name, Taro regained consciousness. Everyone, immediately relocate. Lang Lai commanded sternly that Taro's mother organize the group to move towards the canyon. Most beastmen, sensing the oppressive aura of the monsters, no longer dared to advance. That I end that moment. The terrifying location transformed into a protective refuge for them. Lang Lai crouched down, sketching on the ground as he swiftly devised a battle plan. Only by separating them do we stand a chance. I will go with Lang Mo to draw them away, Lang Yu declared. They are not so easily separated. Lang Feng pointed to the map Lang Lai had hastily drawn on the ground. Perhaps we can lead them into the canyon. Let the monsters assist in dealing with them. Even if they miraculously survive, their strength will be greatly diminished. Certainly a clever idea, but the question remains. Who will go? And how will we lure them? Lang Lai pondered for a moment. That I shall go. At the same time, Tang Ruan grasped Xing Xing's hand, weaving through the throng of people. Lang Feng entrusted you to me. You must hold on tightly. Suddenly, Xing Xing's hand slipped from her grasp, and his figure rapidly vanished into the crowd. Xing Xing, where are you going? She chased after him, but he seemed to have disappeared into thin air. After running several hundred meters, she spotted him beneath a large tree. Xing Xing lay on the ground, surrounded by a faint purple aura, as if he had been knocked unconscious. Opposite him stood a cave, from which the sounds of monsters emanated. Tang Ruan recalled Lang Lai mentioning a cave leading to the canyon. It must be this one. Cautiously, she approached, but the young one began to stir restlessly. Little one, let me pass. Brother Xing Xing is injured. The blue glow of the young one blocked her path, persistently pushing her back. Tang Ruan's irritation grew. Can you not be more understanding? The blue glow abruptly retreated into her belly. Tang Ruan pinched her brow, took a deep breath, and softened her tone. Little one, I did not mean to be harsh. I am truly worried. Very concerned about your father. She refrained from voicing her fears about the potential dangers. Fearing it would bring ill fortune, approaching Xing Xing, she began to tend to his wounds, murmuring to herself, What can I do to help them? You should first find a way to help yourself. Suddenly, a force collided from the side, sending Tang Ruan tumbling into the cave. Then a massive rock fell swiftly, sealing the entrance. In that fleeting moment, as the gap closed, Tang Ruan caught a glimpse of Lang Yu's brown eyes. How did they arrive here? At the mountain peak, Lang Lai had followed the lion beasts all the way, yet had not found the opportunity to strike before discovering they had walked themselves into the canyon. Your servants are all within. Humo bowed respectfully. The Lion King, upon hearing the roars of monsters, was filled with excitement. Clear the way. He raised his hand, signaling the other lion beasts to push the stones aside. One lion beast instinctively trembled. Your Majesty, what if the monsters do not heed your command? The Lion King glared at him in fury. Then I shall use you to feed my pets. The beast man fell silent. The Beast King and his entourage entered, only to suddenly find a female inside the cave. Tang Ruan, seeing the newcomers, quickly stood up. She had been curled in a corner, conversing with the young one. Too frightened to look at the opening above. Overwhelmed by fear, her first instinct upon seeing someone enter was one of salvation. She rushed forward, only to meet Humo's astonished gaze. The Lion King's eyes lit up upon seeing Tang Ruan. How can there exist such a delicate and tender female in this world? He felt her skin was softer than that of a merfolk. What a pity she is with child. but that is of little consequence. Soon, I shall lead the monsters to slay her beast husband and take her back with me to AS for the child. She will be forced to absorb it. Who is she? The Lion King inquired. She is the messenger sent by the beast god to guard the monsters. The Humo fixed his gaze on Tang Ruan and exchanged a meaningful glance with her. Tang Ruan was bewildered by his words. Yet she discerned that her counterpart was one of the 5 formidable beast men, likely a lion beast, which posed a considerable threat. Thus, she nodded in agreement with his suggestion that a guard. Could such a frail female truly oversee her own safety? The Lion King, Tang Ruan, extended her hand, proclaiming that if they could escape this place, they would soon behold your monstrosities. The Humo, maintaining his composure, stepped between them to divert the conversation. The 2 lion beasts leaped forward first, and a creature swiftly soared overhead. Instantly, the 2 lion beasts were frightened and attempted to retreat, but the Lion King had already seized Tang Ruan and jumped out, fearing she might seize the opportunity to flee. What is there to fear? With me here, the Lion King declared proudly. The monsters within the valley began to gather rapidly. The creatures above multiplied, and the Lion King grew increasingly exhilarated, for these monsters, contrary to the legends, did not attack them. Instead, they hovered in midair, while those on the ground maintained a safe distance. Tang Ruan was paralyzed by fear, struggling to keep herself upright as she knelt on the ground, the blue light on her abdomen flickering. She was acutely aware that her offspring must be frightened as well. For their sake, she had to endure and find a way to survive. She gently caressed her belly, and a burst of blue light suddenly erupted outward. The surrounding monsters instinctively took a step back. Chapter 45. I want to find you, huh? Do not be afraid. My master will not harm you. The Lion King boasted arrogantly. The Humo, witnessing the scene before him, was taken aback. It was not as he had envisioned, that he had anticipated that the monsters would instantly rend them to shreds, and he would perish alongside them to avenge his family. Yet, why did these monsters remain still? Were the Lion Clan truly descendants of the beast god? Abruptly, the largest creature surged forward tentatively. Tang Ruan's abdomen emitted a fan-shaped burst of blue light, shifting from blue to purple, causing the creature to retreat slowly. However, moments later, it attempted to advance again, prompting Tang Ruan's abdomen to shine with purple light. Once more as she gazed at her belly, she fell into contemplation, recalling 2 puppies testing each other's strength. If one hesitated or offered an opening, the other would seize the moment to bite. Could it be that her offspring was the reason the monsters dared not approach? Do not be afraid. Come closer to your master. The Lion King beckoned excitedly to the monsters. Some creatures circled to Tang Ruan's other side, targeting the Lion Clan beastmen, perhaps believing there was nothing threatening on that side. Huamo seemed to understand as he stealthily moved behind Tang Ruan. Are they afraid of you? I do not know. Wolf Hunter had been stationed not far from the cave when he suddenly sensed an immense surge of energy pulsating within the canyon. He had never encountered such a unique energy within the valley before. Was it a new monster? Wolf Hunter decided to approach closer. Suddenly, a deafening crash echoed from within the cave as the Lion King leaped into the entrance. Is this opening wide enough? Hurry and follow me. Tang Ruan noticed tiny golden specks cascading down with the falling debris. It must be the beast god seal that Potato Mama spoke of. Monsters could not break the seal, but an ignorant beast man could. In the next instant, countless monsters surged toward the cave entrance, even engaging in fierce battles for the right to enter. The 5 lion beasts, along with Huamo, were instantly reduced to a gory pulp. Humo's head flew past Tang Ruan, a smile lingering at the corner of his mouth. The immense force of the oncoming chaos slammed Tang Ruan to the ground. Just as she was about to succumb, a surge of power cradled her midair. Wolf Hunter, his azure ability supported her. Tang Ruan's purple glow intensified, and this time, even Wolf Hunter could see it. His offspring possessed such immense energy, gradually pushing the monsters back. Finally, the shattered debris began to rise, and the sand and stones swiftly swirled within the cave, soon sealing the entrance entirely. Tang Ruan's complexion turned pale as she felt sharp pains in her abdomen, as if someone were attempting to tear her apart from the inside. Some powerful monsters continued to desperately claw their way out. Wolf Hunter held Tang Ruan tightly, channeling all his strength into her. The moment the entrance was sealed, a slender creature darted out. Wolf Hunter had transformed into his beast form. Tang Ruan, utterly exhausted, collapsed against him to go and kill it. We cannot allow it to reach our kin. Wolf Hunter remained motionless, lowering his head. Tang Ruan could only muster the strength to climb onto his back. Swift as the wind, Wolf Hunter delivered Tang Ruan to Potato Mama. Wait for me to return. After uttering those words, he vanished from sight like a gust of wind. Tang Ruan, what has happened to you? Potato Mama's voice trembled, for she had observed the fading crimson hue on Tang Ruan's wrist. The mark of her offspring growing increasingly faint. Tang Ruan felt a warmth trickling down to her knees. Potato Mama, it seems I am bleeding. A week later, Wolf Hunter had yet to return. Based on the tracks, it seemed the leader had fallen into the volcano alongside the monsters. Wolf Chi lowered his head and spoke. Tang Ruan gazed at the hot spring lake in the center of the dead volcano. Have you gone down to search? We have, but the lake is unfathomably deep that we took turns diving. Yet we saw no bottom. Tang Ruan remained in a daze, staring at the lake until, suddenly, she stepped toward it. Tang Ruan, calm down, Wolf Chi hoisted her back. Potato and the other female wolves hastily restrained her. They had been searching tirelessly for 7 days. Who did not wish to find Wolf Hunter? He was their leader, the hero of the entire cave valley, a brother they had grown up with. Yet, he was nowhere to be found. How could he be missing? Wolf Feng lamented, striking his own head in frustration. Wolf Yu utilized his wind abilities to dive repeatedly, filled with regret that if only they had not heeded the leader's advice to stay behind that day, this tragedy could have been avoided. They had trusted him too much. For Wolf Hunter had never let them down, that I wish it were I who perished. Wolf Mo gazed into the distance. Wolf Yu was taken aback. He smiled at her. I speak the truth, not merely for your sake. Wolf Yu feared that Tang Ruan might divulge what had transpired that day. Yet Tang Ruan appeared so heartbroken that she seemed on the verge of madness, completely indifferent to pursuing the matter. Moreover, if she had not been locked away that day and her offspring had not sealed the monsters, they would all have perished. In retrospect, she had saved everyone. Wolf Yu had devised her rationale. But Tang Ruan remained silent, as if she cared for nothing. Potato Mama approached Tang Ruan, placing a blue-purple crystal before her. This is your offspring. Tang Ruan's eyes brightened. This was the first glimmer of hope she had seen since the incident with Wolf Hunter. However, that brightness quickly faded. He is dead. Potato Mama sat beside her, hanging the tied crystal around her neck that I once heard my mother say that when an advanced beast man dies, a crystal is formed. It is the soul that refuses to depart from its family, trapping itself within the crystal. When the opportunity arises, he will return to be with you. Tang Ruan caressed the crystal around her neck. He will not have that chance. Potato Mama waved her hand, gesturing for the others to leave, then suddenly lowered her voice, speaking mysteriously. Tang Ruan, let me share a secret with you. Tang Ruan turned her head, noticing 2 beast husband marks behind Potato Mama's ear, one brown and one black. Tang Ruan was perplexed by her words. Tang Ruan, you are aware that I had 2 beast husbands who died many years ago. Right. Now I have only one left. Tang Ruan's eyes widened in realization, as if she understood her implication. Are you saying that one of your beast husbands is still alive? Yes, Potato Mama replied with a smile. I believe he is still alive. When a beast man dies, the beast husband mark disappears that he must have lost his memory or gone to a world beyond our knowledge for some reason, which is why he has not returned. As Potato Mama spoke, Tang Ruan glanced at her wrist. The red wolf tooth mark, resembling a cinnabar, remained intact. So, Wolf Hunter was still alive. Hope surged within her once more. Potato Mama observed her joyful expression. Reluctant to divulge the truth, that the presence of the beast husband mark did not guarantee the husband's survival, it could merely signify that his last vestige of attachment to this world had yet to fade. Tang Ruan searched for 3 more months but found nothing. She began to accept the reality that Wolf Hunter was indeed dead. I find living to be rather meaningless, she murmured, her fingers tracing the sharp stone knife. First, she would kill Wolf Yu, and then she would join Wolf Hunter. Potato was alarmed, hastily collecting all the sharp objects from the cave. Dio not entertain such thoughts. She called for Potato Mama, who hurried over and embraced Tang Ruan tightly. Child, just think of him as living in another world, and you must live well. Another world. Tang Ruan's eyes brightened. Indeed, for her, this place was akin to another realm. She had traversed here from the vicinity of a volcano. Did that mean the volcano's mouth was the gateway to her original world? Wolf Hunter had vanished after falling in. Perhaps he had crossed over to her former world. It must be so. He was in her world. He simply didn't know how to return. Tang Ruan could hardly contain her excitement. She yearned to express her thoughts, yet feared that others would not believe her. Did I in the end? She said nothing. When night fell and everyone was asleep, she quietly made her way to the lakeside. Under the moonlight, the lake shimmered like a fantastical piece of obsidian. Wolf Hunter, you made me wait. But I no longer wish to wait, that I want to find you. Suddenly, a splash echoed through the night. Warm water engulfed Tang Ruan, and the painful sensation of drowning instinctively made her struggle. Yet, in her grasp was a slingshot made from a tree branch. It was the one Wolf Hunter had crafted for her child. She had to take it along to reunite with him. Wolf Hunter. Tang Ruan sat up abruptly, dripping wet by the riverside. Not far away. A crimson fox was licking its wounds that had a deep gash on its side, the flesh raw and exposed, appearing to have been injured for quite some time, with the skin turning pale and even beginning to fester. Did you save me? The little fox glanced at her quickly before returning to its grooming. Tang Ruan sighed. Surely, she was overthinking it. Such a small fox couldn't possibly pull her out. Unless it was a beast man. Yes, it was a beast man, so she was still in the beast realm. Having not only failed to return, but nearly drowned as well, that it was a miracle she hadn't perished. Tang Ruan instinctively touched the crystal around her neck. Its hue seemed to have darkened considerably since before. Are you a beast man? You can understand me, can't you? The little fox raised its head, its golden eyes meeting hers, then nodded slightly. To avoid coincidence, I shall ask again. You are a beast man. Correct? Just then, a loud crash erupted from the nearby forest. A great tree had fallen, causing a flurry of birds to take flight. Damn it. That fox beast is well hidden, if we don't find it today. When I catch it, I'll skin it for a fur collar. A deep, hoarse voice exclaimed. How many prey can that yield? Male foxes are always in demand. Several females are waiting for one, replied a sharper voice. That depends on whether it can survive under my fists, the deep voice said with a hint of pride. Stop talking. It's your fault for wanting to harm its pelt, if it bears a scar. The boss will surely kill us. Tang Ruan turned to the little fox. Are they after you? The little fox ignored her, darting into the underbrush, disappearing from sight. Tang Ruan quickly climbed a tree. Those two beast men were clearly not good company, and best avoided. Soon, the two beast men appeared on the opposite bank of the river. One stood over 2 meters tall, robust in stature, with a pair of sharp, knife-like horns, clearly a bull beast. The other had a sharp, monkey-like visage, and Tang Ruan couldn't discern its kind. Why do I still send a female? The monkey-faced one suddenly remarked. Are you going mad for a female? How could there be a precious female in this place? The bull beast said, starting to turn back. The monkey-faced one grabbed him. Don't go. I can truly smell her. We weasel folk have a keen sense of smell. Let's cross the river and take a look. The bull beast hesitated, finally saying, too many toxins on that side of the river. Why uncle ate some wild fruits over there and perished. I'm not going. Even if there is a female beast. What then? Can you even capture her? Are you courting death? If the Snake King finds out what we're doing, will he spare us? As he spoke, the bull beast seemed to find the reasoning compelling. While females were precious, they could still be sold. Once captured, they could be forced to sign a contract with the male who bought them. As for whether that male would mistreat her after becoming her beast husband, that was no concern of theirs. Seeing the two approach, Tang Ruan gripped the branch tightly. Suddenly, a line of small characters appeared in her mind. Hemp fruit trees explode upon ripening. The powder has a paralyzing effect. The leaves can counteract the poison. A plan formed in her mind. She hastily plucked some leaves, chewing them as she harvested the ripe hemp fruits, puncturing each one. The two beast men crossed the river and drew closer. Tang Ruan prepared her slingshot, aiming for the bull beast's nose. Child, may you bless your mother with a perfect shot. The hemp fruit shot out like a bullet, striking the bull beast's horn with a resounding thud. What just fell on my head? The bull beast grumbled, looking up. Just then, rustling came from the left side of the bushes. A flash of fiery red darted past. That stinky fox. The two immediately turned their attention to the underbrush. Pursuing. The little fox moved gracefully among the foliage, but it was clear it couldn't outrun the two beast men. Tang Ruan took a deep breath and began firing shot after shot at their backs. Not caring whether she hit or missed, Surely, with enough attempts, one would land. As the two beast men dashed out of range. They were just a step away from the little fox. In a panic, Tang Ruan scrambled down the tree to chase after them. Suddenly, a muffled thud echoed from afar. What happened to me? The weasel beast's voice grew faint. Tang Ruan cautiously parted the bushes and scooped up the little fox, which had also been knocked out by the hemp powder. Inside a cave, the crackling of the campfire filled the air. The little fox opened its eyes and noticed that the wound on its side had shrunk considerably, with only a small patch covered in a large blob of green substance that looked rather unappetizing. Don't move, that's medicine. The little fox withdrew its tongue, which had been poised to lick it, and perked up its ears, curiously watching Tang Ruan. Tang Ruan was roasting something over the fire. Your wound. I healed it halfway with my powers. If I heal it completely, I might faint, and then no one would be able to protect you. The remaining medicine will heal in about 7 or 8 days. The little fox's eyes widened in astonishment. This female possessed powers, healing powers no less. That was even rarer than his own abilities. Tang Ruan handed it a roasted, pitch-black morsel. The little fox immediately sat upright, retreating a couple of steps. Tang Ruan suddenly realized it was wary of her. The little fox emitted a warning growl. It seems I'm seen as a creepy stranger by the fox in the beast realm. Many females would indeed actively pursue males. Tang Ruan retreated to the warmth of the fire. I merely noticed you resemble a beast husband I once had in a dream. The little fox glanced at her wrist, where a vivid red mark, a beast husband imprint, gleamed like a wolf's fang. Not belonging to their fox clan, Tang Ruan felt a sense of embarrassment akin to having her lies exposed, even though she had not lied at all. The wolf hunter was indeed real. Thus, the other beast husbands that appeared in her dreams should also be genuine. Tang Ruan pressed her lips together. What I meant to say is that I once dreamt of a beautiful little fox, just like you, who was my beast husband. The little fox's eyes brimmed with disdain. Tang Ruan turned her back to him, facing the wall, feeling emo. He must think of her as a pervert. She spoke to the wall. Once your wounds have healed and you revert to human form, please tell me where this place is and how to get there, that I wish to find my beast husband, the wolf hunter. And then we shall part ways. The little fox let out a soft hum, as if in agreement that in the following days. The two collaborated efficiently. The little fox took charge of hunting, and once his wounds had nearly healed, he never returned empty-handed again. Wild chickens, rabbits, and sparrows. After Tang Ruan's simple cooking, they both feasted heartily. Tang Ruan was responsible for gathering herbs. Besides the medicinal plants for the little fox's recovery, she discovered many wondrous flora in this place. There was a pink flower called hu, with a texture akin to a rubber pouch, roughly the size of a fist, perfectly suited to hold the peculiar plant she encountered. She wrapped it around her waist, resembling a little floral garland. That night, Hu finally transformed back into human form. Outside the cave, thunder roared and lightning flashed that a small beast passed by, peeking into the cave upon seeing Hu awake. It hurriedly fled that Hu stepped outside, moved large stones to block the cave's entrance, and when he returned, he found Tang Ruan, who had previously been sleeping beside the fire, curled up in a corner. Her head pressed against the stone wall, trembling. Hey, aren't you cold? Tang Ruan ignored him, bearing her head even lower. Suddenly, he heard a low sob. Wolf hunter, don't go. Don't pursue him. I don't want you to go, it's all my fault. All my fault. Where is my cub? My cub. Where did it go? Hu stood at a distance, silently observing her. Her beast husband and cub had perished. That made sense. Otherwise, how could a female venture into such perilous territory alone? Yet, she had mentioned searching for her beast husband, the wolf hunter. Perhaps he was merely missing. Hu approached. Tang Ruan. Thunder drowned out his voice. Tang Ruan's body trembled with the sound, appearing utterly pitiable. Hu took a deep breath, crouched down, and attempted to lift her back to the fire. However, he soon realized that her hands were tightly gripping a protruding stone, likely mistaking it for her beast husband, that if he exerted more force, she would undoubtedly awaken and misconstrue his actions as something else. Hu withdrew his hand. Well, it didn't matter. She wouldn't die anyway. But as the night wore on, the heat became unbearable. Hey, don't tug at my clothes. I'm so cold. Tang Ruan. Don't crawl into the fire. In the end, he had no choice but to use his back to shield her from the flames. Tang Ruan shivered uncontrollably. It seemed she was gravely ill. Would she die? After a while, Tang Ruan lay motionless. She should not have merely fallen asleep. She had likely fainted. After a series of mental struggles, Hu Che transformed into his beast form. Once rejuvenated, his beast form was significantly larger than that of ordinary animals. With long red fur that glimmered like gold in the firelight, the Hu Che draped his fluffy tail over Tang Ruan. Just for a moment that he nestled against the fire, initially sleeping cautiously, yet somewhat anxiously, as he had never rested his tail upon a female before. However, later, in a half-dreamy state, he turned over, and Tang Ruan seized the opportunity to burrow into his embrace. The fluffy wolf hunter's tiger skin is truly comfortable. You are the stinky old tiger. Go away. Upon seeing the little female in his arms, a rare smile graced his lips, and an inexplicable softness enveloped his heart. The Hu Che swallowed the words he wanted to utter. Forget it. Considering she treated my injuries, I'll wait until dawn to push her away. I wondered why I couldn't find anyone when they were actually hiding here mating. Tang Ruan awoke to the sound, opening her eyes to see a handsome youth pinned against the wall by a bull beast. She was quickly bound tightly. The bull beast carried her ahead while the weasel beast led Hu Che, whose hands and feet were also bound, following closely behind. The weasel beast complained, "You might as well carry both of us together. We'd get there faster. The little female smells nice. Let the stinky fox carry her." The weasel beast glanced impatiently at Hu Che, who towered over him. "Fine. Consider it a stroll. Big Brother Bull, could you please loosen my hands?" Tang Ruan squeaked sweetly that Hu Che nearly slipped and fell, a shiver running down his spine. "Little female, it's useless to act cute with my bull brother. If you truly fancy me, I could become your beast husband." Such a soft and tender little female was unlike any he had ever encountered, and her fragrant presence ignited thoughts of mating within him. "Hey, stop dreaming. She could trade for many things. The boss wouldn't give her to you. You're only fit for that cow in the countryside." The bull beast snorted, appearing genuinely angry, yet powerless to refute. The boss would undoubtedly never bestow such a lovely little female upon a lowly beast man like him. Since I have no fate to become Big Brother Bull's mate, I might as well touch his robust chest muscles that I would be satisfied. Hu Che's lips twitched. How had he not realized she was such a female? He had been so close to her last night. The thought sent a chill down his spine, realizing how dangerous that had been. All right then. The bull beast placed Tang Ruan on the ground and untied her hands, changing to a princess carry. Tang Ruan tapped on his rock-solid chest. Big Brother Bull, you're truly so strong. I like it. Hu Che. Ha. The bull beast laughed heartily as Tang Ruan gazed at him in admiration, her hands already reaching for her waist. Chapter 48. He doesn't like females. Suddenly, a cloud of pink mist wafted by. Did I love to hear it? Say a few more words. Ha. The bull beast laughed joyously. That's all. Ha. If you say any more, I might just make myself sick. Ha. Tang Ruan suddenly joined in the laughter with the bull beast. That Hu Che frowned at them. This female must truly be ill. What a sweet scent. Ha. The bull beast laughed until he could hardly breathe and tossed Tang Ruan to the ground. Tang Ruan immediately stuffed a handful of the laughter powder antidote into her mouth and quickly rushed towards Hu Che. The weasel beast lunged at her, and Tang Ruan threw the remaining laughter powder at him. Ha, what is this? The weasel beast laughed uncontrollably, rolling on the ground. Tang Ruan hurriedly untied Hu Che and pulled him away. After running for a while, Hu Che suddenly broke free from her grasp. Crouching on the ground, refusing to move. What's wrong? Hu Che looked up, his golden eyes glimmering with tears, curving into a joyful smile, his lips pressed tightly together as if suppressing something. Ha, as soon as he opened his mouth. A melodious and enchanting laughter escaped him. No. Ha, this feels so difficult. Tang Ruan quickly stuffed a handful of the antidote into his mouth. Hu Che grasped Tang Ruan's hand, resting his forehead against her palm. Gently rubbing against it, he struggled to suppress any strange sounds from escaping him. After a while, the antidote took effect. He abruptly released her, taking a deep breath and collapsing onto the grass. What was that just now? Laughter powder, a type of plant pollen that induces laughter. Tang Ruan explained. Hu Che's eyes reddened at the corners. Does it have any other effects? Tang Ruan recalled. automatically filtering out the words related to enhancing virility. None. Hu Che stood up, slightly irritated. Since we've already escaped, let's part ways. Tang Ruan had no objections. Upon seeing Hu Che's human form, she was nearly certain he was the little fox from her dreams. Yet he appeared slightly smaller than in her dream, meaning they hadn't reached the point of being together. In truth, whether they would end up together was of little consequence to Tang Ruan. She already had the wolf hunter, someone with a love-struck mindset. All males other than her husband were merely passers-by. All right, then please tell me where this is. Where can I find people? I need to search for my beast husband. The wolf hunter Hu Che patted his clothes and stood up. This place was once called the City of Beasts. We are currently in the forest surrounding the City of Beasts, inside the city. There is a chaotic mix of races among the beast men. Tang Ruan. That's wonderful. With so many people, it will be easy to inquire. However, Hu Che's tone shifted. I advise you not to go. Why? Hu Che crossed his arms. Exuding an air of youthful pretentiousness, the bee city was inherently a perilous place. Without a male companion, a female would struggle to survive there. Moreover, recently, a new lord had emerged in Bee City, one who captured females for breeding purposes. Tang Ruan's face revealed a hint of panic, and for reasons unbeknownst to him, Hu Che felt a flicker of delight. This lord was truly deranged. Did he not fear the curse of the beast deity? It was not as if he himself would be breeding. What was there to fear? He had no affection for females. Tang Ruan. Is she a female beast? This was indeed quite unusual. Although females were precious in the beast realm, their combat abilities were not particularly high. Since the beast world relied heavily on strength, leadership was typically held by males. Potato Mama had assumed the position of the first beast husband, and besides, all the gophers adored her, not that it was the males. Tang Ruan. Oh, so beastmen also have a preference for male partners, Hu Che continued. He captures females to forge contracts with his kin because their clan has not seen a female born in many years. If this continues, their race will face extinction, and no matter how formidable he may be, in the end, he will be alone. Oh, it was, Tang Ruan pondered. Tell me the way. Hu Che felt a surge of irritation. Could she not comprehend? Going there alone was exceedingly dangerous. Or did she simply not care? As he met Tang Ruan's expectant gaze, he suddenly scoffed. Indeed, females were hardly concerned about the number of beast husbands they had. In fact, they likely preferred to have more to attend to them. He had overthought things, assuming her attachment to her beast husband indicated she was not a casual female. Just as Hu Che was about to convey this to her, a sudden sound of footsteps approached from behind. Finally found you. Damn it. I will rent you out to 10 female beasts. No, 20. Let you suffer the curse of the beast deity, rotting away until you perish. Leave that female to me. The previously encountered bull beast and weasel beast were now joined by 2 more beast men, each towering and charging towards them. This was bad. Hu Che instantly transformed into his beast form. Get on. His current beast form stood over half a man tall, drastically different from their first meeting. Tang Ruan hesitated for a moment before swiftly mounting his back, wrapping her arms around his neck. Hu Che moved with agility, darting through the forest. The pursuing beastmen suddenly transformed into their beast forms as well. In addition to the brown bull and yellow weasel, a hideous lizard and hyena joined the chase. Can you go any faster? Tang Ruan urged impatiently. My energy isn't fully restored. This is as fast as I can manage. Hu Che suddenly came to a sharp halt. There was no path ahead. Below the cliff was a raging river, and not far off was another precipice. Hu Che took a few steps back to gather momentum, but ultimately stopped at the edge of the cliff. At this distance, carrying her, he had no confidence that if it were just him, he would likely be able to leap across. Although abandoning her would be selfish, he had far more pressing matters at hand. He needed to wait for his elder brother, to revive the Red Fox clan, to avenge his kin. He absolutely could not perish here. Moreover, they would not kill females. At worst, they would just find her a few husbands she did not fancy. But how could he persuade her to come down? If she refused and clung to him instead, neither of them would survive. It seemed he had no choice but to use his special abilities on her. Hu Che's golden pupils gradually shimmered with a rosy hue. Suddenly, his gaze froze in shock as he turned to see Tang Ruan climbing down on her own. What are you doing? You can't jump across. Can you? Hurry and go. Tang Ruan waved her hand nonchalantly. If I leave a female behind, what kind of male would I be? Hu Che grew furious. Tang Ruan chuckled helplessly. Children shouldn't mimic adults when they speak. Hurry up and go. Don't worry about me, that I have my ways. Tang Ruan checked the small pouches at her waist. The laughing powder was used up, but the narcotic fruit should hold her for a while. I am an adult now, that Hu Che gritted his teeth. Did I ask that's so? I didn't notice. Tang Ruan took out her slingshot and forcefully shot the narcotic fruit into the distance, but this time it was face to face. The beast men deftly dodged it, and in no time, they would be upon them. Hu Che lowered his head and knocked Tang Ruan over, causing her to fall onto his back. He leaped forward with all his might, his front claws grasping the opposite cliff wall, but his body plummeted downwards. Tang Ruan slid onto his tail, instinctively clutching tightly. Hu Che, weighed down, began to fall slowly. Tang Ruan attempted to climb back up, but with even the slightest exertion, he fell faster. Ha! The taunts of the beastmen echoed behind them. Looks like you can't escape now. Why don't we leave the female behind? Suggested the bull beast. That I think that's a good idea. After all, the boss wants to know, the hyena beast said, drooling. Let her form a contract with us today, said the weasel beast, gazing longingly at Tang Ruan's delicate figure. Now let's just tie her up and prevent her from resisting. That will suffice, the giant lizard said coldly. The group reached a unanimous decision, stepping back to prepare for their jump. Hu Che's claws were bloodied as he continued to struggle upwards, that he absolutely could not allow her to fall into the hands of those terrifying beastmen. Suddenly, he felt a lightness on his body. Chapter 49. What a bold female, attempting to take advantage of others. With a splash, Tang Ruan was swept away by the turbulent waters to the depths beneath the cliff. Okay. Was she just letting go on her own? How could there be such a foolish female in the world? Tang Ruan. Hu Che's voice echoed through the canyon. The lizard beast, in a fit of frustration, shouted, "Follow me to chase her." He grabbed the hyena beast and raced towards the direction Tang Ruan had fallen. The bull beast mournfully lamented, "The little female would rather die than accept me. Am I truly that ugly?" The weasel beast leaped across to the opposite side. Just then, Hu Che released his grip, and with another splash, he too vanished beneath the cliff alongside Tang Ruan. Tang Ruan felt as though she was somewhat endowed with a water affinity buff. Shortly after plummeting into the abyss, she was caught by a submerged tree branch. Tang Ruan clambered onto the branch, cautiously feeling her way to the shore. Before she could catch her breath, the heavy breaths of beastmen echoed behind her. She turned around to find the four relentless pursuers had once again caught up with her. How infuriating! Tang Ruan dove into the tall grass, but after moving a few steps, her body suddenly felt light and unresponsive. A series of small words flashed in her mind. Long needle grass, poisonous. Short cherry grass, poisonous. Inch gold grass, poisonous. Tang Ruan's knees buckled, and she knelt down. Had she stumbled into a patch of toxic plants? Fortunately, there was always an antidote within 100 steps of any poison. After crawling painfully for a while, she fortuitously found the antidote. Grabbing it, she shoved it into her mouth, her consciousness gradually clearing. She heard the voices of the beastmen outside the grass. She went in. Split up and search. Be careful. This grass is poisonous. Tang Ruan crawled forward, having barely moved 2 steps when she suddenly felt a chilling presence beside her. She turned her head to see a figure lying in the grass. Tang Ruan initially thought it was a corpse and instinctively gasped. "She is over there. She is probably poisoned, and no worries, she won't die right away. I know a Snake Clan member. They are the best at detoxification." Tang Ruan covered her mouth in shock, curling up in fear. The person awakened by her outburst slowly turned his face towards her, revealing a pair of dark green eyes like the world's most understated and precious gems. Tang Ruan gazed at him, uncertainly calling out, "Yanqing?" Yanqing slightly furrowed his brow, propping himself up to glance outside the grass. His body temperature suddenly surged, enveloping the surrounding grass in a red glow as the stems lost their moisture, but did not ignite. That it seemed he could control the temperature. "But they're chasing me. They want to capture me." Tang Ruan crawled closer to him. She was uncertain if he recognized her, but the Yanqing of her dreams was gentle and agreeable. Surely he would help her. Yanqing abruptly turned around, his pupils transforming into slits, the color lighter than before, exuding an icy aura. Tang Ruan hurriedly retreated. Suddenly, several pained grunts emanated from outside the grass, followed by 4 figures soaring into the air with loud thuds as they crashed to the ground. A massive azure snake tail, glistening with a metallic sheen, arched gracefully through the air before elegantly plunging into the water. Tang Ruan then realized that his lower half was indeed in the form of a snake. She suddenly understood that the tree branch she had been clinging to in the water was likely his tail. She was somewhat curious, lifting her gaze only to behold an extraordinary surge of purple energy emanating from him. "Are you injured?" Yan Qing coughed lightly and in the blink of an eye slipped into the water. "What's the matter?" Tang Ruan dashed out from the bushes. "Get away!" All right, it appeared that he did not recognize her. How could someone so gentle in dreams be so fierce in reality? Tang Ruan took a couple of steps forward, only to suddenly spot the corpses of 4 beastmen. They're all dead. She was unable to suppress her trembling and retreated to the shore. Yan Qing glared at her with displeasure, his thin lips pressed tightly together, seemingly suppressing his anger. Tang Ruan pointed across the river. "Can I walk from that side?" She gestured behind her. No. Fear gripped her, rendering her immobile. Her mind felt as if it might explode. Yan Qing closed his eyes, appearing to acquiesce as Tang Ruan waded into the water. She noticed that the temperature had risen significantly since her last encounter. Instinctively, she glanced at him. Below his abdomen, he was submerged in the water, surrounded by swirling purple-red mist that he was gravely injured. Was he poisoned? Did he truly not require any treatment? After all, her impression of Yan Qing was the most favorable among all the beastmen she had encountered in her dreams, that it would be unkind to simply watch him perish. "I can help you," she suddenly spoke up. Yan Qing raised his gaze slightly, a cold smirk gracing his lips. What audacity for a female to attempt to take advantage of another's plight. Each energy surge for the Snake Clan was accompanied by a period of heat. Males without a mate could hardly find release and were prone to rage. Indiscriminately killing the innocent during such times, the Tio maintained control. He would often resort to self-poisoning to diminish his power. Yet this female dared to offer assistance. How did she intend to help? It was evident. Yan Qing held disdain for females outside the Snake Clan, that he was a rare fire serpent, and to ensure the purity of his lineage. He must wait for a fire serpent female to appear before he could take a mate. Even if this female was indeed alluring, his gaze lingered on Tang Ruan's water-drenched clothing before slowly shifting away. "If this continues, you may perish." Tang Ruan stepped forward anxiously. "You are now enveloped in purple energy, that if you don't leave, it is you who will die." That he felt the heat within him intensifying. How could he, who had always looked down upon females of other races, develop feelings for her? Yet she absolutely could not become his mate. "Fine. Do you think you know better?" she retorted, taking a step back and striding toward the opposite bank. Suddenly, she stepped on something round and plump. Yan Qing's brow furrowed slightly. Tang Ruan tumbled into the water. Moments later, the calm surface broke with a series of bubbles. Yan Qing inhaled deeply, raising his serpent tail to lift Tang Ruan from the depths. Tang Ruan lay limply upon his tail. Who would have thought this cursed place harbored toxic creatures even beneath the water? Fortunately, there were antidote herbs on the shore. She hurriedly stuffed the antidote into her mouth. Her condition instantly improving. Yan Qing observed her surprise flickering across his face. This female could actually detoxify. Most females lacked special abilities, and even if they possessed them, they would diminish over time if unused. Yet she had managed to find the antidote so swiftly, indicating she had either been actively utilizing her abilities or was exceptionally studious. Just moments ago, he had thought her merely fortunate. Tang Ruan felt somewhat better, rising to depart. Suddenly, Yan Qing was overcome by an intense heat that nearly shattered his reason. His colossal serpent tail coiled before Tang Ruan, yanking her back. Chapter 50. Her beast husband had indeed perished. Tang Ruan. Hu Che, witnessing Yan Qing's intent to capture her, rushed out of the woods in a panic, disregarding the need for concealment. The Serpent King was cold-blooded and disinclined toward females, unlike that foolish bull beast who allowed her to tease him. With a thud, Hu Che collided with an invisible barrier, a dazzling fusion of crimson and azure light flashing past. Hu Che's eyes widened in shock. The Serpent King had erected a barrier around them. Had it just been set up? What was his purpose? Yan Qing placed Tang Ruan upon his body, his jade-green eyes fixed on her, a primal desire swirling in their depths. "What are you planning to do?" The Yan Qing before her was entirely different from the one in her dreams. In her dreams, he had never regarded her with such predatory eyes. Tang Ruan turned to leave, but he seized her hand. Pulling her back, "Weren't you going to help me?" His warm breath brushed against her ear. "I wish to see how you intend to assist me. If you cannot help, I will take your life. Reluctantly, Tang Ruan placed her hand on his chest. The moment her hand made contact, it felt as if it bore some magical power. His nearly shattered reason instantly coalesced. Yin Qing let out a soft sigh of pleasure, closing his eyes and exhaling deeply. Suddenly, he realized he had found solace in her presence. That he opened his eyes, gazing down at her delicate profile. That it was no wonder that Snake Clan males required a mate upon reaching adulthood. The effect was undeniably potent. Yet, was it not necessary to mate to achieve such comfort? They had not. He instinctively glanced downward. Tang Ruan's entire being flushed crimson. Look. She was acutely aware of what he was observing. She too was shocked. She had assumed he was poisoned. Who would have thought he was in heat? The poisonous herbs in this vicinity nearly all possessed a secondary function of enhancing virility. It was no surprise he had been in such a state after lying in the grass for so long. However, as long as the toxic energy could be expelled, he should recover. Hang in there. I'll help you quickly. Tang Ruan placed her other hand on his chest, closing her eyes in concentration. The purple energy enveloping him gradually began to dissipate, and his body temperature lowered accordingly. Tang Ruan, he murmured her name in a tone of comfort. Tang Ruan opened her eyes to meet his gaze, then hurriedly closed them again to concentrate. She had no time to ponder how he knew her name. Under the repeated assaults of the poison, her physical condition was also quite poor. If she could not concentrate fully to cleanse him of the toxins, she risked collapsing at any moment. Moments later, Yin Qing recovered. Yet Tang Ruan, having overexerted her abilities, slumped into his embrace. Gazing at the delicate and soft female in his arms, Yin Qing felt an unfamiliar desire swell within him that he hesitated for a moment, then lifted his hand, intending to embrace her. Just then, Tang Ruan struggled to prop herself up. Yin Qing froze. What had he just intended to do? Now that you're better, I'm leaving. Tang Ruan decisively turned and leaped into the water. Staggering forward, stop. Tang Ruan's body stiffened. After all she had done to save him, did he still seek her life? What is it? She was exhausted, and her tone reflected her irritation. Yin Qing was taken aback, at a loss for words, as he did not even understand why he had called out to her. However, she had just provided him with solace, accomplishing what only a mate could do. He should keep her close, so that he could seek comfort whenever he experienced an energy surge. Yet there were matters he needed to clarify first. Yin Qing gazed coldly at Tang Ruan. Come with me, and I will repay you. But I will never accept a foreign female as my mate, he declared haughtily. Tang Ruan retorted, Huh. She raised her wrist. I have no intention of taking anything from you. I already have a beast husband. No sooner had she spoken than Hu Che suddenly descended from the sky, enshrouded in a dazzling aura of crimson and azure, and with a thud, he was hurled into the water. Yin Qing's voice carried a hint of anger. Take your beast husband and leave with me. Tang Ruan only learned after arriving at the city of beasts that Yin Qing was the new lord of the city, having just conquered it. The reason was that the city of beasts was home to a rich diversity of beastmen, and he hoped that the males of the Snake Clan could find mates here who could bear their offspring. All females willing to accept snake husbands would receive protection and privileges from the Snake Clan. Of course, males wishing to have snake wives would receive similar treatment. However, Snake Clan females were exceedingly selective. Once they set their sights on a male, they would go to great lengths to obtain him. Hu Che's current predicament arose precisely because he had inadvertently caught the eye of a Snake Clan female. Inside a cave, after the snake beasts responsible for their arrangements departed, Hu Che, hands on hips, fumed. Those beast husbands of that female actually offered a bounty of 30 crystal stones for me. Am I some kind of commodity? Crystal stones? Tang Ruan delicately touched the crystal on her neck, pondering over the words of Hu Che. Not this one, he remarked, but rather a legendary gem originating from Beast God Mountain, capable of amplifying or awakening supernatural abilities. Hu Che discerned that the crystal she wore was a ghostly gem, a treasure only possessed by advanced beastmen after their demise. Quite remarkable, isn't it? He inquired tentatively. Indeed. Tang Ruan replied with a gentle smile and a nod. Hu Che sighed, realizing that her beast husband had indeed passed away. The depth of their love and life had evidently led to her current state of delirium, as she clung to the ghostly gem of her husband while searching for him everywhere. Shifting the conversation, Hu Che proposed, in any case, for our mutual benefit in avoiding unnecessary troubles within the beast city, you shall pretend to be my wife, and I shall masquerade as your beast husband." He produced a golden red bracelet woven from fox fur and took her hand, preparing to tie it on her wrist. "What are you doing?" Tang Ruan protested, retracting her hand, only to have him pull it back again. "This will conceal your beast husband mark. Ours in the Fox clan is not like this." That he secured the bracelet, fashioning it into a charming bow. "There, now you carry my essence with you. The moment you step outside, everyone will believe you have a Fox clan beast husband." Tang Ruan gazed at Hu Che's exuberant smile. Why did she feel that he was genuinely pleased? Could it be that he was developing feelings for her at this very moment? "Oh, by the way," Hu Che suddenly exclaimed, darting away to fetch a stick, "that there's still something crucial we haven't done." He placed the stick in the center of their dwelling. "From now on, I shall reside on this side. And you on that if you dare approach me with ill intentions, I shall bite you to death. After all, I would face no wrath from the beast god for such an action." He chuckled with a sense of triumph. Tang Ruan thought to herself. Perhaps she was overthinking things that... Once regaining her composure, Tang Ruan eagerly sought news regarding the wolf hunter. Beast City was divided into inner, middle, and outer cities. The inner city was solely inhabited by the Serpent clan. Numbering a few hundred, the middle city housed both serpent folk and their non-serpent partners, totaling nearly 1,000. That the outer city, on the other hand, was primarily home to the indigenous beings of Beast City, with the serpent folk being nearly absent, their numbers unknown. Initially, upon hearing that the Serpent clan was dwindling, Tang Ruan assumed they were akin to the Wolf clan, with merely 20 or so individuals remaining. To her surprise, the total was closer to 4 or 500.4 or 500, such a considerable number. Tang Ruan conversed with a female beast residing in the inner city. This female appeared to be of a size comparable to a potato mother. Yet she had 7 or 8 beast husbands that seemed no larger than Hu Che. "What is this?" the female beast proudly declared. "In the days of our Serpent clan's prosperity, we numbered over 100,000. Such a multitude. It became evident to Tang Ruan that the beast world was far grander than she had previously imagined. The female's eyes gleamed as they roamed over Tang Ruan. "That I heard you were rescued by the Serpent King. Are you also of the Serpent clan?" Tang Ruan blinked. Would claiming to be of the Serpent clan be more advantageous? After all, she was uncertain of her own identity. The female beast interpreted her silence as affirmation and clapped her hands in delight. "Wonderful! I heard you have only one beast husband, that I have 10 sons. Allow me to take you to see them." Chapter 51. She is truly going to die? "No, thank you." Tang Ruan promptly excused herself. If she wished to gather information, she needed to venture into areas bustling with people. After nearly 2 hours of walking, Tang Ruan finally arrived at the outer city. The atmosphere was frenetic, teeming with a diverse crowd: tigers, rabbits, horses, parrots, lizards, and pangolins. She could discern a beast race merely by observing their appearance or hearing their name. The kaleidoscope of beast men once again showcased the rich diversity of life. With newfound courage, she approached a few seemingly amiable beasts to inquire. Yet she gleaned no useful information. To her dismay, some even turned and fled at the sight of her, having deduced she hailed from the inner city. The outer city bore no such exquisite females. All the beautiful ones had migrated to the middle city to become the wives of serpent husbands. Furthermore, the attire she donned was of a light, delicate fabric unique to the Serpent clan. Tang Ruan sighed, realizing the extent of their aversion towards the Serpent clan. To extract valuable information from them, she would have to offer something in return. Her gaze swept across the street, suddenly fixating on a gaunt male beast cradling a child. The male appeared malnourished, while the child's flushed face and unsteady gait indicated illness. Tang Ruan approached. "Brother, is your child unwell?" The male beast immediately tightened his grip on the child, eyeing her warily. "What do you want?" "I want to sell him. Even if he were to die, I wouldn't sell him to others." Tang Ruan was taken aback. Was cannibalism also a norm here? She hastily waved her hands. "No, you misunderstand. I happen to possess medicine that can treat such ailments." She retrieved some herbs from her pouch and offered them to him. The male beast remained apprehensive. "That I have no crystals. That is not required." "But why would you doubt my goodwill?" He continued to question, for Beast City was a place where the strong preyed upon the weak. Those lacking capability awaited their fate. Unable to hunt, he could not earn crystals and was left to languish in the streets with his child. How could such a beautiful female suddenly appear, claiming to save them? Surely, he must be delirious from hunger, lost in a daydream. Tang Ruan pondered, then spoke. I do have a favor to ask of you. The male beast visibly relaxed. Tang Ruan described the appearance and characteristics of the wolf hunter. That I have not seen the individual you described, he replied. That is all right. Once you return, please ensure your child takes the medicine. If it proves effective, kindly inform those around you that as long as you help me inquire about someone named Wolf Hunter, you can receive free treatment from the shaman. After speaking, she turned to leave. The male beast watched her retreating figure with skepticism. That a shaman? That female claimed to be a shaman. Shamans would never concern themselves with lowly beasts like them. When they fell ill, it was simply their fate to die. However, as night fell, he observed his child on the brink of death and could not help but mix the herbs with water and feed them to the child. The following day, Tang Ruan once again found herself in the outer city. She suddenly felt the weight of numerous hungry gazes fixated upon her. Tall, oddly shaped beasts that sent shivers down her spine. She quickly took a few steps back. Then, a shout rang out. That's her? Tang Ruan bolted but was soon pursued. Shaman, please save my child. He is burning with fever. Shaman, my wound has not healed for 3 months. If this continues, my leg will be rendered useless. Shaman, I have many little bumps on my body. All right, everyone speak in turn. First, let me explain my rules. Tang Ruan climbed onto a large tree stump that I need information about someone named Wolf Hunter. Over 2 meters tall, weighing more than 200 pounds. His abilities are electric sparks. Tang Ruan's lips twitched. Let me reiterate once more. For the entire morning, Tang Ruan remained occupied. She utilized her abilities to treat minor ailments, and for those in need of medicine but lacking sufficient supplies. She guided them into the forest to gather herbs. The forest was rife with toxins, and initially, the beasts hesitated to enter. Yet under Tang Ruan's guidance, they realized that gathering herbs was for their own healing, not for others. They consumed the antidote she provided and set to work. After an entire day, a shaman had arrived in Beast City. She charged no crystals. All she required was for her message to spread. This news rapidly circulated from the outer city to the inner city, that it is indeed the female you rescued. Ximing knelt before Yin Qing, that in just one day. She united all the beasts of the outer city, compelling them to work according to her wishes, though we have toiled for months without achieving such success. They would rather starve than submit to the Serpent Clan's commands. Yin Qing rose from his stone chair. We have taken over their land. It is only natural for them to harbor some resentment. Ximing scoffed. Their previous lives were hardly better than their current ones. The original oppressors of Beast City have been eradicated by the Serpent Clan, leaving behind only submissive beasts. They could have followed the Serpent Clan to lead a more stable life, yet they remained distrustful. Who is the beast you wish to inquire about? Yin Qing suddenly asked. Wolf Hunter, she replied. I heard he is her beast husband, and they have become separated. It turns out she has 2 beast husbands. A female. Beast husbands are like possessions. Losing one is regrettable, yet for someone like her, who expends so much effort and even employs her intellect to utilize her extraordinary abilities, spreading the news of the absence of shamans in the outer city, she truly stands as the first to do so. Yin Qing suddenly found her quite intriguing. When Tang Ruan departed, she went empty-handed, but upon returning, she was laden with bundles of goods. Despite her repeated refusals, she could not resist the fervent hospitality of the beastmen. As soon as Tang Ruan entered the cave, she discarded her belongings onto the ground and collapsed onto the soft couch, falling into a deep slumber that in the dead of night. She suddenly sensed someone standing by her bedside, staring at her. Startled, Tang Ruan sat up to find Uche, arms crossed and visibly upset. Humph. Tang Ruan, still groggy, queried, What is wrong? Uche's eyes narrowed as he retorted, Shouldn't I be asking you? Is my bed more comfortable? It was then that Tang Ruan realized she had mistakenly occupied the wrong side. She pinched the bridge of her nose, apologizing, I'm sorry, I was just too exhausted today. With that, she rose and moved to her designated side. Uche shifted aside and suddenly, with a thud, Tang Ruan fell back on her soft couch. Tang Ruan. He rushed over, his hand pressing against her forehead, feeling the heat radiating from her. How did you become so ill? Uche scooped up Tang Ruan and dashed out of the cave. After a lengthy search, they finally located a shaman in the inner city. The shaman was an elderly male beast man with completely white hair. Upon hearing of Tang Ruan's healing abilities and the events of the past few days, he quickly reached a conclusion. She had overexerted her extraordinary powers that if this continued, she might grow weak to the point of death. Don't scare me. It's just exhaustion. A good rest will suffice. While Huche spoke these words, the hands that held Tang Ruan trembled slightly. How could she be on the brink of death? She has been lively all this time. The shaman sighed. If I am not mistaken, she must have recently lost her young, which severely depleted her vitality, compounded by heartbreak and illness. You mentioned she fell ill recently, but recovered the next day. She likely used her powers to save herself. However, overall, this still drained her body. During this period, she has expended considerable energy to save 2 individuals. All of this is sufficient to exhaust her body. Moreover, with repeated poisoning and the day's continuous exertions, according to the shaman's words, Huche suddenly realized that even a robust beastman would succumb under such strain. Was Tang Ruan truly facing death? Chapter 52. The Advanced Seduction Techniques of Females. Shaman, what should we do? Please save her. Huche grasped the old shaman's arm tightly. The elderly shaman, his white brows knitted together, looked at Huche and said, There is a way, but please tell me. You are her beast husband, correct? Huche paused, silence enveloping him for 3 seconds before he nodded. You belong to the Red Fox tribe, known for being predominantly advanced beastmen. If you are willing to sacrifice all your energy to save her, she may yet have a chance. But, from that moment on, you will lose your extraordinary abilities. Beastmen are categorized into low-level, mid-level, and high-level. Low-level beastmen possess no extraordinary powers. Mid-level ones have untapped potential, but lack control, while high-level beastmen possess extraordinary powers. Beyond high-level, energy levels begin to stratify. Huche lowered his head. I am not. I am a mid-level beastman. Mid-level beastman? The shaman regarded him with suspicion. Typically, the more handsome a beastman, the higher their rank, that a beastman as striking as he claimed to be mid-level. Surely, he did not wish to sacrifice for his wife. The shaman, slightly disdainful, placed a hand on Huche. Moments later, he spoke with confusion. It truly is the case. Can I save her? Mid-level beastmen cannot transfer energy at all. How can you save her? Is there anyone here who is a high-level beastman capable of saving her? Huche's anxious gaze softened a shaman's heart. It's futile. Who would willingly sacrifice their extraordinary powers to save a stranger? Unless it's a beastman of energy level 3 or above. After expending level 3 energy, they might retain their extraordinary powers, but it depends on their willingness. Who is that? Huche impatiently interrupted the shaman's ramblings that we have no one of level 3. But there is one of level 10, that the shaman suddenly seemed to recall something and shook his head with a smile. He patted Huche's shoulder. Forget it. You're so handsome. Even if your wife dies, there will still be females interested in you. Besides, her previous husband was so formidable and yet perished. No one will look down on you. The shaman also noticed the high-level spirit crystal on Tang Ruan's neck. Its hue indicating it was at least a level 7 crystal. Did I ask you? Who is it? Huche suddenly transformed into a giant fox and pounced on the shaman. Did I tell you it won't help? If you do not tell me, you will regret it. Huche threatened, pretending to bite at his neck. All right. I'll tell you, young man. Don't be too impulsive. In the dead of night, Yanqing was roused by the cacophony outside his cave. Shiming. A black serpent slithered into Yanqing's cave and, in an instant, transformed into a youth with dark skin. Shiming knelt before him. Here. What is happening? Yanqing's serpentine tail morphed into human legs as he rose from his bed. A fox has intruded. The fox? The female beast husband you brought back insists on seeing you, though we have already forced it out of its beast form. Yet it refuses to leave. Outside the cave, the fox's anguished struggle could be heard. Yanqing furrowed his brow. Shiming, we should have captured it. I'll handle it now. Wait. Yanqing called out. What is it? His wife is on the verge of death. He wishes to ask you to expend level 3 energy to save her. What a joke. A foreign female. Before Shiming could finish his sentence, Yanqing had already stepped outside. Huche had reverted to the size of an ordinary fox. Lying on the ground, barely clinging to life, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, that as soon as Yanqing approached, he immediately transformed back into a youth and clung to Yanqing's leg with remarkable speed, catching everyone off guard. With a pitiful gaze, stained lips curving into a desperate smile, he pleaded, Please, Savored, I can grant you any request. Serpent King, he is from the Red Fox tribe. Be cautious of his charm. Shiming warned. Suddenly he froze. What was he saying? How did he inadvertently reveal the secret that the Serpent King disliked females? Although it was a well-guarded secret, uttering it from his lips. Would the Serpent King silence them? He cautiously glanced at Yanqing, only to find the latter not looking at him, but rather impatiently fixating on Hu Che. All right, quickly take me to see her. Hu Che, drawing upon his last ounce of strength. Relaxed as he transformed back into beast form and dashed outside, he had gambled and won. He had suspected all along that the Serpent King held an interest in Tang Ruan, but he had noticed it that day in the forest. Even if he had no interest in her, at the very least, Hu Che suddenly felt a chill run through him, shaking off the sensation of unease. Thankfully, he wasn't too interested in him, inside the cave. A massive serpentine tail, shimmering with metallic luster, coiled around Tang Ruan. Red energy flowed continuously into her body. Tang Ruan's eyelashes fluttered as she sensed her condition improving, prompting Yanqing to gradually retract his tail. Suddenly, she clung to him tightly, resembling an octopus wrapped around his tail. Yanqing frowned, raising his tail in an attempt to shake her off. Yet, Tang Ruan, eyes still closed, began to act coy. Don't move. I am going to fall. Her soft body rubbed against his serpentine tail. Yanqing thought, is she awake or dreaming? In her dream, Tang Ruan smiled sweetly, embracing Wolf Hunter tightly. That overwhelming sense of happiness temporarily allowed her to forget the pain of reality, ignoring the unreality of the sensation. Let go. Yanqing's voice carried a hint of irritation. How could this female, while clinging to him, utter another male's name? Was she attempting to humiliate him? With a powerful shove, Tang Ruan was flung onto the soft couch. Ouch! Tang Ruan awoke to find Yanqing sitting on Hu Che's soft couch, his expression a mixture of complexity as he stared at her. After 3 seconds of contemplation, she concluded, You came to my cave in the middle of the night. What did you intend to do? She crossed her arms, adopting the demeanor of a female who felt teased. Yanqing replied, You have overexerted yourself and are near death. I just saved you that we are even now. Yanqing stood up and turned to leave. His patience was only sufficient to converse with her for this long. However, Tang Ruan suddenly had a thought. Yanqing turned out to be the kind-hearted Yanqing from her dreams, albeit with a slightly unpleasant demeanor. She hurried after him. Yanqing, I wish to propose a transaction. Yanqing abruptly turned his head and glared at her, his emerald eyes narrowing into slits. Does this female possess such audacity? From their very first meeting, she had called him by his name directly, leading him to speculate that she had seen him in the Beast City, perhaps attempting to allure him with her familiar address. Yet not long ago, she had appeared as a lovesick figure, nearly losing herself over her missing beast husband. How could she now be so intimate in calling out to him? What was she truly thinking? Was this merely a sophisticated seduction tactic? If her actions were indeed intended to capture his attention, he would have to reevaluate her, for she was undoubtedly both brave and resourceful. What transaction? Yanqing regarded her with keen interest, anticipating her performance. Tang Ruan pondered briefly before earnestly declaring, I can assist you in ensuring that the serpent clan has more female serpents. If you help me locate my beast husband, Lang Lai. Chapter 53. The Serpent King sets his eyes on Tang Ruan's beast husband, Hu Che. Yanqing scrutinized her from head to toe. You are of the serpent clan? Realizing he had misunderstood, Tang Ruan quickly waved her hands, that I am not. I merely know how to hatch female serpents. She should have anticipated this, that I asked the Serpent King. Yanqing must possess a wealth of resources. Having him assist in finding Lang Lai would undoubtedly be swifter than her inquiries one by one. Yet, Yanqing's expression was clearly one of disbelief. Seeing that he was about to leave, Tang Ruan rushed to catch up, spreading her arms to block his path. I will prove it to you. If I succeed, you will help me find Lang Lai. Once again, the name Lang Lai, he had heard it so often this evening that his ears might develop calluses. We shall speak of this once you have accomplished it. Yanqing had no desire to engage with her further and stepped outside. The challenge had been issued, but Tang Ruan had no notion of how to substantiate her claims. First and foremost, the absence of a thermometer was a significant hurdle. Moreover, it was unlikely any beast man would willingly offer their eggs for experimentation. After contemplating all night, the following day, she learned of Hu Che's daring venture into the Serpent King's lair. He had been severely beaten and was not permitted to use his powers. Each day, he remained in his small fox form, curled up within the cave while Tang Ruan catered to him with food and drink. She gathered herbs and prepared medicine for him inside the cave. Occasionally, he would curiously observe her from beside her feet, and at times, when she prepared a delicious meal, he would leap onto her lap, licking his lips at the roasted chicken to prevent him from stealing bites. Tang Ruan had to hold him with one arm while grilling the meat with the other, in those moments. She genuinely treated him as a pet, completely forgetting that he was a male beastman. It seemed that Hu Che shared her sentiments, as he would sometimes take the initiative to jump onto her lap to sleep. Tang Ruan speculated that perhaps a beastman in their weakest state resembled a small animal, so she chose not to confront him about it. Until one day, she awoke in the middle of the night to find a young boy nestled in her arms. His head was buried in the crook of her elbow, and he gently rubbed against her. Tang Ruan gasped, sitting up abruptly. The boy instantly awoke, covering her mouth and pinning her down. You saw nothing. You saw nothing. The rose-colored glow in Hu Che's eyes was enchanting. Tang Ruan found it beautiful, her eyelids heavy, and soon she drifted back to sleep. The following day, she caught Hu Che jumping onto the table, attempting to steal the meat she had covered the previous day. With a loud crash, a bowl fell to the ground, startling him into hiding beneath the table. Tang Ruan pinched the bridge of her nose, lamenting the nonsensical dream she had last night. Tang Ruan, a middle-aged female voice called from the cave entrance that it was the Serpent Clan female, Yin, with whom she had conversed earlier. Sister, you were looking for me? Tang Ruan hurried outside, that a friend of my beast husband from the outer city entrusted me to bring you something. Ever since Tang Ruan risked her life to save a beast man from the outer city, nearly draining her powers, and Hu Che had bravely entered the Serpent King's lair, the tale of their exploits had spread, making Tang Ruan a notable figure in Beast City. The attitude of the outer city beastmen towards Yanqing had also shifted, with reports suggesting that some beastmen were willing to follow the Serpent Clan's arrangements for hunting in designated areas. Tang Ruan opened the package to find it filled with an abundance of meat. Despite their own survival struggles, they had gone to great lengths to send her the best. Such kind-hearted beastmen reminded her of the Marmot clan. She wished to share some with Yin as a gesture of gratitude. But Yin declined. The game my beast husband caught is far too much for us to consume. I was planning to give you some. She glanced into the cave and saw a little fox-shaped Hu Che gnawing on a chicken leg. Leaning closer to Tang Ruan, Yin whispered, Your beast husband, though handsome and devoted, is of little use. How about I give you 5 of my sons? Tang Ruan replied, Could we refrain from discussing this topic during our next encounter? Yin, unfazed by the rejection, continued, Tang Ruan, I only have your best interests at heart. What if one day the Serpent King orders you to send Hu Che away? Yin's eyes gleamed with a hint of madness. Tang Ruan suddenly recalled another version of the story circulating recently. The Yanqing had taken an interest in her beast husband, Hu Che. She bit her lip, pondering how to convince her that Yanqing was not inclined that way. She certainly could not share that she had once tested this in another world. After finally sending Yin on her way, Tang Ruan shouldered her pack, preparing to return the items to the outer city beastmen, while also inquiring about Lang Lai. Upon her arrival, the outer city beastmen welcomed her warmly. Shaman, it's wonderful to see you safe. We were so worried. Could I trouble the shaman to examine my little one? One of the beastmen asked. Tang Ruan performed a simple examination on the young female beast, and was about to use her powers when she suddenly felt a gaze upon her. Turning, she saw Hu Che had followed her without her noticing. The other beastmen soon recognized him. Shaman, is this your beast husband who was beaten out of his beast form? Someone exclaimed. Hu Che jumped onto Tang Ruan's lap, asserting his dominance by resting his paw on her arm to prevent her from using her powers. The little female's ailment can be treated with herbs, Tang Ruan declared, realizing that she had grown accustomed to relying on her powers for healing in the cave valley. Now, she understood that her abilities could not be squandered carelessly. Reflecting on the times Lang Lai had surreptitiously provided her with energy while she slept, her heart ached as if pierced. Yet, now, no one would feel such sympathy for her. Tang Ruan told the little female's parents. I will take you all with me to gather herbs. It is better to teach someone to fish than to simply give them a fish. She led them in gathering herbs. She also instructed them on common ailments and the necessary remedies. Suddenly, a snake the thickness of her finger darted out from the grass. Startling Tang Ruan, Hu Che sprang forward, swiftly severing the serpent's neck. Shortly thereafter, another snake of similar size emerged, and Hu Che pinned it down with a paw. Then, A swarm of snakes appeared. Che was momentarily stunned. Tang Ruan scooped him up and jumped aside. It's all right, it's all right. These snakes generally do not bite. They merely appear vibrant, but they are not venomous. An elder beastman chuckled, observing the pair. Truly, the shaman and her partner share a deep affection. Tang Ruan suddenly found the snakes rather intriguing. Why are they both red and green? This must be a nest of snakes, with the red ones being females and the green ones males. An epiphany struck her. This was the perfect experimental subject. If she could ensure that all the hatchlings from the nest were female, perhaps Yanqing would allow her to use the serpent eggs for her experiments. Che, I must say, you looked incredibly impressive grabbing those snakes just now. Tang Ruan exclaimed gleefully. Che raised his head proudly. So, could you perhaps capture the parents of this nest of snakes for me? Che, expressionless. Tang Ruan, I'll add a chicken leg for you tonight. Che smirked slyly. Chapter 54. Come closer to the Serpent King. Before long, Che found a red snake as thick as her wrist hidden in the grass. Triumphantly bringing it before Tang Ruan, he raised his little head, eagerly anticipating praise. Shaman, what do you need this female snake for? A nearby beastman inquired curiously. Tang Ruan replied, I wish to use it to lay serpent eggs. Oh, you want to eat serpent eggs? Tang Ruan was about to clarify that this was not her intention when the beastman continued, but this one won't do. It has no eggs left inside. Tang Ruan glanced at the scattering baby snakes. Realization dawning upon her, The serpent eggs have already transformed into baby snakes, that if you want them, we can help you catch a few. Upon hearing that Tang Ruan sought to acquire the eggs of a female serpent, the orcs eagerly assisted in capturing them. The shaman had aided them for quite some time, never once demanding anything in return beyond gathering information. Whenever she received prey through others, she would return the favor without fail. Now that there was something she desired, they were determined to fulfill her wish. The orcs dispersed to search and soon captured 7 or 8 serpents. Each time Che spotted a red snake and prepared to seize it, an orc would invariably snatch it away, claiming the credit for himself. In the end, nearly every orc had a serpent in hand, leaving Che empty-handed. Dejected, Che hung his head low. Suddenly, Tang Ruan noticed a small female beast, appearing to be 2 or 3 years old, stuffing grass in her mouth. Don't eat anything indiscriminately, she exclaimed, rushing over to snatch the grass from the small one. And no need to worry, we are accustomed to eating this, the little female replied. Tang Ruan lifted her gaze, meeting the eyes of a sturdy female with a gentle voice. Do you enjoy eating grass? She inquired curiously. All the orcs she knew, including the groundhog tribe who primarily consumed roots and fruits, preferred meat. The little female nodded with a smile. Indeed, we cow beasts adore this grass. It's sweet, far tastier than meat. She plucked a blade from the ground and offered it to Tang Ruan. The grass had an oval bulge at its tip, resembling a seed pod. Tang Ruan felt too shy to refuse and accepted it. Instantly, a stream of small text appeared in her mind. Sweet wheat, carbohydrate-rich plant. Wheat. Tang Ruan gasped. This plant is called wheat in your homeland? The cow beast asked. Tang Ruan hurriedly chewed a piece and confirmed its sweetness. With wheat, there comes flour. With flour, a plethora of delectable dishes, buns, steamed bread, noodles, dumplings. After 3 years in the beast realm, she had nearly forgotten the taste of such food. Alas, it's a pity that I can only find a little here, sighed the cow beast. What do you mean? Tang Ruan asked. Our former hunting grounds were filled with edible plants. Although we were bullied daily in the city of beasts, we could still fill our bellies. Since the serpent tribe arrived, they forcibly seized our hunting grounds and allocated us a space teeming with prey but devoid of food, leaving us perpetually hungry. Tang Ruan responded, Isn't a hunting ground supposed to be abundant with prey? She assumed Yanqing might think similarly. Her initial intention was to arrange a better life for them, yet it had backfired. She felt the need to find an opportunity to address this with him. The group continued to gather herbs for a while, during which Tang Ruan discovered several types of fruits familiar from her previous world. As the sun set, Che and Tang Ruan returned, laden with their findings. The little fox appeared listless along the way. Even if the snakes you find cannot lay eggs, I will still reward you with chicken legs. After setting their items down, Tang Ruan patted Che's head in consolation. Che turned away with a huffy sound, curling up like a ball. Did he merely desire chicken legs? Tang Ruan pondered. Hu Che perked up one ear, still irked that he had been the one to find it first, yet she had not praised him. Tang Ruan sighed, turning away to ignore him, and busied herself with organizing their belongings. The more Hu Che thought about it, the angrier he became, scratching at his head with his front paws. Suddenly, a cluster of shiny purple fruits appeared before him. "That I saved these just for you grapes?" Hu Che sat up. When had she procured grapes? He licked his lips. Tang Ruan proudly declared, "I knew you would like them, that I found 2 bunches and managed to snatch one from a 3-year-old. Hu Che's eyes sparkled with delight, feeling the warmth of being cherished. Instantly, his spirits lifted as he circled around Tang Ruan. "Eat up. They are all yours." Tang Ruan treated him like a pet. She placed the grapes on a plate before him, then stood to light a fire outside. The city of beasts was quite warm, making it too hot to roast anything inside the cave. As the fire roared to life, Hu Che suddenly dashed over. Clutching a grape in his mouth, his front paws resting on her knees, looking up to share. Tang Ruan's hands were sooty, and after a moment's thought, she leaned down and bit into one of the grapes from the bottom of the bunch. Hu Che's face instantly flushed with 2 patches of red, though his fur was already red. Tang Ruan did not notice, but Yin Qing, passing by, happened to witness the scene. Unbeknownst to himself, he had halted in his tracks. "Your Majesty, should I call Hu Che over?" Snake Ming quietly suggested. Upon hearing the noise, Tang Ruan looked up, meeting Yin Qing's somewhat irritated gaze. Why is he always sulking? No wonder even his kin think he is bent. She mused. Feeling awkward under his intense stare, she took the initiative to speak. "Your Majesty, would you like to stay and join us for dinner? We are roasting meat today." Roasting meat. He had just been surveying the city of beasts and had heard from others that Tang Ruan introduced a new method of cooking that rendered the meat more tender. Favored by older females. All right. Tang Ruan thought she was merely being polite, yet he genuinely acquiesced that it was a perfect opportunity to discuss the hunting grounds of the outer city. As she alternated threading chicken meat and skin on his skewers. Placing them over the fire, she sprinkled the spices she had gathered over the past days. Soon, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. Yin Qing, who had been gazing into the distance, found his gaze drawn to the source of the scent. It indeed looked quite appealing. How could a female study culinary methods? Shouldn't that be the duty of males? It seemed her previous beast husband had poorly cared for her, or perhaps the beast husband currently by her side was utterly inept. Yin Qing's gaze fell upon Hu Che, who lay nearby gnawing on a chicken leg. Hu Che shivered inexplicably as he met the gaze of the Serpent King. Hu Che, why are you lying so far away? Come closer to the Serpent King, Snake Ming urged. Chapter 55. Long live the Serpent King. Tang Ruan simultaneously observed the awkwardness on the faces of Hu Che and Yin Qing. She hurriedly offered a skewer of meat to Yin Qing. Your Majesty, please give it a try. What did you call me? Yin Qing asked, perplexed and irritated. When he turned his vertical pupils toward her, Tang Ruan was taken aback. Respectful Serpent King, long live, long live, long live. Please do taste it. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. Fortunately, Yin Qing ultimately accepted it. He took a bite, and the succulent chicken meat, infused with oil, delivered a savory, yet slightly spicy flavor unlike anything he had ever experienced. What kind of meat is this? Chicken meat. Chicken meat. In the serpent tribe, chickens were considered the lowest tier of prey, yet he had not expected it to taste so delightful. Yin Qing devoured another skewer. And seeing his expression soften, Tang Ruan seized the moment to discuss the outer city's hunting grounds. Yin Qing appeared shocked. They do not eat meat. Clearly, he believed that all beasts should primarily consume meat. Just like the serpent tribe, yet they subsisted mainly on plant-based diets. After Tang Ruan explained thoroughly, Yin Qing finally nodded, though still somewhat perplexed. Yin Qing possessed an extraordinarily handsome visage, yet exuded a cold, ruthless temperament that suggested he could kill without a second thought. Yet, in Tang Ruan's impression, he was exceedingly gentle. Such a contradiction. Now, she also noticed that his gaze occasionally bore an innocence uncharacteristic of his age. Tang Ruan had heard that he had conquered 7 or 8 cities within a year of taking up the mantle of Serpent King, employing ruthless tactics. Yet he seemed not to grasp the world around him. What kind of life had he lived before? Is there not a single serpent beast besides yourself nearby? Yin Qing suddenly regarded her with wariness. Tang Ruan swiftly covered her mouth, realizing she had crossed a line. Curiosity killed the cat. Yanqing glanced again at Hu Che, who was still gnawing on a chicken leg, took a deep breath, and stood up, departing. The next day, the people of the outer city informed Tang Ruan that the Serpent King had returned their original lands to them and invited her to join them in foraging for food. As Tang Ruan's hand brushed against the vast array of plants, the phrase edible echoed repeatedly in her mind. This was no hunting ground of the beast realm. This was a land abundant with resources akin to the North Great Wilderness. In a joyous atmosphere, the orcs were harvesting, and Tang Ruan was unreservedly joining them. However, she soon realized that the plants here were noticeably less sweet than those in the toxic forest, while they served as a staple food for the orcs. Sufficient to fill their bellies, they fell short of being excellent as fruit for Tang Ruan, that if only she could transplant the fruits from that forest here. Unfortunately, although she had once worked the fields as a child, that was a memory from before she turned 6, and it had long been forgotten. Just as this thought crossed her mind, a complete set of planting plans suddenly appeared in her mind, not in written form, but in a natural flow of ideas. She instinctively understood which plots of land were suitable for which crops, when to sow, and when to harvest. Overwhelmed with excitement, Tang Ruan felt her body tremble slightly. Could it be that her abilities had evolved? After that day, when Yanqing had transmitted energy to her, she had indeed felt something different within herself. Her vision, hearing, and sensitivity had all improved. She had merely thought it was a result of having rested well. Filled with exhilaration, Tang Ruan rushed back to the toxic forest to dig. After a while, she suddenly sensed a commotion ahead. Looking up, she saw a group of male beasts surrounding a female beast, marching grandly toward her. Tang Ruan. Snake Yin was the first to spot her. She patted her beast husband on the shoulder, and he immediately dashed to Tang Ruan's side with lightning speed, almost rivaling that of a wolf in pursuit. "What are you doing here?" "I'm just digging up some things." "What about you?" she casually inquired. "Bored. Just bringing my son and beast husbands to see if there is anything new to eat here." Only then did Tang Ruan notice that many among the group behind her were not her beast husbands. They were likely the legendary 10 sons she had heard about. Anticipating that Snake Yan's next remark would likely turn to these individuals, Tang Ruan prepared to make her escape, that I have something to attend to. So I'll, brothers, see what your sister Tang Ruan needs and lend a hand. All right, eventually, despite her reluctance, Tang Ruan found herself accepting their help. Under their assistance, her experimental field was swiftly established. They worked from noon until the sun set, and a small, multi-leaved grass beside the trial field transformed from green to a light golden hue. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Tang Ruan was about to remark on the beauty of the sunset when she suddenly realized something was amiss. The sun had long hidden behind the clouds. How then had this grass changed color? Noticing Tang Ruan's curiosity fixated on the grass, Snake Yan's eldest son, Shilei, spoke up. "What are you looking at?" Tang Ruan turned to him. He was a boy with dark green hair and a well-defined face. "Reminiscent of a student from a physical education institute, that I feel like this grass is different from before," she confessed. "This," Shilei explained confidently, "this type of grass changes color with varying temperatures." Tang Ruan stared at him, her mind racing. Did he mean to say that this grass could change color with temperature? Wasn't he that essentially a thermometer? A smile broke on her face as she excitedly rushed toward the grass. "Now I have both a thermometer and an experimental subject." Suddenly, Shilei grabbed her. "Be careful." Caught off guard, Tang Ruan was yanked back, her body twisting at an awkward angle and her foot slipping into a hole. With a crunching sound, she twisted her ankle. Shilei exclaimed. Tang Ruan clutched her foot, wincing in pain as it quickly swelled. Shilei, taken aback, had merely intended to warn her about the hole. Never expecting the female to be so fragile, "Did I'll carry you back," he stammered, squatting down, fidgeting nervously. Snake Yin, who had also been concerned for Tang Ruan, approached her son, forming a protective barrier, declaring, "No one is to disturb your elder brother." The crowd responded, "No need, I can manage by myself." Tang Ruan waved her hands. Now understanding what it meant for a male to carry a female, that it was best not to incite unnecessary misunderstandings. "Can you walk like this?" Shilei asked urgently, his tone a bit harsh, startling Tang Ruan. She widened her innocent eyes at him. "Let him carry you back." Snake Yin insisted, "My eldest son is a high-tier beast man, often fighting alongside the Snake King, that he has plenty of strength." Snake Yin was promoting her son. Tang Ruan was well aware of what she meant, that it really isn't necessary. She placed her hand on her ankle. Concentrating her energy, that a faint purple mist enveloped her foot, gradually dissipating with her will. She watched in astonishment as her previously swollen ankle returned to its normal state. What just happened? He asked, pointing at her foot in disbelief. In the next moment, he was abruptly toppled by a sudden forced that moment. Tang Ruan's protective instincts surged to their peak. The giant fox form of Hu Che pinned. She lay down, one claw pressing against his throat, sharp nails embedding into flesh. A lethal maneuver. Hu Che. Upon hearing Tang Ruan's voice, Hu Che briefly faltered, a jolt coursing through him. She flipped Hu Che over, still maintaining a grip on his throat, gazing triumphantly at the subdued beast. This is the little female's beast husband, a mid-tier beast man, all looks but no substance. He's no match for me. What are you doing? Tang Ruan rushed over, pushing against Shilei with all her might. But to no avail. Upon realizing it was her, Shilei eased his grip, stepping away from Hu Che, who looked up at Tang Ruan with injured eyes. She crouched down, carefully reaching out to touch the giant fox. The giant fox, initially fine, had merely been stunned by the electricity. However, as soon as she made contact, he instantly shrank to the size of an ordinary fox, curling up and whimpering. How outrageous! That's the beast husband of a shaman. The shaman hasn't even retaliated yet, and you dare lay hands on another beast husband. The beast husband of a shaman had transformed into this form to seek the Snake King's aid. He must have thought that this male meant to bully Tang Ruan, which provoked his reckless charge. How pitiful! The orcs outside the city collectively empathized with Hu Che. She stood there, surrounded by pointing fingers. Unsure of how to defend himself, I didn't know he was her beast husband. Did he truly not know? Of course he did. Initially, it had been an instinctual reaction, but later, upon seeing clearly, he could have explained himself. Yet he chose to use his abilities to prove to Tang Ruan that her beast husband was no match for him. Typically, when a female witnessed such a scene, she would lament her beast husband's ineptitude and shift her affections toward the other. Why was her reaction different? Tang Ruan scooped up Hu Che, glaring fiercely as she lay. He is just a little fox. Was it necessary to use your abilities? Did you want to kill him? At that moment, Tang Ruan's protective instincts reached their zenith. Upon arriving in the Bee City, the first being she had encountered was Hu Che, who had saved her twice and had been her companion through thick and thin, both as a friend and a pet. Hu Che held a special place in her heart. What was this unfamiliar beast man, daring to harm Hu Che? Tang Ruan stood up, cradling Hu Che in her arms, though her foot was not yet fully healed. She limped away, clutching Hu Che closely. The orcs outside the city rushed to assist her. Snakein watched the unfolding scene with embarrassment, wanting to help but unsure of what to say. She approached Shilei and slapped him on the back. What were you thinking? Why did you strike so hard? Shilei glared in the direction where Tang Ruan had disappeared, jealousy evident in his eyes. The cunning fox. Why does he get to have such an amazing female? Tang Ruan was adamant about not being carried. Ultimately, she was passed from the orcs outside the city to friends in the middle city, and then to friends in the inner city, all the way back home. In truth, Tang Ruan was fine. She was just concerned for Hu Che, holding him the entire way, without being able to carry anything. Hu Che had been quite electrified. Even after 2 hours, he occasionally trembled in her embrace. Tang Ruan was filled with guilt. While Hu Che's actions had been misguided, he had only acted under the impression that the male beast intended to bully her, and now she had to keep her distance from that male. On the mountain peak, Yanqing surveyed the entirety of Beast City. Snake King, Lord Qiling asked for your plans for the next step. That a white-haired boy with a high ponytail bowed respectfully behind Yanqing. Beast City is almost settled. We're preparing to attack the next target. Understood. The boy lifted his head, revealing a pair of captivating peach blossom eyes with red pupils. Handsome yet enigmatic. Lord Qiling instructed me to remain by your side. Bai Yi remarked, very well. And suddenly, the gaze of Yanqing was drawn to a female orc surrounded by a group of male orcs below. It was evident that Tang Ruan was cradling Hu Che in her arms, while 7 or 8 males were eagerly assisting her with her belongings, all of whom were males from the Snake clan without a mate. She truly had a captivating charm. Snake King, do you have something to say? Bai Yi prompted. It's nothing. Just follow Snake Ming from now on. Understood. Tang Ruan, if you're weary, I can carry your beast husband for you. And oh need that I've just hunted a cow. I'll bring it to you this evening. Your beast husband probably hasn't been able to hunt lately, has he? No, it's fine. The males surrounding her chattered incessantly. Tang Ruan strategically tilted her head skyward, locking eyes with Yin Qing from afar. Yin Qing had exceptional vision and noticed her tightly clutching Hu Che. However, Tang Ruan could only discern a silhouette, but guessed that only someone as bold as him would dare to stand so high. Overlooking the world, she believed he likely hadn't seen her, so she lowered her head and continued her way back. Yin Qing thought, those male beasts have their eyes glued to her. Did she not see him? How could she walk away in silence? At this thought, his breath caught in his throat, but he found himself anticipating something. Tang Ruan had her sights set on several small caves in the back mountain. Each cave exhibited varying temperatures, making them ideal for testing the optimal conditions for incubation. She sought out the orc responsible for her accommodation to discuss the potential use of these vacant caves. After searching for a considerable time without success, she spotted two striking figures, one black and one white, in the distance. They were individuals accompanying Yin Qing, one of whom she believed was called Snake Ming. Tang Ruan held no positive impression of him, having heard that he was responsible for Hu Che's current state. Just as Tang Ruan turned her back, she heard someone call her name. Tang Ruan, how is your beast husband Hu Che? Snake Ming jogged towards her. Tang Ruan wished to ignore him and continued walking, but he blocked her path. That I acted impulsively when I struck Hu Che that day. I have a few spiritual fruits from Beast God Mountain that can aid in restoring his abilities. Please take them back to him and convey my apologies. Tang Ruan thought, why has he suddenly become so kind? There are indeed fruits in this world that can restore abilities. No wonder Yin Qing was so generous, daring to expend Tier 3 energy to save her. I had thought he was merely someone who remembered favors. Tang Ruan was indignant and reluctant to accept, but was genuinely curious about these potent fruits. Furthermore, this was a compensation owed to Hu Che. The moment her fingers brushed the fruit, she abruptly withdrew her hand. A vivid scene flashing in her mind. A tumultuous black sea with a seemingly burning red solitary island. Where did this fruit come from? Snake Ming scratched his head in confusion. The spiritual fruits from Beast God Mountain. Of course, come from there. I acquired this from an orc. I couldn't bear to eat it myself. Although he was loath to part with it, he deemed it more important to curry favor with the future mate of the Snake King. Thus, she had indeed witnessed Beast God Mountain. The other plants she had seen were all elemental, yet this one alone conjured a vivid image. Why was it that this fruit revealed a scene while the others did not? Tang Ruan pondered, suspecting it was an undeveloped ability of hers. Without further hesitation, she accepted the fruit. Snake Ming, I have another matter to discuss with you. What is it? I noticed several empty caves in the back mountain. They are relatively small, and I would like to use them. No problem. Before Tang Ruan could finish, Snake Ming readily agreed. The caves in the back mountain were rather damp, and the orcs preferred not to dwell there. If they were to remain empty, then so be it. Tang Ruan's gaze drifted past him, then quickly returned. Should I inform the Snake King? No need. I'll speak to him. After sending Tang Ruan off, Snake Ming let out a sigh of relief. Finally settling matters concerning Hu Che, that he turned around cheerfully, only to find Yin Qing standing not far off, casting a cold stare in their direction. What does she need the caves for? Yin Qing inquired. Snake Ming pondered for a moment, recalling the recent rumors circulating in the inner city that Tang Ruan might be considering taking a son from the Shi Yin family as her beast husband. I am not sure. They're probably intended for another beast husband. Chapter 57. As he regained his human form, he would surely treat her as a peculiar uncle once again. Yes, it must be for her new beast husband. Snake Ming speculated. Typically, multiple beast husbands of a female orc did not reside together. They only gathered during meals or collective activities. Wonderful. Tang Ruan has already begun seeking a new beast husband. Hu Che will soon be able to be with the Snake King. The more Snake Ming thought, the more he felt elated for the Snake King, who had been solitary for nearly 300 years and would finally have companionship. Suddenly, he noticed a warmth at his feet. Looking down, he saw that the grass beneath him had inexplicably caught fire and was about to burn him. Snake Ming quickly jumped back a couple of steps. Yin Qing remained expressionless as he turned back towards the cave, as if this fire was not of his doing. Snake Ming scratched his head, pondering, could there be other fire element orcs in Wanshou City? Tang Ruan made simple arrangements in the cave, placing the pregnant female snakes in different chambers and planting Jihan grass, known for its ability to change color based on temperature, in each one. After completing this, She used the remaining Jihan grass to cultivate a small plot at the cave entrance specifically for planting it, ensuring that if the grass inside perished, she could promptly replenish it. While planting, she discovered a plant resembling a rose mixed in with the Jihan grass. Its fragrance was even sweeter than that of a rose. Reluctant to part with the delightful scent, she ultimately set it aside, as suitable land was scarce, and she deemed it unnecessary to cultivate such a trivial plant. Just as she discarded it, a red figure darted past the Huche, appearing from nowhere, snatched the flower and dashed away. Tang Ruan paid little heed, assuming he simply adored the rose's fragrance. To be evening, she was weary and ached all over as she approached the cave she shared with Huche. Suddenly, she caught a whiff of an exquisite rose scent. Looking up, she beheld the sunset illuminating the entrance of their small cave, where a golden-red little fox sat, a vibrant red rose clasped in its mouth, waiting for her. The entrance was flanked by similarly fiery roses, creating an enchanting scene reminiscent of golden powder scattered in the sunset. Huche wagged his tail and approached, offering the rose he held in his mouth to her. Tang Ruan crouched down, marveling at the sight before her. "Did you plant these?" Huche raised his head proudly. "Thank you. I'll reward you with chicken legs tonight." Huche's little head rose even higher. "Just chicken legs?" "Oh, Snake Ming gave me a spiritual fruit that is said to aid in recovery." Tang Ruan presented the fruit, but Huche sniffed it and then assumed an even more haughty posture. "Then how would you like me to repay you? Perhaps you could keep it for now, and when you can speak, you can tell me." Tang Ruan's voice trailed off as Huche suddenly lifted his upper body and licked her chin. Before she could fully comprehend the moment, he had already tossed the rose aside and sprinted back into the cave. "He is playing with me. It must be so," Tang Ruan thought, her heart racing as she recalled his youthful, enchanting smile. She slapped her face, reminding herself that he was merely a fox at present, unaware of anything. Once he regained his human form, he would certainly treat her as a peculiar uncle once more. As time passed, the snakes in the cave began to hatch one by one. Tang Ruan noted the cave with the highest hatching rate of female snakes, observing the color of the Jihan grass, intending to conduct further experiments. After all, this was to be applied to the offspring, and she needed to ensure the experiment succeeded before discussing it with Yin Qing. "Tang Ruan, what are you doing here?" Shi Yin unexpectedly found her, holding half a roasted animal leg in her hand. "Sister, what brings you here?" Tang Ruan glanced into the cave and saw a cluster of vividly red little snakes. "What do you intend to do with these creatures?" Initially, Tang Ruan planned to fabricate an excuse, but upon seeing Shi Yin's earnest expression, she shared her plan to incubate female snake beasts. After hearing this, Shi Yin looked at her with admiration. "Tang Ruan, you're not only a shaman, but also possess such extensive knowledge. It's truly impressive. I have always believed that the union with other tribes was unfeasible. How many places has the Snake King led our kin to? None have ever been born. We must rely on our own female snakes." She proudly patted her belly. "When can we apply your method? I've longed for a female offspring for nearly a century. Do you believe in me?" Tang Ruan asked, surprised. "That of course. I want to absorb the one in my belly. I'm counting on you." After giving birth to 10 male offspring, Shi Yin decided to relinquish her role as a mother. From that point on, whenever she conceived, she would absorb the fetus. Although her beast husbands were dissatisfied, they were powerless to change her decision. For those who expressed their discontent were sent away, leaving her with plenty of young males eager to become her partners. Tang Ruan found herself at a loss for words, grappling with the tumult of emotions within her. After all, those were her children. How could she willingly subject them to such experimentation? While beast men may not cherish their offspring as humans do, she was nonetheless deeply moved. Tang Ruan embraced Shi Yin, declaring, "Sister, you are my dearest friend in the city of beasts." Shi Yin, slightly taken aback by the embrace, replied, I know. She patted Tang Ruan's back, adding, "From now on, be kind to my son. And don't be too biased towards Huche." Tang Ruan laughed. How can the little boat of friendship capsize so quickly? Today, Shi Yin had come to bring Tang Ruan some meat, exclaiming, "I see you're so busy that you haven't had time to cook. Look at Huche in his current state." She sighed, casting a furtive glance at Tang Ruan's expression. "He only knows how to hunt, but he can't even roast meat for you. Just look at how well my eldest son cooks meat." Tang Ruan retorted, "The meat I just put in my mouth has lost all its flavor." But as she prepared to leave, Tang Ruan generously gifted Shi Yin a variety of spices for roasting meat. Regarding that fellow named Shi Lei, she truly harbored no fondness for him and wished to owe him no favors. Yet, in the ensuing days, Shi Lei showed up at mealtime with roasted meat. He wasn't much of a conversationalist. He simply observed Tang Ruan at work and offered his assistance, making it impossible for her to send him away. When Tang Ruan finally had a moment to herself, he would take his leave, only to say, "I'll come back to see you tomorrow." Tang Ruan felt utterly exasperated that if this continued, the fragile vessel of her friendship with Shi Yin would soon spring leaks. Shi Lei's friends were equally anxious. "Shi Lei, are you all right? If you're not, just tell me where you are, and I'll bring the little female some food tomorrow to ASF. Do you really think such a beautiful little female would give you a chance?" One of them scoffed. If it weren't for her mother accidentally discovering the back mountain, who would know that the little female was there all alone? "You need to think a little harder about this," remarked a weasel beast. Shi Lei didn't recognize him. He was visiting the central city to meet friends, and this weasel happened to be a friend of a friend sitting nearby. "Could you elaborate?" Shi Lei's friend asked, intrigued. "You all know that my brother's maid is the most beautiful female snake beast in the central city, right? Yet look at our race," the weasel said, gesturing to himself. Shi Lei's friend burst into laughter. "Indeed, not very imposing, but my brother dares to pursue her. After mating, he clings to the female's leg and cries, 'If you don't want me, the beast god will punish me.'" Shi Lei felt his ears burning. Imagining himself clinging to Tang Ruan's leg, his throat going dry, isn't that a bit inappropriate? What could possibly be wrong with that? However, it does depend on the female's character. You can only seek out those with a gentle disposition. "By the way," the weasel's eyes darted, "what is the character of the little female you mentioned?" "She is very kind. She is willing to help those from the outer city who have nothing. Despite her beast husband being utterly useless, she treasures him. She is still searching for her long-lost mate. Truly, she is the most devoted female I have ever encountered." The weasel's eyes gleamed. "That's promising." Chapter 58. Dig out her eyes. In the dead of night, a flicker of fire appeared in the back mountain. Yanqing furrowed his brow, gazing in that direction. "Is there a fire?" At the foot of the mountain, Tang Ruan held a torch. Swiftly navigating the darkness to avoid Shi Lei, she had changed the feeding time for the snakes to the evening. After feeding the snakes, Tang Ruan stepped out of the cave when suddenly, a hand reached out from the side, grabbing her and pinning her against the wall. "Please, give me the little female. I'm in such distress. I beg you to save me." A male beastman pressed against Tang Ruan. "Get off me." Tang Ruan kicked out, aiming for his groin, but he seemed to anticipate her move, swiftly evading her and transforming into his beast form to pounce at her again. Tang Ruan was knocked to the ground as the giant weasel opened its gaping maw, greedily sniffing at her neck. "So this is what you like. Is being in beast form more thrilling?" Tang Ruan struggled in vain, turning her face away. Suddenly, she noticed movement among the trees nearby. "Che!" she shouted, simultaneously slashing at the giant weasel's throat with a stone knife. The weasel pinned her hand down, sending the knife flying, and transformed back into his human form. "That useless beast husband of yours? Even if he comes, it won't matter to in truth." Tang Ruan wasn't sure if it was indeed Hu Che in the woods. She merely aimed to divert the weasel's attention, but evidently, it was a failed endeavor. "Dare to touch me, and I'll kill you," Tang Ruan threatened. "After mating with me, you won't want to leave." The weasel suddenly clutched his throat, blood streaming through his fingers, bright red like molten lava, where the blood flowed. The beastman's skin rapidly became inflamed and rotting. Tang Ruan was horrified and hurriedly retreated against the wall, trembling uncontrollably. Yanqing slowly emerged from the woods, his emerald eyes transforming into slitted pupils, coldly fixating on Tang Ruan. "Who allowed you to come to this place so late?" I. Tang Ruan's mind went blank. Shouldn't he have dealt with this beastman first? She glanced at the weasel, only to see his body writhing in agony, his skin rotting and burning. He howled in torment, but his throat had already been cut, rendering him voiceless. Yanqing chose not to kill him outright, but to torment him. "I am asking you a question." Yanqing took 2 steps closer. I came to feed the snakes. The method I mentioned for the snake tribe to produce females has yielded results." She exerted all her strength to finish her sentence. Curling up in a ball, the scene before her, the distant Yanqing, was utterly terrifying. She didn't even have a direction to flee. Seeing her frightened demeanor, Yanqing's slitted pupils gradually returned to normal. His expression softened as he extended a hand toward her. "Come here." Tang Ruan hesitated, her legs trembling, but slowly took a few steps forward. Suddenly, Yanqing stepped forward, pulling her into his embrace, his gaze averted. "I'll take you back." He partially transformed into a snake, swiftly carrying her through the woods. After Yanqing and Tang Ruan left, Hu Che emerged from the woods in human form, gripping a sharp knife, and approached the weasel. "Help me, please." The weasel, with its scorched throat, struggled to utter a few syllables. Hu Che's knife plunged into the weasel's groin. The weasel screamed in agony. "You still no pain." Hu Che smirked, a splash of blood staining his golden eyes. "Then you can pay a little more before you leave. Kill me, I beg you." The weasel's cries echoed through the woods. Tang Ruan buried her head in Yanqing's embrace, contemplating how painful it must be to burn to death by one's own blood. She didn't wish to hear those sounds, nor would she plead for mercy on his behalf that he deserved it. Shi Ming and Bai Yi observed as Yanqing carried Tang Ruan from the woods, utterly bewildered. Shi Ming had clearly seen the Snake King pursuing Hu Che into the woods. How was it that he emerged with Tang Ruan? Shi Ming's expression froze for a few seconds as realization dawned upon him. Hu Che must have been unwilling, so the Snake King took his mate away, forcing Hu Che to follow. Just as they were pondering, hurried footsteps approached from behind. Hu Che, bloodied, caught up with them. Yanqing glanced back. "Clean yourself up before coming back. From today onward, you two will move closer to me." Hu Che clenched his fists and nodded softly. Before the overwhelmingly powerful beast-man, he didn't even have the right to refuse. That if Yanqing hadn't been quicker tonight, he couldn't bear to think of what might have transpired, that he must become stronger. Without fail, Hu Che trudged behind, dejected. Shi Ming watched his retreating figure. Did the Snake King just order him to clean up and come back, and to move nearby? Does that mean he should keep his distance from the Snake King for protection? What if he sees something he shouldn't? Shi Ming's face appeared dark with hints of red in the moonlight. Bai Yi scrutinized their figures. What is the relationship between the Snake King and that female? There is no relationship, but there is one. Can't you see? Shi Ming exclaimed, eagerly waiting for Bai Yi to grasp the implications he had not articulated. Bai Yi scoffed. No relationship. Does he think he's a fool? He has to inform Lord Ling. The next day, not only did Tang Ruan and Hu Che move next to Yanqing, but all her snakes also had dedicated caretakers. These snakes were crucial to the future of the snake tribe and needed to be well looked after. In their new cave, Yanqing addressed Tang Ruan, his gaze fixed on her face, emphasizing, "You too." Tang Ruan nodded obediently to so. He rushed to save her last night because he was aware that her experiment had yielded results. How did he find out? From now on, focus on your own matters. I will arrange for someone to deliver food for you and your beast husband. Just let me know what you need, Yanqing said, her gaze falling meaningfully on the side where Hu Che stood. First, take care of your own responsibilities before contemplating anything else. The orc guarding the city informed him that Hu Che visited the toxic forest almost every day. But he was not hunting. Instead, he would lie in a fixed spot all day long, as if waiting for someone, only to hurriedly return with his catch after the sun had set. Sometimes, he would even go out at night after Tang Ruan had fallen asleep. His human form had clearly already reverted, yet he deliberately presented himself in his lowest state before her to elicit sympathy. It was indeed quite treacherous. Last night, the weasel beast was meant to be slowly burned to death by him. But today, the orc who came to clean up reported that the weasel beast had been punctured with dozens of holes, each stab landing in the most painful spots. How could such a sinister and ruthless beast husband be by her side? Yanqing felt quite uneasy, yet he seemed to feel it was not his place to intervene. Fine, I shall take extra care of her, considering it for the future of the Serpent Clan. After 3 hatching experiments, Tang Ruan was certain that the 4th leaf of the Jihan grass turning orange indicated the most stable and safe temperature for hatching female serpents. Elated, she hurried to find Yanqing. Eager to inform him that he would soon assist her in hunting wolves, it was said that Yanqing possessed numerous cities, with a large population to offer great strength at the cave entrance. She was intercepted by Shi Ming. Not now. Why? Shi Ming made an exaggerated expression, revealing a female tiger within that he was now responsible for delivering prey to Tang Ruan and often lingered at her place for meals. Over time, they had become friends, though it was unfortunate that their Serpent King did not favor females. Tiger Beast? Outsiders? Tang Ruan asked curiously. That weren't outsiders prohibited from entering the inner city. Tiger beast? What sort of small creature is that? If you had seen this one's beast form, it would terrify you. She is the fiercest female I have ever encountered. Cough. Tang Ruan coughed suddenly, drawing Xi Ming's attention as well as that of the female emerging from the cave. The female was clad in red soft armor, tall and with fluid muscular lines brimming with vitality. Tang Ruan had always admired such physically fit women and couldn't help but steal a few more glances. Bold female, why are you staring so intently at Lord Qi Ling? Gouge out her eyes for me. Chapter 59. Yan Qing had formed a contract. Suddenly, from behind the female, a rather ordinary but robust male beast sprang forth. Tang Ruan hurriedly lowered her head and stepped aside. Although she was clueless about the situation, it was wise to recognize the moment that in dramas, eunuchs often proclaim such things, typically under the pretense of borrowing authority. The master would certainly ignore them outright or dismiss the matter. How intriguing, Qi Ling mused, resting her chin on her hand. Such beautiful eyes must be quite delectable. Tang Ruan. Is she serious? Shouldn't she say something? Perhaps plead for mercy? Yet she had done nothing wrong. Moreover, they were still at Yan Qing's cave. Wasn't he the Serpent King? Surely, there was no one greater than him. Tang Ruan bravely lifted her head. The Serpent King sent me here, Do. What did he ask you to do? Qi Ling approached Tang Ruan, and as Xi Ming attempted to intervene, a red whip suddenly appeared in her hand, striking Xi Ming down to the ground. Xi Ming! Tang Ruan exclaimed. Qi Ling took a step forward, using the red whip to lift Tang Ruan's chin. She towered over Tang Ruan by several inches, her imposing presence leaving Tang Ruan momentarily speechless. Unable to utter the words mercy, my queen, such a lovely face should be torn apart. Tang Ruan, what is that in her hand? Hatched female serpent. Female serpent. Serpent offspring. Qi Ling seemed to have been suddenly provoked, raising her whip to lash at Tang Ruan. Tang Ruan closed her eyes, thinking it was the end. The whip was caught by a large hand, a clash of blue and red energies erupting where the whip met the red energy. Ah! Qi Ling was the first to release her grip, her palm burned by Yan Qing's energy, retreating a few steps. Immediately, 7 or 8 male beasts surged forward. Wife master, are you all right? Qi Ling's beast husbands glared fiercely at Tang Ruan. But upon meeting Yan Qing's warning gaze, they hurriedly lowered their heads. Yan Qing wrapped his arm around Tang Ruan's shoulders and walked towards the cave, while Qi Ling's screams echoed behind them. Yan Qing, can she bear your offspring? Huh. There are no females in this world capable of bearing your children. Little female, you cannot produce offspring for the Fire Serpent clan, so he will never acknowledge you as his wife. The Fire Serpent clan will eventually face extinction. Ha ha. Qi Ling's laughter sounded as if it came from the depths of hell. Tang Ruan clutched the jar tightly in her arms, previously unaware that Yan Qing had such a crazed pursuer. The troubling part was that her strength seemed genuinely formidable. Tang Ruan placed the jar before him and quickly explained her intentions. I have confirmed the hatching temperature. You need not worry. I will protect you. Both spoke almost simultaneously. Tang Ruan lifted her head, instinctively looking into Yan Qing's eyes, only to find him lost in thought, his gaze lowered. Did I understand? Tang Ruan reiterated her plan to him. Upon exiting the cave, she discovered Xi Ming sitting on a large stone, a whip mark from shoulder to elbow, blood and flesh torn. Why don't you seek the shaman? Tang Ruan exclaimed in astonishment. Xi Ming rolled his eyes, wearing a look of incredulity. Why would I consult that loquacious old man when I can find you more conveniently? Hurry up and use your powers to ease my pain. I feel like I'm dying. Tang Ruan approached carefully, gingerly helping him up. Let us head to my cave first. However, there is something I must inform you of first. What is it? Xi Ming grimaced in pain. My powers can heal wounds but cannot alleviate pain. Xi Ming. Tang Ruan applied medicine to Xi Ming's wounds, while Hu Che assisted nearby. Stay away from that mad female in the future. Xi Ming warned, grimacing from the pain. What mad female? Hu Che inquired. Xi Ming recounted the earlier events. Hu Che remained expressionless, yet his hands clenched tightly at his sides. Xi Ming gave him a light slap. Hey, don't provoke her either. Anyone who gets too close to the Serpent King, regardless of gender, seems to go mad. Why? Hu Che asked. This matter was not a secret. The entire Serpent Clan was aware that Qi Ling had failed to form a contract with the Serpent King. Yan Qing had formed a contract. Tang Ruan stood up abruptly. Then what occurred between them in the dream would be considered an affair. Tang Ruan, why are you getting so worked up? Our Serpent King didn't he always prefer males? Bah! In short, they did not successfully form a contract. Thus they are not considered partners. That's so. Tang Ruan awkwardly resumed her seat. Huche's gaze toward her grew increasingly profound. Shi Ming explained the entire backstory to them. After Yan Qing's mother gave birth to him, she passed away. The old Serpent King loved his wife deeply and intended to follow her into the afterlife, but at the request of the clan. He reluctantly remained. However, he never again managed the affairs of the Serpent Clan. For centuries, whenever there was war, he would typically choose to abandon it altogether, ultimately retreating with his people to a warm climate to live in seclusion. Though he did not govern the Serpent Clan, he placed all hopes of the clan's future upon Yan Qing. He had two requests of Yan Qing. First, to reclaim all the land lost by the Serpent Clan. And second, to find a female from the Fire Serpent Clan to become his partner, for no other clan was worthy of the noble bloodline of the Fire Serpent Clan, nor could they produce offspring. Little Yan Qing, from the time he could crawl, was indoctrinated with these two grand aspirations that he worked day and night, and for over 200 years, he had never left the territory of the Serpent Clan. Yan Qing is over 200 years old? Tang Ruan interjected. Didn't you say that the lifespan of beasts is around 300 years? Isn't he practically middle-aged? Why does he look like he is in his 20s? The lifespan of the Fire Serpent Clan is significantly longer than that of ordinary beasts. The old Serpent King lived for 900 years. Shi Mei proudly declared, Tang Ruan. So it turns out that Yan Qing has such a long life. However, 200 years of learning can be quite painful. Shi Mei continued. One day, the old Snake King returned with an egg, claiming it was meant to find a mate for Yan Qing from a young age. Yan Qing was very obedient to his father and accepted this. However, the creature that hatched from the egg was not a female of the Fire Serpent Clan, but rather a member of the Red-Bone Serpent Clan. This was a truly fearsome beast man, reaching heights of several dozen meters, with red bones protruding from its exterior. Yet, it seemed the old Snake King was aware of this from the beginning, that he stated that although Qi Ling was not of the Fire Serpent Clan, she was powerful enough to bear offspring of that lineage. Thus, once Qi Ling came of age, the two naturally held a bonding ceremony. Yet, when Qi Ling drank the heart's blood of Yan Qing, she was burned in the throat by his blood, and no beast husband mark appeared on her body. Their bonding failed. Generally, there are two reasons for such a failure. First, the male is unwilling to be with the female, and his dissatisfaction has been conveyed to the beast god. Second, the male is exceedingly powerful, unwilling to form a contract, and has used his otherworldly abilities to alter the outcome of the bonding. In any case, both scenarios indicate that Yan Qing did not wish to bond with Qi Ling. Perhaps he had grown accustomed to obeying his father, yet could not betray his own heart. This was a significant blow to Qi Ling, who had long identified herself as the consort of the Snake King. Later, rumors began to circulate that Yan Qing had an aversion to females. Nevertheless, Qi Ling still desired to take him as her beast husband. She informed him that she could help him fulfill the old Snake King's dying wish by bearing a child of the Fire Serpent Clan. Yet, Yan Qing replied that only a member of the Fire Serpent Clan could produce offspring of that clan. From that point onward, Qi Ling became increasingly sensitive, seeking out 7 or 8 different beast husbands. Although the Serpent Clan could not produce offspring with other clans, the Red-Bone Serpent Clan was an exception. Thus, she and her various husbands did conceive, yet each child was absorbed by her. She merely wished to prove to Yan Qing that she was capable of bearing children. However, Yan Qing still could not accept her. After much struggle, she had finally come to terms with the fact that the Snake King preferred males. Naturally, upon seeing her so close to the Snake King, she would misunderstand. Upon hearing Shi Mei's account, Tang Ruan felt a measure of pity for Qi Ling, brainwashed by the old Snake King from a young age. She had fixated on Yan Qing, only to discover that he did not reciprocate her feelings. Forcing her to accept that Yan Qing preferred males, she resorted to other males to continually prove her fertility. It seemed that the bodies of beast men could endure such turmoil. Yet, one must note that those who suffer often harbor their own faults. She could not allow her own discontent to lead her to harm others. Tang Ruan rubbed her face, contemplating the severity of Qi Ling's lash against Shi Mei. Had it fallen upon her, she might have lost her life. Women, indeed, should not dwell too deeply in matters of the heart. Qi Ling still needed to remain in the city of beasts for a while. For her safety, Tang Ruan decided to avoid her whenever possible in the experimental field outside the city. Tang Ruan was busy with fervor. Over the past few months, she had been occupied with hatching snakes, neglecting to water or fertilize the experimental field. Surprisingly, the plants within thrived remarkably well. After bending over to work for an extended period, she collapsed onto the ground, lying on a haystack while gazing up at the azure sky. She was reminded of the sky in the hollow valley, which was confined by towering mountains. She had originally wished for everything she loved to be eternally framed there. Suddenly, a patch of grass sank beside her as Huche lay down next to her. "What are you looking at?" "Thinking about your beast husband again." Tang Ruan did not deny in truth. She occasionally mentioned the wolf hunt to him. Each time she did, it felt as though happiness replayed itself. "What makes him so special?" Huche asked, a stalk of straw held between his teeth. "He is strong, brave, kind, responsible, intelligent, and handsome." All right. Your ears will get callous from all this praise." That Huche scratched his ear, noting that the conversation could go on endlessly. That he glanced at Tang Ruan, pondering that a male could be so cherished by a female. Even in death, it would still be a form of happiness. That be why the way. Tang Ruan turned to look at him, but Huche had not managed to avert his gaze in time. Their eyes met for a brief moment, his golden eyes shimmering under the sunlight like amber sprinkled with stars. Tang Ruan momentarily lost her train of thought, then asked, "What are you doing here?" Huche propped himself up, resting his chin on his hand as he peered down at her. "You are my consort. Wherever you are, I shall be." He spoke earnestly, his eyes sparkling with laughter, the corners of his mouth forming a blissful arc for a moment. Tang Ruan could not discern the truth in his words. Were we merely pretending? Huche's eyes dimmed, and he turned away to gaze into the distance. That, of course, I know. But if we are to play roles, we must do so completely to not let slip any secrets. I do this to protect you. That Qi Ling knows you have a remarkably handsome beast husband like me. It is why she has not troubled you recently." "Thank you." Tang Ruan replied, "That ain't no need. It is my duty. You have also helped me evade quite a bit of harassment." Huche, I have always wanted to ask you, what brings you to the city of beasts? "I am waiting for someone. Someone very important." Suddenly, Tang Ruan recalled the red fox, named Huemo, she had seen in the hollow valley, that he bore a striking resemblance to Huche. Before she could voice her thoughts, Huche was already busy. "Are we going to pick all these fruits? Then you shouldn't slack off. Get up and help quickly. It feels like it's going to rain." A dark cloud drifted in from the horizon. And indeed, rain was imminent. Tang Ruan hurriedly scrambled to her feet to work. In the end, they still got drenched. The two sought refuge in a cave inhabited by beastmen in the outer city. "Let us stay here for today. The rain in the city of beasts doesn't stop for 3 to 5 days. I'll fetch you some furs." "Thank you." Before Tang Ruan could respond, Huche readily agreed. Before long, a beastman arrived with furs and even brought some meat. Tang Ruan, in turn, gifted him most of the fruits she had gathered that day, asking him to share them with others. She could not consume such an abundance herself. She had gathered them merely because they were ripe, that if left unpicked, they would rot on the ground. Tang Ruan started a fire to roast the meat and fruits while outside. The rain poured down in torrents, bringing a slight chill. Achoo! Tang Ruan sneezed as a fur blanket was tossed over her head. "Wrap yourself in this. Dry your clothes before putting them back on." Tang Ruan glanced at Huche, then around the cave. There was no place to shield herself from the rain. Huche crossed his arms and turned his back. "Don't worry. I have no interest in you." While Tang Ruan might doubt the words of other beastmen, Huche's assertion rang true. After all, he was the most handsome and proud beast man she had ever encountered. Moreover, having shared a living space for so long, nothing untoward had occurred between them. Tang Ruan removed her wet clothing and wrapped the fur around herself like a towel. She continued roasting food, and shortly, enticing aromas filled the air. "Can I turn around now?" Huche suddenly inquired. Tang Ruan only then realized he had been facing away. "You can sit now." Huche hurriedly approached the fire, appearing quite cold. After finishing their meal, Tang Ruan's clothes had dried sufficiently, allowing her to put them back on. The beastman who delivered the goods likely assumed they were a couple, as he had only brought a large piece of fur, with the rest being rather scanty. merely suitable for padding beneath their bodies. However, the outer city beastmen were not particularly skilled in hunting, so this large fur was likely a treasured item for them. Given the chill in the air, Tang Ruan felt embarrassed to ask for another. "You can have it. I'm fine." Hu Che shivered slightly. "How about we share?" In the next moment, Hu Che dove into the blanket beside her. Chapter 61. He wanted her to be his. And his alone. "Tang Ruan," Hu Che exclaimed, happily clutching the blanket, "that I must warn you, female, do not harbor any designs on me. I have just come of age." Tang Ruan felt a twinge of annoyance, as if he were suggesting she might take advantage of him like an old man. "I have only been of age for less than a year." Oh, I see. He intended to clarify that he was a youthful male, but upon realizing Tang Ruan was nearly his age, he found himself surprised. Yet, she was so capable of caring for others, with a pleasant temperament and considerable wisdom. She certainly did not seem like a newly matured female. Tang Ruan nestled into the blanket, placing a stone between them while tucking in the corners. "Sleep now, little one. I assure you, I will not take an interest in you." Hu Che did not comprehend what the little child meant, yet he found Tang Ruan's angry visage to be utterly adorable. In the stillness of the night, the flickering flames illuminated Tang Ruan's delicate sleeping face. She turned over, facing Hu Che, and extended her arm. Awakened by the disturbance, Hu Che gently placed her hand back and tucked the blanket around her. Suddenly, she lowered her head, burying her chin into the fur blanket, and began to sob softly. Tang Ruan. Hu Che called her name softly that in the past, she would sometimes awaken in tears from her dreams. During those moments, he would intentionally create some noise to rouse her. But this time, with her so close to him, he did not wish for her to wake. Leaning down, he pressed a kiss on her eyelid, wishing to dry her tears. How wonderful it would be if he could remain by her side. If only he could, he would never allow her to cry in her dreams. His kiss glided from the corner of her eye down to her nose, and then further down to her lips. Yet, he could only act like a thief, secretly concealing all his impure thoughts. The instant he touched her soft lips, something within Hu Che stirred, awakening with fervor. His body ignited with heat, an uncontrollable desire to deepen the kiss washed over him, yearning for her to be his, and his alone. Suddenly, a voice from outside the cave broke the silence, belonging to a beastman. Hu Che sprang up, positioning himself protectively in front of Tang Ruan. The fire's glow illuminated the figure at the cave entrance. Yin Qing, with a cold expression, stood there. Despite the torrential downpour, not a single drop of rain touched him. As if an aura of dominance repelled the moisture away from him. His gaze swept over Hu Che, landing on the startled Tang Ruan behind him. "Why are you here in the middle of the night?" Tang Ruan asked, astonished. Yin Qing's eyes fixated on her, filled with the images he had just witnessed. It was he who had interrupted their intimate moment. At that instant, jealousy surged within him, a desire to eliminate this male. "Your cave is on fire." "What?" Tang Ruan stood up, alarmed. She heard Ximing rushing in from behind, as if he had just caught up to Yin Qing. "Tang Ruan, are you all right?" "I'm fine." The sight of Yin Qing's icy expression made Ximing shrink back. "Qi Ling set a fire, and now your cave is reduced to ashes. Fortunately, you two did not return today. The Snake King has been searching for you throughout the city. Wait. Snake King, please wait for me." Before Ximing could finish, Yin Qing cast one last deep glance at Hu Che before turning and stepping back into the rain. So, that cold demeanor was rooted in concern for them both. As she pondered Yin Qing's final look at Hu Che, she questioned whether his worry was for her or for him. Sometimes, when one hears enough rumors, they begin to believe them. After spending 2 more days outside the city, Tang Ruan and Hu Che prepared to return once the weather cleared. The beastmen from the outer city came to bid them farewell. One female beastman hesitated, seemingly wanting to say something. "Sister, do you have something to tell me?" Tang Ruan initiated the conversation. The female beastman shyly confessed, "The fruits you brought the other day were exceptionally delicious. My little one has been clamoring for them. That my beast husband went to the forest to find the same. But they simply do not taste the same as yours. May I come to your land to pick a few?" "Of course, that's no problem." Tang Ruan had thought it was something serious. "But do you all find them delicious?" "Delicious," many exclaimed in unison, "that I have never tasted such delightful fruits before." "Me neither. The sweet wheat was the sweetest I've ever had," they all echoed. Tang Ruan couldn't contain her joy. It affirmed that her experimental field was a success. If one bee city could cultivate more delectable plants and sweet wheat, she would no longer have to eat meat daily. Her mind whirled with ideas. I can let everyone pick, but there aren't too many fruits, so each person might only get one or two. Disappointment flickered across the faces of the beast men, but they understood Tang Ruan was speaking the truth. They couldn't deplete what she had worked so hard to cultivate. However, I can teach everyone how to grow them. Once you learn, you can cultivate your own delicious food. Really? An excited little beast man interjected. Can I grow them as well as the witch sister? Of course. The beast men of one beast city lacked professional planting experience, but they would purposely leave some seeds beneath the delicious plants, hoping to grow the same in the following year. Tang Ruan spent the afternoon guiding them, planting each piece of land according to her mental layout. As dusk approached, she and Hu Che made their way back. From the outer city to the middle city, and then to the inner city, Tang Ruan encountered several snake tribe beastmen, including Shi Yan's son, Shi Lei. Upon seeing her, Shi Lei hesitated, and after meeting Hu Che's warning gaze, swallowed the words that had almost escaped his lips. Tang Ruan must surely despise him now, if it weren't for him revealing her matter to that weasel beast and subsequently getting her followed. She wouldn't have faced such danger. Though he did not know what transpired that night, the gruesome fate of the weasel beast suggested that the Snake King had been enraged. He was known to be decisive in killing, rarely employing such torturous methods. As for Tang Ruan's beast husband, he was a seemingly docile character with a ruthless mind. However, after that night, he learned something important. Tang Ruan was not someone he could covet, for she was favored by the Snake King. Everyone believed the Snake King preferred males. In the year and more he had followed the Snake King in a battle, he had witnessed many males trying to curry favor with him under the pretense of being by his side, all of whom were unceremoniously expelled. Ximing had only recently joined him and was, of course, oblivious to these matters, foolishly lamenting that Tang Ruan lacked insight and that the Snake King had finally found true love. Yet she still refused to relinquish Hu Che. How absurd! Shi Lei shook his head that if he truly cared for Hu Che, why would he secretly protect Tang Ruan while never mentioning her beast husband? If one day she were to become the Snake King's consort, would he still have a chance? Shi Lei dared not ponder further. His life was at stake. The Snake King was, in truth, a man of great control, unwilling to let any matter slip from his grasp. Upon returning to the inner city, even though he was already aware of the cave being burned down, seeing the charred entrance still startled Tang Ruan. As for her snakes, they were undoubtedly charred and crisp. "Wife, please don't go in just yet. Let me tidy up," Hu Che said. "Come in." As soon as he finished speaking, Yanqing appeared at the entrance of the Snake King's cave. His expression remained impassive, yet his gaze was unwaveringly fixed on Tang Ruan. "From today onward, you will reside with me." Chapter 62. For the sake of survival, I can only accompany her. Tang Ruan and Hu Che moved into the Snake King's cave, occupying the former dwelling of Bai Yi, which was adjacent to Yanqing's quarters. Bai Yi was reassigned to be with Qi Ling. As Tang Ruan followed Hu Che inside, she was halted by Ximing. "Hey, Tang Ruan, you and your beast husband will be living separately." "Why?" Tang Ruan blurted out, then suddenly realized Yanqing was still single. Their current situation resembled that of a young couple living next to a single friend. The soundproofing of the cave was inadequate, and Ximing likely feared they might produce some noise. "All right, I will change my mind that I can finally live independently," she exclaimed, feeling a sense of freedom. Ximing wore an expression of approval, recognizing her understanding of the situation. Observing how Ximing was directing Tang Ruan to a cave farther from Hu Che, he realized that Yanqing had allowed them to move in for Tang Ruan's protection against Qi Ling's potential harm. And it had nothing to do with Hu Che. Yet he opened his mouth but could not voice his thoughts. After all, in what capacity could he express such sentiments? "Can I also use the cave next door?" Tang Ruan inquired of Ximing. "Shi Yin is about to give birth, and I need to help her hatch the eggs. The hatching room requires a higher temperature, necessitating another room." This Ximing glanced at Yanqing. The last time he had acted on his own accord, he had been met with a scowl for several days. "Very well." Upon receiving Yanqing's consent, Tang Ruan immediately beamed with joy. "Thank you. That's wonderful." As he witnessed her radiant smile emerge for the first time due to his words, Yanqing's gaze softened unexpectedly, and a slight smile crept onto his lips. "Tang Ruan. Ximing." Tang Ruan. Indeed. In her dreams, he is but a figure of expression. Ximing. The Snake King actually smiled. He was so delighted that Hu Che moved in the depths of the forest. A few fox calls resonated. Hu Che stood by the stream, gazing into the distance. Suddenly, a reddish-brown fox leaped out from the thicket and, upon landing at his feet, transformed into a handsome young man. "Lord Hu Che, is it truly you?" Hu Che hurriedly helped Hu Xiao to his feet. "How did you become Lord Qi Ling's beast husband?" he inquired, curiosity piqued. Hu Xiao lowered his head. "After we became separated, we were besieged by the White Fox clan. They showed no mercy and sought to annihilate us." Hu Che was taken aback. Despite being of the same bloodline, how could they do such a thing? The Fox clan originally consisted of both the White and Red Fox clans, with the first consort of the Old Fox King being the leader of the White Foxes. Following her death, the Old Fox King ascended to the leadership of the White Fox clan, and subsequently, Hu Che's mother, the leader of the Red Fox clan, took him as her beast husband, that he had a remarkable way of treating his consort. After his mother's passing, he entrusted the tribe to him, leading to a prosperous amalgamation of the two clans. The Old Fox King transitioned from clan leader to Fox King. However, the children of his first consort harbored resentment, believing Hu Che's mother was responsible for their mother's demise. This suppressed hatred erupted after the Old Fox King's death, igniting a war between the White Fox clan and the Red Fox clan, resulting in the latter being driven from their territory. Hu Che clenched his fists in anger. Though they did not share the same mother, he had genuinely regarded his White Fox siblings as family during his childhood. "When I barely escaped with my life, I happened upon Lord Qi Ling, to Tio survive. I had no choice but to follow her. She later accepted me without reservation," that Hu Xiao expressed with a tinge of shame. "Now, I am of some use to her. One of the Snake King cities is under my management." With a soft sigh, Hu Che lamented. Even after leaving the Fox clan, they remained trapped in the fate of being mere objects. Exchange for profit. "Have you seen my elder brother?" Hu Xiao shook his head. "After stabilizing beside Lord Qi Ling, I have been searching for you all. There has been no sign of the eldest prince." "Didn't you say you were with the second princess and the eldest prince?" Hu Che recalled the days spent in captivity with the Lion clan, his nails digging into his flesh. "They are no longer with you, Est." Hu Xiao took a step back in shock. "How could this be? But the eldest brother asked me to wait for him. I am waiting for him to lead us in reviving the Red Fox clan." Hu Che, filled with excitement, grasped Hu Zhao's shoulders. That Hu Zhao's expression dimmed. He had been Hu Mo's right-hand man for so long and knew him well that if he were safe, he would do everything to return to Hu Che's side. He would never rest easy knowing his pure-hearted younger brother was alone in the world. "Lord Hu Che," Hu Xiao hesitated before speaking. "Have you considered that you are already an adult?" Hu Che was taken aback. Not comprehending his meaning, Hu Xiao lifted his gaze, his amber eyes resolutely fixed on him. "To revive the Red Fox clan, you need not wait for the eldest prince. You can do it yourself." Chapter 63, he took her hand and kissed her wounded area. "But I always follow my elder brother's lead." Hu Che lowered his head, momentarily at a loss that he had certainly contemplated reviving the Red Fox clan through his own strength. Yet he was uncertain of how to proceed. That in the past, he only needed to follow his elder brother's footsteps. That if you are unsure of what to do, Hu Xiao suddenly knelt before him, grasping his hand. "Then let us seek refuge with Lord Qi Ling together. The Snake Clan's cities are all managed by Lord Qi Ling. She greatly values her beast husbands, each of whom governs a city. One day, these cities could also become our own strength." Hu Che hesitated. Even if they controlled two cities, they could never claim them as their own, that he had witnessed Yan Qin conquer cities. Indeed, the other snakes merely dealt with the aftermath. He alone possessed the capability to sweep through a city, that if they were to serve the Snake Clan, then betraying them would only lead to death. However, there was not a complete lack of utility. At the very least, they could use these resources to gather the scattered Red Fox clan, providing them with sustenance and shelter. "What are you hesitating for? Is it because of that female?" Hu Xiao grasped his hand tightly. "Is she your consort?" Hu Che remained silent. The Hu Xiao wore a look of exasperation. How can the Fox clan choose their consorts so casually? "Have you forgotten? The Old Fox King thrived by utilizing his consort. The same goes for those from the White Fox clan. Don't worry, that I will find a way to force her to yield you to Lord Qi Ling when the time comes. All you need to do is use your charm on Lord Qi Ling." As Hu Xiao spoke, he stood up, ready to leave. Hu Che grasped him firmly. "How dare you? If you so much as lay a finger on her..." A fierce glint flashed in his eyes that Chu Xiao was taken aback. Was this still the gentle little prince he remembered? He was willing to jeopardize the future of the entire Red Fox clan for the sake of a female. That Chu Che stared at him for a long moment before suddenly exhaling deeply. She is not my consort. We are merely pretending to be partners for our mutual benefit. That's so. Hu Zhao's face lit up with delight. Wonderful. I shall now introduce you to Lord Qi Ling. She truly has a fondness for the male members of the Fox clan. Hu Xiao spoke. He made to depart, but Hu Che grasped his shoulder, urging, "Allow me to ponder this matter for a moment. I must contemplate it." Lord Hu Che remarked, "The Fox clan must not squander their beauty." Within the Serpent King's cave, Tang Ruan and Yin Qing stared at each other, wide-eyed. "Serpent King, do you have a matter to discuss?" After he returned her, Hu Che observed that she was unscathed and took his leave. Of course, it was also possible that he departed simply because he noticed Yin Qing was seated and reluctant to rise. "Everything is well." Yin Qing continued to gaze at her. Upon meeting Tang Ruan's eyes, he turned his gaze elsewhere. He was verifying a particular notion, the conclusion being that he genuinely wished to remain by her side. As long as he was near her, a sense of tranquility enveloped him. However, the moment she left his sight, he would succumb to visions of misfortune befalling her, for she was indeed exceedingly fragile. Such a diminutive female could hardly bear offspring for the Fire Serpent clan. Memories of his mother flooded back to him. She had perished in giving him life. His father had never spoken of this matter. Yet, high-level beasts retained memories even in their mother's womb. Thus, Yin Qing vividly recalled how his ordinary serpent mother had to leave his father for a considerable duration to bring him into the world. By the time she returned, he had grown too large to be absorbed. His father had no choice but to accept this fate. His mother's dying wish had been that her beast husband love their offspring. He had fulfilled this wish, but merely in appearance, as he could not forgive Yin Qing, the one who had caused his wife's demise. Yin Qing harbored a deep fear of falling in love with Tang Ruan. To love a fragile female could lead to her ruin, especially since she already had a beast husband by her side, that he could not even find a valid reason to remain close to her. Reluctantly, he stood and prepared to leave the cave. As he stepped outside, the feelings of initial infatuation had morphed into jealousy and possessiveness, all forgotten. Tang Ruan hastily rose to follow him. "Are you leaving?" She appeared quite pleased. The cold-faced Yin Qing was truly not endearing in the slightest. Suddenly, Xi Ming barged in, carrying a deer leg. "Tang Ruan, help me roast this, that I'm crashing your meal today." Tang Ruan replied. Xi Ming continued, "Serpent King, you are here as well. Shall we dine together?" The previously indecisive Yin Qing returned to his seat. "Very well." Tang Ruan interjected, "Does no one care about my opinion?" Once the deer meat was roasted, Xi Ming ate a few pieces in a perfunctory manner before bolting. It seemed that whether in Tang Ruan's original world or in the beast realm, dining with superiors was an excruciating affair. To hasten Yin Qing's meal, Tang Ruan piled all the roasted meat before him. "Eat more. It won't taste good if it cools down." She continued to busily attend to the stone slab. "Finish quickly, so we can clear out." Tang Ruan utilized homemade wooden chopsticks, accompanied by seasonings unfamiliar to Yin Qing. She even presented him with a pair of chopsticks, although they were initially cumbersome to use. They proved effective once accustomed, preventing messiness. He suddenly felt that living together with her would indeed be quite entertaining. If you were to accept another beast husband, what kind would you desire? Yin Qing inadvertently voiced. Oblivious to his own words, Tang Ruan was taken aback, her chopsticks snapping suddenly, her wrist colliding with the stone slab. The bracelet on her hand emitted a burnt odor. Tang Ruan swiftly recoiled. Yin Qing waved his hand, and the stone slab instantly lost its warmth, extinguishing the flames beneath it, even forming a layer of frost. Tang Ruan gazed in astonishment at the scene. He could absorb heat, to manipulate fire, absorb thermal energy, and burn the blood of beasts. He was incredibly formidable. Why had she initially perceived him as the gentlest beast in her dreams? Yin Qing grasped Tang Ruan's scalded wrist. Mere seconds later, the sensation of heat dissipated, replaced by a refreshing coolness that was most agreeable. Yin Qing released his grip, and her delicate wrist appeared so fragile in his palm, as if it might snap with the slightest pressure. Observing the slight wrinkles on her wrist, he displayed an expression of displeasure. Despite his timely intervention, why had she still been harmed? Tang Ruan harbored a genuine fear of his frigid demeanor. especially when standing so close. The inherent pressure he exuded compelled her, an ordinary individual, to wish to kneel and worship him. That I am unhurt. Tang Ruan attempted to withdraw her hand, only to have him grasp it once more. The braided bracelet of Hu Che burned away, revealing the beast husband mark beneath, a wolf's fang. She had mentioned that her missing beast husband was named Wolf Hunter, a high-level beast of the wolf clan. He scrutinized it repeatedly. Her wrist bore only a single beast husband mark, which would be fixed in position on a female. Thus, she indeed had only one beast husband, who was now missing. This revelation granted him a reason to remain by her side. Yan Qing's eyes sparkled with uncontainable excitement. He would protect her. This was the justification for his presence alongside her. The thoughts of stepping away and forgetting everything were swiftly cast aside. Tang Ruan, he affectionately called her name, his emerald eyes glowing with a soft filter, radiating an unusually gentle warmth. The figure from his dreams and the one before him finally converged. Tang Ruan stared at him, her heart racing, that he took her hand and kissed the injured area. Chapter 64. A kiss with Hu Che. Tang Ruan snapped back to reality. What are you doing? She attempted to swing her hand, but Yan Qing effortlessly captured it. Twisting it behind her back with little force, he pressed his fingertips against her palm, intertwining their fingers. Her gaze fell upon his alluring collarbone, accompanied by the scent of cedar emanating from him. Her heart raced, and her ears flushed. Let us make a deal. He inhaled her hair, longing yet cautious not to draw too close. That I shall help you locate your beast husband, Wolf Hunter, in exchange for you becoming my wife. Helping me find Wolf Hunter was your promise from the outset. As long as I can assist the Serpent Clan in birthing more females. Tang Ruan's voice trembled slightly with tension. But can you wait? She gazed at him, bewildered. Yan Qing distanced himself just a bit, reluctantly caressing her hand, explaining earnestly, the young of the Serpent Clan only reveal their gender after reaching 2 or 3 years of age. Can you truly wait that long? His gaze fell upon the ghostly crystal on Tang Ruan's neck. Many believed it to be her beast husband's crystal, considering her mad for seeking someone already deceased. Yet, the shaman had informed him that she had once lost a child. Thus, this crystal might belong to her offspring. Her beast husband had committed the act his father had longed to accomplish, but failed, the slaying of his own child. This indicated that Tang Ruan's body was ill-suited for bearing offspring of such energy levels. Naturally, she could not bear his children. Moreover, she might not even be of the Serpent Clan. Yet he still wished to be with her. Yan Qing felt as if he were losing his sanity. Tang Ruan remained silent, unaware of the lengthy period required to determine the gender of serpent offspring. She was equally oblivious to when Yan Qing had developed feelings for her. Could it be that this was the predestined fate of their dreams? To claim she felt nothing for him would be a falsehood. Her heartbeat spoke volumes. However, agreeing to be with him simply because of Wolf Hunter would be profoundly unfair to Yan Qing. Furthermore, she was not yet prepared to embrace a new romance. Then consider it. We have ample time, that he interrupted her, as if fearing she might utter a word of refusal. That he lowered his head and pressed a kiss to her hair. Tang Ruan's heart suddenly warmed. Wolf Hunter had also relished this gesture. In the days that followed, Tang Ruan rose early and returned late, after attending to the affairs of the Snake Clan. She toiled in the fields. She needed a bit of space to contemplate her relationship with Yan Qing. That Hu Che had suddenly become quite clingy. Wherever she went, he followed, except when sleeping. During one meal, Tang Ruan could no longer contain herself and asked, Hu Che, do you have feelings for me? Hu Che's chopsticks hovered in midair. After a long pause, he lifted his face, confusion written all over it. Tang Ruan, have you been poisoned? What nonsense are you spouting? Tang Ruan replied earnestly, I just suddenly realized that you genuinely enjoy being with me, that if all the orcs that appear in dreams are destined to fall in love with her, then so too must Hutch. Hutch gazed at her, his eyes shimmering. The sunlight illuminated his exquisite face. Just as Tang Ruan believed he was about to confess his feelings, Hutch suddenly set down his chopsticks, stood up, hands on his hips, and said angrily, Tang Ruan, we are not lacking in food or drink at the moment, that I do not need to go hunting. The snake tribe does not particularly welcome me. I am quite bored and can only accompany you in search of amusement. Do you call this love? Tang Ruan replied, I'm sorry, I must have been overly sentimental. Indeed, why should she think of herself as a heartthrob? It is no wonder that after being confessed to by someone as handsome as Yan Qing, she became a bit lightheaded, that oh dear. With tears in her eyes, Tang Ruan consumed an entire steamed bun. The grains she had cultivated were, indeed, delicious. Although her fanciful thoughts had momentarily irked Hutch, they did not diminish his enthusiasm for new experiences. The sweet wheat that Tang Ruan and the orcs planted matured in merely a month. Relying on her memory, she sketched a design for a stone mill and had it crafted by the higher-ranking orcs, placing it in the forest for communal use. Hutch transformed into a giant fox, exuberantly pulling the mill, akin to a puppy with a newfound toy, running round and round until Tang Ruan felt dizzy. She leaned against a tree and closed her eyes. The midday sun warmed her face, casting shadows from her lashes beneath her eyes. Suddenly, the sunlight was obscured. Tang Ruan groggily opened her eyes a crack and beheld a tall youth with fair skin standing before her. Hutch. She attempted to fully open her eyes, but her eyelids felt as heavy as lead, and her body was immobile. Hutch crouched down, his amber eyes shimmering with a rosy glow, breathtakingly enchanting. He gently lifted her chin, leaned in, and kissed her. The kiss lingered for an eternity, twisting and turning, until Tang Ruan surrendered her struggle, closed her eyes, and embraced his kiss. She suddenly realized that she did not feel repulsed by Hutch at all. In fact, she found it somewhat enjoyable. Tang Ruan felt like a marionette in his hands, able to open her eyes only at his beckoning. His face became crystal clear, illuminated from behind, as if a deity of beauty had descended. "Do you like me?" His voice held a tantalizing quality that stirred every nerve in her body. Tang Ruan grasped the grass beneath her, like. Hutch smiled, forgetting the events of the day, remembering only what she had said. "Shaman, hurry back, we will handle the rest." Tang Ruan was jolted awake by the voice of an orc. She opened her eyes to find herself napping beneath a large tree, with no sign of Hutch nearby. She had once again dreamt of kissing Hutch. This was the second time. The first was in the orc cave of the outer city, and another time, she dreamed of him lying in her embrace. Tang Ruan buried her head in her hands, lamenting her own excessive infatuation. How could she harbor such thoughts about the little fox? He was clearly rather innocent. Tang Ruan suddenly realized how difficult it was to remain untainted when faced with temptation. Moreover, she hadn't even truly been untainted yet. Merely because she saw him daily, her mind began to wander. Tang Ruan felt despondent, unsure of how to face Hutch. Fortunately, she did not see him for the rest of the afternoon. When she returned in the evening and passed by his cave, she peeked inside but found no one to whom. She felt a twinge of curiosity about where he had gone. "Are you looking for Hutch?" "Ah." Yan Qing's voice startled Tang Ruan. She nervously nodded, though she was unsure why she felt guilty. Perhaps it was because she was harboring thoughts of another in front of someone who liked her. "I will help you find him." Yan Qing maintained a stoic expression, but Tang Ruan detected a hint of hurt in his tone. Before she could refuse, he turned and walked away. There is no need to seek him out personally. After all, he is the Snake King. Meanwhile, in a secluded cave, Hu Xiao knelt before Hutch in excitement. "Little prince, it is wonderful that you have come to a decision. I merely agreed to meet her. The rest is up to me. You cannot be present, nor can you make any promises to her," Hutch instructed. Hu Xiao hesitated. "But if you do not inform Lord Chiliang, what if she gets angry? If I am not by your side, who will protect you?" "Rest assured, I will be fine. Just make the arrangements," he said, his voice trailing off. Tang Ruan. He dashed out of the cave, only to find it was merely a rabbit darting through the woods. He breathed a sigh of relief. Why was his first concern not the fear of being overheard, but rather the worry that the visitor outside was Tang Ruan? He feared she might witness his unsavory side. Hu Xiao rushed out, exclaiming, "Lord Hutch, have you already become a high-ranking orc?" "Yes." Hutch hesitated briefly before nodding. The definitions of intermediate and high-ranking orcs were inherently vague. After consuming the spiritual fruit Tang Ruan had brought back, he found he could control his powers increasingly well. "Wonderful. Your abilities are akin to those of the old Fox King." Inside the cave of Chiliang, she unfurled a parchment made from sheepskin. The parchment illustrated the current territories of the snake tribe and the areas they intended to attack. Using red stones, she marked these regions, all of which were managed by her beast husband. In other words, they directly answered to her command. "Who?" Chiliang suddenly heard a noise. Before she could turn, someone descended from above and covered her mouth from behind. Chiliang swiftly turned, her whip cracking as a pair of rose-colored eyes met hers. As Chilling's eyes gradually lost focus under Hutch's gaze, the red whip slipped from her grasp. Hutch stepped forward, and she retreated until there was nowhere left to go. Chilling seated herself upon a stone chair, while Hutch's hands braced against the sides of the chair, a confident smile playing on his lips. Now, I will ask the questions, and you shall provide the answers. Chilling nodded like a marionette. What is that map? My map, the territories of the snake tribe. Chilling suddenly laughed, her eyes vacant and her smile eerie. No, it is my territory. Hutch's brow furrowed slightly. He had intended to casually ask a question to test whether his psychic ability was effective. Yet it seemed he had stumbled upon something of great significance. He turned to examine the map, pondering. You seem to express great affection for the Snake King. Is that true? Of course, I love him. For only by becoming his wife can I possess everything of the snake tribe. Having everything is far more delightful than merely acquiring a beast husband. Hutch's eyes widened slightly. Thus, her professed devotion was merely a performance for others. She exploited the familial bond she shared with the Snake King, along with the guilt from their failed bond, to gradually usurp his territory. Using the beast husband, she could control that if one day the Snake King were to be willing to become her beast husband, then the snake tribe would rightfully belong to her. And if the Snake King ultimately refuses to acknowledge you as his wife. Chilling raised her head, staring deeply into Hutch's eyes that moment. He even believed that his powers had faltered. Then I shall kill every last one of the snake tribe, including Yin Qing. All disobedient orcs deserve to perish. But did you not grow up together? Hutch could not comprehend, just as he could not understand why his siblings from the White Fox tribe had to be eliminated. And so what? Why should he be born a king while I am merely a discarded item? Meant for breeding? But he has not formed a contract with you. You are already free. Chilling paused. That I do not want the freedom he offers to. I am the most powerful orc. Only I can control the destinies of others. Hutch took a deep breath. That he began to understand why, in his childhood tales, his mother described the red-boned snake tribe as the most unreasonable of all orcs. They always aspired to be the strongest and to dominate the fates of others. Because of their power, they regarded lives as mere weeds to be trampled. Whenever they were displeased, they would slaughter other races without hesitation, ultimately leading to their own demise at the hands of a coalition of tribes. Unexpectedly, he had overlooked this detail. Hutch inhaled deeply. Listen closely. From now on, you will forget all our previous conversations. You will re-employ me and relinquish a city to my command. However, you do not wish to take me as your beast husband. Chilling's gaze gradually focused, her vision clearing to reveal his breathtaking visage. Her mind buzzed, unable to recall what had transpired earlier, yet she distinctly heard the last words. But you do not wish to take me as your beast husband. Qi Ling firmly grasped Hu Che's throat, and despite his desperate attempts to pry her fingers away, she remained unyielding. That he was taken aback, astonished that a female could possess such formidable strength. The crimson energy encircled Hu Che. Lifting him into the air, Qi Ling, seated upon a stone chair, regarded him as one would an exquisite piece of art. Clenching her fist, her powers tightened with her movements, leaving vivid red marks upon Hu Che's delicate skin. Though I cannot recall the events that transpired, you brought this upon yourself, that I rather enjoy the males of the Fox tribe. She mused, her gaze wandering over him. The Hu Che felt exposed, a swell of humiliation and anger surging within him. Don't even think about it. He shouted defiantly, that if you continue to resist, I shall have no choice but to end your life. Oh, how delightful it would be to do so in front of your wife, allowing her to witness her beastly husband attempting to seduce me. Ha! You dare! Hu Che roared, preferring death over allowing Tang Ruan to misunderstand the situation. That, oh dear! What if she becomes heartbroken and seeks solace in Yanqing? Qi Ling suddenly began to speak to herself, her demeanor shifting erratically. Yes, after she has been humiliated, I shall kill her. Ha! You lunatic! Hu Che initially believed her madness stemmed from unrequited love, only to realize she was inherently deranged. How could Yanqing be so blind as to employ such a person? Qi Ling laughed until tears streamed down her face. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from the entrance. Who is it? It is I, Bai Yi. Bai Yi was Qi Ling's trusted confidant, willing to assist her in any endeavor to become her mate, as their bond had already been consummated. If he could not become her beast husband, his only option would be death. Hence, she permitted him to enter her lair at any time to report. The Serpent King requests your presence. he stated. Yan Qing says he has something of great importance to discuss with you. Qi Ling's grip suddenly loosened, and Hu Che fell to the ground, yet the red energy continued to bind him tightly. She stepped on his abdominal muscles, declaring, "Little fox, wait for my return, that we shall play together slowly." After Qi Ling departed, Hu Che gradually moved toward the sheepskin scroll, laboriously rising to record the location depicted upon it. His memory was exceptional. After merely 2 glances, he could vividly recreate the image in his mind. He needed to devise a plan to escape and inform Yan Qing, for only he could defeat her and ensure Tang Ruan's safety. As he pondered, a cacophony erupted outside the cave. Chapter 66. The Corpse of the Fox Fire. Fire. Where is Lord Qi Ling? She has gone out. Quick, extinguish the flames. We have no water element beasts. Amidst the clamor, Hu Che struggled to reach the cave entrance, where he beheld flickering flames in the distance. Qi Ling's beast husbands and other beasts were in a frenzy, but the fire had not yet spread to his location. It was the perfect opportunity to flee. Qi Ling's powers would contract in response to his movements, and each small step he took caused several lacerations upon his skin. Taking a deep breath, Hu Che resolved to take a gamble that if he could transform into his beast form faster than the energy contracted, he could successfully escape. He closed his eyes, focused his mind, and charged toward the cave's exit. With a resounding crash, he collided against the threshold. Hu Che was thrown back. A wave of red energy surged toward him like scalding water splashed upon his skin. The flesh on his chest reddened instantly, exacerbating the wounds that had already marred his skin, blood trickling down in fine rivulets. Gritting his teeth, he suppressed a groan of pain. He had not anticipated that Qi Ling's powers would not only hinder his transformation, but that she had also erected a barrier at the cave entrance. The barrier, laced with venom, inflicted an indescribable agony throughout his body. The chains of energy binding him seemed to sense his intent to escape, suddenly tightening and constricting him even more. Ugh! Blood dripped onto the ground as Hu Che collapsed, his body trembling from the pain, biting down hard enough to draw blood from his cheek. Suddenly, he heard footsteps and instinctively raised his gaze, spotting the newcomer. That he managed to smile, that it's you in the inner city. Tang Ruan had waited for several hours without any sign of Yan Qing's return. An inexplicable turmoil churned within her, prompting her to venture out while daylight still lingered. Passing by a mountainside, she was suddenly engulfed by a thick, acrid smoke billowing towards the sky. Several beasts stood nearby, pointing and murmuring, "How could there be a fire? It must be because Lord Qi Ling is angry again. This isn't the first time she's burned her own lair. When the old Serpent King was still around, she did it once before. That I heard several of her beast husbands perished in the flames, including the new one. By why it seems this fire is no small matter. The Qi Gu snake tribe is truly fearsome. Had she not been raised by the old Serpent King, we might have been casually slaughtered as well. Her beast husbands are truly unfortunate. Speaking of which, what could have provoked her? Isn't it because of Tang Ruan?" Upon hearing her name, Tang Ruan swiftly turned on her heel, preparing to flee. That if Qi Ling was enraged enough to kill her own beast husband, she had no doubt she would do the same to her. How terrifying! Her beast husband? Tang Ruan suddenly halted, her heart racing. How could Hu Che be connected to Qi Ling? I don't know. Someone saw him enter Lord Qi Ling's lair. Tang Ruan pushed her way into the crowd, seizing the beast who had spoken. "You just said Hu Che was in Qi Ling's lair." The beast, recognizing Tang Ruan, was momentarily speechless, unsure how to respond. The notion of one's beast husband willingly entering another female's lair was rife with implications. "That I only heard it mentioned," he stammered. "Who said it?" Tang Ruan pressed. The beast turned to another among the crowd. "Hey, did you see Hu Che go into Lord Qi Ling's lair? I heard Bai Yi say so. Bai Yi is already dead." Tang Ruan followed the terrified gaze of the beast, only to discover several charred corpses of beasts laid out before the mountain. Upon death, beasts would revert to their lowest form. The charred remains were vaguely distinguishable as a snake, a dog, a large bird, and a fox. Tang Ruan couldn't be sure, but the size certainly matched Hu Che's. Her legs suddenly felt as if they had lost all strength, nearly causing her to collapse. The surrounding beasts rushed to support her. "Tang Ruan, don't panic. Among Qi Ling's beast husbands, there is also a fox tribe member." Tang Ruan looked up to see Xi Lei, who regarded her with concern, his lips pressed together tightly. "Hu Che, none of us know the situation. The fire is too intense. We cannot enter until the Serpent King arrives." Before he could finish, a sudden chill washed over them. Everyone looked up to see Yanqing standing atop the mountain, raising his hand. The flames behind him gradually extinguished, coalescing into a single red point before descending into his palm. Absorbed by him. "Excellent." Shilei immediately rallied the others toward the mountainside, and Tang Ruan followed suit. Suddenly, an arm barred her path. Tang Ruan looked up to see Yanqing frowning slightly, gazing at her. "Do not go any closer," he warned gravely to Chu Che. She suddenly saw several snake tribe beasts carrying another fox corpse from the flames. Chu Che. She gripped his arm tightly, trembling, her eyes pleading. She silently begged him to tell her that she was mistaken, that there was another fox in the cave. Yet Yanqing, with the calmest demeanor, uttered the most brutal 3 words. "It is him." Tang Ruan's heart felt as though it had been violently wrenched from her chest. This sensation was one she had experienced just 6 months prior, and she swore she never wished to endure such pain again. Why? Just as she had begun to realize her affections for Hu Che. This tragedy befell her. Was it truly, as the fortune teller had predicted, that everyone she loved would end in heartache? If so, she would prefer to have never loved at all than to wish for his death. It was all her fault. Why had she suddenly discovered her feelings for Hu Che? "Come with me," Yanqing said, bending down to carry her away. Tang Ruan abruptly pushed his hand away, racing frantically toward Hu Che's corpse. She had to see it with her own eyes. Otherwise, she could not accept it. How could such a thing happen to her? Surely, there was some mistake. As Tang Ruan rushed forward, Yanqing swiftly hoisted her back. "Tang Ruan, Hu Che's beast husband Mark has already vanished." He suddenly shouted loudly, and Tang Ruan had never witnessed Yanqing speak with such a volume. She was startled, shivering from the shock. Yanqing grasped her hand, positioning her wrist in front of the orc's, and repeated forcefully, "Wake up. Hu Che is already dead." "No." Tang Ruan shook her head. "The absence of a beast husband Mark does not signify his demise. We are..." Before she could finish, Yanqing abruptly enveloped her in a tight embrace, so constricting that she could scarcely breathe. Tang Ruan struck him with all her might, yet she found herself utterly immobilized. His large hand cradled the back of her head, shielding her entirely within his arms. Then a muffled sound of suppressed sobbing emanated from his chest, and soon, her tears soaked the fabric there. Each of her sobs felt like a knife carving away at his heart. And he suddenly realized the depth of Tang Ruan's love for Hu Che. So profound that it surpassed his expectations, he lowered his head and kissed the crown of her hair, whispering in a tone only they could hear. "Do not be afraid, I promise." Chapter 67, I do not wish for her to suffer. Upon hearing his subsequent words, Tang Ruan's eyes widened in surprise, sensing her tears had ceased. Only then did Yanqing dare to release her. Tang Ruan lifted her head, dazedly asking, "What do you mean?" "I promise," Yanqing declared, and suddenly leaned down, pecking her lips. After a brief pause, as if feeling that one kiss was insufficient, he kissed her again. Seeing her in tears, he desperately yearned to kiss her tenderly. What of Hu Che? Before Tang Ruan could fully comprehend his intentions, Yanqing had already lifted her once more, vanishing from the sight of the crowd in an instant. After Yanqing's departure, an orc remarked, "Hu Che is dead. Surely the Snake King must be pleased. I even suspect that this fire was set by the Snake King." Another orc chimed in. "With Hu Che gone, Tang Ruan belongs to him alone." "Hey, what nonsense are you spouting?" The voice of Shilei startled the 2 orcs, for he was a high-ranking orc they dared not provoke, causing them to fall silent immediately. Though he publicly defended the Snake King, a subtle thought arose within him. He, too, wished for Hu Che's demise, to have a chance with Tang Ruan. The Snake King, a man with such a strong desire for control. How could he not? "Yanqing, where are you taking me? You just promised nothing would happen. Did you see Hu Che?" Tang Ruan struggled against his shoulder with all her might. Yanqing remained silent, walking at a steady pace deeper into a concealed tunnel. The further they ventured, the darker it became, until Tang Ruan could see nothing at all, and a hint of fear began to creep in. Yanqing adjusted his hold. She found herself seated on his arm, instinctively tightening her grip around his neck. "Where are you taking me?" she asked, her voice trembling slightly. "Here we are." As he spoke, Tang Ruan turned her head to see a cave illuminated by flickering flames at the tunnel's end. Within, a slender shadow stood with arms crossed. Reluctantly, Yanqing set Tang Ruan down, watching as she rushed towards that figure to Hu Che. Tang Ruan stood at the cave's entrance, her face marked by dried tears. The youth within the cave turned, revealing a body marred with red welts. She blinked to confirm. Hu Che. Tang Ruan dashed forward, wrapping her arms around his waist, resting her forehead against his shoulder, and wept uncontrollably. I thought you were dead. You scared me to death. Why am I so unfortunate? I thought you were gone. Her tears fell onto his wounds, stinging him slightly, yet he could not bear to push her away. Tang Ruan sobbed for a while before Hu Che mustered the courage to lift his hand and encircle her waist, arching his back and resting his head against her shoulder, affectionately nuzzling her. Well, see, I'm still alive. Save your tears for when I'm truly gone. Hey, Tang Ruan stepped on his foot, pushing him away and glaring at him indignantly, that if you dare die, you're finished. Hu Che rubbed his chin. Watching her with great interest that you've grown quite temperamental in my absence. Has someone been backing you? He raised his eyes towards Tang Ruan's rear, and only then did she notice Yen Qing standing behind her, which made her feel somewhat awkward. Shifting the topic, she asked, what happened? Hu Che settled onto a large stone, explaining, it all started with that Qi Ling, coveting my beauty, attempting to claim me as her beast husband. But my loyalty to you is unwavering. I would rather die than yield, and thus, I ended up like this. Fortunately, the Snake King happened by and set a fire, which ultimately saved me. Tang Ruan glanced at Yen Qing and suddenly realized he must have known from the very beginning that Hu Che was not her beast husband. That day, while they were in the cave eating deer legs, he had repeatedly examined her wrist before suddenly confessing his feelings to her. But why, then, did he insist on proving in front of so many orcs that Hu Che was dead? Was it to protect Hu Che from Qi Ling's continued pursuit? This cave was also set up so secretly to safeguard him. Tang Ruan felt a surge of emotion. Yen Qing was truly a good person. Snake King, I am grateful for your life-saving grace. The Hu Che stood and bowed deeply to Yen Qing. Daha. No need for thanks. Yen Qing replied nonchalantly, yet for some reason, Tang Ruan sensed an underlying discontent in his tone. Using her abilities, Tang Ruan treated Hu Che's injuries. Though he bore many wounds, fortunately, none were particularly deep. They conversed for a while longer, and eventually, she reluctantly followed Yen Qing back that it seemed inappropriate for her to remain here. Late at night, after Tang Ruan had succumbed to slumber, Yen Qing returned to face Hu Che. You certainly know how to embellish your own image, cunning fox. Likewise, Hu Che replied. Did you not also take advantage of the situation to declare me dead, ensuring I could not reappear in the Beast City, making it easier for you to pursue my wife? She is not your wife. Yen Qing's turquoise pupils suddenly transformed into slits, the flames in the cave roaring towards the ceiling. Ah, you know, yet you still don't kill me. Hu Che sat on the stone, continuing, you initially intended to use me to infiltrate the Qi Ling cave, to set a fire that would solidify Qi Ling's reputation for cruelty and indiscriminate slaughter, while conveniently eliminating all her beast husbands who stood in your way. Hu Che cast a glance at Yen Qing. You two are quite the pair. One feigns deep affection while the other pretends to be oblivious. Yen Qing sat across from him. Taken aback by how much Hu Che had gleaned from Qi Ling, he was far more astute than he had anticipated. Deciding to be forthright, he admitted, the Snake clan requires a powerful and benevolent king. But the territories were reclaimed too swiftly. They need an orc who instills fear in the other races. That female certainly inspires terror. No wonder Qi Ling would be interested in someone equally formidable like you. Hu Che shivered at the thought. Yen Qing shot him a glare. That am I truly that frightening? No wonder Tang Ruan hesitates to draw near me, while willingly throwing herself into your embrace. Recalling the scene he had witnessed not long ago, Yen Qing clenched his fists, causing the flames in the fire to blaze higher. Hey, be careful. This place might catch fire. Hu Che shrank back, daring to ask. You must want to burn me to death, right? I can't understand why you saved me. It was such a good opportunity. Yen Qing replied simply, I do not wish for her to be unhappy. Hu Che paused, then smirked sarcastically. So you don't want her to hate you for having killed me? Yen Qing returned the smile. If I do not wish for her to discover the truth, she shall never find out. Under the gaze of those slit pupils, Hu Che felt a shiver run down his spine. Those who loved Tang Ruan were all so formidable. In comparison, he felt utterly weak. Clenching his fists, he grew frustrated with himself. You are unworthy of her, Yen Qing stated dismissively. Hu Che reacted as if someone had stepped on his tail, leaping up in shock. Can this guy read minds? Yan Qing stood, seemingly about to leave. But I can offer you a chance to be worthy of her. Chapter 68, I will gift you this place. Will you truly be so kind? Hu Che could scarcely believe it. Even if the beast god appeared, he would not accept it. Follow me. Regardless of his skepticism, Yan Qing proceeded to lead the way. Hu Che hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to follow. This tunnel connected to numerous caves, and as Hu Che trailed Yan Qing, they wound left and right until they reached a spacious cavern. Inside, hushed voices could be heard, suggesting the presence of several individuals. Let us take a look. Yan Qing halted at the entrance, seemingly reluctant to enter. Hu Che cautiously peered inside, and suddenly his body trembled with excitement, his breath catching for a moment. Uncle, and all of you. The 7 or 8 members of the Fox clan inside the cave spotted Hu Che, and, after a brief moment of stunned silence, they all knelt before him. Little Prince, you are alive. You truly are alive. What wonderful news! The beast god is manifested. Our chief Fox clan still has its kin. The little prince, sobbing with despair, found himself surrounded by 7 or 8 members of the Red Fox clan, some of whom had previously served beside Hu Che, while others were strangers to him. All were kneeling at his feet, weeping profusely. Hu Che observed that their frames were frail and emaciated, their hair brittle and lifeless. Almost every individual bore old wounds, clearly the remnants of harrowing experiences and narrow escapes from death. He intended to inquire, "What has befallen you?" Yet, as the words lingered on his lips, he already grasped the answer. The White Fox clan had shown no mercy even to their own siblings. How could they spare the ordinary red foxes? Moreover, even without the relentless pursuit of the White Fox clan, solitary beastmen would find survival nearly impossible. Clenching his fists, he summoned his courage and asked, "What have you truly endured? The White Fox clan seeks to eradicate us. We have been separated from our kin." They lamented. Currently, there are 3 factions within our clan vying for power, leaving only us ordinary beastmen injured and vulnerable. Some of our kin have betrayed us, selling the handsome males of the Red Fox clan for food, while the females have fallen into the fate of shared wives. What? Hu Che gasped, shocked. How could they dare? Shared wives were mere instruments for the gratification of solitary males. Males who were either disabled or on the brink of death, indifferent to the curses of the beast gods, seeking only pleasure in their final days. The treatment of shared wives was typically grotesque, and Hu Che had only learned of this term upon arriving at the City of Beasts. Those females who became shared wives suffered relentless humiliation, rarely surviving for more than a few months. Traditionally, the females of the Fox clan were renowned for their beauty and intelligence, sought after as wives by many male suitors from various races. How could they have fallen to such depths? He suddenly recalled his sister, who had died beside him one fateful morning after being captured by the Lion clan. Initially, he did not understand why his second sister had chosen to take her own life, believing that remaining alive would afford them a chance to escape. Later, he comprehended that had she not perished, he would have been the next to be devoured. If she had lived, she might have faced an agony worse than death. Fury coursed through Hu Che, causing him to tremble. One of the clan members, observing Hu Che's anger, opened his mouth but dared not continue. "What do you wish to say?" Hu Che pressed, desperate for knowledge. "We lost some of our sickly kin to foreign beasts that I in this beastly world. It has become fashionable to consume members of the Red Fox clan. They hunt us relentlessly." Hu Che's heart raced violently. How could this be? Before the conflict between the White Fox and Red Fox clans erupted, he believed the greatest trouble in the world was the theft of ripe grapes from the trees by birds. Suddenly, he erupted in laughter. "Ha ha! How could the world be so cruel? Was everything once beautiful merely a fleeting dream?" His kin gazed at him, bewildered by his laughter, frightened into silence. The little prince was still too fragile. Merely hearing their plight had driven him to the brink of madness. They needed to find the great prince, for only he could lead them to restore the glory of the Fox clan. One beast man, who had once served Hu Che, stood and comfortingly patted his shoulder. "Little prince, do not despair. Once we find the great prince, everything will improve, that we shall seek him together." Hu Che abruptly turned to him, his eyes filled with sorrow. How could they come to comfort him when they were in such dire straits? He felt utterly useless. Closing his eyes, he nearly ground his teeth in frustration to Hu Che. "Follow me," did a voice echoed from the cave entrance. Upon hearing Yin Qing's voice, the Red Fox clan members hastily retreated deeper into the cave. They were unaware of who Yin Qing was or why he sought to rescue them. But they could sense his overwhelming power, a pressure greater than any beast man they had encountered. This individual had spared their lives and allowed them to meet the little prince. What could this mean? Was he a friend of the little prince? If so, could the Red Fox clan be saved? With hopeful anticipation, they gazed toward the entrance, awaiting Yin Qing's silhouette. Hu Che forced a bitter smile and stepped forward. His kin would rather place their hopes in a stranger than believe in him. Yin Qing led Hu Che to another cavern, its walls adorned with sheepskin maps. One particular illustration bore an uncanny resemblance to the one Hu Che had seen at Qi Ling's. He had intended to use this very map as leverage in negotiations. It appeared that everything was already within Yin Qing's grasp. He was indeed a beast man deserving of Tang Ruan. What was he? Then, Hu Che stood in the corner, head bowed in self-deprecation. Yin Qing took a seat on a stone chair, indifferent to his presence. He raised a hand, and a red glow lingered over the map. These are the current cities of the Serpent Clan, arranged in a crescent shape. The red glow traced a circle on the map as he spoke. Curiosity piqued. Hu Che raised his gaze. In the center lies the region I intend to attack next. The primary issue is that this area cannot remain under the control of the Serpent Clan. The glow rested at the opening of the crescent. Hu Che, upon observing that area, suddenly recognized its significance. It was connected to the sea, the territory of the merfolk. Yin Qing nodded with satisfaction. "It seems you were not entirely inept during your time with the Fox clan." Hu Che turned away. Even the Serpent Clan is no match for the merfolk. They are inherently proud and can command sea beasts. None dare provoke them. However, they show little interest in earthly affairs. "You appear to be quite knowledgeable about the merfolk," Yin Qing commented. "Indeed, among all beast men. Only the Fox clan has merfolk as wives, that we maintain frequent interactions with them, and I am even proficient in their language. That's excellent." Yin Qing smiled. Hu Che was taken aback. "What do you mean?" Yin Qing pointed to a small piece of land connected to the sea. Incorporating this area would allow the Serpent Clan's territory to form a surrounding circle. Capturing the central land is merely a matter of time. Hu Che glanced at the map. The area Yin Qing referred to was several times larger than all of the Serpent Clan's current territories combined. He truly had grand ambitions. Yin Qing continued. "However, the merfolk occasionally venture into this vicinity. Due to the language barrier, they often attack us, even allowing sea beasts to consume our kin. I wish to avoid conflict with the merfolk." Hu Che began to understand. "You want me to help you communicate with the merfolk?" Yin Qing lightly raised his hand, the red glow enveloping that small area. "I intend to gift this to you." Chapter 69. Questioning, Understanding, and Becoming King. Seeing Hu Che frown at him with skepticism, Yin Qing added, "I conquered this territory long ago, but I lack someone capable of managing it. You want me to help you govern the city?" Hu Che felt a flicker of temptation. In his youth, he had visited this place and knew it was abundant in prey, connected to the merfolk, and devoid of any fearsome beastmen. Moreover, the merfolk were merely proud, not cruel. If he could establish good communication with them, he would have a place to settle his kin, with the Serpent Clan's protection allowing them to recuperate and thrive. I said I would gift it to you, not that it would be governed by the Serpent Clan." Yin Qing interrupted Hu Che's daydreaming. Hu Che thought he had misheard. "Why? I've stated that I will provide you with an opportunity worthy of her." Hu Che focused intently on the area, contemplating. Suddenly, he realized Yin Qing's true intentions. He stepped forward and pointed at that area. "If you engage in conflict with Qi Ling, this will be your dividing line. Whom I choose to assist could very well determine the outcome. However, if this area belongs to the Serpent Clan, you may not wish to sever ties with her entirely, allowing Qi Ling to move freely and place her people within." Yin Qing smirked. Continued. "If the Fox clan occupies this area, it would appear as though they have seized a significant domain of the Serpent Clan. Yet, they would also remain enclosed within your grasp. You could extinguish us at any moment without concern." Yin Qing nodded affirmatively. For the first time, Hu Che grasped what it meant to be a leader of a tribe, contemplating the future of his people from a broader perspective. His palms grew slightly sweaty, akin to a student answering a teacher's question, filled with anticipation for Yin Qing's next response. "The merfolk favor the fox folk, and the fox folk are well versed in the merfolk's language that we are the only ones capable of fostering goodwill and ensuring peace in this region. That is of no importance, Yin Qing replied, placing his hand on the stone chair. Nodding, Hu Che frowned, pondering for a moment. Suddenly, he lowered his hands. Revitalizing the Red Fox clan in this area would undoubtedly require years. By the time I grow strong enough, Tang Ruan may have forgotten me. You may even be planning that I would seek a merfolk wife to aid in revitalizing the Red Fox clan. Hu Che clenched his fists tightly, that if you were to kill me or forcibly separate us, she would undoubtedly linger on thoughts of me, perhaps even harboring resentment towards you. Only by allowing me to inflict pain upon her heart would she be utterly disappointed in me. Yin Qing raised a hand, resting his chin upon it, and chuckled lightly. For you, this presents an opportunity with guaranteed returns. But I have lost Tang Ruan, he exclaimed passionately. Not necessarily, Yin Qing replied, rising to his feet and stepping towards him, casting his gaze downward, that if you possess the capability to rely on yourself, rather than depending on your wife like your father and brothers, you still have a chance to. Hu Che pressed his lips together. Rely on myself? Was that even feasible for him? He regretted immensely that during his time learning under his older brother, he had merely observed the bees outside, gathering nectar. He had no idea how to be a leader. If he failed, unwilling to disappoint his kin, he would inevitably resort to the same method as his father, seeking a powerful wife through manipulation. Hu Che shook his head vigorously. No. The thought of a future wife who is not Tang Ruan makes death seem preferable. What if I choose not to? Hu Che lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Yin Qing. That of course you may. Yin Qing tilted his head, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. You certainly can disregard the fate of your kin, hiding away here each day, awaiting her availability to grace you with her presence. However, if her beast husband is the Snake King, do you truly believe she would still hold you in regard? Hu Che felt the sting of truth in his words, momentarily at a loss for words. Tang Ruan is not that kind of person. Then perhaps you should put it to the test. The following day, Tang Ruan visited Hu Che, bringing with her an abundance of gifts. Yin Qing had mentioned that Qi Ling was furious. She would not dare to confront Yin Qing, but she would certainly create trouble for you.